Beijing City train station. Xiao Xiao, stop crying. The train is about to depart. Hurry and board. No, I don't want to go to school alone. This is merely school. Think about marriage. You may end up much farther away. I won't marry if I do. It will be to you. Upon hearing this, the young man shook his head helplessly. The girl charmingly pouting before him was not his girlfriend, but his sister, a sister with no blood ties. Yi-chun had 5 sisters, all of whom were unrelated to him by blood. His adoptive father had passed away early, and his adoptive mother was in the late stages of cancer, leaving the responsibility of caring for the sisters resting heavily on Yi-chun's shoulders that he worked tirelessly from dawn till dusk, striving to provide a better life for his sisters. Today marked the day when his youngest sister, Xu Xiao Xiao, would report to university. Wiping away her tears, Xu Xiao Xiao grasped Yi-chun's hand and warned, "Brother, promise me you won't date. You must not associate with any woman other than us sisters." Faced with Xu Xiao Xiao's stern warning, Yi-chun could only shake his head in resignation. Understood. Now hurry inside, otherwise the train will leave. All right, brother, you must take good care of yourself. Watching Xu Xiao Xiao look back multiple times as she entered the waiting room, Yi-chun sighed softly. He rode his bicycle to the hospital and had just entered the ward when he heard the nurse's cold, emotionless voice. "Li Shuqin's family, pay the medical fees tonight, or we will stop your mother's medication immediately." The medical expenses for his adoptive mother had already accumulated to 30,000. After paying for the 5th sister's tuition, Yi-chun found himself utterly drained. Gazing at his adoptive mother lying on the hospital bed, Yi-chun pondered for a moment before stepping out of the inpatient department. "Yes, I'm at the entrance of the inpatient department. Hurry over." After hanging up the phone, Yi-chun retrieved a crumpled cigarette. After finishing a cigarette, a woman with thick glasses and a face dotted with freckles, appearing quite ordinary, rushed over. "Brother." Seeing her greet him, Yi-chun discarded the cigarette butt and embraced her shoulder. "Judgia, I had no choice but to ask you to advance your salary. Once I receive my paycheck, I will repay you immediately." "Oh, brother, we're family. Mother is my mother too. Why discuss money? Here, take this 40,000 to pay the fees." As Yi-chun's eldest sister, Wenjia remained in Beijing City to work after graduating from university. Seeing his sister so understanding, Yi-chun affectionately ruffled her hair. "Let's go pay the fees." Noting Yi-chun's insistence on her accompanying him to pay, Wenjia hesitated. "Brother, I snuck out. If the manager finds out, my salary will be deducted." "Ah, I see. Then hurry back to work. Come home for dinner tonight. I'll cook something delicious for you." "All right, I'm off." Yi-chun nodded, watching her dash toward the bus station. "Sigh, everything will be all right." Muttering to himself, he then stepped back into the inpatient department. Wenjia reached the bus station, and seeing that Yi-chun had entered the hospital, calmly took out her phone from her pocket and dialed the number. "Come pick me up at the bus station of Beijing People's Hospital. 5 minutes later, a Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up beside the bus station, followed by 8 black business Rolls-Royces. Under the curious gazes of office workers, Wenjia entered the Rolls-Royce. "President 1, here are the clothes and makeup bag." Accepting the garment from her secretary, Wenjia removed her thick glasses, discarded her outfit, and changed into a fitted white mini dress. Using a cotton pad to touch up her face, her freckles vanished in an instant. In no time, Wenjia transformed from an unremarkable figure into a stunningly beautiful woman with an exquisite figure. The driving secretary glanced at Wenjia in the rearview mirror and smiled. "President 1, isn't it exhausting to hide this? Why not reveal your identity to him?" In response to her secretary's confusion, Wenjia tossed her long hair aside and replied lightly, "The timing isn't right yet. When a moment arrives, I will naturally tell him. For now, let us continue to discreetly protect my brother." "Understood, President 1. By the way, is the chairman of Songmin Real Estate still waiting for us at the group?" "Yes, President 1. He's been waiting for 3 days and nights. Songmin Real Estate Group requires 300 billion in bridge financing and has been hoping you could assist." 3 days and nights? Their sincerity is acceptable. Return and finalize the contract. "Yes." Meanwhile, Yi-chun cautiously approached the payment counter with the money, addressing the cashier. "Payment for Li Shuqin." The cashier tapped the keyboard, glancing at the screen before saying, "Li Shuqin, bed 68 in the hallway." "The hallway? My mother is in a hospital room. Is there an error in the information? Just 5 minutes ago, she was transferred to the hallway. If you have any doubts, Ask the nurses, we only handle payments, so don't waste time. Hearing the cashier's cold response, Yichen placed the money down and rushed toward the inpatient department. Upon arriving at the room where Li Shuqin was supposed to be, he found the bed empty. A cleaning staff member was tidying up the area. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen's anger flared. "Where's my mother?" In response to Yi Chen's inquiry, the cleaner shook their head. Yi Chen stormed out of the ward and approached the nurse's station. Confronting the nurse on duty, he demanded angrily, "Where's my mother?" The nurse glanced at him dismissively and replied coolly, "Li Shuqin has been moved to an additional bed in the hallway, bed 68, at the far end of the corridor. Go find her there." "Damn, who authorized the transfer? What are you shouting at me for?" "It was the vice president's decision. If you have a problem, take it up with him." Seeing the nurse glaring at him defiantly, Yichen clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and resolved to find his adoptive mother before addressing any other issues. In the far corner of the corridor, Yichen spotted his adoptive mother lying alone on a bed. The blanket covering her fluttered in the draft. Turning his head, Yichen noticed several doctors and nurses surrounding a richly dressed young man, making their way to the room where his adoptive mother had been. Intruders! Yichen cursed under his breath and quickly approached his mother's bedside. Feeling the cold wind from the staircase, Yichen gritted his teeth. "Mom, how are you feeling?" Hearing Yichen's voice, his adoptive mother, worn down by illness, slowly opened her eyes. "Chenia, I'm fine." "Mom, this is unacceptable. Why would they evict us from the room? I will demand an explanation." Seeing Yichen's furious demeanor as he prepared to leave, his adoptive mother urgently interjected. "Chenia, it's all right. It doesn't matter where I stay. I heard the hallway beds are a bit cheaper, which can alleviate your burden." "What are you saying? As your son, how can I allow you to suffer here?" "You need not worry about anything." Yichen, filled with fury, stormed into the hospital room, causing his adoptive mother, who was watching with concern, to tremble as she cautiously got out of bed. Upon entering, Yichen immediately spotted the man surrounded by doctors and nurses. As he approached from the back of the crowd, he overheard their conversation and discovered that this young gentleman had merely suffered a minor abrasion that required nothing more than a band-aid. Yet he had chosen to be hospitalized. Upon seeing the small tear on the man's leg, Yichen could no longer contain his anger and exclaimed, "You have a mere scrape the size of a mung bean on your leg, and yet you've taken my mother's hospital bed. Don't you fear for your life?" The young man, seated on the bed, frowned in discontent and retorted, "Who is this lunatic trying to provoke me? Am I in a mental institution? Am I a lunatic? Go look in the hallway. My mother is still lying there. This is her bed that you've usurped." Realizing the gravity of the situation, the young man leaned back against the bed, nonchalantly saying, "That's not my concern. In paying for my hospitalization, you can take your grievances elsewhere." "You." As Yichen was about to respond, the attending physician hurriedly interjected, "Family member of Li Shuqin, please remain calm. Your mother's bed was moved outside after a thorough discussion among the hospital administration, but if you have any concerns, feel free to voice them. We will do our best to accommodate you." Listening to the physician's bureaucratic tone, Yichen struggled to suppress his rage and took a deep breath, stating, "Fine, then arrange a room for my mother immediately." Regarding that, the hospital is currently facing a shortage of beds, and the waiting list extends to next month. However, rest assured, we can expedite your case once a bed becomes available. We will transfer your mother without delay. So, should I thank you for this? In response to Yichen's sarcastic tone, the physician adjusted his glasses and smiled. "No need for thanks. This is simply our duty. We treat all patients equally and do not engage in favoritism." Yichen was taken aback by the physician's audacity as he glanced at the young man reclining on the bed, enjoying the spectacle, and then at the shameless physician, finally comprehending the meaning of shamelessness. Noting Yichen's simmering anger, the doctor leaned closer and, shedding his official demeanor, spoke mockingly, "Kid, I suggest you leave quickly. This is the young heir of the Songmin Real Estate Group. He can easily throw around money that you could never earn in 10 lifetimes. One word from him, and not only will your mother remain in the hallway, but she could also be tossed onto the street, and there's nothing you could do about it." Realizing his own limitations, Yichen left the room, dejected. He saw his adoptive mother sitting on the bed, worry etched on her face as she looked in his direction. With a deep sigh, he mustered a smile and approached her. "Say, Mom, the doctor mentioned that the young man is gravely ill and may not survive the next few days. He hopes we can be understanding." Faced with his adoptive mother, Yi Chun chose to lie. After all, her condition was already precarious, and he did not wish to add to her burdens. What a pity that boy is so young, she lamented. Contemplating her words, Yi Chun resolved to take some action. After all, there is little he could do in reality, but perhaps he could vent his frustrations online. Thus, he secretly took a photo of his mother lying in the hallway and posted it on his social media. Wealth truly can move mountains. The young heir of Songmin Real Estate? What a grand show of power. Side.te, oh his surprise, the moment he posted it, his displeasure felt somewhat alleviated. However, he forgot to block a few acquaintances. If they discovered the unfair treatment his mother faced, they would be frantic. In a hurry, Yi Chun deleted the post, but despite the brief time frame, it was too late. The post filled with curses had already caught the attention of Wenjia. At that moment, she had returned to the group and was seated across from Lee Songmin, the chairman of Songmin Group. After waiting 3 days to meet this wealthy benefactor, his excitement was palpable. With hands clasped, he eagerly expressed, "President Wen, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance to our Songmin Group." In response to Lee Songmin's gratitude, Wenjia merely regarded him with amusement. "I've heard that your young heir is hospitalized." Upon hearing the term young heir, Lee Songmin instantly became tense, nervously inquiring, "President Wen, what happened to my son?" "Nothing serious, just that regarding your group's need for 300 billion in bridge financing, I believe it is no longer necessary that Li Songmin, startled by the abrupt cancellation, immediately grew agitated. He stood up, pleading, "President Wen, if my son has made a mistake, please let me know. I will certainly educate him properly. This funding is crucial for us. I beg you for another chance." Wenjia, observing the aging billionaire nearly at her feet in desperation, coolly replied, "He has crossed paths with the wrong people in the hospital." Realizing the implication, Lee Songmin quickly assured, "President Wen, rest assured, I will handle this matter. I will arrange for someone at NO. I will go personally. Please grant me another chance." Wenjia glanced at her watch and replied indifferently, "I have a meeting at 4. You handle it. Of course. He'll be back before 4 with a satisfactory result." With that promise, Lee Songmin hurriedly exited the conference room. Watching his hasty departure, Wenjia shook her head in exasperation. To provoke my brother is truly courting disaster. Meanwhile, in the hospital, the young heir, Li Zijiu, continued to boast to his friends, relishing the fact that he could secure a hospital bed with a mere phone call. Hearing the commotion from the hospital room, Yi Chun sat before the bed in the hallway, deeply sighing as he gazed at his emaciated adoptive mother. As the eldest son, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for being unable to advocate for her after she was displaced. Just as tears welled in his eyes, a well-dressed man in his 50s rushed over, flanked by dozens of bodyguards. This was Lee Songmin, who had just minutes ago been discussing a business deal worth billions. On his way, he had urgently contacted the hospital administration to understand the situation. He learned that the young heir had merely taken a bed and had not engaged in any further misconduct. After glancing at Yi Chun and his adoptive mother in the hallway, he strode into the room without hesitation. Yi Chun wallowed in self-reproach. Voices emerged from the hospital room. "Dad, how did you know I was hospitalized? You scoundrel! Pray tell, how did you come by this hospital bed? The hospital assigned it to me. How could one possibly be hospitalized without a bed? To hell with your excuses. You had better hurry and apologize to me." Chapter 3. A disconcerting sound of tearing filled the air, and Yi Chun witnessed the suited man dragging Li Zijiu out of the hospital room. After they emerged from the room, the duo scanned their surroundings before striding towards Yi Chun's hospital bed. Given that this corridor housed only Yi Chun's adoptive mother's bed, it was evident that Li Zijiu intended to usurp it. Lee Songmin forcefully threw Li Zijiu to the ground, chastising him vehemently. "Is this how I have raised you? That bed is reserved for someone in need of medical attention. What gives you the right to take it? Moreover, you have merely scraped your skin. Is hospitalization truly necessary?" In response to Lee Songmin's furious tirade, Li Zijiu wore a bewildered expression. Typically, his father displayed an even more brazen demeanor, and he could hardly comprehend the extent of his father's anger over this minor transgression. "Dad, have you taken leave of your senses?" "I truly believe you have." Without hesitation, Lee Songmin delivered a sharp slap, causing Li Zijiu's cheek to flush crimson. "Dad, have you lost your mind? Why are you hitting me? I will not tolerate your backtalk. You wish to be hospitalized? Very well. I shall ensure you experience it thoroughly. Casting a glance around, Lee Songmin's eyes lit up upon spotting a fire extinguisher on the ground. He hastily seized it and aimed it at Li Zijiu's leg, striking with fervor as if his son were an obstacle to the 3 billion in bridge funds he sought. Yi Chun, seated beside the hospital bed, was utterly astounded at this shocking display. Who could have anticipated that a father would resort to such brutality against his own son? Not only was Yi Chun taken aback, but Li Zijiu himself was equally astonished by his father's ruthlessness. Yet, the sound of cracking bones abruptly revealed the grim reality of the situation. As pain radiated through his right leg, Li Zijiu clutched it, crying out in agony. "Ah? Dad, have you gone mad? I am your son." In the face of Li Zijiu's anguished cries, Li Songmin gritted his teeth and once again raised the fire extinguisher high. In this dire moment, to secure the 3 billion in funds, he was prepared to inflict harm upon his own flesh and blood. With a resounding thud, the hefty fire extinguisher crashed to the ground, and Li Songmin exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. He then approached Yi Chen's adoptive mother's bedside, addressing her with a tone of contrition. "Madam, my son has acted thoughtlessly and taken your bed. I sincerely apologize. Allow me to cover your medical expenses until your discharge." Yi Chun, having never witnessed such a spectacle, was left in a state of disbelief. He quickly waved his hands in protest. No, it is merely a bed. There is no need to resort to violence. Spare the rod, spoil the child, he thought. If he did not intervene now, who knew what further transgressions Li Zijiu might commit in the future? After Li Songmin concluded his remarks, he released Li Zijiu from his grasp and coldly instructed the bodyguards following him, take him to another hospital. The others, understandably intimidated, complied without protest, escorting Li Zijiu from the premises. Following a brief exchange with the hospital's leadership, Li Songmin hastily departed. Meanwhile, the nurses and the previously sardonic doctors from the department gathered before Yi Chun, offering a multitude of apologies that left him utterly bewildered. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, Yi Chun's adoptive mother's bed had been reclaimed. Once the hospital bed was tidied up, Yi Chun assisted his adoptive mother in settling down. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he noted that it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. "Mom, I'm going home to prepare dinner now." "Ah, go ahead." Yi Feng nodded and exited the ward. Outside, in the parking lot, a luxurious Mercedes-Benz was occupied by Li Jiuzai, whose leg had been encased in a thick layer of plaster, grimacing in discomfort as he sat in the passenger seat. "Young Master Li, your father instructed us not to cause him any trouble." "Nonsense. Just because he says not to, does that mean I must comply? Who will take responsibility for my leg? You needn't concern yourself. I will handle the repercussions." Witnessing Li Jiuzai's audacity, the friend at the wheel could only shake his head in resignation. Soon, Yi Chun emerged from the inpatient department, clad in simple attire. "Young Master Li, is that the guy?" Following his friend's pointing gesture, Li Jiuzai's eyes reddened as he laid eyes upon Yi Chun's countenance. "That's him. Damn it. If it weren't for him resting my bed, I wouldn't have ended up with a broken leg. Hit him. If he dies, it's on me." Li Jiuzai was consumed by rage, solely seeking vengeance for his injury. His friend, equally impetuous, failed to consider the gravity of the situation and pressed the accelerator with reckless abandon. As Yi Chun stepped outside the hospital, the roar of an engine echoed menacingly. Just as he turned around, a black car barreled towards him. Even if he were a champion sprinter, he could not evade the impending collision with the Mercedes. Bang! Yi Chun was violently propelled through the air, crashing into a small tree before landing heavily on the ground. He was merely an ordinary person, and such an overwhelming force resulted in numerous fractures and internal injuries. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. The car door swung open, and Li Jiuzai, leaning on a crutch, limped out to confront Yi Chun. Observing Yi Chun sprawled on the ground, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, his body twitching slightly, Li Jiuzai erupted into a maniacal laugh. "Ha! You dare to oppose me. This is your fate. I have wealth and influence. Even if I kill you, the worst I face is a financial penalty. What can you do to me?" Feeling unsatisfied with the outcome, he raised his crutch and ruthlessly swung it towards Yi Chun's head. The driver, alarmed by Li Jiuzai's complete descent into madness, hurriedly exited the vehicle to restrain him, fearing he would truly end Yi Chun's life. "Li Xiao, enough, let's hurry. Let go of me, I want to kill him." Thus, under the insistence of his friend, Li Jiu was pulled back to the Mercedes-Benz and swiftly departed. Meanwhile, Yi Chun was once again admitted to the emergency room with the assistants on the road. "Who is the patient's family member?" In response to the nurse's inquiry, a woman at the entrance of the emergency room approached, clutching an elderly phone that only seniors typically use. "This belongs to him," she stated, handing over the phone. The nurse accepted the device, glanced at the contacts, and subsequently dialed a number saved under the name Jia. When Jia, who had just signed a contract with Li Song, was preparing to change her outfit for the hospital when her phone rang. A smile crept onto her lips upon seeing her brother's call. "Hello, brother, missing me? Hello. Are you a family member of the owner of this phone?" The voice on the other end startled Wen Jia slightly. Glancing at the screen confirmed it was indeed Yi Chen's number. "Who are you? Where's my brother?" "This is Beimin City People's Hospital. Please hurry to the emergency room. Your brother is in critical condition." Thud. Upon hearing the ominous message, Wen Jia's phone slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Chapter 4. Coincidence. Wen Jia could never have imagined that her brother, whom she had seen just hours ago, would be in such dire straits. Tears streamed down her face in an instant. She paid no heed to picking up her phone, removing her makeup, or changing her clothes. She simply wiped her tears and dashed out of the office in her high heels. In the Western Theater Command's Operations Command Center, a woman of striking beauty and commanding presence, yet with an austere expression, was gazing coldly at the 10 elite soldiers before her. "You have 10 days to ensure this matter is resolved." "Yes, Commander Du." At their synchronized response, Du Yuan nodded. Just then, her personal phone, which she typically reserved for family communication, rang from her pocket. Casting a glance at the soldiers seated below, Du Yuan remarked coolly, "You may all leave." The soldiers, visibly relieved, promptly exited the room. Upon retrieving her phone and seeing it was labeled Elder Brother, a warm tenderness illuminated Du Yuan's otherwise stern face. Had the elite soldiers witnessed this softer side, they would surely be taken aback. The usually cold and ruthless Commander Du exhibited such gentleness. "Hello, brother." However, upon hearing the voice on the line, the warmth vanished from Du Yuan's face, replaced by an aura of chilling menace. 5 minutes later, 10 state-of-the-art armed helicopters ascended from the Northwest Theater headquarters, their destination set for the distant Beimin City. Coincidentally, in the largest photography studio in East China, the world's economic hub, a charming young woman, standing at 175 meters with graceful curves and a sweet visage, was engaged in filming a martial arts scene. Enveloped in snug denim, her exquisite legs propelled a swift kick that sent the antagonist sprawling, prompting the director to call for a halt. Marvelous. Xiao Bao's acting prowess continues to flourish. In response to the director's commendation, the nation's premier actress, Meng Xiaobao, merely smiled gently. "Acting is merely the fundamental requirement of my profession. I am simply fulfilling my responsibilities." With a light-hearted laugh, Xiaobao not only excelled in her craft, but also exhibited remarkable humility. "You should take a moment to rest. I will instruct the crew to prepare the props for the next scene." Nodding in agreement, Meng Xiaobao settled onto a nearby chair. As she accepted a bottle of mineral water from her assistant and unscrewed the cap, the assistant's handbag erupted with the sound of a ringing phone. "Sister Xiaobao, it's your brother calling." "My brother?" Meng Xiaobao pondered, noting how infrequently he contacted her at this hour, and quickly took the phone. After pressing the answer button, she chirped sweetly, "Brother, I'm at work. What's up?" Yet, scarcely had her melodic words faded when her charmingly beautiful visage froze, her eyes glistening with tears that cascaded down her cheeks. Startled by Meng Xiaobao's sudden distress, her assistant exclaimed, "Sister Xiaobao, what's wrong?" Stammering through her tears, Meng Xiaobao managed to utter, "My brother, something has happened to him." Without another word, she sprang to her feet and dashed towards the exit of the studio. The director, who was guiding a male actor, caught sight of Meng Xiaobao's tear-streaked face as she rushed past and called out, "Xiaobao, where are you going? The props are ready." Ignoring the director's inquiry, she hurried outside. Thus, Meng Xiaobao abandoned everyone in the crew, speeding away in a crimson Ferrari towards the highway. In Nanhu City, within the live broadcast studio of the Nanhu City television station, a woman clad in professional attire reported information displayed on the screen. Her voice, perfectly modulated, resonated like a celestial melody, enchanting to the ears. The station's supervisor stood outside the studio, remarking with a smile, "Su Qingqing's professional abilities are increasingly impressive. It appears that her ascension to the station's leading lady is imminent. Ah, you may not be aware, but Su Qingqing has long since been the queen of our station. In terms of both recognition and fanbase, she far surpasses that Mom Mimi, who merely calls out for her benefactor." Upon hearing the editor-in-chief's words, the station's supervisor stroked his chin thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. We should consider transferring that Ma Mimi to a correspondent role. Her presence here could hinder Su Qingqing's progress. Very well, I will devise a plan for that. Just as the editor-in-chief finished speaking, Su Qingqing, engrossed in her news report, suddenly received an urgent bulletin. Here is an urgent news report. In front of the First People's Hospital in Beimin City, a young man was struck to the ground by a Mercedes, leaving a significant amount of blood at the scene. According to available information, the victim's name is Yi Chun, who resides on Shijing Street in Beimin City. Watching the information displayed on the teleprompter, Su Qingqing found herself momentarily frozen in shock. The person in charge and the editor-in-chief, observing Su Qingqing's dazed expression from outside the studio, quickly grabbed the intercom and shouted, "Su Qingqing, speak up." Under the pressure of the supervisor's urgent calls, Su Qingqing stared blankly at Yi Chin's bloodied face on the screen, and a tear slipped down her cheek. Regardless of the supervisor's shouts, Su Qingqing remained silent, covering her mouth as she stood up from her chair and hurriedly exited the studio in her high heels. Witnessing her sudden departure, the supervisor called out loudly, "Su Qingqing, do you realize what you're doing? This is a live broadcast." Despite the supervisor's frantic pleas, Su Qingqing offered no explanation and rushed out of the television station, hailing a cab and heading straight for the airport. On the train, Yi Chin's younger sister, Shu Xiaoxiao, sat on her bunk, typing away on her laptop. This laptop was a gift from Yi Chun, given to her as a congratulatory present upon receiving her admission letter. Aware that it was purchased with the money Yi Chun had saved diligently over 2 months, she cherished it deeply. As she gazed at the complex computer programs displayed on the screen, Shu Xiaoxiao bit her lip in contemplation before tapping the keyboard. At that moment, a notification popped up in the lower left corner of her screen. The host had tearfully fled the live broadcast. Intrigued by this unexpected update, Shu Xiaoxiao clicked on it. Upon seeing Su Qingqing report the news, her expression turned grave. She hastily began typing, utilizing advanced programming skills to breach the system of the Beimin City People's Hospital. Upon confirming that a man named Yi Chun had indeed been admitted, she grabbed her laptop and suitcase, rushing toward the train door. Finding the conductor, Shu Xiaoxiao anxiously inquired, "How long until the next stop?" 2.5 hours. You arrived early, the conductor replied, realizing it would be another 2.5 hours before they halted. Shu Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment before returning to her bunk. After rebooting her laptop and executing a series of commands, the train unexpectedly began to slow down. Not only had this train stopped, but all trains in the region had come to a halt as well. However, what was even more perplexing was that the train Shu Xiaoxiao was on began to move again, but this time not toward the university city, but toward Beimin City. Chapter 5. Has this critical illness notice been signed? Utilizing her formidable hacking skills, Shu Xiaoxiao successfully infiltrated the rail network system, maneuvering the train back to her home city. In a fleeting moment, Yi Chin's 5 younger sisters hastened towards Beimin City from various corners of the country. The Beimin City People's Hospital. When Jia, being employed in Beimin City, promptly arrived at the hospital. At that moment, the crowd that had gathered at the entrance of the emergency room had dispersed, leaving it eerily vacant upon her arrival. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed into the emergency room, only to be swiftly ushered out by a nurse. "This is the emergency room. Entry is restricted to medical personnel," the nurse stated firmly. "Please, that is my brother inside. Could you allow me just a glimpse?" When Jia implored, her voice laced with desperation, the nurse shook her head resolutely. "No, family members of patients are not permitted inside. Your presence would only hinder the medical staff. Please wait patiently here. We will inform you as soon as there is news." With that, the nurse returned to the emergency room, leaving Wen Jia standing at the threshold, staring at the glass door, utterly at a loss. How could things have changed so drastically from midday to evening? Overwhelmed by despair, Wen Jia sank onto a bench, tugging at her hair in frustration, her anxiety palpable. Before long, the nurse emerged once more. "You are the patient's family member, correct? The patient has suffered extensive organ damage and is beyond saving. Please sign this critical condition notice." As she held out the notice, Wen Jia felt an intense struggle within her. She yearned to grasp it, yet her hands felt leaden. She understood all too well that signing this document could mean the potential loss of her beloved brother forever. Noticing Wen Jia's emotional turmoil, the nurse sighed with resignation. "I advise you to sign it. Otherwise, the doctors cannot concentrate on the rescue efforts." Perhaps things are not as dire as you believe. Maybe your brother will emerge safe and sound shortly. Wenjia blinked through tear-filled eyes, gazing at the nurse with innocent hope. Is everything you say true? Will my brother really be okay? Doctors never easily relinquish any patient. Thus, you should sign, the nurse reiterated gently. With trembling hands, Wenjia finally inscribed her name on the critical condition notice. The nurse re-entered the emergency room, leaving Wenjia on the bench, lost in her thoughts. Although she was the eldest sister and the executive president of a publicly traded conglomerate, when it came to her brother's situation, decisiveness eluded her. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted outside the hospital. A squadron of ominous black-armed helicopters circled above the Bayman City People's Hospital. The occurrence of helicopters in the city was a rarity, typically only seen at the airport, drawing local crowds to witness the spectacle. As the cabin door swung open, a figure in military attire, Duwan, descended swiftly down the ropes, landing softly on the ground. She lifted her foot clad in leather shoes and swiftly dashed into the hospital. Upon arriving at the emergency room, she spotted Wenjia sitting on a bench, her head bowed in contemplation, seemingly lost in her thoughts, and without uttering a word, she prepared to rush into the emergency room. At that moment, a nurse emerged with a critical condition notice and, upon seeing Duwan, urgently exclaimed, "Hey, no non-medical personnel are allowed inside." Ignoring the nurse's admonition, Duwan acted as if she had not heard, forcefully pushing her aside and entering the emergency room. The commotion at the entrance startled the bewildered Wenjia. Upon catching a glimpse of Duwan's retreating figure, she blinked in recognition and hurriedly stood up, quickly making her way into the emergency room. Inside, Yichen lay on the operating table, his body drenched in blood, while the heart rate monitor displayed a gradually declining heartbeat. Duwan stood grimly by, watching her respected elder brother on the verge of leaving them. "Elder brother, you must hold on. I'm back to see you," Duwan murmured, clenching her fists tightly, silently praying for Shu Xiao. However, her prayers seemed to go unanswered as the heart rate monitor suddenly flattened into a straight line, and a nurse's voice rang out in the emergency room. "Dr. Lee, the patient's heart has stopped. Administer defibrillation, monophasic 360, biphasic 150 to 200. Quickly." The electrodes were placed at the base of Yi Chun's heart, and the doctor pressed the switch. Yi Feng's body jerked in response to the electric current. Yet the heart rate monitor remained unresponsive. "Monitor closely. Prepare for a second defibrillation." Witnessing the frantic efforts of the doctors to revive her brother, Wenjia covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face as she watched helplessly. Meanwhile, Duwan remained stoically in place, her expression inscrutable, leaving no one to fathom her thoughts. 10 minutes later, despite the doctor's unwavering efforts, the heart rate monitor continued to display a straight line. The doctor exhaled deeply, turning to face Duwan and Wenjia, softly stating, "I'm sorry, we did our best." As the words left his lips, the medical staff began to clear the operating room, while Wenjia collapsed to the ground, weeping inconsolably. Even Duwan, typically composed and expressionless, shed a solitary tear. The formidable queen of the Northwest, who struck fear into her enemies, ultimately succumbed to her grief over her brother's passing, kneeling on the ground and crying out, "Brother." Half an hour later, the hospital requested to transfer Yi Chun to the mortuary, but Duwan vehemently opposed. She could not accept that Yi Chun could die in such a manner. She wished to wait, hoping for a miracle. Although the doctors were less than pleased, recognizing the impracticality of occupying the emergency room with a confirmed deceased individual, they complied when Duwan brandished a gun at them. After all, this woman arrived in an armed helicopter. They are certainly not to be trifled with. Duwan sat on the floor of the emergency room, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, and coldly inquired, "Who did this?" In response to Duwan's question, Wenjia, whose eyes were swollen from crying, shook her head. "I don't know. We met at the hospital entrance around noon. Who would have known that by evening it would come to this?" Taking a deep breath, Duwan steadied herself against the floor and rose to her feet. She walked to Yi Chun, gently stroking his pale face, murmuring, "Brother, rest assured, whoever is responsible, I will ensure they pay for this. Come in." With Duwan's commanding voice, a line of fully armed soldiers entered the emergency room. "Commander, launch an investigation. I want to know who is responsible for my brother's death before dawn." "Yes, we will ensure the mission is accomplished." After the soldiers departed, Duwan caressed Yi Chen's face, gazing at him with tenderness. "You promised to take me on the roller coaster. Why have you broken your promise? Chapter 6. Group Leader. He wet himself in response to Du Wan's inquiry. Yi Chun remained unresponsive, as if he had permanently departed from this world. An hour later, Meng Xiaobao and Su Qingqing encountered each other at the hospital entrance. The sisters, upon seeing one another, exchanged no words but hurriedly entered the hospital building in their high heels. 5 minutes later, the four sisters gathered in the emergency room. As they beheld Yi Chun, the man who had raised them, lying on the cold operating table, disbelief washed over them, followed by heart-wrenching cries. 2 nurses, standing at the end of the corridor, were murmuring to each other, "What is the identity of this patient? All the women who have come are so beautiful. Not just beautiful, if I'm not mistaken." The first woman who arrived seemed to be a CEO of some corporation, and the tall girl must be Meng Xiaobao, a top-tier celebrity. The one in the suit is likely a television host. What? A company CEO, a superstar, a presenter? This patient must be someone of great significance. That is not all. The woman in military attire just arrived by helicopter, and there is still a helicopter parked on the hospital rooftop. The nurses speculated that Yi Chun was a person of great importance, while in reality, he was merely a laborer living at the very bottom of society. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Yi Chun's youngest sister, Xu Xiaoxiao, arrived at the hospital. Upon learning of Yi Chun's passing, the laptop she held slipped from her grasp. Unnoticed, in that moment, the 5 sisters, who only gathered during the new year, sat on the cold tiles of the emergency room, tears blurring their vision as they gazed at Yi Chun on the operating table. Eldest sister, why has brother turned out like this? In response to Xu Xiaoxiao's question, Wen Jia bit her lip and shook her head. I am uncertain, but your second sister has already dispatched someone to investigate. So it is likely that news will arrive shortly. According to news reports, there was a traffic accident. Could it have been deliberate? Has my brother offended anyone recently? Confronted with Meng Xiaobao's inquiries, Wen Jia lowered her head in contemplation and suddenly thought of Li Jiuzai. Although Li Jiuzai had usurped her foster mother's hospital room, it was expected that Li Songmin would handle the situation adequately. Furthermore, a rational individual would not resort to violence over such a trivial matter, would they? Despite her lingering doubts, Wen Jia decided to disclose the incident of her foster mother being deprived of her hospital room. Upon hearing of such a development, Du Yuan sprang to her feet. She retrieved a mobile phone from her pocket and dialed a number. As the call connected, her voice turned icy. Immediately apprehend Li Jiuzai from Songmin Group in Beimin City and bring him to the hospital. After hanging up, Du Yuan declared, regardless of who it may be, anyone who dares to lay a hand on my brother will face dire consequences. As her words resonated, an intense aura of menace radiated from Du Yuan, an aura only possessed by one who has endured brutal carnage. Meanwhile, Li Jiuzai was at a bar, indulging in drinks. Under the influence of alcohol, he dismissed the events of the evening, boasting to a female companion beside him. You have no idea. That kid couldn't even crawl after I was done with him. Li Xiao, and what about your leg? The female companion inquired. Li Jiuzai shrugged, taking a substantial gulp of his drink, and replied with confusion, I have no idea what has gotten into my old man. He just broke my leg without a word. Ridiculous. Before the female companion could respond further, a group of men clad in black tactical gear approached the bar. Sensing an ominous presence, she picked up her handbag and offered a faint smile to Li Jiuzai. Li Xiao, I'm going to the restroom. Ah, go ahead. No sooner had she departed than Li Jiuzai found himself encircled by the group of men. The leader of the operation glanced at a photo of Li Jiuzai and nodded to his comrades. Li Jiuzai, bewildered, observed their attire and realized they were affiliated with a certain military faction. Gentlemen, who are you? You must be Li Jiuzai. Come with us. Wait. There must be a misunderstanding. My father is the chairman of Songmin Group. Can I call him? You cannot make calls right now. Take him away. With a wave of the leader's hand, 2 burly men seized him, dragging him toward the bar's exit. Alarmed, Li Jiuzai understood that this group meant trouble, and the consequences of complying with them could be severe. He shouted toward a few young men he usually associated with. What are you all waiting for? Come help me. A group of young men who usually spent their time indulging with Li Jiuzai, upon witnessing his predicament, stood up brandishing their liquor bottles and shouted, Release him, or none of you shall leave today. As they approached, the team leader swiftly unbuttoned his jacket to reveal a submachine gun. Everyone, prepare yourselves. If they dare take another step forward, we will open fire. At his command, the remaining team members methodically drew their weapons, loading them with precision. Having never encountered such a scene, The young men abandoned their bottles and fled in terror, fearing that any delay could cost them their lives. The team leader, observing the other patrons in the bar making their escape, coldly remarked, "A rabble of fools. Let us depart." As Lee Jiuzai was escorted out of the bar, the sight of an armed helicopter idling on the street made him realize the gravity of his trouble, and he became overwhelmed with fear. "Captain, he has urinated himself," one of the team members announced. The captain, glancing at the pale-faced Lee Jiuzai, waved his hand dismissively. "Find a bag to cushion his trousers. We cannot afford to dirty our helicopter." Thus, Lee Jiuzai was transported to the Northern Gate City People's Hospital by helicopter. Du-Wan, observing the frightened Lee Jiuzai kneeling on the ground, calmly inquired, "Did you hit the person?" Faced with her question, Lee Jiuzai looked at her in confusion. "Which person?" "That one." Following Du-Wan's finger, Lee Jiuzai's gaze fell upon Yi Chun, whose face was devoid of color, causing his pupils to constrict in shock. It appeared they were apprehending him because of this man. "I am asking you a question. Did you hit him?" Confronted with Du-Wan's icy inquiry, Lee Jiuzai swallowed hard and hastily shook his head. "It wasn't me. I was in the passenger seat. It was Xiao Tian driving. I had nothing to do with it." Upon hearing this, Du-Wan instantly grasped the situation. With a snap of her fingers, another man was unceremoniously thrown into the emergency room. Lee Jiuzai focused closely and recognized Xiao Tian, the one who had been driving him. "It was him who hit him. If you wish to punish someone, go after him. It has nothing to do with me." As Lee Jiuzai shifted all the blame onto Xiao Tian, who was bruised and battered, he retaliated angrily. "Lee Jiuzai, you are the one who made me crash. How can you now shift the blame onto me?" "Ladies, Lee Jiuzai, due to his leg being broken by his father, has vented his anger on this young man. I was merely following orders. He is the mastermind." Chapter 7. I will not let you off easily. Witnessing the two of them pass the buck, Wen Jiao approached and delivered a sharp slap to Lee Jiuzai's face. "You stole my adoptive mother's hospital bed. I had decided to overlook it for your father's sake, yet you repay kindness with malice, now causing my brother's death. I should have ensured your demise then." As Wen Jiao raged, Lee Jiuzai covered his face, looking at her in panic. No one could have anticipated that the adoptive mother of the affluent Wen Jia from Beimin City would find herself in this hospital, and even more astonishingly, that she would be deprived of her hospital room by none other than her own son. Now, having caused the death of her brother, Lee Jiuzai was utterly panic-stricken at this moment. "Mr. Wen, I had no idea he was your brother. Ignorance is no excuse. Please spare me this time." Upon hearing his pleas for mercy, Shu Xiaoxiao glared at him with reddened eyes. "To hell with you. My brother is dead. Tearing you apart to feed the dogs would not bring him back to life." After uttering this furious retort, she picked up the laptop that had fallen to the ground and hurled it at Lee Jiuzai's head. The blow sent Lee Jiuzai reeling, stars dancing before his eyes. He now comprehended the gravity of the trouble he had stirred, realizing that leaving this place unscathed would be a formidable challenge. With only a few women present, he thought of seizing one as a hostage to facilitate his escape. Gritting his teeth against the pain of his broken leg, he managed to rise to his feet. Scanning the surroundings, his gaze fixated on Shu Xiaoxiao, who was closest to him. "Damn it, you vile woman. You dare to strike me. I will make you pay dearly." As Lee Jiuzai, with a hideous expression, lunged toward Shu Xiaoxiao, Du Yuan tugged at her, then raised her long leg high, executing a beautiful arc in the air before landing a kick squarely on Lee Jiuzai's chin. The impact shattered his jawbone, and he collapsed to the ground, feeling nothing in his jaw any longer. "To dare steal my adoptive mother's hospital room, to cause my brother's death, and now to attempt to seize my sister. You deserve to die 100 times over for your sins." After expressing her wrath, Du Yuan shouted towards the outside, "Take him away, and arrest that Li Songmin as well. Tomorrow, I want to see news of the downfall of the Songmin group." "Yes." Two soldiers entered and dragged Li Jiuzai and Xiao Tian away. Once the situation was clarified, the five sisters gazed at Yi Chun on the operating table, tears flowing uncontrollably. As the eldest sister, Wen Jia sniffled before suggesting, "Let us change our brother's clothes, so he departs with dignity." Her proposal rendered the sisters silent. How could one accept that a living person could simply cease to exist? Though Yi Chun had passed, his consciousness still lingered. At this moment, he found himself in a realm of chaos, devoid of light, direction, or companionship, nothing at all. This sensation left Yi Chun in a state of bewilderment, so lost that he could not think of anything. It was unclear how much time had passed when a gentle voice reached his ears. "Yi Chun, The time, place, and circumstances have all aligned. I hope you will use the abilities I have bestowed upon you to become a champion of justice, rather than a perpetrator of great evil." Upon hearing this somewhat familiar voice, a flicker of awareness finally ignited within Yi Chen's mind. A breathtaking figure emerged in his mind. A woman whom he referred to as Master. At the tender age of 3, he was taken in by this enchanting mentor. Yet she cared for him for merely a year before sending him to an orphanage, from which he was later rescued by his adoptive mother. Despite the brevity of their time together, Yi Chen would never forget the mesmerizing master who possessed the ability to ride the clouds. "Is it you, Master?" he pondered. The woman offered no response, and as Yi Chen gradually regained awareness, he felt hands exploring him. He wished to open his eyes, but found himself unable to do so. In the opulent presidential suite of the Vitton 5-star hotel, Yi Chen lay in a bathtub filled with warm water, his sisters having removed his clothing. Though he had lost his vitality, his well-sculpted physique rendered his sisters blushing, except for Du Yuan, who remained composed, seemingly oblivious to the scene. Dream Xiaobao extended her delicate fingers, gently tracing the contours of Yi Chen's abdomen, murmuring, "I didn't expect my brother to possess such an impressive physique." With 8 defined abs. Following her words, her fingers continued their descent. Beside them, Su Qingqing cleared her throat, her face flushed. "Ahem, third sister. Focus on the task at hand and refrain from wandering. Alas, when he was alive, I could not touch him, and now that he has departed, I shall never have the chance again." While Dream Xiaobao's words carried a melancholic tone, they also imparted an odd sensation. After they helped Yi Chen complete his bath, they lifted him onto the bed, and Wen Jia retrieved a suit from the wardrobe. "Brother always spared no expense for us, withholding the best for our sake, never enjoying the fruits of his labor until his last breath. Brother, it is our fault as sisters for not disclosing our true identities to you." Following Wen Jia's sentiment, Dream Xiaobao added, "Indeed, if given another chance, I would never conceal my identity and would offer you the very best." Their words deepened the already sorrowful atmosphere. Du Yuan inhaled deeply and said, "All right, let us help our brother into his clothes." Just as the 5 sisters prepared to dress Yi Chen in the suit, Shu Xiaoxiao suddenly exclaimed, "Sisters, it seems that brother's finger has moved." At her words, the other 4 turned their attention to Yi Chen's hand. They witnessed his calloused fingers twitch unexpectedly, startling Su Qingqing beside them. "Is it haunted?" she gasped, her face betraying fear. Dream Xiaobao rolled her eyes in response. "He is our brother. Even if he were to become a ghost, he would not harm us. Besides, where are the ghosts in this world? Then how could his finger move? It is quite normal. Shortly after death, the body's nerves may still exhibit activity, causing fingers and toes to move." After Meng Xiaobao completed her explanation, she noticed Du Wan approaching Yi Chen, extending her finger to feel his pulse. Upon sensing the rhythmic beat, her eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. She gently lifted Yi Chen's eyelid, observing the previously dilated pupils now converging once again. Du Wan realized that a miracle was about to unfold. "He has revived. He has truly revived." Hearing Du Wan's astonished voice, the other sisters gazed in delight at Yi Chen, who lay on the bed. At that moment, color began to return to his face, and even his eyelids fluttered slightly. "This is wonderful. I knew a miracle would occur. My brother has truly come back to life." While Meng Xiaobao beamed with joy, Wen Jia managed to maintain her composure. "No, we cannot allow our brother to see us in this state. Everyone must leave quickly." Chapter 8. Better than wearing nothing at all. In response to Wen Jia's urging, Meng Xiaobao expressed her discontent. "But my brother has just revived, and I still wish to speak with him." "Oh, we can talk later. Now is not the time for him to learn our identities. We must leave at once." "But what if he wakes up and becomes a fool? I should stay and take care of him." Witnessing the fervent determination in Meng Xiaobao's eyes, Du Wan stepped beside her and grasped her arm. "We will all leave. Xiao Xiao will stay to look after our brother." Hearing that she was to remain, Shu Xiaoxiao appeared somewhat flustered. "But how will I explain things once he wakes up?" "You figure it out. In any case, we cannot disclose our situation." After Du Wan spoke, she reluctantly led Meng Xiaobao out of the room. Wen Jia let out a deep sigh of relief, nodding at Shu Xiaoxiao before departing with Su Qingqing. However, they did not leave immediately, but instead left the door ajar, positioned at the entrance to observe how Shu Xiaoxiao would explain things. Once they had exited, Shu Xiaoxiao took a couple of deep breaths to calm her racing heart. After contemplating various explanations, she turned her gaze towards Yi Chen on the bed. However, This glance brought to mind the fact that the five sisters had just bathed Yifeng and were preparing to change his clothes. Now, Yifeng lay on the bed, entirely unclothed, as if the doors of a bustling market had swung wide open. If he were to awaken and see himself in this state, it would indeed be difficult to explain. Thus, Xu Xiaoxiao immediately resolved to quickly put some clothes on before Yi Chen regained consciousness. In her nervousness, she made a mess of the clothes and could not find any shorts. Darn it! Did my sisters not prepare any shorts? She rummaged through a nearby drawer and ultimately found only a pair of disposable shorts. Gazing at the disposable shorts, Xu Xiaoxiao fell into silence. Well, it's better than wearing nothing at all. She consoled herself, swiftly tearing open the packaging and dashed to Yifeng's side for a glance. How embarrassing. As Xu Xiaoxiao waved the pair of shorts in her hand to cool herself down, she lifted Yi Chen's feet to help him put them on. Just as she was about to finish, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes. He blinked wearily and, to his surprise, found Xu Xiaoxiao as flushed-faced before him. Xiaoxiao. Upon hearing Yi Chen's voice, Xu Xiaoxiao quickly raised her head. Their eyes met, and she exclaimed, "Brother, you're awake. But weren't you supposed to be at school?" Yi Chen noticed her hands gripping the shorts he was meant to wear, which had already reached his knees. Disheveled clothes lay scattered around. And with Xu Xiaoxiao's blushing cheeks, Yi Chen began to grasp the situation. At that moment, Xu Xiaoxiao was also flustered. She hadn't anticipated Yi Chen waking up mid-task, leaving her hands still clutching the shorts. Xiaoxiao, why are you back?" Yi Chen took the opportunity to ask, while reaching to pull the shorts on himself. However, Xu Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback, her grip on the shorts tightening. Yi Chen, feeling helpless, gently tugged at her hand, prompting her to release her hold. Once he had donned the shorts, he glanced down and murmured, "But these aren't mine. Where are my shorts?" Outside the door, Meng Xiaobao, who had been eavesdropping, remarked with exasperation at Xu Xiaoxiao's slow reaction, "I told you I should stay. You insisted on keeping Xiaoxiao here. Now look, she's bound to slip up." "Shu, don't say anything. Trust Xiaoxiao." Du Yuan interjected, prompting Meng Xiaobao to pout, but say nothing more. Finally, confronted with Yi Chen's confusion, Xu Xiaoxiao snapped back to reality. Like a startled bird, she leaped from the bed, her face reddening as she explained, "Brother, your clothes were dirty, so I threw them away." "What? You threw them away just because they were dirty?" The thought of his outfit, which had cost him 100 yuan, being discarded sent Yi Chen's heart into a tailspin. Yet, since it was Xu Xiaoxiao who had done the throwing, he could hardly blame her and could only comfort himself. "Well, it's gone now. I was planning to buy new clothes anyway. By the way, whose outfit is this?" Looking at the luxurious suit Yi Chen was pointing at, Xu Xiaoxiao quickly crafted an explanation. "This is a gift from the hotel. You should wear it." "A gift from the hotel? Is this a hotel?" Observing the room's decor and furnishings, which resembled those seen on television, he began to believe her. "Yes, it's a hotel. How did I end up in a hotel? How much does it cost for a night?" Seeing his worried expression, Xu Xiaoxiao smiled and reassured him, "Brother, it's 88,000 for a night." 88,000? Isn't that extortion? How did I end up here? Don't worry, someone else has already paid for the hotel. So you won't have to spend a single penny. Upon hearing that he wouldn't have to pay, Yi Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon reflection, I found it peculiar that someone would generously offer such luxurious accommodations. Thus, I cast a curious glance at Xu Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao, please explain to your brother what transpired." "It's quite simple. You were struck by a car while leaving the hospital. The driver felt immense guilt and brought you here, covering all the expenses." Upon hearing that he had been hit by a vehicle, fragments of memory began to flicker in Yi Chen's mind. "I recall intending to return home to cook for mother. Then I heard the sound of an accelerating car, and from there, everything went blank." Yi Chen mumbled as he touched his body. The fractured ribs had already healed, and he felt no discomfort whatsoever. "Goodness, I wasn't injured at all." "Ah, well, perhaps you were merely knocked unconscious," Xiaoxiao replied. "Are you feeling any discomfort?" "None at all. I feel remarkably healthy and full of energy, capable of taking down a bull." As Yi Chen flexed his fists, Xu Xiaoxiao finally exhaled in relief. He directed his gaze towards Xu Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao, weren't you on the train? How did you return?" "Oh, that. There was a slight mishap with the train, and it returned. Then I received the call about your accident, and I rushed over." Hearing this, Yi Chen nodded thoughtfully. Observing that he was still clad in disposable shorts made him feel somewhat embarrassed. "Are these clothes truly free?" "Absolutely. Now, please put them on. You're making me blush." She replied, her bashfulness evident. Seeing her shy demeanor, Yi-Chen couldn't help but smirk, thinking that had he not awakened early, she might have yanked those shorts off him entirely. Chapter 9. Do not touch recklessly. After donning the suit and white shirt that had been placed aside, Yi-Chen stood before the mirror, admiring his refreshed appearance and nodding in satisfaction. I cannot believe how well this outfit fits me. Did you select this? Taken aback by Yi-Chen's inquiry, Shu Xiaoxiao, who had been gazing at him with wide eyes, nodded. Yes, I chose it. Otherwise, no one would know your size. There are also shoes and a tie. As for the tie, let us skip it. I'm hardly a successful individual, Yi-Chen quipped, self-deprecatingly, before slipping on the polished leather shoes. After taking a few steps, he found them quite comfortable. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he realized it was already midnight. Oh no, he exclaimed. Shu Xiaoxiao was startled by his outburst, fearing he might be unwell, and hurriedly rushed to him, feeling around in a panic. Brother, what's wrong? Are you unwell? Xiaoxiao, I assure you, I am perfectly fine. Please refrain from touching me so indiscriminately. Avoiding her probing hands, Yi-Chen sighed with relief. His youngest sister always managed to find ways to take advantage of him. I haven't delivered dinner to mother. She must be worried sick. Rest assured, elder brother. For our sister has already arranged for mother's meal to be delivered, mentioning that it is your friend's birthday. Thus mother shall harbor no suspicion. Upon hearing Xiaoxiao's words, Yi-Chen exhaled in relief. Approaching her, he affectionately ruffled her hair and said with a smile, Fortunately, we have you sisters. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. Come, let us proceed to the train station. Tomorrow marks your enrollment, and it is best not to delay. Hearing that Yi-Chen intended to see her off, Xiaoxiao pouted in discontent. Although she wished to remain, she lacked a compelling reason. So she reluctantly followed Yi-Chen towards the door. The four sisters at the entrance, noticing Yi-Chen's impending departure, hurriedly fled the scene. Meng Xiaobao dashed to the elevator, ready to ascend, only to be seized by Du Wan. Are you foolish? The elevator is on the first floor. Once it arrives, brother will surely spot you. What should we do then? We shall take the stairs. Without further ado, Du Wan grasped Meng Xiaobao's hand and led her into the adjacent fire escape. Su Qingqing and Wen Jia followed closely behind as they hurried down the stairs. Just then, Yi-Chen emerged from the room, oblivious to the presence of the four sisters. Once Yi-Chen departed the hotel with Xiaoxiao, the sisters finally emerged from the stairwell. Meng Xiaobao leaned against the wall, cradling her knees, and took a few deep breaths. This is the 30th floor. Second sister, do you wish to exhaust me? Consider it a means of physical training. Your stamina is woefully inadequate. Naturally, Du Wan, who had been conditioned by years in a war zone, possessed superior endurance compared to her sisters. After catching her breath, Meng Xiaobao caught a glimpse of her reflection in the mirror and paused in surprise. In our current state, brother surely would not recognize us. Indeed, the four sisters, typically seen by Yi-Chen, bore no resemblance to their current appearances, dressed in alluring short skirts, military attire, formal suits, and high-end designer outfits. They seemed worlds apart. Even if they were to present themselves before Yi-Chen in this manner, it would be difficult for him to believe that these were his own sisters. Hearing Meng Xiaobao's existential musings, Su Qingqing wiped the sweat from her brow and reassured her. It would be unfortunate if we were recognized. It is better to avoid risks altogether. Very well, though I am quite curious whether brother could recognize me in this guise. As she began to preen before the mirror, Wen Jia took a deep breath and remarked, Since brother is unharmed, let us proceed with purpose. Remember the words of our master. Our concealment of identity serves to protect brother. Do not entertain thoughts of revealing our true selves. Understood? Elder sister, fret not. We are well aware. Then let us be on our way. As the four sisters reached the hotel's entrance and prepared to step outside, they were taken aback to see Yi-Chen returning with Xiaoxiao. Brother, why have we come back again? In response to Shu Xiaoxiao's inquiry, Yi-Chen remarked, I pondered for a moment. That outfit has accompanied me for 3 years, and I have developed an attachment to it. Discarding it would indeed be a pity. With a simple wash, I could wear it for another 3 years. His fondness for the garment was merely a reluctance to part with it. After all, purchasing a new one would require financial expenditure that could otherwise be allocated to care for his foster mother with a couple of intravenous antibiotics. He hurriedly entered the hotel, anxious that the cleaners would dispose of his clothes if he was a moment too late. Upon entering, he was met with the astonished expressions of the four sisters. Observing their appearances, Yi-Chen blinked in surprise. Sensing that Yi-Chen had something to say, The timid Su Qingqing instinctively prepared to explain, fearing he might recognize their identities. However, Du Wan interjected hastily. Is there something you need? Hearing Du Wan's icy tone, Yichen felt a bit awkward and replied, could you please make way? I am in a hurry to retrieve something. Noticing that Yichun had not recognized her group, Du Wan quietly sighed in relief and promptly walked past him. Seeing her dismissive demeanor, Yichen merely pursed his lips in silence. As Meng Xiaobao brushed past him, she playfully remarked, hey handsome, let us hang out sometime. Why are you pushing me? Enough chatter. If we don't leave soon, we'll miss our ride. Wen Jia forcibly pulled Meng Xiaobao out of the hotel. As Su Qingqing passed by Yichun, her cheeks flushed slightly. She smiled and nodded before exiting. Observing their retreating figures, Yichun raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Noticing his expression, Xu Xiaoxiao mistakenly thought he had uncovered the identities of the four sisters and nervously inquired, brother, what is the matter? Xiaoxiao, don't you feel that tall girl looks quite familiar? No, not at all. At that moment, Xu Xiaoxiao's heart raced, simultaneously lamenting her third sister's knack for complicating matters. Upon hearing Xu Xiaoxiao deny recognition, Yichen scratched his head and chuckled. I have a feeling she might be a big star. I think I've seen one of her films. Realizing he had not recognized the sisters' identities, Xu Xiaoxiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps so. I am not entirely sure. Well then, let us hurry and fetch the clothes, lest the cleaners take them away. Outside the hotel in the parking lot, Wen Jia stood before a Rolls-Royce and addressed her three sisters. Brother's situation corroborates what our master once said, that he would face a great calamity at the age of 23. Now, having returned from the dead, it must be due to our master's influence. Let us continue with our endeavors. Du Wan nodded, a flicker of ruthlessness crossing her face. Indeed, we shall persist in our pursuits, but if that scoundrel Li Jiu dares to harm my brother, I will not let him off lightly. Chapter 10. The just are not always the loudest. Upon witnessing Du Wan's rising ire, Wen Jia let out a slight sigh. To dare threaten my brother. He truly deserves his fate. Very well, take the person away and handle it as you wish. As for the Songmin group, I shall take care of it. All right then. I shall take my leave first. We will be in touch later. Du Wan waved her hand and boarded a nearby armed helicopter. Watching the imposing helicopter ascend slowly before vanishing into the sky, Meng Xiaobao remarked, sister is indeed impressive. She travels by helicopter. Noting the envy in Meng Xiaobao's eyes, Wen Jia replied lightly, others envy you, the beloved star. Now, let us not dawdle. We must hurry. After speaking, Wen Jia climbed into a Rolls-Royce, waved goodbye, and drove off from the parking lot. Seeing her elder sister depart, Meng Xiaobao let out a slight sigh. Sister 4, how did you arrive? My tire was flat and I took it to the shop for repairs, so I came by taxi. Well then, let us take your sister's Ferrari. I shall drive you home. All right. After the two sisters left, Yichun emerged with Xu Xiaoxiao. Damn it, it was so close. Yet I was still thrown out by the cleaner. Seeing Yichun's frustrated expression, Xu Xiaoxiao chuckled. Brother, you are already an adult. Don't let such trivial matters upset you. I am not angry, merely a bit disappointed. Well, if it's gone, it's gone. Besides, I didn't spend any money on these clothes. Let us go to the station. Xu Xiaoxiao nodded obediently and followed closely behind Yichun. He hailed a taxi, and they arrived at the Beimin City train station. Approaching the ticket window, he inquired and found that a train to the city where Xu Xiaoxiao's university is located would depart in half an hour. After paying and collecting the tickets, Yichun escorted Xu Xiaoxiao to the waiting area. All right, Xiaoxiao, go in, otherwise, the train will leave. Looking at Yichun, Xu Xiaoxiao sighed softly, walked to him, and embraced him, murmuring, brother, you must take care of yourself. I know, your brother is not a child. Don't worry. Okay, I'll go in now. Goodbye, brother. Xu Xiaoxiao released Yichun, waved at him, and entered the waiting area. After watching her figure fade into the crowd, Yichun rubbed his head. Twice in one day. How absurd. Turning to gaze at the bustling square, Yichun shook his head and headed toward a side street. It was now midnight, and buses and subways had stopped running. Reluctant to take a taxi, he decided to walk home. After 10 minutes, the number of vehicles and pedestrians dwindled, and Yichun hummed a tune, hands in his pockets as he strolled along the sidewalk. Soon, the roar of an engine caught his attention. A white Maserati sped down the road at breakneck speed. Damn reckless drivers. Why don't you all crash and eliminate yourselves? Yichun muttered a curse under his breath. Sidestepping to the inner edge of the sidewalk, for he certainly did not wish to be inadvertently struck by that vehicle. However, in a twist of fate, the Maserati unexpectedly surged onto the sidewalk, barreling directly towards Yi Feng. Hearing the thunderous roar of the engine behind him, Yi Chen swiftly turned his head. Again? Why do I say again? Just as Yi Chen pondered the oddity of his own words, the Maserati suddenly screeched to a halt, stopping less than a meter away from him. He raised his arm to shield his eyes from the glaring light and saw the car door swing open. A voice cursing loudly. Are you out of your mind? Did I provoke you in any way? Hearing that it was a woman speaking, Yi Chen promptly lowered his arm. At that moment, a woman emerged from the driver's seat of the Maserati, staggering as if intoxicated, and made her way towards Yi Chen. Yet halfway there, she suddenly collapsed to the ground. Instinctively, Yi Chen lunged forward, catching her arm. A delightful scent of perfume wafted into his nostrils. How intoxicating! Gazing at the woman in his arms, her long, wavy hair was somewhat disheveled, obscuring her features, but even the briefest glimpse suggested her unparalleled beauty. She wore a form-fitting pink mini dress that accentuated her alluring curves. Her slender legs, complemented by a pair of pink high heels, exuded a unique charm. A luxury car, a stunning woman, in her unconscious state, it was an irresistible temptation. Yet, Yi Chen merely entertained the thought. He would not stoop to such despicable acts. He gently patted her face and said, Hey, have you had too much to drink? Drinking and driving. Do you have a death wish? I was drugged. Her fragmented words revealed the unfortunate predicament she found herself in. What should we do? I'll take you to the hospital. Upon hearing Yi Chen's intention to take her to the hospital, the beauty hastily replied, No. If they catch me, they will definitely take me away. I can't go to the hospital. Who is going to take you away? Just tell me where to go. Yi Chen inquired, but no matter how he pressed, the woman in his arms had succumbed to unconsciousness. Seeing her in such a state, Yi Chen let out a deep sigh. Very well, if one is to assist. It must be done thoroughly. You encountered me today, or else someone else might have taken advantage of you. Yi Chen muttered to himself, hoisting her up and opening the rear door of the Maserati, gently placing her in the back seat. After fastening her seatbelt, he breathed a sigh of relief. Such beauty. Who could be the one to capture her? Just as he mused, two Audi A8s parked beside the Maserati. The doors swung open, and 5 bald men emerged. One of the rotund men, adorned with a large gold chain and intricately tattooed with dragons and phoenixes, spat disdainfully and exclaimed, Damn it, this woman has fled so far. Kid, you're her chauffeur, right? Hurry and get lost. This has nothing to do with you. Observing his brazen demeanor, Yi Chen understood at once why the woman had fled for her life. I apologize, but I have promised this lady to escort her to a safe place. So I kindly ask you not to disturb me. Thank you for your cooperation. Are you deaf? Can't you comprehend what I'm saying? There's no need to shout. I can hear you just fine. Reason does not reside in volume, nor does wisdom in age. To hell with you. The hefty man raised his hand to strike Yi Chen, who instinctively countered with a punch. The blow landed squarely on the man's face, sending him flying 2 meters away. Staring in astonishment at his own fist, Yi Chen recalled the words of his beautiful master from the chaotic times. Yi Chen, the alignment of fate, timing, and human connection has been activated. I hope you will use the skills I have bestowed upon you to become a champion of justice, rather than a perpetrator of great evil. Goodness. So that's why I'm so formidable. It's the power my master granted me. With renewed confidence, Yi Chen shifted his focus to the other burly men rushing towards him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Chapter 11. You want me to sleep with you? Unperturbed by the assault of several muscular men wielding weapons, Yi Chen deftly evaded their attacks. Strangely, their punches appeared to him as if in slow motion, allowing him to effortlessly dodge before delivering a powerful hook to one man's jaw. The impact fractured the bone, rendering him motionless on the ground. Huh, you vile villains. None of you shall escape today. Yi Chen charged at the group like a ravenous wolf pursuing lambs. Shortly, all the imposing men lay defeated on the ground. Yi Chen flexed his fist and counted briefly. One is still missing? Just as the words left his mouth, a baseball bat struck his head. The solid wooden bat could easily claim a life, yet after enduring the blow, Yi Chen merely turned around, seeing the panic-stricken expression of his assailant. Yi Chen approached him with a grim countenance and coldly inquired, Do you realize what you are doing? The man swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he stammered, And no, I'm sorry, my hand slipped. Your hand slipped, is it? Very well. Yi Chen bent down to seize the bat, and without a moment's hesitation, swung it towards the man's head. However, in that fleeting moment, he reconsidered the fatal potential of the strike, redirecting it to land on the man's shoulder instead. Even the blow to his shoulder rendered him incapable of lifting his arm. Upon realizing that the few individuals surrounding him no longer posed a threat, Yichin discarded the baseball bat and glanced at the Maserati. The beautiful woman had succumbed to a deep slumber. Although he preferred to refrain from meddling, he knew that if he did not intervene, she would likely be taken away by those men. After a brief moment of contemplation, he opened the car door and settled into the driver's seat. As he ignited the engine, he muttered, "You are fortunate to have encountered me. Otherwise, others would have abandoned you here without a second thought." With that, he drove off. Initially, he intended to leave the woman at a hotel, leaving her fate to chance. However, after thoroughly searching her for any money, he found none. How could someone driving a car worth millions venture out without any cash? Standing at the hotel entrance, he scrutinized the few $100s in his pocket before ultimately returning to the driver's seat and steering towards the old town. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the luxurious Maserati entered a narrow alley that starkly contrasted its opulence. After parking, Yichun hoisted the unconscious woman onto his shoulder, inhaling the delightful fragrance emanating from her. It was intoxicating. He carried her into an aged residential building, ascending to the 4th floor where he opened the door to a modest room. This was the sole property of his adoptive mother, a sanctuary for him and his siblings. Though the home was simple, it exuded warmth. Gently placing her in the small room, Yichun exhaled a sigh of relief. His gaze fell upon her delicate, fair legs, and his heart raced. At just 23, it was only natural for him to harbor a few innocent thoughts upon seeing such beauty. Shaking his head to dispel the errant notions, he sighed. Reflecting on his own circumstances, "This could easily be me. Had it been another man, you might have already fallen into peril." Muttering softly, he removed her high heels and draped a blanket over her. Just as he was about to leave, the beautiful woman stirred and spoke, "It's so hot." Hearing her words, Yichun approached the window and opened it, allowing a refreshing breeze to waft over his face. "All right, the window's open. What are you doing?" she inquired, sitting up and grasping at her dress, attempting to remove it in a rather disoriented manner. Her struggle to undress seemed futile, possibly due to her hazy state of mind. The sight of her bare thighs made Yichun swallow hard. "No, this is not gentlemanly. If she wishes to remove it, that is her choice. I must not watch." Resolutely, he decided to exit the room. As he approached the threshold of the room, a stunning woman seated on the bed, carelessly tugging at her clothing, suddenly furrowed her brow and promptly retched. Hearing the sound of her vomiting, Yichun quickly turned his head. "Goodness, if you're going to be sick, at least give me a warning. This is my little sister's room." Yichun gazed at the mess on the floor, feeling an overwhelming surge of frustration. The beautiful woman, seemingly unfazed by his displeasure, wiped her mouth haphazardly with her hand and then lay motionless upon the bed. Observing her state, Yichun placed one hand on his hip and rubbed his forehead, wishing he could slap some sense into himself. "How could I have been so impulsive as to bring you back here? I should have just left you on the roadside to fend for yourself," he lamented, glancing again at the vomit on the floor, which made him feel queasy. Reluctant as he was to clean up the mess, he realized it was his home, and more importantly, his sister's sanctuary. He certainly could not allow it to remain until it dried out. Thus, despite the numerous times he had to suppress his own urge to vomit, Yichun managed to tidy up the unsightly mess. After spritzing the air freshener around the room, the atmosphere improved considerably. Sighing deeply at the remnants on the beautiful woman's lips, he thought to himself, "I ought to capture your current state on camera, so you can see the consequences of your drunken antics." However, lacking a camera in the house, and with his outdated phone devoid of such a feature, he walked to the bathroom to retrieve a towel. He then returned to the bedside to gently wipe her face. Even as he removed her makeup, her natural beauty shone through. With such striking looks and an enviable figure, alongside a luxury car, it appeared he had unwittingly brought home a woman of affluence and beauty. Aware that he and such a person were destined to have no further connection, he shook his head and stood up. Yet, just as he did so, her small hand grasped his arm. Attempting to pry her fingers loose, he heard her softly murmur, "Don't go, don't go." "But if I don't leave, how can I sleep? Are we supposed to share the same bed?" he replied. In light of her plea, Yichun rubbed his chin, reflecting that he had never shared a bed with anyone other than his sisters. Perhaps this was an opportunity to experience something new. Once the thought crossed his mind, it became difficult to disregard. He gazed at her exquisite face once more and asked, Are you truly certain you want me to sleep beside you? This time, the beautiful woman did not respond, and Yi Chun, growing weary of the questions, simply removed his shoes and lay down beside her. Chapter 12. The Navi young lady. The room was filled with a laying of scents, a concoction of air freshener, the remnants of vomit, and the lingering aroma of her perfume. Yi Chun took a deep breath. Lying beside him was a disheveled woman of wealth and beauty. Even if he were to act on his impulses now, she might not even realize it afterward. However, this thought was abruptly extinguished by Yi Chun. You are a paragon of virtue, not a sordid scoundrel. Quickly close your eyes and sleep, banishing any misguided thoughts, forcing his desires to wither at their inception. Yi Chun hastily shut his eyes, seeking the embrace of slumber. Yet the woman beside him, whether intentionally or inadvertently, draped a slender, exquisite leg across his waist. Feeling an unfamiliar sensation upon his abdomen, Yi Chun extended his hand to touch it, only to suddenly open his eyes wide, gazing at the beautiful leg resting on him. He swallowed hard and murmured, "Is this a test of my patience?" Gently, he attempted to remove her leg from his body and try to pry her hand from his arm, but to no avail. He could not fathom what grievance she held against him. Her grasp was tenacious, and no matter how he struggled, he could not break free. Resigning himself to the situation, Yi Chun closed his eyes once more. This time, upon reopening them, dawn had arrived. It was 5:30 in the morning. Typically, Yi Chun woke at this hour to visit the morning market, procure ingredients, and prepare a meal for his adoptive mother. Over time, this routine had become ingrained in him. After blinking at the ceiling, as he prepared to rise, he suddenly realized that something was gripping his arm. Instinctively turning his head, he was taken aback to find the wealthy beauty lying beside him, and memories of the previous night came flooding back. Observing her disheveled attire, Yi Chun inhaled sharply, striving to calm his racing heart. Gently grasping her hand, he endeavored to free his arm from her hold, inadvertently waking the stunning woman. Her eyelids fluttered slightly before those captivating eyes slowly opened. Good morning," Yi Chun greeted awkwardly, but the wealthy beauty blinked in surprise and abruptly sat up. Like a startled bird, she swiftly slapped Yi Chun across the face. "Who are you, and what have you done to me?" Faced with her accusatory tone, Yi Chun, rubbing his cheek in irritation, replied, "Dear lady, though your attire appears somewhat disheveled, I assure you on my honor that it is solely your doing and not mine." Upon hearing this, the wealthy beauty glanced down at her clothing and hastily adjusted her skirt. After straightening her outfit, she furrowed her brow and scrutinized Yi Chun. "Who are you?" "I am the one who saved you. Had I not intervened last night, you would have been thoroughly compromised by now." At this revelation, the wealthy beauty lowered her gaze in contemplation, fragmented memories resurfacing in her mind. "I recall being drugged at the bar, then fleeing in a car. When my consciousness waned, I spotted someone by the roadside, and I sought help. So, that person I approached must have been you?" In response to her inquiry, Yi Chun shrugged. Who else could it possibly be? In this world, where might one find a benevolent soul like myself? "I apologize, truly. I was momentarily disoriented and did not realize you were my savior, and yet I struck you. That must have been quite painful." The fair maiden, filled with remorse, offered her apologies and gently caressed Yi Chun's face with her delicate hand. As he felt her warm and smooth palm tenderly gliding over his cheek, Yi Chun swallowed hard and replied with a smile, "It's nothing. My skin is tough, and it hardly matters. Besides, you were unaware of my identity, so there is no blame to assign." "Hee, you are truly a good person," she exclaimed. "I wouldn't go so far as to call myself good, but at the very least, I strive not to be a villain. By the way, whom did you offend last night? Why did those men attempt to take you away?" At Yi Chun's inquiry, the beautiful young lady let out a slight sigh. "I do not know those men. While at the bar, a rather rotund fellow insisted on buying me a drink. When I declined, he forcefully brought me to their table, claiming that if I had just one drink, I could leave. Eager to escape, I complied, unaware that they had tampered with the beverage." Listening to her recount her harrowing experience, Yi Chun shook his head in dismay. "You are still quite naive. One must never accept drinks from strangers so casually. I never imagined he could be so wicked. It appears that there are indeed more villains in this world." Upon seeing her grit her teeth in indignation, Yi Chun sighed softly. "Perhaps you will learn your lesson from this. Now that you have regained consciousness, here are the car keys. You are free to go." Perceiving Yi Chun's intent to dismiss her, the beautiful maiden descended from the bed and stood before him with a pitiable expression. "Dear sir, could you take me in?" "What? Take you in? Yi-Chen responded incredulously as she nodded earnestly. Yes, I find myself homeless, and with so many nefarious individuals lurking about, I am at great risk of harm. Would you allow me to stay with you for a time, kind sir? As she clutched her arms in a playful manner, Yi-Chen was reminded of his youngest sister, Shu Xiaoxiao. If she were to encounter such a predicament, he would hope for a kind-hearted individual to come to her aid. Reflecting on his sister, he found it difficult to turn her away. Very well, if you wish to stay, you may do so. However, I must warn you that my living conditions are rather humble, and you may not find them to your liking. Upon hearing Yi-Chen's consent, the beautiful maiden beamed with joy. It matters not whether I like it or not. It is simply a matter of getting accustomed to it. Your room is quite charming in its own way. Observing the bedding and posters adorning the walls, Yi-Chen jested, "This is my sister's room. You shall reside here from now on. By the way, I do not yet know your name. My name is Li Menghan. And what do you go by, kind sir?" "I am Yi-Chen. You may stay in my home. I shall now prepare breakfast." As Yi-Chen turned to exit, Li Menghan murmured, "Yi-Chen, I shall remember your name, and I will repay your kindness." Yi-Chen prepared a breakfast using leftover food. After sharing the meal with Li Menghan, he took the lunchbox and prepared to leave. "Yi-Chen, where are you going?" Li Menghan inquired. As he put on his shoes, he replied, "My mother is hospitalized. I need to bring her some food before heading to work. I've left the car keys with you. Feel free to go wherever you wish. But please refrain from bringing back any unsavory characters." "Oh, don't worry. I don't associate with such people," she assured him. Hearing her response, Yi-Chen smiled faintly, then opened the door and stepped outside. Once Yi-Chen had departed, Li Menghan returned to her room, lay on the bed, and gazed out the window, muttering to herself, "I want to go back. Let us see what you can do about it." Chapter 13, From Now On. "We will take care of this home." Yi-Chen descended the stairs and rode his old bicycle to the hospital. Upon noticing that a small tree at the entrance had been broken, he pondered, who could be so callous? What harm could this little tree have caused? He clicked his tongue in disapproval before pushing his bicycle to the inpatient area. Upon entering the ward, he found his adoptive mother had just woken up and was chatting with other patients. "Mom, did you sleep well last night?" he asked. She smiled and replied, "Not bad. You don't need to bring me meals in the future. I can manage on my own here." Yi-Chen understood that she was referring to the previous night's events and awkwardly scratched his head, saying, "I had something come up last night, so I couldn't bring you food. It won't happen again. Dear, you're still young. Some social obligations are unavoidable. I'm fine, and I can go to the cafeteria myself, so don't worry," she assured him. Yi-Chen smiled in response and refrained from saying anything further. After conversing with his adoptive mother for a while, he rode his bicycle away from the hospital. Her illness was a bottomless pit. If he didn't work diligently to earn money, the hospital would soon be demanding payment for medical expenses again. Yi-Chen worked in sales at a company. As the profession required no specific qualifications, just the ability to communicate effectively, he left his bicycle in the company's backyard and walked inside. Upon entering, he encountered the sales manager. "Good morning, Manager Zhang," Yi-Chen greeted cheerfully. The manager glanced at his watch and coldly remarked, "Yi-Chen, what time is it?" It's 7:40. I'm 10 minutes late. There was a traffic jam on the way," he explained. "What does traffic have to do with you? You ride a bicycle. You can't get stuck in traffic." Manager Zhang replied, incredulous. Yi-Chen awkwardly scratched his head. "The tire was flat. I pushed it here." "Enough explanations. Your salary will be halved this month. If you arrive late again, your entire salary will be deducted." The reduction meant he would lose over 4,000 yuan. Yi-Chen currently earns just over 8,000 yuan a month. This deduction of half his salary feels like a death sentence. "Manager Zhang, I implore you to show some leniency. After all, I was only late this one time this month, and I assure you it will not happen again. If you grant me this one concession, it will only lead to further requests, and there is no room for negotiation." With a dismissive wave of his hand, Manager Zhang strode away briskly. Watching his retreating figure, Yi-Chen muttered darkly, "Damn it, may you be caught by your wife at that little mistress's place. I was merely late, and yet you had the audacity to dock me half a month's salary. What nonsense." Cursing under his breath, he hurried into the office. Approaching his desk, he gazed at the thick stack of phone books and let out a faint sigh. Yi-Chen's job involved telephone sales, primarily consisting of calling individuals to promote the company's products. Typically, out of every 100 calls, 80% would hang up upon revealing their identities, while the remaining 15% would unleash a torrent of abuse. Only 4% would engage in polite conversation. Yet, The actual number of those willing to make a purchase was a mere 1%. Thus, even the most eloquent among his peers might struggle to sell a single item throughout the morning, leading many to work solely for the meager base salary of just over 3,000 yuan a month. However, Yi Chun was different. He genuinely dedicated himself to his work, as he needed this job to support his younger sisters and to fund his adoptive mother's medical treatment. Consequently, he toiled diligently to promote the products, welcoming insults with a smile, which resulted in his salary being significantly higher than that of his colleagues. Sister Wang, it's Xiao Yi. Yes, how's that skincare set working for you? You see, our company has recently launched a new line of cosmetics that would be perfect for you. After working through the morning, Yi Chun had only half an hour for lunch, so he quickly purchased a boxed meal and rode his bicycle to the hospital to deliver it to his adoptive mother before returning to work. To save both time and money, he typically skipped lunch. His colleagues were engrossed in their own affairs, and no one bothered to prepare food for him. After a day of making calls, he successfully sold 10 sets of cosmetics, which earned him over 200 yuan. At 5 in the afternoon, Yi Chun, weary and exhausted, left the office. At the entrance, he happened to spot Wen Jia, who, at that moment, had lost her once stunning beauty, appearing instead as an ordinary girl with a face full of freckles. Brother. Upon hearing Wen Jia's gentle voice, Yi Chun smiled and walked over, ruffling her hair. Jia, what brings you here? I bought some food. Let's go to the hospital and eat with Mom. Seeing the takeout box in Wen Jia's hands, Yi Chun replied with a smile, very well, but next time, just tell me what you want, and I'll cook it for you at home. Oh, I just didn't want to trouble you, so I bought something ready-made. Let us hurry to the hospital. Yi Chun nodded slightly. After taking the old bicycle, the siblings rode towards the hospital. Wen Jia sat on the back seat, her arms wrapped around Yi Chun's waist. Although riding in a Rolls-Royce is undeniably comfortable, it pales in comparison to this joyful experience. Brother, do you have something weighing on your mind? In response to Wen Jia's inquiry, Yi Chun, who was pedaling, let out a small sigh. It's nothing serious. I was docked half a month's salary by our manager for being 10 minutes late today. It's fine. I'll bring him 2 packs of cigarettes tomorrow. That should lessen the deduction. Hearing that Yi Chun was penalized half a month's wages for merely being 10 minutes late, Wen Jia blinked, as if contemplating something. Upon arriving at the hospital, the siblings shared a meal with their foster mother. Afterwards, Yi Chun pushed the bicycle and escorted Wen Jia to the foot of a residential building. Jia, hurry up and go inside. All right, I'll head up now. Wen Jia stood on her tiptoes and pecked Yi Chun on the cheek, then shyly waved her hand as she dashed into the building. Touching his face, Yi Chun wore a warm smile. The place where Wen Jia rented was quite ordinary, contrasting sharply with her identity as a female executive. However, this was merely a facade to conceal her true self in front of Yi Chun. In reality, she owned a grand villa by the river. Standing by the window, Wen Jia watched Yi Chun ride away, then took out her phone and dialed her secretary's number. Hello, one. Please inform the HR department that Yi Chun from the sales division of our group S. Jinmei Cosmetics has been promoted to the position of vice general manager due to his outstanding performance. Yes, one. I will notify them right away. After hanging up, Wen Jia gazed in the direction Yi Chun had departed, murmuring, Brother, you've worked hard in the past. From now on, let us take care of this family. Chapter 14. Your entire salary this month has been deducted. Yi Chun rode the bicycle unsteadily back home. As soon as he opened the door, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps. You're finally back. Did you bring me something to eat? I'm starving. Seeing Li Menghan looking at him with eager anticipation, Yi Chun felt a bit embarrassed. I didn't realize you hadn't eaten, and I didn't bring anything back. By the way, why didn't you order takeout? Upon hearing that Yi Chun had not brought her food, disappointment washed over Li Menghan's face. She patted her flat stomach, looking quite aggrieved. I don't know where I lost my phone, and I don't have a single penny on me. How am I supposed to get food? Come on, driving a luxury car worth $1 million while claiming you have no money. Who do you think you're fooling? Who is fooling whom? If you like that car, I'll just give it to you. Li Menghan tossed the car keys at Yi Chun, then sulked on the sofa. Looking at the keys in his hand, Yi Chun assumed she was joking, casually placing the keys on the shoe rack as he took off his shoes and walked inside. There's instant noodles at home. You can cook for yourself. I don't know how to cook. Upon witnessing her seemingly nonchalant demeanor, Yi Chun couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Sister, you can't even boil instant noodles? Isn't that something anyone can do? Faced with Yi Chun's bewilderment, Li Menghan felt a slight flush creep to her cheeks. I don't know how to use that gas stove. Truly, she appeared to have been raised with a silver spoon in her mouth. Very well, I shall prepare it for you. As Yichin walked into the kitchen with a resigned expression, Li Minghan rose from the sofa, leaning against the kitchen doorframe. Her gaze fixed on him as he ignited the flame to boil water. What do you do for a living? Is it just the three of you at home? Responding to Li Minghan's inquisitiveness, Yichin cracked an egg into the pot, retrieving a packet of instant noodles from a nearby cabinet, tearing open the packaging, and tossing the noodle block into the boiling water. I work in telemarketing. Aside from my youngest sister, I have 4 other sisters. 4 more sisters? Your mother must be quite prolific. Observing her expression of sudden realization, Yichin rolled his eyes. My sisters and I are not biologically related. We are all children taken in by our adoptive mother. Do you understand? Upon learning the truth, Li Minghan nodded thoughtfully. Your adoptive mother must be quite remarkable. Indeed, it is no small feat for a single woman to raise 6 of us siblings. Not everyone could accomplish that. Yichin sighed as he poured the cooked noodles into a bowl and subsequently exited the kitchen with it. Placing the bowl on the dining table, he remarked to Li Minghan, there are chopsticks in the cabinet. Li Minghan opened the cabinet, retrieved a pair of chopsticks, and then sat down at the table. She leaned over the bowl, inhaling the aroma, her eyes brightening immediately. It smells wonderful. It's merely instant noodles. Haven't you ever tasted them? What is all the fuss about? In response to Yichin's teasing, Li Minghan picked up a noodle and slowly savored it, a look of satisfaction gracing her face. This is delicious. I suppose my mother was misleading me. Instant noodles are actually quite tasty. What? You've genuinely never had instant noodles before? No, my mother always said they were junk food, so she never made them for me or allowed me to eat them. Hearing this, Yichin carefully observed her dining mannerisms and actions, noting the air of refinement she exuded even while consuming instant noodles. To eat such a simple dish with the poise of a state banquet suggested that her background was rather extraordinary. Li Minghan, your family must be quite affluent. Am I right? In response to Yichin's inquiry, Li Minghan paused her chewing, regarding him with a hint of wariness. Why do you ask that? You needn't regard me with such suspicion. Your family's wealth has no bearing on me. I have no intention of stealing or robbing. I am merely curious as to how a wealthy young lady like yourself came to be in the residence of a less fortunate individual like me. Noticing that Yichin had no ulterior motives, Li Minghan relaxed slightly. My family situation is decent enough. I am here because I truly have nowhere else to go. So I am borrowing a few days' accommodation at your place. And the reason for that? Are you being pursued by enemies? It is not the case. Rather, it is due to family matters. Even if I share it with you, you would not comprehend. Please do not delay my meal. Noticing her reluctance to speak, Yichin shook his head and rose from the chair. Go ahead and eat. I shall return to rest. As he entered a room, Li Minghan blinked but refrained from saying anything further. Lying on his bed, Yichin sent a message to Meng Xiaobao. Unbeknownst to him, his younger sister is a top-tier celebrity in the country. In his perception, she had merely graduated from university not long ago and was currently working as an assistant in another city. After just finishing a shoot, Meng Xiaobao, delighted by Yichin's greeting, eagerly replied. A male actor, who harbored a slight admiration for her, teased, Xiaobao, are you messaging your boyfriend? I have no boyfriend. I am messaging my brother. Your brother? I was unaware you had a sibling. You would be surprised. I have 2 older sisters and 2 younger sisters as well. Spare me your gossip. It is quite bothersome. Seeing Meng Xiaobao's expression of impatience, the actor's face flushed crimson, and he dared not utter another word. For in terms of status, Meng Xiaobao could easily overshadow him. The opportunity to collaborate with such a prominent star was granted solely due to his investor uncle's insistence. Otherwise, with his capabilities, he would have been relegated to the role of a mere extra. After conversing with Meng Xiaobao for a while and learning that she was doing well, Yichin felt a sense of relief. Following their adoptive mother's illness, the responsibility of caring for his younger sisters had fallen squarely on his shoulders, and he now found himself playing both father and mother. After a restless night, he awoke promptly at 5:30 the following morning. After dressing, he exited his room. Noticing that Li Minghan's door was closed, he chose not to disturb her. Descending to the market, he procured some vegetables and returned home to prepare breakfast. As he gathered the prepared meal into a container, he remembered that Li Minghan could not cook, and she would likely go hungry at noon. Glimpsing at the clock on the wall, he noted that it was still early, prompting him to once again enter the kitchen. After preparing another meal, Yichin wrote a note and placed it on the dining table before departing with the meal container. Before long, Li Minghan emerged from her room, rubbing her eyes. Noticing that Yi Chen's door was ajar but empty, she muttered, "Has this fellow left so early?" Rubbing her stomach, she approached the dining table and spotted the note. Picking it up, she read softly, "Your breakfast and lunch are in the multifunction pot. I will return to make dinner." This fellow is surprisingly considerate. Entering the kitchen, she lifted the pot lid and beheld not only steamed buns, porridge, and pickles, but also rice and stir-fried vegetables, prompting a smile to grace her face. After delivering food to their adoptive mother, Yi Chen pedaled desperately to the company, but still arrived 5 minutes late. Upon entering the company, Yi Chen was immediately met with the frigid tone of Manager Zhang. "Yi Chen, you are late again by 5 minutes. Your salary for this month is forfeited." Chapter 15. Ascending to great heights, gazing up at Manager Zhang's sullen visage, Yi Chen inwardly cursed his luck. He pondered whether this man was specifically watching him, for it seemed that each time he was late, he would encounter him right at the company entrance. "Manager Zhang, I apologize, I was caught in traffic again." Wasn't I? This excuse had grown stale, and it was futile to protest. All his wages for the month would be deducted. Upon hearing that his entire salary would be withheld, Yi Chen felt a surge of panic. "Manager Zhang, it is the end of the month, and I have personally accomplished half of our sales department's targets. Are you really going to penalize me for being late by 5 minutes? This is akin to killing the donkey after it has carried the load." Manager Zhang, taken aback by Yi Chen's audacity to voice his grievances, glared at him, his eyes narrowing in fury. "So you believe you have grounds to complain about being late? Yes, you have completed half of the department's tasks. But you are part of this department. Fulfilling your duties is expected. I merely pointed out your shortcomings, yet you have a plethora of complaints ready for me. Yi Chen, this company is not your home. If you wish to work, do so. If not, then leave." As Manager Zhang gestured towards the exit, Yi Chen clenched his fists, filled with the urge to shout, "I refuse to work here any longer." However, thoughts of his ailing foster mother, his younger sister Xu Xiaoxiao who had just begun college, and his intern colleague Su Qingqing tempered his frustrations. "I will continue working," he muttered, observing Yi Chen's lowered gaze as he prepared to enter the office. Manager Zhang squinted and continued, "The company provides you with a livelihood. You ought to be grateful rather than complain. Otherwise, given your level of education, the only job you could secure would be swinging a hammer on a construction site." In the face of this derision, Yi Chen inhaled deeply, then stepped into the office. Sitting in his chair, he found himself devoid of the motivation to make phone calls. After all, losing an income of 8,000 yuan a month was a bitter pill to swallow. Yet, contemplating the prospect of not working meant no salary next month. He could only sigh and prepare to make the call. At that moment, Manager Zhang summoned all sales personnel to the conference room. Thus, Yi Chen set down the phone directory and, with a discontented expression, made his way to the meeting room. Manager Zhang, seated at the head of the table, surveyed the somber-faced Yi Chen and coldly declared, "I have gathered you here today because tardiness has become a recurring issue. Do you believe this company is your home? Arriving late daily, and when I address it, you are unwilling to listen. Are you here to live off the company?" At Zhang's words, the other employees turned their gazes towards Yi Chen, fully aware that he was the target of the manager's ire. After all, others had never faced salary deductions for tardiness. But whenever Yi Chen was late, he was always the one to suffer the most. Yi Chen glanced up at him briefly before returning his focus to the notebook in his hands. Manager Zhang took a sip of water and continued. "The targets for next month have been established. Our sales department barely completed its tasks this month, and we must strive harder next month. Yi Chen, as a veteran of the company, do you think you can manage to accomplish half of the department's sales targets next month?" Although Manager Zhang framed it as a question, it was, in essence, a notification. Fail to meet the targets? Then pack your belongings and leave. Yi Chen, currently seething with anger, confronted Manager Zhang directly, stating, "I can accomplish it, but the department is not solely my responsibility. Why must I shoulder the workload of 10 individuals alone? Moreover, I am not even compensated for it. Even a donkey in a production team wouldn't endure such treatment." Hearing Yi Chen's outburst, his colleagues began to murmur amongst themselves. Manager Zhang, darkly glowering at Yi Chen for daring to stand up to him, responded, "Fail to meet the targets? Pack your belongings and leave. Our department has no need for useless individuals." "Huh, you've made me laugh. The most capable people in the department are deemed useless. So what does that make you all?" As Yi Chen's frustration escalated to profanity, Manager Zhang slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Yi Chen, don't overstep your bounds. Do you think the company cannot function without you? I am officially notifying you, Yi Chun. You are. Just as Manager Zhang was about to publicly announce Yi Chun's dismissal, the company's general manager entered the conference room. Upon the arrival of the boss, everyone in the room, except for Yi Chun, stood up. Manager Zhang, wearing a fawning smile, addressed the general manager. General manager, it's nothing serious. Some employees are too self-important, thinking the company cannot function without them. I was just reprimanding them. Hearing Manager Zhang's explanation, the general manager scanned the room and immediately spotted Yi Chun, who sat with a sullen expression. Although he suspected this young man might be the newly promoted vice president from headquarters, he still inquired, "Which one is Yi Chun?" In response to the general manager's question, Yi Chun lifted his head to meet his gaze and coolly replied, "What is it? You've deducted my entire month's salary and assigned me half of the department's workload. If I refuse, you threaten to dismiss me. What other reasons do you have to target me? Just say it outright. Don't waste my time." Faced with Yi Chun's grievances, the general manager said nothing but quickly approached him, smiling as he said, "Vice President Yi, who would dare to dismiss you?" Upon hearing the general manager refer to Yi Chun as Vice President Yi, all employees, including Manager Zhang, widened their eyes in disbelief, momentarily questioning whether the manager was jesting. Yi Chun, the subject of this unexpected recognition, also furrowed his brow in confusion. "Ah, I see. It's not enough to dismiss me. Now you wish to humiliate me. Very well, let the humiliation commence. I shall endure it all. Alas, this matter is entirely my fault. I neglected to inform all departments. Mr. Yi, this is the transfer letter from the headquarters. Due to your exemplary performance, you have now been promoted to the position of Deputy General Manager. My dear Mr. Yi." Upon hearing the general manager's words, Yi Feng cast a sidelong glance, firmly believing that he was jesting. After all, he was merely an ordinary employee, not even a supervisor. How could he possibly ascend directly to the role of Deputy General Manager? Such meteoric rises were surely not meant for someone like him. The general manager truly lives up to his title, demonstrating a high level of disdain without uttering a single vulgar word. I am in awe. The mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow eternally. We shall see what the future holds. With a defiant remark, Yi Chun prepared to leave, declaring that he would no longer engage with them. Observing his continued disbelief, the general manager grew anxious. He grasped Yi Chun's arm and then produced the transfer letter from his pocket. "Mr. Yi, take a look for yourself. This is issued by the headquarters and bears the seal. I assure you it is not a deception." Seeing the general manager's fervent demeanor, Yi Chun, albeit skeptically, took the transfer letter into his hands. Upon seeing his name followed by the title of Deputy General Manager, Yi Chun was rendered speechless. General Manager. Is there perhaps another Yi Chun in our company? Could it be a case of homonyms? Chapter 16, Sweetened Bullets. Witnessing his incredulous expression, the general manager chuckled and patted his shoulder. "It cannot be mistaken. The photograph on this document is indeed you." Yi Chun glanced at the image. Unmistakably taken when he first joined the company. Yet, he was perplexed. Could such an extraordinary promotion truly happen to him? Was it possible that fortune had fallen from the heavens, landing squarely upon his head? Other colleagues shared his confusion. Although Yi Chun worked diligently, his sudden rise to Deputy General Manager was exceedingly hard to accept. Many were consumed by envy and jealousy, for attaining such a position meant an annual salary in the hundreds of thousands. Meanwhile, Manager Zhang's legs began to tremble. He was merely a small manager of a department, yet he had offended the newly appointed Deputy General Manager. His future surely held no promise. What if he were to be dismissed? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chun finally embraced this reality. Observing the smile on the general manager's face, he too smiled in return. However, the matter did not conclude there. After announcing Yi Chun's promotion, the general manager turned his gaze toward Manager Zhang. He had overheard Zhang's earlier tirade against Yi Chun. Now was an opportune moment to woo Yi Chun, so he coldly addressed Manager Zhang. "Manager Zhang, what was it you said you would do to Yi Chun?" Faced with the inquiry from the general manager, Manager Zhang's heart raced, and his eyes darted as he hastily explained. "General Manager, I meant to say that Mr. Yi has performed exceptionally well, and I am considering a salary increase for him next month." Observing Zhang's sheepish demeanor, the general manager replied coolly, "Manager Zhang, I heard every word you uttered. May I inquire about our company's policy on employee tardiness? Being late by 5 minutes incurs a 10 yuan deduction. Half an hour results in a 20 yuan deduction. and exceeding an hour results in a full day's wage being forfeited. Then why did you deduct an entire month's salary from Mr. Yi, who granted you the authority to act in such a manner? General Manager, there seems to be a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding, indeed. You have abused the power bestowed upon you by the company to retaliate against others. Individuals like you are unworthy of remaining in this organization. I hereby formally inform you that you are terminated. The general manager's words left Manager Zhang utterly astounded. Although this job was not indispensable, it was remarkably easy and well compensated. Desperate to avoid dismissal, Zhang pleaded, "General Manager, please grant me another opportunity." Opportunities are earned, not bestowed. Upon hearing the general manager's response, Zhang slowly turned his gaze towards Yi Chun standing nearby. It seemed the implication was for him to plead with Yi Chun. Although it was somewhat humiliating to beg his former subordinate, in order to preserve his livelihood, Manager Zhang took a deep breath and earnestly said, "Mr. Yi, I implore you to forgive me this once. I promise I will not err again." In response to his supplication, Yi Chun suddenly smiled. He approached Zhang and gently patted his shoulder. "Manager Zhang, you know I am not a petty person. Let us put our past grievances behind us and focus on our work in the company." Upon hearing Yi Chun's forgiveness, Zhang quickly bowed in gratitude. However, Yi Chun merely waved his hand and then followed the general manager out of the conference room. "Mr. Yi, here is your coffee." In the vice president's office, Yi Chun sat behind his desk, observing his secretary clad in professional attire. This secretary had been specially assigned to him by the general manager, and her figure and beauty were strikingly exceptional. "Thank you." Yi Chun accepted the coffee, took a sip, and, noticing she had not left, curiously inquired, "Is there anything else you need?" "Mr. Yi, you work so hard. Allow me to give you a shoulder massage." Without waiting for Yi Chun's consent, she moved behind him and began to knead his shoulders. This was Yi Chun's first experience with such service, leaving him uncertain whether he should decline. "Mr. Yi, your shoulders are quite solid. You must frequent the gym." In response to the secretary's inquiry, Yi Chun exhaled lightly and replied, "I have never been to a gym." Wow. Having never set foot in a gym, her shoulders appeared remarkably toned, complemented by her arms and chest muscles. Observing her increasingly audacious demeanor, Yi Chun felt a surge of panic and abruptly stood up. Could you please step out for a moment? I still have some work to attend to." To his surprise, the female secretary did not display any discontent. Instead, she flashed him a flirtatious smile. "Very well, Mr. Yi, I shall take my leave. If you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me." As he watched her sway her hips while exiting the office, Yi Chun sighed and pressed his forehead. Just as he began his tenure, he was already being bombarded with sweet yet deceptive advances. One could only wonder what further surprises awaited him. Shaking his head in resignation, he returned to his chair. Gazing at the opulent office, Yi Chun felt as if he were ensnared in a dream. An inconspicuous sales representative had suddenly transformed into the vice president of the company. Truly a tale of a frog turning into a prince. Yet, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. How could such fortune befall him? Was there some underlying scheme at play? Recalling a news article he had seen online about a company owner absconding and randomly selecting an employee to take the fall, Yi Chun's composure began to waver. "Damn it," he muttered, "I knew such good fortune could not be mine. Surely, I am being set up to take the blame." However, considering that the company had not encountered any significant upheaval recently, and had even secured numerous new orders, Yi Chun found himself perplexed. Rising from his seat, he contemplated seeking a conversation with the general manager to gauge the situation. If there were indeed issues lurking beneath the surface, he would resign immediately. His family depended on him entirely. He could not afford to falter at this juncture. Stepping out of the office, he noticed his secretary perched at the reception desk, nonchalantly retouching her makeup. Clearing his throat, he inquired, "Excuse me, where is the general manager's office?" "Allow me to escort you," she replied, rising and heading to one side, with Yi Chun swiftly following her. The secretary led him to the entrance of an office and addressed the young woman sitting there, saying, "Mr. Yi wishes to see the general manager, but she has just stepped out and is currently not in the office." Upon hearing that the general manager was unavailable, Yi Chun asked, "Have there been any significant changes in the company recently?" "Nothing major. It's quite similar to before," the manager's secretary responded. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Yi Chun resolved to consult his older sister, who worked at a large corporation. Perhaps she would possess some insight into these matters. Initially intending to call her, he reconsidered. Knowing that the situation was rather intricate and would be difficult to explain over the phone. Hence, Yi Chun departed the company and made his way to the place where Wen Jia was employed. Chapter 17. An unexpected encounter. Wen Jia informed Yi Chun that she worked as a clerk within a conglomerate, and coincidentally, Yi Feng's sales company happened to be a subsidiary of that very group, though Yi Chun was unaware of this connection. As it was a matter of meeting his own sister, Yi Chun chose not to ride the dilapidated bicycle, but instead paid 1 yuan for a bus ride, followed by a transfer to the subway, and finally walked 5 minutes to the corporate building where Wen Jia worked. This was Yi Chun's inaugural visit to this impressive structure, and as he gazed at the imposing edifice, he murmured to himself, "So this is where Jia Jia works? It appears quite splendid." Casting a glance at his somewhat tattered attire, he wished to spare his sister any embarrassment, so he stepped aside to a less crowded parking lot. Just as he was about to send Wen Jia a text message, a magnificent Rolls-Royce glided into the parking area. A Rolls-Royce. Now that is a luxury vehicle. Watching the car come to a halt, Yi Chun was filled with envy. He speculated whether the person emerging from the vehicle would be a portly gentleman. However, when the door opened, his gaze was captivated by a pair of slender, elegant legs. So long, so fair, so beautiful. The individual stepping out was none other than his elder sister, Wen Jia. Yet, at that moment, she bore little resemblance to the sister he remembered. Adorned with the glamour and attire of a movie star, this transformation left him momentarily unable to recognize her as his sibling. Staring at Wen Jia's stunning visage, Yi Chun's heart raced uncontrollably. This woman is extraordinarily beautiful. Although she seemed somewhat familiar, he murmured softly, recalling various actresses he had seen. Wen Jia descended from the car, clutching her handbag as she made her way toward the corporate building. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a man standing at a distance. With her haughty demeanor, she rarely paid attention to others. Yet, she felt an urge to glance at this man, so she slightly turned her head. Upon seeing Yi Chun, who was lost in thought with his head bowed, her pupils widened in surprise. "Why is my brother here?" Though caught off guard by Yi Chun's unexpected visit, Wen Jia quickly regained her composure, maintaining her gaze forward as she strode into the building on her high heels. Yi Chun, lost in contemplation, suddenly remembered. "Little sister. She resembles my little sister." With this realization, he hurriedly lifted his head, but Wen Jia had already entered the building, leaving him without even a glimpse of her silhouette. Such a pity, such a beautiful woman, and he could not behold her for a moment longer. With a hint of regret, he muttered to himself before picking up his phone to send Wen Jia a message. Upon entering the corporate building, Wen Jia immediately began to run. Her assistant, witnessing her boss sprinting in high heels, assumed a sudden crisis had occurred and hurriedly followed her. Once in her office, Wen Jia removed her high heels while simultaneously starting to shed her dress. "Go fetch my simple outfit, quickly." No sooner had she spoken than her phone rang. Wen Jia tossed her dress aside, grabbed her phone to take a quick glance, and then hurriedly began to remove her makeup. Soon, the assistant brought the clothes over. After Wen Jia put them on, she applied her makeup, and 10 fleeting minutes passed. "How do I look? Is there any difference from usual?" "No, President." "Are you going to meet your brother?" "Yes, I saw him in the parking lot just now. He usually doesn't come to my workplace. Something must be amiss." After tying her hair into a ponytail, Wen Jia took her phone and stepped out of the office. Upon arriving at the parking lot, she spotted Yi Chun immediately and hurried over to him. "Brother, I was in a meeting, so I'm late." Watching Wen Jia rush towards him, panting heavily, Yi Chun chuckled, "No worries, it was my oversight. I should have given you a heads up before coming." "Brother, your sudden visit, do you have something urgent to discuss?" "It's nothing serious, just a matter I would like your insight on." Noticing Yi Chun's mysterious demeanor, Wen Jia curiously inquired, "What is it?" "Well, today I was unexpectedly promoted to vice president of the company. Do you think this means I might be taking the fall for something?" Upon hearing Yi Chun's question, Wen Jia suddenly realized her brother had come here doubting the promotion. Adjusting her glasses, she smiled and replied, "Brother, your promotion is a good thing. Why would you be blamed? I went from being the lowest ranking sales staff to vice president. Who wouldn't be suspicious?" "That is true. But I've heard about your company. Nothing significant has happened recently, and there haven't been changes in upper management. It's probably just a routine reassignment." Hearing Wen Jia's words, Yi Chun tentatively asked, "So, does that mean I really am the vice president now?" "Brother, it should be true. Just return to work for a while, and you'll understand." The thought of truly becoming the vice president made Yi Chun beam with joy. This meant he would earn more, alleviating concerns about his mother's illness and his sister's living expenses. "All right, I'll head back to the office now. You should hurry back to work too. Watching Yi-chun excitedly stride toward the parking lot entrance, Wen-jia called after him, Brother, be careful on the road. Got it. Once Yi-chun was out of sight, Wen-jia let out a small sigh of relief. It seemed her brother was quite happy. Perhaps she should aim for him to become the general manager next. Yi-chun's joy brought happiness to Wen-jia as she skipped into the corporate building. If other business magnates were to witness this scene, they would surely be astounded. After all, the usually cold and ruthless Wen-jia exhibited such an endearing side. After returning to the company, Yi-chun sat in his chair, tapping the armrest, marveling at his incredible luck. Among the hundreds of employees, he had been chosen as vice president. His fortune was truly extraordinary. At that moment, a gentle knock sounded at the office door, and the secretary entered. Mr. Yi, the general manager has returned and wishes to have lunch with you, she announced. It would be a slight against him to refuse. Especially as he has just been promoted to vice president. It is crucial for him to cultivate good relations with senior leadership. Very well, where's the general manager? I shall seek him out. He has reserved a room at Bun-chun. Allow me to escort you there. All right then. Following the secretary out of the company, Yi-chun pondered how to reach the restaurant when he noticed a Mercedes-Benz 400 parked at the entrance. The secretary approached the rear passenger door and graciously opened it. Mr. Yi, please step inside. Observing her impeccable invitation posture, Yi-chun blinked and innocently inquired, This car? This vehicle has been allocated to you by the company. The driver, Xiao Lu, is at your service. Here is his contact number should you need anything. Casting a glance at the driver seated in the front, Yi-chun exhaled deeply. Muttering to himself, Yi-chun, you are now the vice president. Such matters are entirely routine. Remain composed. Chapter 18. The promotion banquet. After his quiet musings, he straightened his back and entered the vehicle. Upon arriving at the restaurant, he was led by the secretary into a private room. Present, in addition to the general manager, was a mature and alluring woman, whom Yi-chun recognized as another vice president, along with the financial director, totaling 4 individuals. The secretary gracefully exited, and the general manager rose with a cheerful demeanor, saying, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Zhao, allow me to introduce you to our esteemed Mr. Yi. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Zheng Meili, vice president of our company. Observing Zheng Meili's outstretched hand, Yi-chun smiled faintly and offered a gentle handshake. Mr. Zheng is quite the celebrity within our company. Many have harbored secret affections for you. Despite being in her 40s, Zheng Meili maintained her appearance, resembling a woman in her 30s, particularly with her graceful figure that prompted hushed discussions among many employees. In response to Yi-chun's compliment, Zheng Meili chuckled lightly. Mr. Yi, you possess a delightful sense of humor. After greeting Zheng Meili, the financial director extended his hand as well, though his demeanor lacked the warmth of Zheng Meili's. Good day, Mr. Yi. Good day, Mr. Zhao. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, they took their seats. Yi-chun, having previously been a mere sales associate, felt somewhat awkward in the presence of such high-ranking officials, let alone dining and drinking in their company. The general manager observed his discomfort and nodded towards Zheng Meili, who smiled and said, Today marks the day of Mr. Ye's promotion. We have prepared a modest promotion banquet for you this evening, and we hope you will grace us with your presence. Is this not the promotion banquet? Mr. Yi, this is merely a small gathering among us company leaders. The actual banquet will take place tonight. Upon hearing that there would be another banquet in the evening, Yi-chun felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, he personally despised such gatherings, where everyone merely engaged in flattery and ostentation, devoid of any genuine substance. However, considering his position as the deputy general manager, and with the banquet already prepared, he felt it necessary to extend a semblance of courtesy. Thus, Yi-chun nodded and expressed his gratitude, stating, I appreciate everyone's efforts. It is indeed deserved. During the luncheon, no alcohol was consumed, and they simply enjoyed a regular meal. Upon exiting the restaurant, Yi-chun chose not to have the driver escort him home. Instead, he purchased a fast meal nearby and made his way to the hospital. Mom, I have splendid news. I have been promoted. His adoptive mother, who was in the midst of her meal, smiled upon hearing this delightful revelation and replied, That is wonderful. However, do not let it inflate your ego. Stay grounded. Yi-chun nodded earnestly at his mother's counsel. He was not one to become arrogant like some newly affluent individuals, losing their way upon acquiring wealth. Instead, his sole focus was on ensuring his mother's recovery and improving their household. In the evening, Yi-chun emerged from the company, laughing and conversing with the general manager and others. The general manager proposed a celebration for his promotion, with the venue set at the Shangri-La. Hosting a banquet at a five-star hotel entailed significant expenses. Nonetheless, the general manager and his colleagues were indifferent, as it was company funds being utilized. As Yichen stepped outside, he spotted Wenjia, who had transformed back into her Cinderella persona. He greeted the general manager and then approached Wenjia. "Brother, where are you all headed?" she inquired. Yichen responded with a smile. "The general manager and the others have organized a celebration for my promotion. You should join us." Upon hearing this, Wenjia shook her head. "No, you all go ahead. I am taking food to Mom. I have already informed her to have dinner at the hospital cafeteria. Please go along without me." Without waiting for her to refuse, Yichen took her hand and led her to the group of the general manager. "General manager, this is my sister, Wenjia." The general manager simply smiled at the introduction and said nothing further, but the glances exchanged among the others revealed their lack of regard for Wenjia. Indeed, she appeared quite ordinary in both attire and looks, hardly captivating enough to spark interest. "All right, the car has arrived. Let us discuss further at the restaurant," Yichen affirmed, guiding Wenjia into the Mercedes. Once inside, Wenjia glanced at Yichen and whispered, "Brother, will I embarrass you in this attire?" "Silly girl, you are my sister. There is nothing to be ashamed of," he reassured her. Hearing this, warmth flooded Wenjia's heart, yet she continued, "But I am not pretty, I cannot dress well, and I struggle to converse." In response, Yichen gently cupped her face with both hands, gazing intently into her eyes. As she beheld Yichen's handsome visage, a blush crept onto her cheeks. How can my sister not be beautiful? As for adornment, do we truly live for the gaze of others? It suffices if we find ourselves pleasing. After speaking, Yichen gently cupped her face and then released his hand. Wenjia touched her slightly flushed cheeks, her heart brimming with sweetness. It seemed that after Yichen's sudden promotion, he had not developed any airs of superiority. He remained the brother who cherished her dearly. Linking her arm with his, resting her head upon his shoulder, she gazed ahead and murmured, "Brother, you are wonderful. Oh, we shall be all right." As they looked down the path before them, Yichen firmly resolved in his heart to ensure that his sisters would thrive, no matter the circumstances. The celebratory banquet that evening was rather grand, with department heads from across the company in attendance, including manager Zhang, who had previously given Yichen a hard time, now addressing him repeatedly as President Yi. After the general manager delivered a speech, the others commenced a round of toasts. Yichen's tolerance for alcohol was moderate, typically managing only 2 bottles of beer, yet today, after consuming a bottle of white liquor, he remained invigorated and showed no signs of inebriation. Yichen understood that after acquiring the skills bestowed by his mentor, his physical condition had vastly improved, even to the point of developing a certain immunity to alcohol. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, the crowd gradually dispersed. Yichen and Wenjia arrived at her apartment complex, standing before the entrance. Yichen, smiling as he caressed Wenjia's face, said, "Jia, your brother has improved. You need not struggle so hard anymore. Brother, let us strive together to make our home better. Indeed, let us strive together. Now, you should head inside." "All right, I'm off." Wenjia tiptoed and planted a kiss on Yichen's cheek before skipping into the building. Touching his own cheek, Yichen let out a slight sigh of relief. Back in the car, recalling that there was another mouth at home awaiting a meal, he instructed the driver to stop near their residence before heading to a restaurant to purchase some food. Upon arriving home, he found Li Minghan seated on the sofa, humming to herself. "What's wrong? Are you unwell?" At Yichen's inquiry, Li Minghan glanced at him and complained, "It's already 9 o'clock. If you had returned any later, you would have found my lifeless body. That's quite an exaggeration. I brought you something. Hurry and eat." Chapter 19. My mother has passed away. Seeing the takeout box in Yichen's hand, Li Minghan instantly regained her energy, leaping from the sofa to accept the box from him. "Wow, have you struck it rich?" Observing her astonishment, Yichen placed his jacket on the coat rack and settled onto the sofa, shaking his head. "I was promoted. This is a reward for you." As she gazed at the braised spare ribs and oil-braised prawns within the box, Li Minghan swallowed hard and asked, "Why would you reward me for your promotion? Surely you haven't tampered with this food, have you?" Faced with Li Minghan's doubts, Yichen twitched his lips, rose from the sofa, and took the meal box away. "Since you suspect me, I shall consume it myself." Seeing him actually carry off the meal box, Li Minghan, who was hungry, became anxious. "Don't take it away. I was just joking with you. Please don't eat it, that's mine." When she witnessed Yi Chun devouring her shrimp, she immediately leapt onto his back, reaching for the meal box in his hands. Feeling her delicate form against him caused Yi Chun's heart to race, and he hastily set her down, handing the meal box back to her. Eat, eat. I shall go take a shower. Watching Yi Chun stride into the bathroom, Li Minghan held a succulent shrimp to her nose, inhaling its aroma with satisfaction. Why have I never noticed how fragrant shrimp are before? Yi Chun took a quick shower, suppressing the heat within him. Upon exiting the bathroom, he found Li Minghan had finished her meal and was seated on the sofa, patting her belly. Li Minghan, you stay at my house every day? This can't continue. Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, the satisfied look on Li Minghan's face instantly shifted, and she gazed at him with a pitiful expression. Are you trying to chase me away? The outside world is so perilous. Would you heartlessly send me into the jaws of danger? Yi Chun could not bear to see such a pitiful look on a girl's face. Shaking his head helplessly, he muttered, if you stay any longer, it might be you who is in danger. Although Yi Chun's voice was soft, Li Minghan heard him clearly. She quickly clasped her chest, looking at him in terror. You wouldn't want to take advantage of me, would you? The atmosphere became awkward for a moment. Yi Chun scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. I was just rambling. You go ahead and play. I'm off to sleep. As Yi Chun entered his room, Li Minghan finally relaxed her grip from her chest. This guy nearly scared me to death. Lying on his bed, Yi Chun reflected on Li Minghan's long, fair legs, letting out a silent sigh. Now is not the time for a girlfriend. I must prioritize ensuring a better life for my sisters first. For the sake of his sister's well-being, Yi Chun could only push his own desires aside. At midnight, a sudden storm erupted outside, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. Yi Chun, lost in a blissful sleep, was jolted awake by a piercing scream. He quickly sat up, eyes fixed on the door. Soon, hurried footsteps echoed in the living room, and the door swung open, revealing a figure rushing in. Li Minghan, clad in a tiny nightgown, pulled back the blanket covering Yi Chun and shivered as she lay beside him. Feeling her trembling form, Yi Chun finally awoke from his slumber. Sister, it's just thunder. Is it necessary to react as if you've seen a ghost? Confronted by Yi Chun's lack of understanding, Li Minghan, cocooned in her blankets, cried out loudly. I have been terrified of thunder since childhood. Every time it thunders, my mother would be right beside me, comforting me. Woo-woo. After uttering these words, she burst into tears, leaving Yi Chun somewhat at a loss. Please don't cry. I had no idea thunder affected you so profoundly. Woo-woo, I want my mother. I want my mother. She lamented. Where am I supposed to find your mother at this hour? How about you give me her phone number, and I can have her come pick you up? Upon hearing Yi Chun's inquiry, Li Minghan ceased her sobbing. Noticing her silence, Yi Chun curiously lifted the blanket, only to discover her face streaked with tears. Her teeth clenched in an effort to suppress her cries. Seeing her in such distress, Yi Chun shook his head helplessly. He took out a tissue and gently wiped the tears from her cheeks, offering comfort. Your mother. My mother passed away a year ago. Ever since then, there has been no one to console me during thunderstorms. Upon hearing that her mother had departed from this world, Yi Chun couldn't help but envision the day his adoptive mother might face a similar fate, and he sighed. Everyone must face their day of parting, alas. Li Minghan sniffled and gazed at Yi Chun, murmuring, Aren't you curious about my story? Allow me to share. My father intends to marry another woman just a year after my mother's death. I couldn't bear it, so I ran away from home. Hearing this justification left Yi Chun somewhat speechless. Clearly, Li Minghan had been sheltered throughout her life. Otherwise, how could she leave home over such a matter? However, recognizing her current emotional turmoil, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. The two lay on the bed, listening to the wind and rain outside. Gradually, Li Minghan cried herself to sleep. In a state between wakefulness and slumber, Yi Chun was suddenly jolted awake by a blinding flash of lightning that was followed by a deafening clap of thunder. Startled like a frightened bird, Li Minghan let out a piercing scream and immediately clung to Yi Chun. Though Yi Chun was not frightened by the thunder, her scream startled him greatly. Observing Li Minghan clinging tightly to him, he sighed in resignation. Do not be afraid, it's all right. Yi Chun was unsure when he had fallen asleep, but he distinctly remembered being awakened by Li Minghan's screams 5 times throughout the night until the rain finally ceased. The following day, Yi Chun awoke to the sound of the alarm clock, squinting his eyes as he reached for his phone beside him. However, instead of finding his phone, he encountered something unusual. What is this? As he squeezed it, a realization struck him, prompting him to quickly open his eyes. He discovered that his hand rested upon Li Menghan's body, and he hastily withdrew it, inwardly praying that she would not awaken. Fortunately, Li Menghan merely murmured softly before turning over and continuing to sleep. Gazing at her flawless, radiant back, Yi Chen swallowed hard. Do not gaze upon that which is forbidden. Do not gaze upon that which is forbidden. After silently reciting it twice in his mind, he hurriedly leapt off the bed, exiting the room. He gently closed the door behind him and let out a deep sigh of relief. How could he have allowed her into his room? It was far too easy for trouble to arise. Yi Chen took a couple of deep breaths before making his way into the kitchen. After busily preparing for a while, he placed Li Menghan's breakfast and lunch into a multifunctional cooker. Remembering that Li Menghan was currently without a penny to her name, he retrieved 500 yuan from his pocket and laid it on the dining table, leaving a note. This money is a loan. Please remember to return it once you get home. After pinning the note, Yi Chen picked up the meal box and stepped out of the house. Half an hour later, Li Menghan awoke, tousling her disheveled hair as she emerged from her room. Her eyes immediately fell upon the 5 bright red bills on the dining table. Picking up the note, she glanced at it, and a subtle smile graced her lips. This guy has quite the sense of propriety. Chapter 20. The Trust of the Boss. Just as Li Menghan was about to enter the kitchen to retrieve her breakfast, she was startled by a knock at the door. Assuming it was Yi Chen who had forgotten his keys, she took a bite of her bun and ambled to the door, mumbling, "Did you forget your keys?" Upon seeing the person standing at the threshold, she froze, instinctively attempting to shut the door. However, the individual outside grasped the doorknob firmly. "Menghan, are you not going to let your father in?" Looking at her father before her, Li Menghan swallowed the bite of bun in her mouth and coldly replied, "What do you want? Go ahead and marry your bride. After all, I and my mother are of no importance to you." Hearing his daughter speak thus, Li Zhengchun, as a father, let out a resigned sigh. "I have decided not to marry her, Menghan. Come home with me. Are you truly set on not marrying her?" Seeing the disbelief on Li Menghan's face, Li Zhengchun nodded earnestly, affirming, "Yes, no one is more important than my daughter. Child, you have suffered during this time." Upon realizing her father's sincerity, Li Menghan's eyes glistened with tears. Although she had been employing this juvenile method to resist her father's marriage to another woman, deep down, she yearned for her father's acknowledgement. She extended her arms to embrace him, softly whispering, "Dad, I miss you so much. My daughter, I miss you too. Come, let us return home." Li Menghan nodded, suddenly struck by a thought. She released her father and dashed to the dining table, scribbling something on paper. Li Zhengchun stood at the door, refraining from entering, instead surveying the room's decor. After leaving a note, Li Menghan entered a room, changed her clothes, and emerged. "Dad, let us go." "All right." Li Menghan followed her father, Li Zhengchun, out of the house. On the dining table, apart from the 500 yuan left for her by Yi Chen, there lay a car key and a note. After delivering a meal to his adoptive mother, Yi Chen headed to the company. After all, he was now a vice president and could no longer afford to be tardy as he once was. Of course, even if he were late, no one would dare to say anything to him. Upon entering the office, he was greeted by a charming female secretary who entered with a cup of coffee. "Mr. Yi, here is your coffee." Acknowledging her gesture with a nod, Yi Chen inquired, "What task should I undertake?" "Mr. Yi, your primary responsibilities involve promoting our company's cosmetics externally, as well as negotiating purchasing contracts. The company will arrange this. You merely need to handle the negotiations." Hearing that his role revolved around such tasks, Yi Chen nodded. After all, charming conversation was his forte, and he presumed that negotiations would pose no significant challenge. "Is there a contract that requires discussion today?" "Yes, at 9 o'clock. Representatives from Boumet Cosmetics Company will arrive to converse with you regarding the pricing of the cosmetics we sell to them. Here is the report." Picking up the report she placed on the desk, Yi Chen glanced at it and marveled internally at the lucrative nature of the cosmetics industry. For instance, a bottle of skincare essence that he marketed for 188 yuan had a guiding price of only 88 yuan when sold to Boumet. Yet, even under such circumstances, there remained substantial profit. This indicated that the production cost of the skincare essence could not exceed 30 yuan. This was sheer profiteering. Noticing Yi Chen's astonishment, the secretary smiled slightly and remarked, "This industry operates this way, which is why your position is significant. Not just anyone can become the company's price negotiation leader." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen fell silent. Indeed, how could such a financially rewarding position be so easily bestowed upon him? Shouldn't it be reserved for the boss's in-laws or relatives? If one were to suggest there was a conspiracy at play, he, a mere sales clerk, possessed little to offer in terms of value. With a resigned shake of his head, he decided to set such thoughts aside for the time being. After all, every challenge has a solution, and he would take it one step at a time. By the way, Mr. Yi, the assistant to the president of the headquarters has arrived at our company and is currently waiting for you in the reception area. Upon hearing that someone from the headquarters was present, Yichin quickly stood up. This was a perfect opportunity to inquire about the reasons behind his promotion. Upon reaching the reception area, he encountered a woman clad in a white suit, a black short skirt, and pink high heels, exuding an air of elegance. Hello. You must be Assistant Chen? As he extended his hand, when Jia's personal assistant smiled and shook it. Hello, Mr. Yi. Please, have a seat. I was actually planning to visit the headquarters in the coming days. Oh, Mr. Yi, what brings you to the headquarters? In response to Assistant Cheng's inquiry, Yi Chun smiled slightly and remarked, as you are aware, I was merely a salesperson in the past, and suddenly being appointed as the deputy general manager feels rather disconcerting. Why has the headquarters entrusted me with this position, Assistant Cheng? Noting Yi Chen's curiosity about this matter, Assistant Cheng crossed her legs, embraced her knees, and replied with a smile, it is because your exceptional business acumen has significantly bolstered the company's sales figures. The president has thus decided to appoint you as the deputy general manager. Do you understand, Mr. Yi? Upon hearing Assistant Cheng's explanation, Yi Chen nodded thoughtfully. Although the reasoning was quite formal, it still seemed somewhat incomprehensible, as such a meteoric rise felt akin to winning a lottery, an astonishing turn of fate. Haha, Mr. Yi. The headquarters has bestowed this position upon you out of trust, so do not feel overly pressured. Just be yourself. Yes, I am grateful for the trust of the headquarters, and I shall not disappoint the president's expectations. With that, she excused herself, leaving Yi Chun feeling a weight lifted from his chest. After all, it was reassuring to have the assistant to the big boss personally come to explain matters, leaving little room for doubt. Imagining himself truly as the deputy general manager, Yi Chun sat in his chair, marveling at his fortune. How the tides of fate turn. Who would have thought I would one day hold such a position? Knock, knock. The office door was rapped upon, and the secretary entered. Mr. Yi, representatives from Boo Beauty Company have arrived. Very well, let me meet with them. The representatives from Boo Beauty Company, a man and a woman, had a clear agenda to procure the best products at the lowest prices. Having heard of the new deputy general manager's arrival, they were eager to seize the opportunity. As the conference room door swung open, Yi Chen strode in. Greetings, Mr. Yi. Hello to both of you. Please take a seat. Once seated, Yi Chun perused the reports in his hands and stated, I have reviewed your proposed pricing. And to be frank, we cannot accept this offer. Yi Chen did not mince words, directly conveying his stance. Upon hearing this, the two representatives exchanged glances, and one of the women smiled as she said, Mr. Yi, you may not be aware, but this was the price agreed upon with the former deputy general manager. At the mention of his predecessor, Yi Chen set down the documents, crossed his arms, and leaned back on the sofa with a smile. Do you happen to know where my predecessor is now? I heard he was transferred to your company's headquarters. Indeed, he was transferred, but to my knowledge, he has been imprisoned for embezzling company funds. At this revelation, the two representatives became visibly unsettled. They had indeed negotiated contracts with the vice president in the past, and the prices were consistently low. However, they also engaged in kickbacks. Each time a contract was concluded, they could afford to grant him hundreds of thousands. Now that this individual has fallen into legal troubles due to such matters, it will be exceedingly difficult for them to secure such advantageous pricing in the future. Yi Chun was perplexed by their thoughts, lightly tapping his fingers against his arm. I shall not concern myself with the affairs of my predecessor. The headquarters will handle that. What I must convey to you is that we cannot accept this price. If you wish to finalize the order, the price must increase by 5% from the original amount. Do you concur? 5% amounts to hundreds of thousands. The two pondered for a moment. The woman looked at Yi Chun with a faint smile and gently suggested, Mr. Yi, we understand the reasoning. We will certainly not shortchange you. How about you lower your request a bit and consider a 3% increase instead? Upon hearing this, Yi Chun stood from the sofa and, with a calm demeanor, replied, My predecessor faced consequences for such dealings. Do you think I would tread the same path? Moreover, the company trusts me to sit here and engage in discussions with you. Would I act contrary to the company's interests? 5% is non-negotiable. Ponder it well. After clearly articulating his stance, Yichen pushed open the conference room door and exited, leaving the two representatives staring at each other in disbelief. Stepping out of the conference room, Yichen shook his head in resignation. This position is indeed comfortable, but the temptations it presents are formidable. Almost every distributor seeks to secure some form of kickback to reduce the product's purchase price. If he accepts once, he may accept twice, thrice, until he ultimately finds himself in the same predicament as the former vice president, imprisoned. As a promising life beckons to him, he cannot afford to stumble now. Sitting in his office chair, he glanced at the text message from Meng Xiaobao, responding with delight. His younger sisters often enjoy conversing with him. Nearly every one of them calls or sends him a message daily. A knock on the office door interrupted him, and his secretary entered. "Mr. Yi, this is your custom-tailored suit." Observing the pristine suit in the secretary's hands, Yichen put down his phone and remarked, "Do vice presidents still receive work uniforms?" "Mr. Yi, this is provided by the company, as you sometimes need to attend meetings in certain settings, and appearing too informally could be inappropriate." Hearing this, Yichen let out a slight sigh. Ultimately, he lacked the status. Were he the wealthiest man in the nation, he could wear sports attire anywhere without fear of reproach. While this may be true, you are not the wealthiest, so it would be best to wear it. With the secretary's insistence, Yichen decided to forego his reluctance. Standing before her, he grasped his clothing in hand, only to be taken aback when the secretary unexpectedly extended her hand to assist in removing his garments. "Oh, what are you doing in broad daylight?" he exclaimed. "I'm merely here to help you change," she replied with a playful grin. "No need, I can manage on my own," he retorted. "Oh, come now. Don't be so shy. It's merely a change of clothes, nothing more." Faced with her teasing, Yichen felt a flush of embarrassment creep across his face and feigned annoyance, saying, "As a solitary man and woman, what would it mean for you to assist me in changing?" With a composed demeanor, she countered, "Everything we do is proper and above board. There's nothing to fear. I perceive you are merely grasping at straws." He shot back. Sensing his irritation, the secretary withdrew her hand, playfully tossing her hair over her shoulder, and said, "If you truly don't require my assistance, then so be it. Should you need help, just call out." With a teasing glance at Yichen, she turned and exited the office. Once the door to the office had closed, Yichen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It is often said that a boss desires to be intimate with his secretary. Yet I find myself pondering whether it is rather my secretary who harbors such intentions toward me, he mumbled to himself, shaking his head at the luxurious suit in his grasp. Although he had ascended to the position of vice president, Yichen still dutifully delivered lunch to his foster mother at the appointed hour. To avoid drawing attention with the gleaming Mercedes, he opted to take the bus instead. After delivering lunch, Yichen noted that he still had some time before work resumed. So he ventured to a nearby shopping mall with the intention of purchasing a few garments for Wenjia, though he refrained from voicing any criticisms regarding her attire. Fearing it might hurt her feelings, he recognized that her clothing was rather pedestrian for a woman in her 20s, a time when beauty flourishes. Despite his financial constraints, the company had generously advanced him a month's salary, which had been deposited at noon. This was the reason he felt emboldened to peruse the mall. However, after a leisurely stroll through the shops, Yichen was reluctantly compelled to abandon his intention of buying clothes there. With a monthly salary of 50,000, after allocating 40,000 for Wenjia, he was left with only 10,000. Yet, the prices here ranged from 4 to 5,000. With anything truly fashionable exceeding 10,000, his remaining funds were utterly insufficient. Seated on a bench in the mall, he observed the throngs of shoppers, sighing in resignation. "Perhaps I should seek out a more affordable place. I can always bring her here to shop for more when I have the means." He comforted himself with this thought, preparing to leave when he spotted two women laughing and chatting in the distance. Upon closer inspection, he recognized one of them as the long-legged beauty he had seen in Wenjia's company parking lot. What a coincidence to encounter her again. Concealing himself behind a pillar, he secretly admired the transformed Wenjia. The more he looked at her, the more she resembled a younger sister to him. In fact, he mused, if he were to strip her of her attire and dress Wenjia in similar fashion, she would undoubtedly exude the same captivating allure. Truly beautiful indeed. Yichen acknowledged that he had developed feelings for this woman, for what man could resist the allure of beauty? Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that this enchanting lady was, in truth, his sister, with whom he shared no blood relation. Wenjia was shopping at the mall with the daughter of a client of considerable stature nationwide. Although she typically preferred the comfort of her home, the client had sent his daughter specifically to engage with her, leaving her with little choice but to comply. Moreover, she recalled that Yi Chun had ascended to the position of vice president and could no longer dress so modestly, prompting her to consider purchasing a few elegant garments for him. Thus, she acquiesced to the request of the client's daughter to accompany her on this shopping excursion. Jejia, I truly envy you, achieving so much at just over 20. In response to the admiration expressed, Wenjia replied with a hint of indifference. I prefer a life of simplicity. Come, let us peruse the men's clothing store. As she stepped into a men's brand boutique, the client's daughter jested, Jejia, are you selecting something for a boyfriend? No, it is for me, she began, only to remember that outsiders were unaware of her brother's existence. To avoid complicating matters for Yi Chun and to keep her identity concealed, Wenjia swiftly amended her statement. He is merely a friend. Oh, a friend whom Jejia personally selects attire for. Your relationship must be quite close. Upon hearing this, Wenjia merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. After they had entered the men's clothing store, Yi Chun followed suit. Upon entering, a sales associate approached him. Sir, are you looking for a suit or a shirt? I'm just browsing. You may attend to your other customers, he replied dismissively. Of course. Please let me know if you require assistance. Once the sales associate departed, Yi Chun feigned interest in the clothes on the rack while secretly observing the two women. After all, the transformed beauty of Wenjia was the first to stir his heart, and he wished to steal a few more glances. Having perused the store without finding anything to her liking, Wenjia turned to leave. Spotting her exit, Yi Chun hastily crouched down, concealing himself behind a garment. Once he saw the two women had stepped outside, he promptly followed. The sales associate, noticing Yi Chun's furtive behavior and glancing at the recently departed Wenjia and her companion, quickly deduced his intentions. Another lecherous man, she thought. After wandering around the mall, Wenjia sensed that someone was trailing her. Each time she looked back, she glimpsed a shadow fleeting away. Assuming it was some infatuated suitor spying on her, she devised a plan for a surprise ambush to mock him thoroughly. Thus, when she entered a clothing store, she refrained from proceeding further and concealed herself behind the door. Seeing Wenjia hide behind the door, the client's daughter curiously inquired, Jejia, what are you doing? Hush. There's a stalker following us. I intend to teach him a lesson. Upon hearing such news, the client's daughter's eyes sparkled with excitement. I am quite adept at dealing with stalkers. Just wait and see. Excellent. Together we shall confront him. Unaware of the situation, Yi Chun quickly approached the entrance of the clothing store and stepped inside. Just as he entered, two girls emerged from behind the door. Upon seeing Wenjia's exquisite visage, Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. He was not the only one astonished. Wenjia, upon realizing that Yi Chun was the one trailing her, was equally startled. Instinctively believing her identity had been uncovered, she prepared to admit her transgression and offer an explanation. However, at that moment, the client's daughter, hands on her hips, pointed accusatorily at Yi Chun and exclaimed, You despicable stalker. Is peeping amusing to you? Do you have any idea who my father is? He could eliminate you in an instant. Confronted with her threats and insults, Yi Chun hastily explained, No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to follow you. Hearing his stammering voice, the client's daughter remained unconvinced and retorted, So you didn't intend to, but you did? Don't think I'm unaware of your thoughts. Which of us two beauties has captured your fancy? You should take a good look at yourself in the mirror before making assumptions. Her loud outburst drew the attention of other patrons in the store. Yi Chun noticed their pointed stares, his face flushed with embarrassment. After all, he had been the one following her, and her accusations were not entirely unfounded. I'm sorry, he mumbled. As Yi Chun apologized, the client's daughter was about to say more, but when Jia felt a pang in her heart. In her recollection, her brother had never been subjected to such indignity, so she tugged at the client's daughter's arm, interrupting her words. She stepped in front of Yi Chun, observing his downcast gaze, and gently inquired, Do you recognize me? To her question, Yi Chun shook his head. I don't know you. If you don't know me, why were you following me? At this question, Yi Chun fell silent. Seeing his reluctance to answer, Wenjia let out a sigh of relief. It appeared her brother was unaware of her true identity. Yet, she was also curious. Was he following her merely because of her beauty? Contemplating this, Wenjia commanded, Lift your head and look at me. In response to Wenjia's command, Yi Chun inhaled deeply and gradually raised his head. Gazing into her eyes, which seemed capable of perceiving everything. He explained, I followed you not solely because of your beauty. Huh. So it's not just because I'm beautiful. You are indeed following me for my looks, then? At this point, inexplicably, Wenjia felt a surge of anger. She herself was unsure of the reason for her vexation. Yet the thought of her brother clandestinely following a beautiful girl incited a flicker of irritation within her, even though that enchanting girl was, in fact, herself. Wenjia was consumed by jealousy. In response to her inquiry, Yichen let out a sigh. I merely found you reminiscent of my sister, which compelled me to steal a few glances. Upon hearing Yichen's words, Wenjia felt a wave of dismay wash over her. Oh no, my brother has uncovered my true identity. After a brief moment of panic, Wenjia swiftly regained her composure. For Yichen had only remarked that she bore a resemblance to his sister, not that she was indeed her. Thus, she exhaled softly with relief and tentatively inquired, Is your sister beautiful? Of course. My sister is always the most beautiful. Witnessing his proud demeanor as he spoke of her, Wenjia felt a warmth blossom in her heart. It seemed her brother was still the same brother, unchanged over time, though her heart brimmed with warmth. Her words came out frostily. Is it because I resemble her that you chose to follow me covertly? What? Do you wish for me to assume the role of your sister? No, no, no. I was merely curious, and I feel quite guilty for the disturbance I caused you. Henceforth, refrain from stealthily following young women, or one day you may find yourself reprimanded. After delivering her cold remark, Wenjia strode out of the clothing store. The client's daughter shot him a fierce glare before hastily exiting in her high heels. As he watched them leave, Yichen felt a twinge of frustration and tugged at his hair. Yichen, what on earth are you doing? Why are you creating trouble where none exists? After chiding himself, he noticed a few onlookers still watching and, wishing to avoid further embarrassment, hurriedly exited the store. Although Wenjia had appeared furious in front of Yichen, once outside, her visage was alight with smiles, prompting the client's daughter to question, Sister Jia, how can you still smile in the face of a stalker? What else should I do? Should I shed tears? She retorted. Besides, he merely thought I resembled his sister and stole a few glances. Let us not label him a stalker. Chapter 23. Why is my heart racing? Witnessing Wenjia defend the stalker left the client's daughter momentarily speechless. After leaving the mall, Yichen lost all desire to continue shopping. Resolving to take Wenjia out to shop together on his next day off, he spent the afternoon at the office and, that evening, opted to walk home rather than have the driver take him. He had anticipated the moment he would open the door to hear Li Minghan exclaiming about her hunger. However, the house was eerily silent. Removing his shoes and surveying the empty abode, he murmured, Where has that girl gone? Upon entering Su Xiaoxiao's room and finding no trace of Li Minghan, his peripheral vision caught sight of the 500 yuan he had left for her on the table, along with a note and a car key. Yichen, I am profoundly grateful for your hospitality over the past 2 days, which has reaffirmed my belief in the existence of kindness in this world. My father has come to find me, and he has decided not to marry that woman. Thus I have chosen to return home. Once again, I extend my heartfelt thanks for your care. That Maserati shall serve as my token of appreciation. As Yichen read the note, he let out a deep sigh. Although their time together spanned only 3 days, Li Minghan had left a significant impression on him. Returning home is undoubtedly preferable to suffering outside. This girl possesses a sense of conscience, having gifted me that car. Holding the car keys, Yichen shook his head in resignation before placing them in a drawer. He then entered the modest room of Shu Xiaoxiao to tidy up. He tossed the sheets into the washing machine, glanced at the wall clock, and hurried to the kitchen to prepare a meal. After finishing the dishes, Yichen visited the hospital to bring food to his foster mother. Spending some time in conversation with her, noticing that night had fallen, he returned home. He hung the freshly washed duvet on a drying rack, and seeing that it was still early, he went to the bathroom to take a shower. After enjoying a refreshing bath, he realized he had forgotten to retrieve clean clothes. However, this was inconsequential, as he was alone at home. Thus, after drying off, Yichen boldly opened the bathroom door and stepped out. Just as he emerged, he heard the sound of the front door being unlocked, and in walked the tall and graceful Meng Xiaobao. She was taken aback to find Yichen at home without any clothes on. Yichen, equally surprised by her unexpected return, hastily covered himself while awkwardly addressing her, Xiaobao. Why are you back now? In response to Yichen's inquiry, Meng Xiaobao stammered, Brother, why are you not wearing clothes at home? The question intensified the awkwardness of the moment, leaving Yichen even more flustered. I just got out of the shower and forgot to grab my clothes. I'll go put something on, he quickly explained before rushing toward his room. However, his wet slippers caused him to slip and fall to the floor. Seeing Yi Chun grimacing in pain on the ground, Meng Xiaobao quickly set down her suitcase and rushed to his side. Brother, are you all right? I'm fine. I'm fine. Yi Chun replied, all the while trying to shield himself. Observing his predicament, the carefree Meng Xiaobao teased him. What are you hiding? We've all seen before. Yi Chun was mortified by her jest, hastily getting to his feet and retreating into his bedroom, shutting the door with a thud. Meng Xiaobao stood up, a smirk playing on her lips as she watched the door to Yi Chun's room. After Yi Chun changed his clothes, he opened the door and stepped outside. Meng Xiaobao was lounging on the sofa, engrossed in the television, her slender, elongated legs encased in denim resting on the coffee table. Yi Chun approached her, casting a glance before settling onto the sofa, inquiring, what brings you back so suddenly? Is work not going well? In response to Yi Chun's question, Meng Xiaobao continued to gaze at the screen, replying, not at all. My boss granted me a few days off, so I came back to see you and Mom. Oh, that's fine. The water heater still has water. Why not take a shower and get some rest? As Yi Chun rose to leave, Meng Xiaobao seized his hand, playfully saying, brother, I've come back with great difficulty. Won't you stay and chat with me? Well, all right, let's talk then. By the way, I've been promoted. I'm now the vice president of the company. Upon hearing of Yi Chun's promotion, Meng Xiaobao's immediate reaction was that it was arranged by Wen Jia. After all, she and her friends were well aware of Yi Chun's workplace. Even the eloquence he took pride in was, in truth, crafted by Wen Jia. His clients were merely arranged by her. Otherwise, how could his sales figures be so impressive given his capabilities? Unbeknownst to Yi Chun, who believed his accomplishments were solely the result of his own efforts, it was his sister who had been secretly assisting him all along. A promotion is great. That means more money. Observing Meng Xiaobao's radiant smile, Yi Chun remarked, indeed, 50,000 a month. If any of you ever find yourselves in need, just let me know. Your brother is not short on funds. Meng Xiaobao smiled faintly at Yi Chun's generous demeanor, reflecting on the last time Yi Chun had miraculously recovered from a near-fatal incident. She curiously asked, by the way, brother, do you feel any discomfort? Not at all. I feel fantastic. Everything tastes delicious. Just look at these biceps, this chest, and my abs. Before Yi Chun could finish his sentence, Meng Xiaobao reached out and lifted his shirt, revealing his impressive 8-pack abs. Yes, abs. That's good. I'm relieved you're fine. Seeing her concern, Yi Chun countered, why do you ask? A few days ago, you were in a car accident, and I was worried you might have some lingering effects. Oh, but it seems there's nothing to indicate that now, right? How did you know about the accident? The last time Yi Chun awakened in the hotel, only Xu Xiaoxiao was by his side. Did she inform Meng Xiaobao? After speaking, Meng Xiaobao regretted her words but quickly clarified, it was Xiaoxiao who told me. Just as she suspected, that mischievous girl. I'm fine. Why tell you all this? No. I must call and give that girl a piece of my mind. As Yi Chun stood up to fetch his phone, Meng Xiaobao hurriedly rose and embraced him from the front. Brother, Xiaoxiao only meant well. Please don't hold it against her. Feeling the delicate figure nestled in his embrace and inhaling the fragrance emanating from Meng Xiaobao, Yi Chun's heart raced momentarily. Meng Xiaobao, attuned to the quickening of his heartbeat, rested her head against his chest and, intrigued, inquired, brother, what are you thinking? Why is your heart racing? In response to her curiosity, Yi Chun focused his mind and silently recited the heart-purifying mantra, restoring his heartbeat to its normal rhythm. It's nothing. My heartbeat has been a bit erratic lately, but it's not a serious matter. Chapter 24. Daring to claim this fairy's feet stink. Upon hearing Yi Chun's explanation, Meng Xiaobao lifted her head, regarding him with a peculiar expression. Brother, could this possibly be a lingering effect from the accident? Lingering effects? Reflecting on how, since regaining consciousness after the accident, he had become prone to fanciful thoughts whenever he encountered a beautiful woman, even in the presence of Meng Xiaobao, Yi Chun furrowed his brow. Could it be that his master had granted him the ability to amplify desire? It was not entirely implausible. What powers his enchanting master had bestowed upon him remained largely a mystery. He was aware that he had acquired formidable martial skills, but he understood that the gifts from his alluring mentor encompassed far more than mere prowess in combat. It seemed prudent to delve deeper into this enigma at a later time. Noticing Yi Chun lost in thought, Meng Xiaobao waved her hand in front of him. Brother, what are you pondering? Oh, it's nothing. The hour is late. You should hurry and take a shower before heading to bed. With that, Yi Chun turned and entered his bedroom. Watching the door close behind him, Meng Xiaobao pouted. How rude. He didn't even let me finish my sentence. Lying on his bed, Yi Chun reminisced about the voice of his beautiful master that had once echoed in his mind. Be a good person, do not stray into darkness. Was his master concerned that he might misuse his newfound powers? Yi Chun was still unfamiliar with his beautiful mentor. After all, he had only been a toddler, just beginning to form memories when she had last been present in his life. Now, with the passage of years, aside from her visage, he had forgotten most details of their time together. If it weren't for his own experiences, he might not have realized the magnitude of the fortune she had bestowed upon him. Sighing, he acknowledged that while he remained uncertain about the nature of the gifts he had received, he trusted that his master would not lead him astray. He would take his time to explore this mystery. After a moment of self-reassurance, he exhaled deeply and slowly closed his eyes. However, just as his eyelids fell shut, the door swung open. Yifeng opened his eyes to see Meng Xiaobao, wrapped in a beige towel, stepping inside. Among her 5 sisters, Meng Xiaobao was the tallest, standing at a striking height of 1.75 meters. With the addition of heels, she would nearly match Yi Chun in stature. At that moment, she was clad solely in the towel, her long, fair legs and delicate collarbone captivating Yi Chun's gaze, despite the heart-purifying mantra echoing in his mind. The overwhelming surge of desire was a force he found difficult to resist. Meng Xiaobao stood at the doorway, drying her damp hair, and with a tilted head inquired, Brother, why did you retire so early? In response to her question, Yi Chun discreetly piled the blanket over his abdomen, hoping to conceal any signs of his activities. Well, I have work tomorrow, so I need to turn in early. Upon hearing his explanation, Meng Xiaobao nodded in understanding, though she seemed poised to say more until Yi Chun interjected, Xiaobao, you should head back now. I need to sleep. Perceiving that Yi Chun was attempting to usher her away, Meng Xiaobao assumed he was up to some mischief. Rather than leaving, she seated herself cross-legged at the bedside, casting a mischievous glance in his direction. Brother, what are you up to? Inhaling the scent of the shower gel wafting from her, Yi Chun took a deep breath and replied, I'm sleeping. What else would I be doing? Is that so? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Of course. There are no other women in this room besides you. What else could I possibly do? In response to Yi Chun's rationale, Meng Xiaobao boldly thrust her feet into his blanket. Feeling her foot brush against his leg, Yi Chun instinctively seized it and promptly ejected her from his covers. Keep those stinky feet away from my bed. Incensed by his remark about her feet, Meng Xiaobao retaliated by placing her foot squarely on Yi Chun's face, exclaiming, Dare to call this fairy's feet stinky? Tonight, you shall be punished to sleep with them. Enduring her playful torment for the better part of the night, both eventually succumbed to slumber. True to her word, Meng Xiaobao lay backward with her feet resting on Yi Chun's face. It was not until dawn that Yi Chun awoke and removed her feet from his visage. This troublesome girl, Yi Chun muttered under his breath, sitting up and gazing at the peacefully sleeping Meng Xiaobao, shaking his head in resignation. He gently tucked the blanket around her before nimbly leaping out of bed. One troublesome lady leaves, and another arrives. It seems my life is destined to be spent catering to women. Having prepared breakfast, he was just about to head out when the door swung open, and Wenjia stepped inside. Spotting his younger sister, Yi Chun smiled and said, What a coincidence. I was just about to leave. Noticing the food container in his hands, Wenjia smiled slightly. Perfect timing. Let's go deliver breakfast to Mom together. No need. I can take it myself. Xiaobao is back and sleeping in my room. Upon hearing that Meng Xiaobao was in Yi Chun's room, Wenjia showed no signs of surprise, as this was quite common in their household. Very well then, I will go find Xiaobao. Brother, be careful on your way. Got it. Yi Chun waved as he pushed the door open and stepped outside. Once he departed, Wenjia entered the bedroom, gazing at the slumbering Meng Xiaobao sprawled across the bed. Wenjia, the elder sister, felt no hesitation. She boldly drew back the curtains and flung aside the blanket that covered her. Observing the disheveled towel draped over Meng Xiaobao, she decided to remove it entirely. Feeling a chill in her dreams, Meng Xiaobao instinctively reached for her body, only to find the towel absent. Blinking in confusion, she opened her eyes and, upon seeing Wenjia standing before her with crossed arms, murmured, Sister, what are you doing? What time is it? Hurry and get dressed. After issuing her command, Wenjia turned and exited the room. With a resigned sigh, Meng Xiaobao complied, wrapping herself in a towel before retreating to her own room. 5 minutes later, she emerged, fully dressed and yawning. Spotting Wenjia seated on the sofa with her arms crossed, she inquired, "Sister, what's the matter?" "Xiaobao, why have you returned so suddenly? My scene's wrapped up, and I found it rather dull over there. So I thought I'd come home for a couple of days to spend time with you all." Wenjia nodded in understanding. "I see. I've noticed that brother has been exceptionally weary lately, so I've decided to promote him to vice president to alleviate some of his burdens. I guessed as much. It must be your doing. Otherwise, with his lack of acumen for making money, the construction site would likely be the only place suited for him." Meng Xiaobao meant no disrespect towards Yichun. This sentiment was shared among the sisters. Indeed, Yichun lacked the business savvy necessary for financial success. After their adoptive mother fell ill, he could only work in a restaurant to support the family. It was through such laborious earnings that their household remained afloat. As the sisters matured, his work gradually became less strenuous. Chapter 25. The General Manager's Dignity, of course. His ability to ease his workload was largely due to the support of his sisters. Yet, Yichun remained oblivious, believing himself to possess great eloquence. Wenjia regarded Meng Xiaobao with a calm expression and remarked, "Though brother has become the vice president, he has not lost himself or forgotten us. For now, let him continue in this role, and in due time, I shall promote him to general manager." Upon hearing this, Meng Xiaobao glanced at her freshly manicured nails and asked, "What is the situation with master? Why hasn't there been any news for so long?" Sighing, she continued, "It has been years since we last heard from her. No one knows what she is up to. However, brother's resurrection proves that she is still watching over us, albeit unable to make an appearance for some reason. Master's instructions were merely to listen to brother without clarifying what might happen, leaving me uncertain about what to do." In response to Meng Xiaobao's grievances, Wenjia rose from the sofa, gracefully adjusting her long hair. "Master undoubtedly has her plans. Our focus should be on our own affairs. However, I must remind you that since his resurrection, my brother has undergone significant changes in his desires. Do not tease him, do you understand?" Upon receiving Wenjia's warning, Meng Xiaobao experienced a sudden clarity, realizing that it was no wonder Yichun had been somewhat off last night. It was the after effect of his revival. "I understand. I'm not a child. I know how to handle this." "Very well. Since you are aware of how to proceed, I shall refrain from further admonitions. Accompany me for a stroll." Hearing that she would be going shopping with her, Meng Xiaobao languidly sank into the sofa, saying, "I don't want to go. After finally having a break from filming, I wish to enjoy a good sleep." "Sleep, sleep, sleep. If you continue to sleep, you will become a haggard woman. Get up and accompany me to the mall. We need to buy your brother a decent outfit." The moment she heard it was for Yichun, Meng Xiaobao's interest was piqued. She stood up from the sofa and beckoned to Wenjia. "Let us hurry up. Why are you still dawdling?" Observing her sudden change in demeanor, Wenjia could only shake her head in resignation before rising from the sofa and departing with Meng Xiaobao. Meanwhile, after delivering food to his foster mother, Yichun arrived at the office. As he stepped into the office, the general manager entered shortly thereafter. Noticing his arrival, Yichun quickly stood up from his chair, greeting him with a smile. "General Manager, you've been in your position for 3 days. How are you adapting? I didn't realize how challenging leadership could be. Indeed, though it is exhausting, once you see the tangible rewards, the effort becomes worthwhile." Yichun, still processing the manager's remarks, gazed at him with a cheerful expression. Observing his confusion, the general manager casually seated himself on the sofa and remarked, "Some matters need not be approached with rigidity. Certain contracts should be signed without undue concern." Taken aback by his words, Yichun quickly grasped the underlying implication. He had recently engaged with representatives from Bume Cosmetics, and it became evident that the manager was alluding to them. Given that Yichun had just been appointed as the vice president, he was acutely aware of his precarious position and the inexperience that could lead to alienating the general manager at such a critical juncture. However, he also understood that should he acquiesce to this, it would open the floodgates for further compromises, ultimately leading to his moral and financial demise. Envisioning himself imprisoned, with his sisters weeping outside the bars, Yichun was suddenly enlightened. This was merely a job. He must not allow it to derail his life. Thus, looking at the general manager, who awaited his response, Yichun felt a wave of relief. "General Manager, as long as it is reasonable and compliant, I will certainly sign. However, if it is not, I must proceed with caution." Upon hearing Yichun's response, the general manager regarded him thoughtfully before rising from the sofa. "Good, very good. You are indeed worthy of the promotion from the headquarters. The general manager patted him on the shoulder and then stepped out of his office. As the sound of the door closing echoed, Yichen exhaled a sigh of relief. Well, if they want to make things difficult for me, so be it. After all, this job was never truly mine, and any extra day of pay is a gain. After a moment of self-reassurance, he settled into his chair to commence the day's work. Meanwhile, Wen Jia and Meng Xiaobao strolled arm in arm into a bustling shopping mall, where the prices were considerably lower, allowing them to purchase numerous garments for a mere 1,000 yuan. Sister, why are we here? Meng Xiaobao remarked with a hint of disdain. Wen Jia pointed to the freckles adorning her face and replied, a Cinderella like me is hardly suited for high-end boutiques, is she? Then why not just put on some makeup? Meng Xiaobao suggested. Too much trouble. Besides, we have to visit Mom at the hospital later. The main issue is that if you buy brother a suit worth hundreds of thousands, he'll surely be taken aback and question where we got the money. In response to Wen Jia's concerns, Meng Xiaobao dismissed them nonchalantly, saying, brother knows nothing of luxury goods. If you don't disclose the price, what's the harm? Xiaobao, don't underestimate brother. I believe he is more astute than either of us. If you truly gift him a suit costing several 100,000, he will definitely figure it out. Upon hearing Wen Jia's words, Meng Xiaobao pouted and fell silent. After perusing the mall and purchasing 2 outfits for Yichen, they settled into a CAF to chat leisurely. At that moment, a BMW 760 pulled up at the CAF entrance, and from the driver's seat emerged a man adorned with gold chains, rings, and bracelets. His attire was rather outdated, yet it exuded an unmistakable aura of wealth. From the passenger seat stepped a woman clad in a pink mini skirt, her towering heels elevating her height by 10 centimeters. Darling, let's indulge in the most expensive coffee today. Drink to your heart's content. The nouveau riche man boasted, and the woman, wearing a charming smile, replied, not only should we drink our fill, but let us also take some home for Mom and Dad. Of course, if that pleases you. I could buy this CAF and gift it to you. He exclaimed, my dear, you truly know how to endear yourself. Meng Xiaobao inadvertently caught sight of this extravagant couple and was momentarily taken aback. What are the chances of running into them? Upon hearing her exclamation, Wen Jia turned her head in curiosity. Isn't that Ergua and Chanhua? Indeed, it is them. Just look at the jewelry on Ergua. It seems he has struck it rich. Wen Jia nodded, whispering as she observed the pair entering. Last year, Ergua's family was compensated handsomely for a relocation. I never expected him to end up with Chanhua. Ergua and Chanhua were familiar figures from their childhood neighborhood, known for bullying the sisters during their younger years when they were too small to defend themselves. However, whenever Yichen returned home and saw his sister weeping, he would invariably grab a stick and search the community for Ergua and Chanhua. Chapter 26. Childhood Rivals. Once he found them, a beating was assured. Despite Ergua's chubby appearance in childhood, he was no match for Yichen in fights, always returning home in tears to seek his mother's comfort. Consequently, Ergua's mother would come to complain to Yichen's adoptive mother. Each time she visited, Yichen's adoptive mother would apologize but would then sternly remind Yichen that his duty was to protect his sisters and shield them from harm. Despite being chastised repeatedly by Yichen, Ergua remained unrepentant, continuing to bully the sisters whenever Yichen was absent. Thus, Yichen practically grew up by administering lessons to Ergua until his mother, overwhelmed, chose to move away. Ever since their family departed, the sisters had seldom been bullied. Reflecting on her childhood torment at the hands of this fool, Meng Xiaobao gritted her teeth in resentment. Sister, today we've finally encountered this rascal. We must not let him off easily. Noticing the fire of anger in Meng Xiaobao's eyes, Wen Jia shook her head in resignation. It's all in the past. Let us not dwell on it. Let us focus on our own matters. Although Wen Jia wished to avoid trouble, Meng Xiaobao was eager to teach Ergua a lesson. After all, he had taken advantage of her smaller stature in the past. Ergua and Chanhua swaggered in, plopping themselves down beside the sisters, and loudly called out, Waiter, bring me the most expensive coffee, a whole pot. The waiter, taken aback, replied, Sir, I'm afraid our coffee is sold by the cup. Then give me 10 cups to rinse my mouth, and a few pounds of cake, with extra cream. My darling loves sweet treats. Darling, you're so good to me. With Chanhua beaming with happiness, Ergua flashed a grin, revealing his golden teeth. The waiter, witnessing their ostentatious display, sighed in exasperation before proceeding to prepare the coffee. Ergua scanned the surroundings and immediately spotted Wen Jia and Meng Xiaobao. Rubbing his eyes, he broke into a laugh. I thought who it was. Turns out it's you two little yellow-haired girls. Hearing Erguo addressing her, Meng Xiaobao retorted coldly, "You big fool. Your mouth stinks. Spare us your words. I just had a bottle of mouthwash. How could my mouth stink? Darling, take a whiff." As Erguo leaned in, Chunhua actually took a careful sniff. Though she couldn't quite discern the scent, she smiled and shook her head. "Darling, your mouth isn't stinky at all. Someone must be envious of you to say such things." Hearing Chunhua's insinuation, Meng Xiaobao exclaimed angrily, "Chunhua, what could I possibly envy about him? What does he have that warrants my jealousy? Hee. Now everyone knows my husband is wealthy, and you must be envious of his fortune." Meng Xiaobao thought to herself, "How could I possibly envy a nouveau riche who has gained wealth through dubious means when I can casually earn over 100 million from acting?" Just as she was about to retort, Wen Jia raised her hand. "Let us not discuss that. Let us focus on our own conversation." Although Meng Xiaobao felt a surge of anger, she could only shoot them a fierce glare and fell silent, as her elder sister had spoken. The two sisters ceased their chatter, but Erguo and Chunhua were not inclined to agree. After all, it was a rare opportunity to encounter childhood adversaries. They had to boast a little. Erguo raised his arm. The sound of gold bracelets clinking resonated as he declared loudly, "What was your brother's name again?" "Oh yes, Yi Chun, who used to bully us when we were kids. Where is he now? Is he still washing dishes in a restaurant? I have made it big now. Not only will I take care of you, but my company also needs a security guard. He could come work for me." Seeing Erguo's arrogant demeanor, Meng Xiaobao couldn't help but interject, "How dare you suggest my brother work for you? You should take a good look in the mirror and reflect on your own worth. Wow, your mouth is still as foul as ever, little girl. Dear, give her a slap to remind her of her place. All right, just watch me shine." Chunhua stood up from her chair, strutting towards Meng Xiaobao in her sky-high heels. As she approached, Wen Jia narrowed her eyes. "You dare lay a finger on Xiaobao?" In response to Wen Jia's threat, Chunhua giggled flamboyantly. "Not only do I intend to strike her, but I also plan to hit you." Hearing that Chunhua would strike her sister ignited Meng Xiaobao's fury. "I can tolerate a lot, but not this." With a sudden surge of indignation, Meng Xiaobao stood up and delivered a resounding slap to the unsuspecting Chunhua, sending her sprawling to the ground. Clutching her face, Chunhua stared in disbelief at Meng Xiaobao. "You hit me? You dare to hit me? I'm not just going to slap you. I'll give you a few kicks as well." As Meng Xiaobao prepared to kick Chunhua, Wen Jia intervened, blocking her path. Turning to the girl on the ground, she coldly stated, "I can overlook today's events, but if you dare provoke us again, I won't hesitate to show you the true meaning of regret." The sisters were no longer the innocent little girls they once were. Eliminating a nouveau riche from this world without a trace would be an exceedingly simple task. However, Erguo remained oblivious to Wen Jia's menacing nature. He stood up and helped Chunhua to her feet. "Very well. You dare strike my woman and threaten us. It seems I shall have to teach you a lesson today. Come in." With Erguo's shout, two young men from the outside entered the room. "Brother Guo, what is going on?" The two women dragged me out and stripped them. Upon hearing this, Meng Xiaobao's expression darkened as she picked up her phone and directly dialed Yi Chen's number. After all, in times of trouble, seeking one's brother is always a prudent choice. Yi Chen was preparing to meet a client when his phone rang. Seeing it was Meng Xiaobao calling, he smiled and answered, "Xiaobao, what is the matter?" "Brother, woo-woo. Someone wants to strip me and Sister Jejia and throw us on the street." Hearing Meng Xiaobao's tearful voice, Yi Chen immediately leaped up from his chair. "Who dares to lay a finger on my sister's clothing? Where are you?" "Brother, we are at the coffee shop in the Yudongyu Mall. It's Erguo and Chunhua who want to strip us." "Erguo?" Upon hearing the name, Yi Chen paused momentarily but quickly recalled that infuriating boy. "Hand the phone to him. I need to have a word with him." "Okay, big silly. My brother wants to talk to you." As soon as Erguo received the phone, he didn't even have the chance to speak before Yi Chen's icy voice resonated from the receiver. "Erguo, if you dare to touch a single strand of my sister's hair, I will annihilate your entire family tonight. Wait there. I will be there shortly." Chapter 27. Avenge my sisters. After threatening Erguo, Yi Chen immediately rushed out of the office. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Erguo glared at his phone, his expression darkening. "Damn it. He didn't even let me speak before hanging up. What a piece of work." After cursing Yi Chen, he returned the phone to Meng Xiaobao. "Since your brother is coming, we shall teach you a lesson together soon. Waiter, where's my coffee? Why isn't it ready yet?" Upon his return to the table, Wen Jia looked at Meng Xiaobao with a sigh. "Why did you call your brother?" We could handle this little matter ourselves. Oh, sister, ever since we grew up, brother rarely stands up for us anymore. Let us give him this one chance. Oh, truly troublesome. Wen Jiao muttered as she sat back down. Though she tried to appear calm, she secretly hoped Yi Chun would come to their aid. After all, one of their fondest childhood memories was watching Yi Chun chase after Erdwa in their community after school. Soon, a man clad in a suit emerged from a Mercedes-Benz, swiftly making his way into the coffee shop. He glanced around before hastily approaching Wen Jia and Meng Xiaobao. Are you both all right? Upon seeing Yi Chun, Meng Xiaobao instantly feigned a look of grievance, wiping away non-existent tears as she pointed at Erdwa and Chunhua. Brother, they insulted us and said they would strip us and throw us on the street. Yi Chun, following the direction of Meng Xiaobao's finger, grimly approached Erdwa. As Erdwa spotted his childhood adversary approach, he playfully shook his golden bracelet and exclaimed, "Isn't this the ever-bullied Yi Chun? What brings you here today? Seeking vengeance for your sister once more?" In response to his sardonic taunts, Yi Chun remained silent, instead surveying his surroundings. The only readily available weapon was a chair, yet he surmised it would be costly to replace if damaged. Thus, Yi Chun opted to grab a wooden mop instead. Upon seeing Yi Chun brandishing the dripping, dirty mop, Erdwa felt a surge of panic. After all, he had been tormented by Yi Chun in their youth, leaving him with lingering psychological scars. However, reassured by his newfound wealth, he believed that Yi Chun would not dare to harm him. Thus, feigning composure, Erdwa pointed at Yi Chun and declared, "What do you intend to do? Do you have any idea how much this gold ring is worth? It could buy you a leg." Disregarding his threats, Yi Chun swung the mop with force, striking Erdwa squarely in the face. Before Erdwa could process the blow, he found himself reeling from the impact. Infuriated, he tore the mop from his face and shouted at the two nearby delinquents, "What are you two still standing there for? I paid you to witness my humiliation, not to gawk at it." With a roar from Erdwa, the two youths sprang into action. However, as they approached Yi Chun, he swiftly landed a punch on one's temple, rendering him unconscious. This was Yi Chun's mercy. Otherwise, those two blows could have sent them straight to oblivion. Having dealt with the two ruffians, Yi Chun raised the mop once more, observing the stunned expression on Erdwa's face. "Erdwa, you tormented my sister in our youth and continue to do so as adults. Do you truly believe I, Yi Chun, am an easy target?" Listening to Yi Chun's emotionless tone, Erdwa swallowed hard, still gritting his teeth as he retorted, "Times have changed. I am wealthy now. With a mere phone call, I could have you crippled. How disappointing for you. You lack the capability to do so," Yi Chun replied before swinging the mop again, splattering dirty water across Erdwa's face. Yet, this was not the end. Yi Chun snapped the mop handle in half and unleashed a barrage of strikes upon Erdwa's body. Erdwa attempted to resist, but after receiving a blow to the head from the mop handle, he could only cower and protect himself. Once Yi Chun had shattered the mop handle, he straightened up, catching his breath. "Erdwa, whether you seek out your mother or father is of no concern to me, but dare not lay a finger on my sister again, or I shall ensure you experience true despair." After delivering his warning, Yi Chun glanced at the trembling Chunhua nearby, furrowing his brow slightly. "You two are still together? Truly, birds of a feather flock together." After this scathing remark, he approached his two sisters. "I have taught him a lesson. Let us depart." "All right, brother. You were absolutely magnificent just now." Dream Xiaobao joyfully embraced his shoulder, sweetly calling him brother, causing Yi Chun's heart to nearly melt. After Yi Chun and his two sisters departed, Erdwa, with the support of Chunhua, finally managed to stand. "Damn it, this guy is finished. I will ensure he knows the meaning of regret. Yes, darling, let us find someone to take him down and sell his two sisters to Africa. How dare he strike me? I will make them pay." Just as they were plotting their revenge against Yi Chun, 5 burly men entered the CAF. Without uttering a word, they approached Erdwa and Chunhua and unleashed a brutal assault upon them. This time, Chunhua was not spared either. A man struck her several times, knocking out her teeth. Poor Erdwa fared even worse, losing his gold tooth in the process. After administering a thorough beating, one of the men squatted down, gazing at the bloodied Erdwa, and inquired, "Do you know whom you have offended?" Erdwa shook his head in response, utterly oblivious. "Well, remember this. We are affiliated with the wealthiest family in Bayman City. If you dare to bully Yi Chun and his siblings again, your fate will not be as lenient. I advise you to steer clear of them in the future to avoid bringing trouble upon yourself." Upon hearing the mention of the wealthiest family in Bayman City, Ergua's pupils contracted sharply. He could not fathom how Yi Chen's family had entangled themselves with such affluent connections. To make matters worse, not only had he received an undeserved beating, but he would now have to avoid them, which left him utterly speechless. These men were not sent by Yi Chen. Given his current capabilities, he could easily handle the situation alone. They were dispatched by Wen Jia, whose intention was merely to alleviate some of Yi Chen's troubles. In a luxurious Mercedes, Yi Chen was surrounded by his sisters. "Brother, this is the clothing we purchased for you." Seeing the shopping bags in their hands, Yi Chen chuckled helplessly. Ever since his sisters began earning, they had taken it upon themselves to provide for his wardrobe. For every outfit he received, they would ensure he had a matching set. Although his collection of clothing was substantial, he had refrained from wearing any of it, as it held sentimental value being gifts from his sisters. Consequently, he often donned garments he had bought from street vendors. "Brother, you should wear the clothes we bought you. Stop stashing them away. They are not treasures. There's no need to be so sentimental." With Wen Jia echoing this sentiment, Yi Chen embraced her shoulder and smiled softly. "All right, I will heed your advice and wear them when I return home." Chapter 28. The gold tooth is unsightly. After escorting his sisters to their home, Yi Chen looked at them and said, "You should head back first. I have matters to attend to at the company." "Okay, we will head home now." Yi Chen nodded, watching them enter the building before sinking into the back seat, his expression darkening as he instructed the driver, "Return to the CF." In the past, Ergua bullied his younger sister, which could have been overlooked, but now that they have both grown up, he still dares to torment her. Yi Chen would not allow this to go unpunished. Earlier, he refrained from being too harsh because his sister was present. Now that they have returned home, he is determined to teach Ergua a lesson. Coincidentally, as Yi Chen arrived at the CAF, Ergua was leaving with Chun Hua's assistance. After being threatened by those men, he no longer dared to provoke Yi Chen. Although he possessed wealth, he was nothing compared to a tycoon with hundreds of billions. At that moment, a Mercedes-Benz pulled up in front of them, the door swung open, and Yi Chen reached out to pull them into the car. Before Ergua could comprehend the situation, the vehicle had already started moving. Yi Chen glanced at the bruised Chun Hua beside him and the bloodied Ergua, frowning slightly. "What happened to you two? Did you harass someone and get beaten?" Faced with Yi Chen's bewilderment, Ergua swallowed hard and trembled as he spoke. "Yi Chen, how about we call a truce?" "A truce? You have been bullying my sisters since childhood, and you continue to do so now. Do you think I would simply let this slide?" Upon hearing Yi Chen's unwillingness to forgive him, Ergua nearly broke into tears. "Brother, I was young and foolish. I only spoke out of turn when I saw your two sisters. I didn't harm them." "True, you did not harm them, but that is only because I arrived in time. Otherwise, who knows what you might have done. Turn left and exit the city." The driver nodded in response to Yi Chen's command. Realizing that Yi Chen intended to take him to the outskirts, Ergua panicked. Chun Hua, however, wailed dramatically, "Darling, I don't want to die. Wife, I don't want to die either." Watching the couple embrace and weep, Yi Chen felt speechless. "Did I ever say I would kill you? Who are you putting on this display for? Brother Chen, you aren't going to kill us?" Seeing Ergua's innocent expression, Yi Chen rolled his eyes. "I'm not a butcher. What nonsense is this? All right, let us stop here." As the driver parked the car, Yi Chen opened the door and forcefully kicked the unwilling pair out. They helped each other to their feet and stared at the sign before them, murmuring, "Welfare Institute? Brother Chen, why have you brought us here?" Standing before the entrance of the Welfare Institute, Yi Chen watched the children playing inside and took a deep breath. "Now that you have money, do some good deeds. In return, I will overlook your mistreatment of my sister." After speaking, Yi Chen stepped into the Welfare Institute. Observing his retreating figure, Ergua contemplated making a run for it, but hesitated. However, upon seeing the tall driver standing before the car and gazing at them, they immediately abandoned their thoughts. Yi Chen entered the welfare home and approached an aunt who was playing with the children. "Aunt Zhang, Yi Chen is here. Children, look who has come. It's Uncle Chen." Upon witnessing the children's joyful excitement surrounding Yi Chen, Aunt Zhang smiled warmly. In the director's office, Aunt Zhang glanced at the envelope on the desk and said with a smile, "Yi Chen, the home is no longer in need of funds. You should keep the money for yourself. Aunt Zhang, it's wise to save a little for unforeseen circumstances." Since Ergua has made the effort to visit the welfare home, shouldn't he express his gratitude? Although Ergua was somewhat reluctant when Yi Chen suggested he donate, he still retrieved his wallet. "Here, I have 10,000. Is that enough?" 10,000 is hardly sufficient. Do you have any more?" "No, That's all the cash I have. Cash is not the only option. How about donating that heavy gold ring, gold bracelet, or gold necklace you're wearing? Upon hearing Yi Chen's suggestion to part with his jewelry, Erguo was unwilling. However, upon seeing Yi Chen's stern gaze and recalling the backing he had from the wealthiest man in Beiman City, he begrudgingly removed his gold accessories. Brother Chun, this is really all I have left. I see that dazzling set of gold teeth in your mouth, Yi Chen remarked, causing Erguo to hurriedly cover his mouth. Brother, I don't brush my teeth regularly. My gold teeth are quite unsightly. The thought of that unpleasant image made Yi Chen frown and wave his hand dismissively. Very well then, let this suffice. Aunt Zhang, this is Erguo's modest contribution to our welfare home. Seeing the collection of gold rings, bracelets, and necklaces on the table, Aunt Zhang, having never encountered such a scene, quickly waved her hands. Xiao Yi, this is far too valuable. We cannot accept it. Value does not matter. It is all for the benefit of the children. Right, Erguo? With Yi Chen's gaze fixed upon him, Erguo nodded hurriedly. Please accept it. I have plenty at home. With Erguo also vouching for the donation, Aunt Zhang had no choice but to accept with a smile. As they exited the welfare home, Yi Chen approached the Mercedes-Benz and addressed the couple. Remember my words. Do not provoke my sister, nor should you think of reclaiming your jewelry. Do you understand? Brother Chun, I understand. Well then, do you need me to drive you back? No, we can take a taxi ourselves. Very well, I shall take my leave. As Yi Chen entered the Mercedes-Benz and departed, Erguo finally breathed a sigh of relief. This fool, I still managed to outsmart him. Observing the triumphant expression on Erguo's face, Chunhua inquired with some confusion, Darling, what happened? He didn't see my gold ankle chain. Erguo lifted his pant leg to reveal a heavy gold ankle chain. Inside the car, Yi Chen gazed out at the scenery, letting out a soft sigh. Despite the hardships faced by his family, he managed to save a little money each month to send to the welfare home. Sometimes it was several hundred yuan, and other times merely a few dozen. As an orphan, he understood the significance of the welfare home for the children. Thus, he aspired to do all within his means to aid those unfortunate children in their growth. Upon returning to the company, representatives from Bumei approached him again, and Yi Chen welcomed them in the reception area. Spotting the same man and woman as before, Yi Chen smiled and inquired, Have you both come to a decision? In response to Yi Chen's question, the female representative pondered for a moment before saying, General Yi, how about your esteemed company lowers the rate by another percentage point? After all, the industry is currently facing a downturn, and we are struggling as well. Hearing this, Yi Chen shook his head. 5% is the bottom line. There is no room for negotiation. You too should reconsider, but I advise you to make your decision promptly, as I have a client this afternoon who intends to place a substantial order. Should your goods be unavailable by then, it would not be my fault. Chapter 29. Sipping with my sisters. In light of Yi Chen's well-meaning reminder, the female agent glanced at the man beside her and then replied, General Yi, we agree. Let us proceed with the 5% increase as you suggested. Seeing them acquiesce, Yi Chen smiled faintly and resumed his seat. After finalizing some details, he successfully completed his first contract since taking office. Although the order was not particularly large, the experience gained from the negotiation proved invaluable. In the evening, Yi Chen exited the company and had the driver take him to the market, where he purchased some seafood before returning home. Wen Jia and Meng Xiaobao were busy in the kitchen, and upon hearing the door open, Meng Xiaobao dashed out. Brother, you're back. Yes. I bought some crabs and large shrimp. Gazing at the lively crabs in the bag, Meng Xiaobao cheerfully exclaimed, You're the best, brother. You know I love crabs. How could I forget your preferences? All right, I'll prepare dinner and deliver some to Mom first. No need. Eldest sister and I have already taken food to Mom. You should stay home and enjoy time with us sisters. Upon hearing that they had already delivered the meals, Yi Chen nodded in agreement, realizing that they were all the children of their foster mother, and it mattered little who made the delivery. For dinner, Yi Chen did not lift a finger. It was entirely prepared by the two sisters. Sitting at the dining table and surveying the spread before him, he rubbed his hands together in excitement and declared, It's been a long time coming. Finally, I get to enjoy the dishes cooked by my sisters. Brother, if you like it, I'll cook for you often. Wen Jia remarked, then retrieved a bottle of red wine from the side. As the crimson liquid filled the wine glass, Yi Chen smiled and said, Delicious food, exquisite wine, and lovely ladies, what a delightful evening. In response to Yi Chen's playful banter, Meng Xiaobao giggled and remarked, You may indulge in delicacies and sip fine wines, But what of the beauty? Dare you to partake? At this question, Yi Chen's cheeks flushed. Though he certainly lacked the courage, he couldn't help but ponder, given that there existed no blood ties between them. Noticing Yi Chen's awkward demeanor, Wen Jia raised her glass and declared, Xiaobao, cease your mischief. Brother, we sisters toast to you, grateful for your care over the years for this family and for us. I shall drink first as a gesture of respect. With that, Wen Jia tilted her head back and drained her glass. Not to be outdone, Meng Xiaobao swiftly followed suit, downing her drink in one go. Observing his two younger sisters drinking so heartily, Yi Chen took a modest sip from his own glass, smiling. While he understood their exuberance, as the elder brother, he felt the need to set an example. All right, from this moment forth, let us sip slowly and not rush. Under Yi Chen's guidance, the pace of their drinking gradually slowed. Brother, how did you manage to tear up your university acceptance letter and work in a restaurant to support the family? Meng Xiaobao inquired. In response, Yi Chen lifted his glass and took a sip, smiling as he said, life is not confined to the path of education alone. Look at me now. I have become the vice president and signed a contract today. Upon hearing this, Wen Jia sighed. Brother, with your intellect, attending university might have opened even better avenues. Regardless of where one goes, whether it be academic credentials or innate ability, what truly matters is how you choose to live your life. I find my current situation quite satisfactory. My younger sisters have all grown up, and once Xiao Xiao graduates from university, I will be entirely liberated. As Yi Chen spoke with a sense of yearning, Wen Jia felt tears prick her eyes. Witnessing her sorrowful expression, Yi Chen wrapped his arm around her shoulders and chuckled. Look at you, speaking so earnestly, yet on the verge of tears. Wiping her eyes, Wen Jia murmured, you sacrificed your university dream and a promising life for us, sending us to college without a hint of regret. I can't help but feel a sense of loss for you. What is there to lament? I have stated before, each person has their own path. Although I feel a tinge of regret for not attending university, I harbor no regrets. Seeing you all healthy and thriving is my greatest wish. Before Wen Jia could respond, Meng Xiaobao burst into tears. Wah, brother, you are so magnificent. Oh dear Xiaobao, why are you crying? What I have done is simply what an elder brother ought to do. There is nothing to discuss. Please, do not cry. Noticing Meng Xiaobao's makeup running, Wen Jia recalled her own smeared foundation and hurriedly stifled her tears. Xiaobao, please stop crying. Let us drink. Thus, in an effort to spare his younger sisters any further sorrow, Yi Chen proceeded to intoxicate them both. As he observed his sisters peacefully slumbering on the table, Yi Chen rubbed his face and murmured, isn't it somewhat improper for an elder brother to have intoxicated his younger sister? Despite his words, Yi Chen felt he had no alternative. Rising, he approached Meng Xiaobao, lifting her effortlessly in his arms. Xiaobao's legs were remarkably long. It seemed a pity she was not a model. Muttering to himself, he carried her into the room and gently placed her on the bed. Aware of the distinctions between genders, Yi Chen refrained from assisting her with changing clothes. After covering her with a blanket, he returned to the dining table and picked up Wen Jia, laying her down on the bed as well. Noticing the tears lingering in the corners of her eyes, he let out a soft sigh. Jia, I know you feel a twinge of guilt, but this is what an elder brother ought to do. Your happiness brings me solace. He reached out to caress her face, only to be astonished to find the freckles on Wen Jia's skin had vanished. Staring at the dark mark on his finger, Yi Chen was taken aback. Goodness, could it be that I possess the ability to erase freckles? How extraordinary! Or am I simply inebriated and hallucinating? In disbelief, he rubbed the mark on his finger before suddenly slapping himself across the face. The force of the blow left his mouth bleeding and caused his head to spin. Clutching his head, Yi Chen cursed himself. What a fool I am, striking myself so harshly. After a moment of recuperation, he opened his eyes but still felt somewhat disoriented. Staggering into the bathroom, he retrieved his towel. Returning to Wen Jia's side, he gently wiped her face where the freckles had been. Gazing at her flawless complexion, Yi Chen swallowed hard. It seemed as though the freckles had been applied deliberately. Observing Wen Jia in this state reminded him of the enchanting woman he had encountered at the mall. In comparison, aside from the freckles, their hairstyles, attire, and demeanor, they appeared strikingly similar. The pivotal question lingered. Why had Wen Jia chosen to adorn herself with freckles? Reflecting deeply, Yi Chen recalled that while Wen Jia had once possessed freckles, they had seemingly faded as she matured. It was only in recent years that they had suddenly reappeared in abundance. Staring at her face, Yi Chen murmured, the freckles were intentionally applied. Was it? Chapter 30. The freckles were erased. Yi Chun gazed at Wen Jia's astonishingly beautiful face, as if a realization dawned upon him. Yet, such a bold thought barely formed in his mind before he hastily dismissed it. Impossible. Jia would never deceive me. Although he recognized the likelihood of Wen Jia's deception, he remained unwilling to confront the possibility. Observing the somewhat soiled towel in his hand, Yi Chun resolved to act as if nothing had transpired. Yet, the freckles on Wen Jia's face had already been wiped away. Should she awaken the following morning to find her freckles vanished, she would inevitably harbor suspicions towards him. Thus, after a moment's contemplation, Yi Chun decided to assist her in restoring her freckles. However, Wen Jia had returned empty-handed that day, lacking any cosmetics. This posed no hindrance, for Meng Xiaobao had brought along a suitcase. He walked directly into Meng Xiaobao's bedroom and located the pink suitcase. Gazing at the combination lock upon it, Yi Chun hesitated not a moment as he input the last 4 digits of his identification card, and the lock clicked open. He had long been aware that his younger sisters often configured their passwords using their ID numbers, so this was a familiar routine for him. Upon unlocking the suitcase, Yi Chun opened it and began rummaging through its contents. He extracted a piece of pink lace lingerie and curiously examined it. Clearly, Xiaobao still had a penchant for pink. After murmuring to himself, he continued to sift through the suitcase, only to be met with another item that left him momentarily speechless. Casting a glance at Meng Xiaobao, who lay soundly asleep on the bed, he found himself perplexed. Xiaobao appears so slender, yet this size is rather ample. After a haphazard search, he finally discovered the makeup bag. He opened it and retrieved a bottle of eyeliner, then approached Wen Jia's side to commence his task. Once he completed the application, reminiscent of the technique he recalled, Yi Chun stood back to admire his handiwork. Although it appeared somewhat unnatural, it would have to suffice for the moment. After tidying up Meng Xiaobao's belongings, the clock struck midnight. Stifling a yawn, Yi Chun shut the door to their shared room and retired to his own. The next day, Wen Jia was awakened by the cheerful chirping of birds outside her window. Rubbing her aching head, she gazed out at the scenery, murmuring, "Just how much did I drink last night? Why does my head ache so?" Hearing sounds emanating from the kitchen, she threw off her covers and descended from her bed. "Brother." Upon hearing Wen Jia's voice, Yi Chun, who was preparing breakfast, turned with a smile and replied, "Good morning, Jia. There's milk on the table. Drinking it should alleviate your headache." Noticing the 2 glasses of milk on the table, Wen Jia queried with curiosity, "Brother, how did you know I had a headache? Given how much you drank last night, it would be a wonder if you didn't have one. Now, go wake Xiaobao for breakfast." "Oh." Wen Jia padded into Meng Xiaobao's room, where she found her still in a deep slumber. Without hesitation, she yanked the covers off her. "Wake up. Brother is calling you for breakfast." In response to Wen Jia's urging, the slumbering Meng Xiaobao murmured, "I don't want breakfast, I want brother." "You little rascal. Do you think brother is something you can just devour? Hurry up and get up." After a tumultuous night orchestrated by Wen Jia, Meng Xiaobao, ruffling her tousled hair, rose from her slumber. Observing their listless demeanor, Yi Chun chuckled, "Next time, do refrain from drinking so excessively. It is detrimental to your health." "Oh dear, I may have indulged a bit too much last night. I shall temper my drinking in the future," Meng Xiaobao responded, her face flushed with embarrassment. Yi Chun, shaking his head in exasperation at her shamefaced expression, turned his gaze towards Wen Jia, who was engrossed in her bowl of congee, hesitating to voice his thoughts. With a resigned sigh, he chose to remain silent. After finishing breakfast, Yi Chun set off to the hospital to deliver a meal to his foster mother. Meanwhile, Wen Jia entered the restroom to apply some makeup, for she had a meeting to attend that day. However, upon gazing into the mirror and noticing the peculiar freckles adorning her face, she furrowed her brow. "How have I come to look like this?" Though puzzled, she brushed it off, applying a delicate touch of makeup before exiting the restroom. Meng Xiaobao had just finished tidying the dining table, finding household chores quite the challenge for someone unaccustomed to such labor. Noticing Wen Jia's enhanced beauty, she curiously inquired, "Sister, are you off to work?" "Yes. I have a meeting today. If you have no plans, perhaps you could stay home or visit Mom at the hospital." "I shall visit Mom," she replied. "Very well." Wen Jia agreed. The sisters departed their home, and Meng Xiaobao, spotting a Maserati parked at the alley's entrance, asked, "Whose car is that? Why hasn't it been driven away?" "I have no idea. Perhaps someone left it here after a night of revelry." "Come on, my car has arrived." A Rolls-Royce was parked not far off, and the sisters made their way to the vehicle. Upon arriving at the company, Yi-Chen was informed by his secretary that he was required to attend a meeting at headquarters. Mr. Yi, the meeting was initially meant for the general manager, but he has been unexpectedly detained, so you will have to represent him at the headquarters. Yi-Chen's brow furrowed slightly at this news. It seemed rather suspicious that the general manager would have urgent matters arise at this particular moment, having only assumed the role of vice president 3 days prior. He was still unfamiliar with the company, and he feared he might struggle to answer any inquiries from the boss. What about the others? Where is Mr. Zheng? Mr. Zheng is on a business trip, leaving you as the sole representative here. You could say I have fallen ill and need to visit the hospital. Then I wouldn't have to go, Yi-Chen suggested as he stood to leave. The secretary grasped his arm. Mr. Yi, what are you worried about? Our boss, while stern, is a reasonable person. You have only been vice president for 3 days. He wouldn't hold you accountable for any unforeseen issues. Upon hearing the secretary's words, Yi-Chen awkwardly scratched his head. That may be true, but I still feel a bit anxious. What is there to be anxious about? This is a rare opportunity for you to represent our Bayman City Sales Company at the meeting. It is a perfect chance to make a favorable impression on the higher-ups, which could greatly benefit your future development. Indeed, the secretary's words stirred something within Yi-Chen. Ever since he declined the general manager's request, he had been anticipating some form of retribution. However, remaining passive was not a viable option if he could earn the boss's favor. What did he have to fear from the general manager? It was even conceivable that he could usurp the general manager's position himself. With this thought, Yi-Chen took a deep breath and nodded resolutely. You are right. One must not shy away from such opportunities. What time does the meeting commence? 9 o'clock. There is still an hour left. Very well. Let us have the driver ready the car. We shall depart at once. Chapter 31. The beautiful boss arriving at the headquarters building, Yi-Chen exited the vehicle with a smile. So, this is the headquarters. Jia happens to work here as well. I wonder if she is busy at the moment. He initially intended to visit Jia first, but with less than 20 minutes until the meeting, Yi-Chen decided to head directly to the conference. Under the secretary's guidance, he entered the company's imposing headquarters building clad in a suit and polished shoes. The grand conference room was filled with attendees, all of whom were heads of various subsidiaries. Yi-Chen took his seat representing the Bayman City Sales Company, feeling a twinge of nervousness amidst the surrounding business elites, all of whom possessed impressive educational backgrounds, extensive experience, and remarkable abilities. Sitting there, he felt somewhat intimidated. Has your sales company changed its general manager? Just as Yi-Chen was taking shallow breaths to calm his nerves, a man's voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning to face the man beside him, Yi-Chen smiled and replied, Our general manager is away on business. I am here in his stead. Upon hearing this, the man responded with a hint of derision. This is a general meeting of the headquarters. The heads of other subsidiaries are present, yet only your Bayman City Sales Company stands out in this manner. Feeling the sting of his mocking tone, Yi-Chen forced a smile and chose not to respond, though he couldn't shake the thought that this meeting might not be as straightforward as he had imagined. Before long, the room fell silent as a woman in a white professional outfit entered through the door. She walked directly to the head of the table and took her seat. Upon seeing her visage, Yi-Chen gasped in shock. Oh no, isn't she the woman I followed in the marketplace? To his dismay, she was indeed his boss. Recalling their earlier encounter in the market, where she had questioned him, he felt a rush of panic. Little did he expect to harbor such feelings for his employer, let alone to have stalked her in secret. If she were to discover that he was the vice president of the sales company, he would likely be on the brink of dismissal. With the thought of having just assumed the position and not yet settled into his role, Yi-Chen hurriedly lowered his head, striving to keep his visage from being seen by this woman. Jia, seated at the head of the table, glanced at her phone. She had sent Yi-Chen a message earlier, yet he had not responded. Setting her phone aside, she surveyed the assembled individuals, her slender legs elegantly crossed, and spoke softly. Is everyone here? If so, let us commence. After her words, she picked up the remote and pressed a button, activating the projector. Now, I will discuss the performance of the headquarters for the first half of the year. A total of 20 branch offices have met their targets. 15 branches achieved 2/3 of their goals, while 10 managed only half. I would like to hear from the heads of the underperforming branches regarding this matter. Faced with Jia's inquiry, the normally arrogant executives fell into silence. She scanned the room before pointing coldly at a man, Manager Qiao. Your company has completed only 2/3 of its targets. Could you explain why you have not fulfilled your responsibilities? Manager Qiao, called out by name, swallowed hard, and, feeling somewhat uneasy, responded, "Boss, the rise in raw material prices in the first half has hindered our manufacturing company from sourcing affordable and quality materials. Achieving 2/3 is already quite an accomplishment." "Oh, you claim that the rise in raw material prices has affected your ability to procure them?" When Jia replied, her voice steady. "It is not that you cannot obtain materials, but rather, you cannot obtain them at reasonable prices." Hearing his correction, Wen Jia tapped her pen lightly, stating, "In that case, expand your raw material suppliers in the second half. I expect you to complete the annual targets by the end of the year. Otherwise, you may resign." Wen Jia's stern demeanor left Manager Chiu unable to retort. After all, this was her company, and he was merely an employee. Having addressed the manufacturing issues, Wen Jia turned her attention to the sales division. "Our company oversees 28 sales offices scattered across the nation. Yet only 15 have met their targets for the first half of the year. What is the situation with the remaining 13? In response to Wen Jia's inquiry, the heads of the sales offices remained silent, their heads bowed. Observing their feigned ignorance, Wen Jia spoke with a darkened expression. "Aren't you all quite vocal usually? Why the silence now? Head of the Bayman City Sales Office, explain why you have only achieved half of your sales targets." As Wen Jia's voice echoed through the room, all eyes turned to the area where the sales manager sat. Meanwhile, Yichen felt as though his head was about to merge with the table, overwhelmed by despair. He felt he had truly run afoul of fate. Not only had he been discovered trailing his boss, but he had also been singled out during the meeting, leaving him utterly bewildered. After Wen Jia finished speaking, she noticed that no one stepped forward to respond. Looking around, she coldly remarked, "Has the person in charge of the Bayman sales company not arrived?" The man who had previously mocked Yichen pointed at him, saying, "This is the representative from the Bayman sales company." Upon hearing this, Yichen felt an overwhelming urge to jump up and silence him. "Why do you talk so much?" Wen Jia, seeing Yichen with his head bowed, momentarily failed to recognize him as her brother. "What is the matter? Are you shy because you haven't completed your task? Afraid to face people?" In response to Wen Jia's scornful jibe, Yichen took a deep breath and gradually lifted his head. After all, one could evade for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Since he represented the Bayman sales company, he had every reason to bear the responsibility. The former boss, hearing Yichen's stammering voice, raised her beautiful eyes from her phone. When her striking gaze fell upon Yichen's awkward demeanor, she was momentarily stunned. "Brother, what are you doing here?" Wen Jia clearly remembered that the Bayman sales company had a general manager, and for a meeting of this caliber, it was unlikely that Yichen would be in attendance. Seeing Wen Jia, now transformed into a poised CEO, staring intently at him, Yichen mistakenly believed she had recalled him as that obsessive stalker, leading him to awkwardly say, "Boss, I have only recently taken on the role of the person in charge, so I am not entirely clear on why the company has not met its objectives." Before Wen Jia could respond, the man beside her interjected sarcastically, "Why hasn't it been completed? Isn't it obvious? It's because of people like you, who know nothing and are managing the company, that we face these failures." Upon hearing his words, Yichen turned to glance at him, wondering if this was their first meeting and why he was so hostile. However, given his current predicament, he felt compelled to speak up. After a moment's thought, he inhaled deeply and addressed Wen Jia, "Boss, this representative is correct. Our Bayman sales company indeed has a number of individuals who merely coast through their roles, which results in capable employees working tirelessly yet earning little, while the incompetent thrive through connections, living off the company without contributing." Yichen's words instantly ignited a commotion in the room. After all, this was a family matter. How could it be addressed at a corporate meeting? In the face of the murmurs from other leaders, Wen Jia, as the boss, felt a surge of delight. Her brother dared to raise issues regarding the management of the company in such an environment, indicating he had aspirations. While she initially wanted Yichen to take it easy at the company, merely coasting along, if he possessed management capabilities, she would not mind allowing him to take a shot at it. After all, who wouldn't wish for their loved ones to be competent? Although she felt a sense of joy within, Wen Jia maintained an outwardly calm demeanor as she inquired, "What does Mr. Yi mean?" "In order for our Northgate branch to achieve its objectives, we must not only recruit capable sales personnel, but also eliminate those who merely drift through their days." Upon hearing Yichen's 2 points, Wen Jia secretly rejoiced. It seemed her brother was not entirely inept. At times, he possessed considerable clarity. Tapping her pen lightly, Wen Jia replied nonchalantly, "But this is a matter for your branch. What does your statement in the meeting imply?" "Boss, while this does pertain to our branch, We are still a part of the parent company. As the vice president, I naturally wish for the company to prosper rather than be gradually devoured by those parasites. After hearing Yi Chen's words, Wen Jia fell silent for a moment before asking, "What do you wish for me to do?" "I hope the parent company can dispatch supervisory personnel to enter the Northgate Sales Company to oversee internal reforms until all the ineffectual individuals have been eradicated." Yi Chen was also incensed at this point. "Aren't you leaders reluctant to attend the parent company meetings? Why must I be thrust into this position to face criticism? If that is the case, then let us all prepare ourselves." Wen Jia sensed that Yi Chen was determined to take decisive action. With a slight smile, she said, "Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request. Starting this afternoon, I will dispatch a supervisory team to your Northgate Sales Company, and you shall be the team leader. Mr. Yi, your task is straightforward, to root out all the parasites from your company. Can you accomplish this?" Taken aback by her appointing him as the team leader, Yi Chen felt a mix of surprise and trepidation. Although this bestowed upon him greater authority, it also meant he would undoubtedly offend some. However, he was unafraid of ruffling feathers, as he had long been displeased with those who had leveraged connections to enter the company without contributing. This was an opportunity to rectify the situation, and Yi Chen could hardly wish for anything more. "Boss, I can do it. Well, I believe in you. Now, let us discuss matters regarding the East China Sales Company." After a morning filled with meetings, Wen Jia had covered the main topics. At noon, everyone dined together in the cafeteria. As they were leaving, Yi Chen was stopped by Assistant Cheng, who was beside Wen Jia. "Mr. Yi, the boss wishes to see you." Upon hearing that the boss wanted to see him, Yi Chen nodded eagerly. "Please lead the way, Assistant Cheng." "Yes, Mr. Yi, please follow me." Yi Chen followed Assistant Cheng to the top floor of the building, an entire floor designated as Wen Jia's private domain. In addition to a luxurious and grand office, there was a gym, an entertainment room, a swimming pool, a bathing sauna, a dressing room, a restroom, and an expansive observation suite. The level of opulence was beyond comparison, even with the presidential suites of five-star hotels. Yi Chen followed Assistant Cheng out of the elevator, gazing at the opulent decor surrounding him, silently marveling at the lifestyle of the affluent. "Mr. Yi, the office is just through this door," Assistant Cheng indicated, before turning to depart. As he watched her retreating figure, Yi Chen took a deep breath. He was about to face that woman alone, and a flicker of nervousness washed over him. After steadying his breath, Yi Chen extended his hand and knocked on the door. "Come in," came the response from within. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen pushed the door open. Wen Jia sat elegantly on the sofa, her legs crossed, engrossed in the documents before her. Once inside the office, Yi Chen stood in the center and addressed her, "Boss." At the sound of his voice, Wen Jia gestured to the sofa beside her. "Please, take a seat." "Yes." Yi Chen approached the sofa and sat down gently, stealing glances at Wen Jia as she focused on her paperwork. After completing her tasks, Wen Jia set down her pen and looked up, catching him in the act of watching her. The sweetness of being observed by her brother warmed her heart, but the realization that he was not merely admiring her as a sister, but rather as a powerful woman dampened her spirits. "Are you spying on me?" Wen Jia's icy tone prompted Yi Chen to shake his head. "Boss, I merely noticed that you resemble someone I know." Upon recalling a previous conversation where he had mentioned this, Wen Jia briefly entertained the thought that he might have discovered her true identity. Enough with these cliché excuses. "Do you know why I summoned you?" "Apologies, boss, but I do not." Wen Jia retrieved a file from the side and tossed it onto the desk. "Take a look at this, and you'll understand." Yi Chen stood and walked over to the desk, picking up the document. "A transfer notice?" "Yes, regarding your transfer." Upon hearing Wen Jia's words, Yi Chen opened the document, his gaze fixating on the promotion from Deputy General Manager to General Manager. The news left him momentarily bewildered. "Boss, I have barely been Deputy General Manager for a few days. Isn't this promotion a bit premature? What is there to be concerned about? A capable individual can excel as a General Manager without prior experience, while an incompetent one will falter even after a decade in the role. Moreover, if you wish to enact significant changes within your company, you must possess absolute authority." Yi Chen nodded silently, contemplating that the headquarters had evidently resolved to tackle the mess left by the Beimin City Sales Company, which boded well for him. More importantly, with absolute power at his disposal, he would no longer fear resistance from others. Holding the transfer notice, Yi Chen smiled and said, "Thank you for your recognition, boss. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Indeed, if you work diligently, Ascending to the upper echelons of the company in the headquarters will not be an impossibility. I have high hopes for you. Gazing at the exquisite smile adorning Wenjia's face, Yi Chen felt his heart race unexpectedly. At this moment, Wenjia was simply enchanting, particularly with her every frown and smile, leaving Yi Chen breathless. However, the thought that this captivating woman might be his sister was a notion he found difficult to accept. Stealing a furtive glance at the beautiful boss before him, Yi Chen resolved to seek out Wenjia. She also worked at this company, making it not too challenging to locate her. If he found her, it would confirm that his stunning boss was not his sister. If he did not, the situation would gradually become clearer. Chapter 33. On the verge of exposure, boss. I shall take my leave now. Indeed, should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to come here and seek my assistance. Yi Chen nodded and promptly turned to exit the office. Once he had departed, Wenjia, seated in her chair, chuckled. It seems my brother possesses quite the managerial talent, contrary to what Xiaobao claimed about his ineptitude. With a sigh, she picked up her phone to send a message to Meng Xiaobao, inquiring whether she was still visiting her foster mother at the hospital. Before she could receive a reply from Meng Xiaobao, Assistant Cheng entered. President, your brother is looking for you at the company. My brother is searching for me. Wenjia was momentarily taken aback by Assistant Cheng's words. Hadn't she just seen him? Why was he still looking for her? Assistant Cheng quickly realized his previous ambiguity and clarified. He is looking for you, his sister, not you as his boss. What? My brother is searching for me? At that moment, Wenjia grasped the situation and hurriedly removed her high-heeled shoes, unbuttoning her blouse as she swiftly dashed into the changing room. I forgot he knew I worked here. Hurry and bring me my cosmetics. Witnessing Wenjia's flustered demeanor, Assistant Cheng hurried to the makeup room to retrieve the cosmetics she required. Who would have thought that the decisive business mogul, Wenjia, would become this flustered upon hearing that her brother was looking for her? It was likely that no one would believe it if it were to be recounted. After applying her makeup, Wenjia emerged from the office in her sneakers. Where is my brother now? President, he is inquiring at the Human Resources Department. Oh no. I did not inform Human Resources about my other identity. If my brother fails to ascertain my identity, will he suspect me? Noticing Wenjia's growing anxiety, Assistant Cheng suggested. If that is the case, you could simply say that you were seconded from another company to assist. It would be normal not to have any information. Yes, that is the only course of action now. Wenjia took a deep breath and stepped into the elevator. At that moment, Yi Chen was not entering the Human Resources Department, but rather standing at its entrance. Due to the necessity of a headquarters employee card to gain access, Yi Chen was barred from entering. The complexities of a large corporation were troublesome. Even entering a single department required a specific access card. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly. At that moment, the office door swung open, revealing a young woman stepping out. Just as the door was about to close, Yi Chen swiftly reached out and grasped the doorknob. He entered the office and observed the diligent employees at work. He casually approached a bespectacled young lady and smiled, inquiring, Greetings, I am the general manager of the Bayman City Sales Company. My sister also works at the headquarters, and I wish to ascertain her department. Upon hearing Yi Chen claim his managerial position, the young lady regarded him with a hint of skepticism. Although Yi Chen had ventured into the professional world at an early age, he was merely 23 and still bore a youthful appearance. His elevation to general manager at such a tender age prompted her to doubt his credentials. Are you really the general manager of the sales company? Noticing her lingering disbelief, Yi Chen responded with a smile. If you doubt my identity, you may verify it through the personnel management system. Very well. Please wait a moment while I check. As she began her inquiry on the computer, Yi Chen patiently stood by. At that juncture, the door to the Human Resources office opened, and Wenjia stealthily entered. Scanning the room, she fortuitously laid eyes on Yi Chen, who was awaiting the results of the query. Brother, you truly came. Wenjia bit her finger, contemplating how best to present herself without seeming too abrupt. After much thought, she concluded that a chance encounter would be most suitable. Just then, the young lady's search results were available. Yi Chen. Yes, that is my name. After comparing the photograph, the young lady confirmed that the young man before her was indeed the vice general manager of the sales company. With a touch of apology, she said, I apologize, Mr. Yi. You are quite youthful, and I was uncertain for a moment. That is quite all right. It is best to be diligent in your work. Could you assist me in locating my sister? Certainly. What is her name? Her name is Wenjia. Wenjia? That name sounds familiar. Observing her deep in thought, Yi Chen presumed she might recognize his sister. My sister has freckles and wears a strong prescription pair of glasses. Listening to Yi Chen's description, the young lady shook her head. I do not know her, but let me conduct a search. Very well. Before long, the search results emerged. Oh, there is only one Wen Jia in the company, but she is the owner. Just as the young lady was about to explain that Wen Jia was the company's proprietor, Wen Jia dashed over. Ah, brother, what are you doing here? Yi Chen, eager to hear more about the owner named Wen Jia, was pleasantly surprised to see his sister beside him. Jia, what a coincidence. Indeed, quite a coincidence. What brings you here? Casting a glance at the young lady, who wore a perplexed expression, Yi Chen smiled and replied, I happen to be here for a meeting. Now that it has concluded, I thought I would come to see you. Ah, so that's how it is. Have you not eaten? Allow me to treat you to a delightful meal. As she grasped her hands, preparing to leave, Yi Chen remarked, I have already dined. I merely came to catch a glimpse of you. Please ensure you deliver dinner to Mother this evening, as I may be working late. Oh, very well then. Rest assured about Mother. We shall take good care of her. In that case, I shall take my leave. Yi Chen affectionately ruffled her hair before stepping out of the office. Watching his figure fade from her sight, Wen Jia released a deep sigh of relief. That was close. I almost revealed too much. After patting her chest, she noticed the young lady looking at her with a peculiar expression, and she quickly resumed her icy demeanor. What did he ask you? In response to Wen Jia's inquiry, the young lady, still focused on her computer, replied, the manager from the sales company, Mr. Yi, inquired about his sister. Hearing this, Wen Jia furrowed her brow. How did you respond? I mentioned there is only one person named Wen Jia in the company. Before I could clarify that she is the boss, you arrived. By the way, which department are you from? I don't believe I've seen you before. Ignoring her question, Wen Jia took out her phone and dialed Assistant Chung. Assistant Chung, from this moment forth, please erase all information about me from the bulletin board and arrange for a fictitious position for me in the Human Resources Department. Proceed with this immediately. After ending the call, Wen Jia glanced at the astonished female employee before striding out of the office. Watching her leave, the young lady gasped. The assistant beside the president? My goodness, the president has a brother, yet it seems he is unaware of the president's true identity. What game are they playing? Chapter 34. A voice with hypnotic effects. Having departed from the headquarters, Yi Chen returned to the sales company. He had met with his sister, and although something felt amiss, at least it was confirmed that the beautiful boss was not his sibling. With this thought, Yi Chen unconsciously relaxed considerably. Upon returning to the company, he was greeted by the oversight team he had dispatched. Meeting with them in the conference room, Yi Chen emphasized several key points. First, regardless of who they are or their status, anyone lacking capability must be promptly dismissed. Second, some senior executives may resist our investigations. In such instances, report directly to me. Understood, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen nodded at the group before stating, let us commence. Exiting the conference room, Yi Chen proceeded directly to the general manager's office. The secretary, having received news of Yi Chen's promotion, was already waiting at the door of the office. Mr. Yi, congratulations on your promotion. Noticing the smile on her face, Yi Chen returned a faint smile. Although he had been promoted, the work was far from easy. Is he in the office? Since returning in the afternoon, I have remained in the office without stepping outside. Yi Chen nodded, extending his hand to push open the door and enter. The general manager, or rather the former general manager, was seated in a chair, smoking a cigarette. Upon seeing Yi Chen walk in, he extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray. Yi, quite impressive. It hasn't been long since you became the general manager, and you've certainly proven your mettle. In response to his jest, Yi Chen took a seat opposite him, picked up a ballpoint pen from the holder, and calmly remarked, don't hold it against me. After all, I act for the betterment of our sales company. If we fail to meet our targets by year-end, we'll both be left to face the music. Haha, your promotion is indeed a good thing. How could I possibly resent you? It's just unfortunate that I've been reassigned and can't attend your promotion banquet. The former general manager rose from his chair, gathered his belongings, and approached Yi Chen. Let us hope we cross paths again in the future. Indeed, I wish you all the best in your new company. The former general manager nodded with a smile and then stepped out of the office. As the sound of the office door closing echoed, Yi Chen let out a long sigh. He hadn't anticipated that his remarks at the company meeting would trigger such significant changes within the sales department. Yet, he felt no remorse, for he needed this job. Only by earning more could he alleviate the burden of his foster mother's medical expenses and provide a better life for his sisters. As long as he could fulfill these two objectives, he was willing to do anything. With determination, Yi Chun initiated the necessary actions, leading everyone in the company to pause their work in preparation for the Oversight Committee's review. While Yi Chun was bustling with activity at the company, when Jia had left the headquarters and arrived at the hospital, Meng Xiaobao spent the day at the hospital, conversing with her foster mother about everything from childhood memories to Yi Chun's dedication to supporting their family. The foster mother, lulled by their conversation, had fallen asleep on the hospital bed, while Meng Xiaobao continued to chatter away. Upon entering the ward and witnessing this scene, Wen Jia shook her head in resignation. Xiaobao, stop talking, mom is asleep. It was only after Wen Jia's gentle reminder that the oblivious Meng Xiaobao realized her foster mother had dozed off. It seems my voice has a rather hypnotic effect. Hearing this, a patient in the adjacent bed couldn't help but interject, not just hypnotic. Your voice is practically anesthetic. I barely felt it when my stitches burst. Rolling her eyes at the patient's sardonic complaint, Meng Xiaobao retorted, well, you should thank me for saving you the cost of anesthesia. All right, Xiaobao, I apologize, auntie. My sister tends to be a bit loquacious. Come along, Xiaobao. Meng Xiaobao neatly tucked the blanket around her foster mother before rising to follow Wen Jia out. Sister, I think we should just get mom a private room. I can't sleep well with all these people around. Sigh, we are both working-class individuals. How could we possibly afford the cost of a private room? Let us discuss it again when your brother gets his salary. All right then. Merely a pitiful mother, whose daughters possess remarkable talents yet cannot ensure her a life of comfort. Upon hearing Meng Xiaobao's words, Wen Jia let out a faint sigh. Alas, sacrifices must be made. Let us not dwell on this any longer. Let us procure some ingredients and prepare a meal at home. Meng Xiaobao nodded in agreement and followed her out of the hospital. Yi Chun had been engrossed in work at the company until 9 in the evening. Following a preliminary review by the supervisory team, a general overview of the situation had come to light. All right, we shall conclude for today. Everyone may head home, he announced. The team members nodded, gathered their belongings, and departed. Yi Chun placed the documents into his briefcase and subsequently exited the company. Although his secretary had already left for the day, the driver awaited him at the entrance. Once in the car, Yi Chun smiled at the driver, saying, Xiao Lu, you have worked hard. The driver, Xiao Lu, was taken aback by Yi Chun's words, replying, President Yi, it is my duty. Yes, please take me home, Yi Chun responded. Xiao Lu nodded and started the car, leaving the premises. Upon opening the door, Yi Chun assumed his sisters would be asleep, only to find them seated on the sofa, engrossed in a television show. As they saw him return, the sisters stood up, joyfully exclaiming, Brother, you're back. Quickly wash your hands and join us for dinner. Observing the spread before him, Yi Chun placed his briefcase down and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, You two enjoy your meal. I will just prepare a bowl of noodles. Oh, if no one were home, you could do as you please, but since we are both here, how could we possibly let you go hungry? Meng Xiaobao retorted, retrieving a pair of slippers from the shoe rack and bending down to place them before him. However, her loose-fitting sweatshirt inadvertently revealed more than intended as she bent down. Yi Chun's eyes widened in surprise, thinking to himself how casually she dressed at home, without even wearing undergarments. Sensing a burning gaze upon her, Meng Xiaobao lifted her head and, upon noticing Yi Chun's focus on her neckline, instinctively glanced down. Hastily covering her neckline, she playfully chided, You've seen me since childhood. Haven't you had enough? Yi Chun's face flushed with embarrassment at her words, and he quickly defended himself. Xiaobao, do not speak nonsense. When have I ever looked at you like that since childhood? Oh, you know very well. No need for explanations. Come on, let us eat. Just then, Wen Jia emerged from the kitchen, carrying a bowl of soup, and curiously inquired, What are you two discussing? What do you mean by since childhood? Caught off guard by Wen Jia's question, Yi Chun found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Meng Xiaobao, seated at the dining table, casually remarked, I was referring to Ultraman. Brother has loved watching Ultraman since childhood. Who would have thought he still enjoys it at this age, right, brother? Seeing the smile on Meng Xiaobao's face, Yi Chun quickly nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it is Ultraman. I have cherished it since my youth. Chapter 35. I hope you do not regret it, Ultraman. Such a frivolous thing is only for children. How immature. Observing Wen Jia's disdainful expression, Yi Chun refrained from voicing his thoughts, for he was acutely aware of the significance of what he had cherished since childhood. Seated at the dining table, gazing at the sumptuous spread before him, Yi Chun smiled and remarked, These past few days, I have truly experienced what it means to indulge. feasting daily on the meals prepared by my sisters. I am indeed a most fortunate brother. Seeing the blissful expression on Yi Chen's face, Meng Xiaobao lifted her glass and cheerfully proposed, "Let us drink to that." "Stop. Though the wine is delightful, it should not be consumed recklessly. You two were quite inebriated last night, and it was I who escorted you back to your rooms." Upon hearing this, Meng Xiaobao playfully nudged Yi Chen's leg with her foot beneath the table, giggling. "Did you perhaps engage in any mischief with us sisters?" Feeling her slightly restless foot, Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, reached out, and seized her foot, teasingly scratching the sole with his fingernail. "You impudent girl! As your brother, how could I ever do anything untoward to you?" Meng Xiaobao burst into laughter, squirming and attempting to escape his grasp. Yet, Yi Chen was relentless, continuing until she was in tears, begging for mercy, at which point he finally released her foot. Wen Jia, seated across from them, observed the scene with a resigned shake of her head. Though Meng Xiaobao was the third in line, in certain matters, she displayed an immaturity surpassing that of the youngest. Shu Xiaoxiao. However, this was precisely what made Yi Chen so captivating. It is worth noting that Meng Xiaobao, as a top-tier celebrity in the country, had suitors not only among handsome male stars, but also included wealthy magnates and various affluent heirs. Nevertheless, regardless of whether she was in the presence of dashing men or the wealthy elite, Meng Xiaobao consistently maintained an air of indifference, exhibiting a cool demeanor. It was only in Yi Chen's company that she revealed her endearing, youthful side. The three siblings enjoyed their meal until midnight, but unlike the previous day, they did not overindulge this time. After they tidied up the dining table, Yi Chen yawned and said, "You two should turn in early. I shall retire as well." "Very well then. Good night, brother." With Meng Xiaobao waving goodbye, Yi Chen nodded and proceeded to his bedroom. Lying on his bed, he did not immediately drift into slumber. Instead, he stared at the ceiling with wide-open eyes. An hour later, Yi Chen sat up in bed, donned his slippers, and slowly exited his room. He made his way to the bathroom, retrieved his towel, and stood at the threshold of Wenjia's room. Regarding his actions from the previous night, when he wiped away the freckles from her face, Yi Chen had convinced himself all day that it was merely a drunken hallucination. Therefore, tonight he resolved to test again whether he could indeed erase the freckles from Wenjia's face. Pressing his ear against the door, he listened intently until he heard no sound. Grasping the doorknob firmly, he pushed the door open and entered. As Yi Chen beheld Wenjia lying sideways on the bed, he inhaled deeply and gently approached her. Gazing at her closed eyes, he swallowed hard. Was this merely a figment of his imagination fueled by last night's indulgence? A swift swipe with a towel would provide the answer. Steeling himself, Yi Chen slowly brought the towel closer to Wenjia's face. Just as the towel was about to brush against her skin, Wenjia suddenly opened her eyes, oblivious to her awakening. Yi Chen persisted in his intent to wipe her face. "What are you doing, brother?" Wenjia inquired. Yi Chen lifted his gaze, and in an instant, their eyes met. Observing the confusion in her eyes, he blinked and offered a gentle smile. "I noticed you hadn't washed your face last night, so I thought I might assist you." Looking at the towel in his hand, Wenjia pondered for a moment before replying, "My skin has been a bit sensitive lately, so I can only use wet wipes. I can't wash my face." "Oh, I see." Yi Chen retracted his hand and stood, addressing her. "Then you should get some rest. I'll be heading back. Good night, brother." "Good night." Once Yi Chen exited the room, a shadow of concern crossed Wenjia's delicate features. Back at his residence, Yi Chen lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling somewhat reckless for his earlier actions. Although their sibling bond was strong, sneaking into a young woman's room in the dead of night could easily lead to misunderstandings. "I hope Jia doesn't misinterpret my intentions," he murmured, pulling the blanket over his head. The following day, Yi Chen arrived at the company after a visit to the hospital, ready to take decisive action. The task was straightforward: dismiss any underperformers, those who had leveraged connections to gain employment, and those merely coasting along. Addressing the lower-tier employees posed little challenge. At worst, they would grumble and protest. However, when it came to dealing with higher-ups, Yi Chen encountered complications. The manager of the procurement department happened to be the nephew of the financial director at the head office, a figure of considerable authority. Any request for funds from any branch required his approval, making him a person no one dared to offend. If the nephew possessed genuine managerial skills, Yi Chen would gladly extend him the courtesy he was due. Yet, he lacked competence and instead exploited his uncle's position, causing chaos within the company. flirting with female colleagues and flaunting his authority. As Yi-Chen sat in his office reviewing the procurement manager's profile, the door burst open violently. He looked up to find none other than the procurement manager himself. Storming into Yi-Chen's office, he pointed accusingly and unleashed a torrent of insults. "Yi-Chen, how dare you touch me? Do you even know who my uncle is? Do you truly believe that I can render your company incapable of receiving even a single cent from headquarters in the future?" Faced with his threat, Yi-Chen lightly tapped his fingers on the table, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Manager's son. The decision to terminate your employment was made after careful deliberation by the supervisory team. Your uncle is likely powerless to intervene." Upon hearing Yi-Chen's words, the procurement manager narrowed his eyes, darkly retorting, "Yi, you were merely a salesperson before, and through sheer luck, you ascended to the role of general manager. Are you becoming arrogant? What do you possess to contend with my uncle? Manager's son, I reiterate, I am not in conflict with your uncle. I am merely fulfilling my duties." Witnessing Yi-Chen's unwavering demeanor, manager's son seethed with anger, taking a deep breath before pointing an accusatory finger at him, growling, "Very well. You have guts, Yi. I hope you do not come to regret this." With that, manager's son stormed out in a fit of rage. Yi-Chen dismissed the threat, as he had faced countless threats before and had no inclination to dwell on them. As evening fell, Yi-Chen departed from the company, settling into his Mercedes. When the vehicle reached an intersection, a large truck suddenly barreled in from the side. Chapter 36. Fortunately, my wit prevails. Yi-Chen was seated in the back, engaged in texting with Meng Xiaobao, and by the time he heard the frantic screech of brakes, it was too late. His pupils constricted as he beheld the oncoming truck. Bang! The immense impact flipped the Mercedes over, and it rolled more than 10 times before finally coming to rest. The car was a crumpled wreck, but the ordeal was far from over. Suddenly, smoke began to billow from the fuel tank, followed by a massive fire engulfing the mangled vehicle. The truck driver leapt from his cab, casting a glance at the inferno that was once the Mercedes, and calmly retrieved his phone to call for emergency assistance. When Wen Jia and Meng Xiaobao received the call from the police department, they rushed to the scene of the incident. By then, the flames had been extinguished, and firefighters were conducting final checks. Gazing at the heap of twisted metal that was the Mercedes, Meng Xiaobao shook her head, murmuring, "How could a perfectly fine vehicle be involved in an accident?" In response to Meng Xiaobao's confusion, Wen Jia, with a somber expression, approached a police officer. "I am Yi-Chen's sister. How is my brother?" The officer, after surveying the scene, replied, "According to our investigation, there was no one else in the vehicle besides the driver. It is possible that he was ejected during the collision. We are dispatching personnel to search the vicinity, but the likelihood of survival is quite slim." Upon hearing the officer's words, Wen Jia turned to the truck driver being interrogated nearby and strode over. "Who prompted you to act this way?" The driver glanced at her, shrugging his shoulders. "I was preparing to turn. I had no idea that Mercedes would appear so suddenly. I am also an innocent party in this." "Innocent? How could you not see such a large vehicle? Are you blind?" In response to Meng Xiaobao's curses, the truck driver merely shrugged, unwilling to engage further. Unable to extract any information from him, Wen Jia turned and walked towards the Mercedes. The lifeless body of driver Xiao Lu had already been removed and taken to the mortuary. As for Yi-Chen, he was indeed absent from the vehicle. Where had her brother vanished to? Observing the furrowed brow of Wen Jia, Meng Xiaobao leaned closer and whispered, "The last time my brother was resurrected, it was due to our Master's intervention. Since the Master has acted, my brother should be safe this time as well. He is likely off enjoying himself somewhere." Sighing, she lamented, "Why must he disappear so suddenly?" Unbeknownst to Wen Jia, Yi-Chen could not hear her complaints. At that moment, he was sprinting through the fields. His clothes had been reduced to ashes due to the fire, leaving him clad only in his skin. "Damn it! If it weren't for the abilities bestowed upon me by the Master, I might have met my demise again today." Yi-Chen cursed under his breath as he spotted lights flickering in the distance and hurriedly made his way towards them. Hiding among the cornfields, he peered outside and beheld a small village. He quickly tore off 2 corn leaves to wrap around his waist, seizing the moment when no one was watching to dash out of the cornfield. With a leap, he grasped the courtyard wall and, summoning his strength, vaulted over it. Once inside, Yi-Chen paused in front of a house. Crouching beneath the wall, he listened intently to the sounds emanating from within. The noises were somewhat complex, punctuated by heavy breathing. "Is it really already so busy at this hour?" he mused. However, This presented an apt opportunity for Yi Chun to steal a piece of clothing. Gently, he pulled open the door and ventured inside. Upon entering, he found himself in a dimly lit living room, cautiously searching for garments suitable for wearing. Yet, despite his carefulness, he inadvertently knocked over a cup. The sound of shattering glass startled him, and he widened his eyes in disbelief, glancing into the adjacent room. A man's panicked voice rang out. "What the hell? Is your husband back?" "My husband is working out of town. He can't possibly be back at this hour," came the reply. "Then why the hell did the cup break?" "Never mind, I'm out of here." After the man's voice faded, Yi Chun heard a flurry of commotion, and then he spotted a shadow flit by outside the window. He had narrowly escaped detection. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the lights inside the house flickered on. Yi Chun quickly crawled beneath the sofa, praying that the lady of the house would not uncover his presence. Soon, footsteps approached, and a pair of pink slippers came into view. It was just a broken wine glass. "Look at him acting all scared," the woman complained, before taking a broom and dustpan to clean up the shattered glass. Then turned off the lights and retreated into the room. Upon hearing the sound of the bedroom door closing, Yi Chun, who had been hiding beneath the sofa, let out a sigh of relief. Crawling out from his hiding place, he noticed a dark object in the corner that resembled clothing, prompting him to hastily approach it. After a moment of groping about, he retrieved a pink skirt. Well, at least he had something to wear. He discarded the corn husks he had been wearing onto the floor and quickly donned the pink skirt. Although he could not see his reflection, he could well imagine the grotesque sight he presented. Casting a furtive glance at the bedroom door, Yi Chun murmured, "I'll borrow your skirt for a moment. I promise to return it later." With that, he pushed open the door and stepped outside, vaulting over the fence and sprinting towards the city center. Though he managed to snag a bicycle along the way, it was already 10 in the evening by the time he returned to the old town. Concealed in a narrow alley, he observed the passing vehicles and pedestrian throngs, then glanced down at the snug pink skirt he was wearing, shaking his head in dismay. No, this simply wouldn't do. Venturing out like this would surely land him on the headlines by morning. Looking around, he spotted a newspaper on the ground. An idea sparked in his mind. 5 minutes later, a man clad in a tight pink skirt, with his face wrapped in a newspaper that left only 2 eye holes, emerged from the alley. Inspired by the newspaper, Yi Chun realized that covering his face would render him unrecognizable. This unconventional appearance immediately drew the attention of the crowd. Some hurried away in fear, others curiously gathered to observe, while a few pulled out their phones to snap pictures. "Hey, little sister. You can look, but you can't take photos," Yi Chun exclaimed, attempting to halt one girl with pigtails who was brandishing her phone. She replied, "Are you performing some kind of art? Could you please remove the newspaper from your face so I can take a couple of pictures to post online?" In response to her request, Yi Chun firmly declined. "The essence of performance art lies in its mystery. Please refrain from taking any more photos, or I shall have to confiscate your phone." After issuing this threat, he noticed the growing crowd and swallowed hard, making a swift exit. Upon reaching the base of his building and ensuring that he was not being followed, Yi Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his quick wit had spared him from potential embarrassment. Chapter 37. I will strike until you acknowledge it. Just as he was about to ascend the stairs, he unexpectedly encountered his younger sisters, Meng Xiaobao and Wen Jia, who had just stepped out of the building. Upon seeing them, Yi Chun took off in a hurry. He absolutely could not allow them to see him in this ridiculous state. Otherwise, the grand image he had cultivated in their minds would be utterly shattered. Wen Jia and Meng Xiaobao had intended to visit the police station to inquire about any news regarding Yi Chun. However, as they exited, they caught a glimpse of a figure in a pink skirt darting past. Why does that woman look so robust? Faced with Meng Xiaobao's confusion, Wen Jia cast a glance at the spot where Yi Chun was hiding and let out a slight sigh of relief. Perhaps it was not a woman, but a man. A man? Which man would stroll about at night in a pink skirt? Was he mentally unwell? Upon hearing Meng Xiaobao's words, Wen Jia covered her face, feeling a wave of shame wash over her. She was all too familiar with Yi Chun's physique. Those arms and legs were unmistakable. Curiosity piqued within her as she wondered why her brother was dressed in such a manner. "Let us go take a look." "All right." Meng Xiaobao picked up a stick from nearby and closely followed Wen Jia. The two approached the corner just in time to spot Yi Chun, who was preparing to escape. "Brother, what are you doing?" Hearing Wen Jia's voice, Yi Chun halted in his tracks and hurriedly exclaimed, "Little sister, don't be mistaken. I'm not your brother." At his words, Meng Xiaobao set down the stick in her hand, walked up to him, and without a second thought, removed the newspaper covering his face. Observing Yi Chen's mortified expression, Meng Xiaobao crossed her arms and teased, "Brother, what is going on? A costume show? It's a long story. Let us talk about it at home." Yi Chen awkwardly dashed past her, swiftly disappearing into the building entrance. Watching his retreating figure, Meng Xiaobao shook her head in exasperation. It seemed her brother had truly embarrassed himself this time. She could only wonder what he had been through. Listening to Meng Xiaobao, Wen Jia rolled her eyes. Knowing full well it was her brother, Shi Xuntiev removed the newspaper from his head and utterly obliterated his last shred of dignity. "Hey, big sister, you were the one who called him brother first. You could have just pretended not to see him. Why blame me?" Observing Meng Xiaobao's defiance, Wen Jia shook her head and chose not to respond, turning instead to stride toward the building entrance. Meng Xiaobao pouted at her retreating form. "Honestly, how can you blame me for this?" Upon returning home, Yi Chen rushed straight into his room. He discarded the skirt into the trash bin and hastily retrieved some clothes from the wardrobe to change into. Once dressed appropriately, he finally exhaled a deep sigh of relief. He had truly embarrassed himself. Shaking his head, he opened the door and stepped outside. Wen Jia and Meng Xiaobao were seated on the sofa, and upon hearing the door open, they immediately fixed their gaze upon him. Feeling the weight of their stares, Yi Chen sat down on the nearby sofa, his cheeks reddening. "That, brother, you don't need to explain anything." Before he could finish, Wen Jia interrupted, and Yi Chen scratched his head, ultimately deciding he must clarify the situation. "It is likely that you are already aware of my situation. As for why I emerged unscathed, it is a matter too intricate to elucidate at this moment. The reason behind my peculiar attire stems from a wardrobe malfunction, which left me no choice but to don that dress." In response to Yi Chen's explanation, Wen Jia offered a faint smile, rising to sit beside him, grasping his hand as she said, "Brother, I've already told you, there is no need for explanations. Well, I pity my driver, who has encountered such an unforeseen calamity." Observing his expression of distress, Meng Xiaobao inquired, "Brother, have you perhaps offended someone? From what I gather, it seems likely. Earlier today, a supervisor advised me not to harbor regrets, and subsequently, an incident transpired that evening." Upon hearing Yi Chen mention this, Wen Jia's demeanor shifted. She asked darkly, "Who was it?" "It is rumored that his uncle is the financial director of the headquarters." "Never mind that for now. I shall take care of it." The financial director, Wen Jia murmured, blinking in contemplation, lost in thought. The following day, news of the Mercedes-Benz incident began to circulate online. One would expect manager's son to be elated, for with Yi Chen's demise, no one would dare challenge him. However, upon reading that one person had perished, particularly a driver, manager's son's composure faltered. If Yi Chen had not been in that car, would he not still be alive? What if he suspected that I was involved? What struck him as most peculiar was that he had witnessed Yi Chen entering the Mercedes-Benz just yesterday evening. Could it be that he exited midway? A sense of foreboding washed over manager's son, prompting him to rise from his chair and pace anxiously around the office. Yet, after regaining his composure, he reminded himself that he had paid for the service, and he had compensated the driver handsomely. Surely, the driver would not implicate him. Moreover, it was crucial to remember that revealing his identity would benefit neither him nor the driver. Initially, it was merely a traffic incident, likely to result in a few years of imprisonment. Should the driver expose him, not only would he forfeit his payment, but he might also face charges of intentional harm. The risk of execution loomed, and his wife, who was ill and awaiting funds for a kidney transplant, would be beyond salvation. From any angle, it was evident that revealing his involvement would hold no advantages for the truck driver. With this realization, manager's son returned to his chair, declaring, "Let us see what you can do to me." No sooner had he spoken than the office door swung open, and Yi Chen strode in with purpose. Upon witnessing that this man had indeed survived, manager's son feigned calmness and asked, "What brings you here?" Seeing Yi Chen act as if nothing were amiss, he approached him directly, without preamble, and swung his fist. Though he typically presented himself as a civilized individual, when faced with someone intent on his demise, he transformed into a bloodthirsty demon. Manager's son observed Yi Chen's aggression and attempted to resist, but at that moment, Yi Chen was overwhelmingly powerful. With a single punch, he left son dazed and seeing stars. Yi Chen showed no restraint, landing several blows to son's face before yanking him out of his office chair and tossing him to the ground. Grabbing him by the collar, he sneered, "Are you disappointed that I'm still alive? In response to Yi Chen's taunt, manager's son, blood streaming from his nose, raised his hands defensively and lamented. Are you out of your mind? That car accident wasn't orchestrated by me. Why are you attacking me? Still in denial, are we? No matter. I'll continue until you confess. Yi Chen was poised to strike again when a man's voice cut through the tension. Stop it. Yi Chen turned to see an irate man standing in the doorway. A grin spread across his face. Ah, the financial director of the headquarters. Have you come to plead for your nephew after his grievous mistakes? In the face of Yi Chen's mockery, the financial director cast a cold glance at him before responding. Do you have any evidence for your claims? Evidence? None, Yi Chen admitted. Then you're slandering him. Don't think you can act with impunity in this branch. We will pursue your assault to the fullest extent. Seeing the director's haughty demeanor, Yi Chen released manager's son and rose to his feet. Oh, so you intend to press charges against me? Are you afraid of being reported yourself? With renewed confidence from his uncle's arrival, manager's son stood up, clutching his bleeding nose. As he passed Yi Chen, he hissed, Just wait, Yi. You'll find yourself behind bars. Faced with such bravado, Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and swiftly delivered a resounding slap to son's face, sending him crashing to the ground. The financial director, incensed at witnessing Yi Chen strike his nephew before his eyes, pointed at him and shouted, Yi Chen, don't go too far. Too far. This is merely the beginning. What follows will make you realize true excess. As Yi Chen's lips curled into a hint of a smirk, the financial director felt a twinge of dread. Just as he was about to call for security, Yi Chen's fist connected with his face, leaving him reeling and crashing to the floor. Yi Chen approached, gripping the director's clothing, and demanded, Didn't he expect me to hit you, did you? Clutching his bruised eye, the financial director bellowed, Security. Security. But calling for security was futile. Today, no one would come to their aid. I'm here to teach you both a lesson. With that declaration, he swung his fist toward the financial director's head. The incident of the altercation swiftly spread throughout the company. Although the workforce had significantly dwindled, a few individuals remained, awaiting their assessments. Upon witnessing Yi Chen's aggression, their eyes sparkled with intrigue. Capturing Yi Chen might just secure their own positions. Thus, some opportunists discreetly retrieved their phones to alert the authorities. Just as Yi Chen was engaged in his assault, two officers entered the scene. Cease. Upon recognizing the officers, Yi Chen halted his actions. The officers swiftly assessed the bloodied chief financial officer and manager's son. Without uttering a word, they proceeded to handcuff Yi Chen. As the cold metal encircled his wrists, Yi Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. In a moment of fury, he had acted impulsively. But now he faced the harsh reality of potentially losing his job, alongside the looming threat of significant compensation and imprisonment. If one were to inquire whether he felt regret, he would undoubtedly affirm it. Yet, if asked whether he would act the same way if given another chance, he would resolutely declare he would. Yi Chen was, after all, a man incapable of conventional reasoning. Meanwhile, the news of Yi Chen's arrest quickly reached Wenjia. Upon hearing that her brother had been detained for assault, she couldn't help but smile. It seemed her brother possessed a certain fierce spirit. She retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Once the call connected, she calmly stated, This is Wenjia. Our group intends to donate equipment valued at $50 million to the Environmental Protection Department, but I have one stipulation. On the other side, Yi Chen was en route to the detention center in a police vehicle. He had mentally prepared himself for a stay in detention. Understanding the legal implications of the injuries he had inflicted on the two men could lead to a lengthy sentence. However, the man in the passenger seat received a phone call and subsequently turned to glance at Yi Chen. Pull over. The vehicle came to a halt, and the man in the passenger seat produced a key to unlock Yi Chen's cuffs. Mr. Yi, some misunderstandings have been clarified. You are free to go. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen glanced at his wrist, innocently inquiring, You're not arresting me anymore? Huh, Mr. Yi, you haven't committed a crime. Why would we arrest you? Thus, in a state of bewilderment, Yi Chen exited the vehicle. As he watched the car fade from view, he scratched his head in confusion. What was happening? Could this be some new scheme? Unfamiliar with such matters, Yi Chen returned to the company, filled with questions. Upon entering, his secretary rushed towards him. Mr. Yi, are you all right? I'm fine, what's the matter? That's a relief. Assistant Chung just left, informing me that everything at the company remains unchanged. As for the chief financial officer and manager's son, the headquarters will intervene to address the situation. Hearing his secretary's words, Yi Chen furrowed his brow slightly. The headquarters intervened. So, Is it true that my release from detention is due to their intervention? In response to Yi Chen's inquiry, the secretary glanced around before leaning closer to whisper in his ear, Mr. Yi, I just overheard a piece of gossip. Half an hour ago, the headquarters donated a batch of equipment worth $50 million to the Environmental Protection Department. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that the $50 million worth of equipment was somehow connected to his exoneration? After all, he was merely a branch manager. Did the headquarters truly need to place such emphasis on him? His secretary, equally perplexed, reflected on her many years of experience in various corporations. It was indeed rare for a headquarters to expend such resources for a branch manager. She couldn't help but wonder if Yi Chen was the son of a prominent figure, perhaps here to experience life firsthand. Considering this possibility, her enthusiasm for Yi Chen only grew. Yi Chen pushed aside the secretary who was leaning too close and quickly returned to his office. After contemplating for a moment with his phone in hand, he resolved to inquire at the headquarters. Venturing out of his office once more, he addressed the secretary, who was retouching her makeup, have the driver prepare the car. Before he could finish, he realized with a sigh that his driver had unfortunately passed away. Oh well, I suppose I shall take a taxi. No, Mr. Yi. I can drive. I will fetch the car for you. Ultimately, Yi Chen refrained from allowing the eager secretary to retrieve the vehicle, fearing her enthusiasm might overwhelm him. Arriving at the headquarters by taxi, Yi Chen approached the front desk and stated, I would like to see the group president. May I have your name? Yi Chen, general manager of the Bayman Sales Company. All right, please hold on. Standing by the window, overlooking the entirety of Bayman City, Wen Jia received the news of Yi Chen's request to see her and smiled. It seems my brother cannot contain his impatience. Soon after, Yi Chen took the elevator to the top floor. Standing before the office door, he inhaled deeply and then raised his hand to knock. Come in. Hearing the invitation, Yi Chen pushed the door open and stepped inside. Today, Wen Jia looked as stunning as ever, her long, lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders. Her face adorned with a subtle touch of makeup. Most notably, she wore a black skirt that accentuated her slender, fair legs, instantly capturing Yi Chen's attention and momentarily causing him to forget the purpose of his visit. Chapter 39. The illness of the foster mother. Wen Jia had her back to Yi Chen, gazing out at the scenery, when she heard someone enter but remained silent. Her curiosity prompted her to turn around. Upon noticing Yi Chen's captivated gaze fixed on her legs, she rolled her eyes in exasperation. This annoying brother, always staring at my legs. She muttered quietly before lifting her leg and walking over to sit at her desk. Mr. Yi, do you think my legs are beautiful? Listening to the somewhat cold voice of Wen Jia, Yi Chen finally came to his senses. He inwardly cursed himself for being so consumed by desire lately that he dared to steal glances at his boss. He hurriedly lowered his head and began to explain, Boss, I wasn't peeking at your legs. Rather, there was something on them. Something? Wen Jia curiously glanced at her legs and discovered a piece of paper stuck to them. Discreetly, she picked it up and tossed it into the trash can, then looked at the head-down Yi Chen and asked, Mr. Yi, please take a seat and share the reason for your visit. Yi Chen obediently settled onto the sofa beside her and gazed into Wen Jia's eyes as he said, I just heard that the headquarters donated equipment worth $50 million to the Environmental Department to redeem me. Is this true? Noticing that Yi Chen was quite well informed, Wen Jia shifted her leg position slightly and replied nonchalantly, Mr. Yi, do you believe the headquarters would act in such a manner? It is precisely because I am unsure that I have come to inquire. Our company has always operated with fairness, transparency, and justice. Upon hearing Wen Jia's ambiguous statement, Yi Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Then how was I acquitted? That implies you are innocent. Mr. Yi, concerning the financial director, I have already initiated an investigation. The preliminary findings indicate that during his tenure, he abused his authority to harm the company. The legal department has submitted evidence to the relevant authorities, so you need not worry excessively. Hearing that the financial director had been dealt with surprised Yi Chen. After all, a person in such a position undoubtedly had connections beyond imagination. Yet, one of Wen Jia's remarks left him feeling rather cornered. Her power must be formidable. Seeing Yi Chen fall silent, Wen Jia continued, Mr. Yi, do you have any further questions? No, none. Well then, you may leave. As Wen Jia issued her dismissal, Yi Chen slowly rose from the sofa. Just as he reached the office door, he suddenly turned around. Wen Jia, who had been observing his silhouette, averted her gaze, feeling somewhat guilty. Is there anything else? Yi Chen, unaware of Wen Jia's expression, pondered for a moment before asking, "Boss, I wish to know if everything that has transpired since I became the vice president of the branch was facilitated by you." Upon hearing this, Wenjia crossed her arms and rested her chin on them, looking at him as she replied, "It is not I who have aided you. Rather, it is you who have aided yourself." Seeing her answer was yet again so profound, Yi-chun could only shake his head in resignation before turning to leave. As he departed, Wenjia murmured, "Brother, it is not yet time for you to learn of my identity. Please be patient a little longer." After leaving the headquarters, Yi-chun did not seek out his sister, considering she was at work and it would be inappropriate to disturb her. Standing beneath the grand edifice of the headquarters, I tilted my head to admire the imposing structure before me, letting out a slight sigh. Could it be that this beautiful boss has developed a fondness for me? After all, she has consistently come to my aid on numerous occasions. Lost in whimsical thoughts, I envisioned her alluring legs, and I couldn't help but swallow hard. As noon approached, I prepared to buy some food to bring to my foster mother, when suddenly, my phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, I saw it was a call from Meng Xiaobao. I answered with a smile, "Xiaobao, what is the matter?" "Brother, you need to come to the hospital quickly. Mom is in critical condition." Hearing that my foster mother was in dire straits, the phone slipped from my grasp, crashing to the ground and shattering into two pieces. Wenjia was seated on a chair, perusing a photo of herself and me when she noticed Meng Xiaobao's call. Without hesitation, she pressed the answer button. "What's wrong?" "Big sister, Mom's condition has suddenly worsened. She has been admitted. By the way, I informed brother, and he is on his way." Upon hearing the news, Wenjia furrowed her brows and asked, "How could she go from fine to critical so suddenly?" "I don't know. Just hurry over. I still need to call our second sister. Oh, and don't forget to change your clothes." Before Meng Xiaobao could finish, Wenjia abruptly ended the call. Hearing the busy tone on the line, Meng Xiaobao shook her head in resignation. "You always say I'm impatient. Aren't you the same? You don't even let me finish speaking." After voicing her complaint, she quickly dialed the other sisters. When I arrived at the hospital, Meng Xiaobao had already reached out to several other sisters. However, they were far away and would take some time to arrive. "Brother, how is Mom?" "She is currently under monitoring, but the attending physician has informed me that her condition is grave. It may only be a matter of days." As I gazed at my foster mother, lying peacefully on the hospital bed, I covered my forehead, feeling utterly helpless. How did things turn so dire? "Brother, as the eldest son, you must remain calm during this time. The attending physician has assured us they will do everything possible to save Mom." Sighing deeply, I slowly sank to the floor. In the face of illness, one often feels so powerless. Seeing my sorrowful expression, Meng Xiaobao sat beside me, resting her head on my shoulder. "Brother, everyone faces this day eventually. What we must do is confront it with courage." In response to her comforting words, I exhaled slowly. Although I had envisioned this scenario countless times in my mind, when it truly arrived, I still felt utterly unprepared. 10 minutes later, Wenjia rushed into the hospital, dressed incognito. "Brother, how is Mom?" In response to her inquiry, I pointed toward the ward behind me and replied weakly, "The situation is not good." As she gazed at her adoptive mother lying on the hospital bed, Wenjia's eyes reddened and tears streamed down her cheeks. Among the sisters, she was the first to be adopted, aside from Yi-chun. The bond between Wenjia and her adoptive mother was as profound as that of a biological child. The thought of her adoptive mother departing from this world forever overwhelmed Wenjia, prompting her to weep uncontrollably. Hearing her sobs, Yi-chun rose and enveloped her in a comforting embrace. "Jia, it's all right. Everything will be fine," he reassured her. "Brother, Mother is leaving us," she cried. Her voice choked with sorrow. The sound of her distress tugged at Yi-chun's heart, causing his own eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Meng Xiaobao, initially not as affected since their mother was still alive, felt the somber atmosphere envelop her as she witnessed the two siblings weeping in each other's arms, prompting her to cling to Yi-chun's back and join in their lament. In that moment, the three siblings were huddled together, tears flowing freely. "What are you doing?" A somewhat stern voice broke through the sorrowful ambience, prompting Yi-chun to release his sisters. Not far away stood a girl with short hair, clad in loose athletic attire that did little to conceal her alluring figure. Her most distinctive feature was a beauty mark at the corner of her eye, lending a serious expression a touch of charm. Yuan, how did you arrive so quickly?" In response to Yi-chun's inquiry, "Do Yuan?" The second sister and a commanding figure in the Northwest military region approached him, casting a glance at their adoptive mother in the intensive care unit. I happened to be on a business trip nearby and rushed over upon receiving Xiaobao's message. However, unbeknownst to Yi Chun, Du Yuan had arrived by helicopter, evidenced by the armed chopper that had just taken off from the hospital roof. Sighing softly, he turned his attention back to their mother. The doctor said her condition has suddenly worsened. She may not last much longer. At Yi Chen's words, Du Yuan's expression remained largely unchanged. A reaction Yi Chun had grown accustomed to. His second sister was rarely emotionally affected. After observing their mother in the ICU for a moment, Du Yuan spoke up. I know of a renowned doctor who might save her life. Yi Chen's eyes brightened at her words. He released Wen Jia from his embrace, stepped closer to Du Yuan, grasped her shoulders, and earnestly asked, Yuan, where can I find this doctor? I must seek him out immediately. Seeing Yi Chen's eagerness, Du Yuan pondered for a moment, her expression one of hesitation. Though his medical skills are exceptional, he is elusive and rarely seen. I have yet to meet him myself. What is his name? Yi Chen pressed. His name is Yi Feng, a legendary healer. As long as a patient still draws breath, he can wrest their life back from the clutches of death. Is he truly that formidable? This was indeed the first time Yi Chun had heard of such an extraordinary physician, and he couldn't help but harbor a sense of skepticism. Yuan, do you truly believe this person can save my mother? He expressed his uncertainty, yet added, if he possesses the legendary skills attributed to him, curing my mother should not be an insurmountable task. Is there any way to reach him? Du Yuan shook her head, glancing at her ailing foster mother, and replied, no one has been able to contact him, but I will make an effort. Upon hearing Du Yuan's words, Yi Chun let out a faint sigh. Du Yuan exited the hospital, seated herself on a nearby flower bed, and dialed a number on her phone. Hello, she heard a man's voice emanating from the receiver, causing her to instinctively straighten her posture. Commander, I wish to meet Commander Yi. Commander Yi? What business do you have with him? It's about my mother. She is in critical condition in the hospital, and I hope Commander Yi can save her life. As she articulated her plea, Du Yuan clenched her hands tightly. Knowing this was her final opportunity, the man on the other end of the call murmured, that fellow is likely off enjoying himself somewhere. How about this? I will introduce you to another doctor who is also a distinguished figure in the medical field. Hearing this, Du Yuan felt a slight sense of relief. Although she couldn't secure Yi Feng's personal intervention, she had done all she could. The rest was now left to fate. Half an hour later, a handsome man strode down the hospital corridor. He approached the siblings, surveyed the situation in the ward, and then addressed them. Who are the patient's family members? We are all family members of the patient. Feel free to discuss anything with me. Yi Chen stepped forward. The handsome man nodded in acknowledgement. I am here on behalf of Wang Gang. You know him, right? At the mention of this name, Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback, for he did not recognize anyone by that name. However, Du Yuan, standing behind him, spoke up. I know him. You must be Dr. Yi? Indeed, I am Yi Chen. I have reviewed your foster mother's medical report, and the situation is indeed grave, but I will do my utmost to provide treatment. Upon hearing this, Du Yuan nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Dr. Yi. Not at all. Wang Gang and I are friends. After Dr. Yi departed, Yi Chen pulled Du Yuan aside and quietly asked, Yuan, is Wang Gang your boyfriend? Taken aback by Yi Chen's inquiry, Du Yuan replied, no. Why do you ask? Oh, it's nothing. I just thought you might be seeing someone outside. Brother, I wouldn't seek a boyfriend without considering you first, rest assured, Du Yuan said, adopting a big sisterly demeanor as she patted Yi Chen's shoulder before turning to join Wen Jia. Watching her retreating figure, Yi Chen could only shake his head in resignation. The sisters possess a certain lack of decorum. Yi Chen opted to remain as a precaution, sending the others home. At midnight, the sound of high heels echoed in Yi Chen's ears. Turning his head, he beheld Su Qingqing approaching. She reached his side and sweetly remarked, Brother, I'm back. Oh, you must have had a tiring journey. Qingqing, you should head home. I can watch over things here. No worries. I'd like to keep you company, she replied. Seeing her desire to stay, Yi Chen nodded and invited her to sit beside him. However, both were at a loss for words, and the atmosphere grew slightly awkward. Unlike his other sisters, Su Qingqing displayed a consistent shyness in Yi Chen's presence, occasionally flushing with embarrassment. Yi Chen, uncertain of the cause, attributed it merely to typical female modesty and paid it little mind. How is your internship going, Qingqing? Have you encountered any difficulties? He inquired. With her gaze fixed on her toes, she softly replied, It's all right. That is good to hear. Now that I've been promoted, if things become too challenging, you can always come work as a secretary alongside me. It would be more reassuring to have you at home with me and your elder sister. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing shook her head. Brother, I'm doing fine. There's no need for you to worry. With that, the siblings fell into a silence, waiting for dawn. At 5 in the morning, Shu Xiaoxiao entered the hospital. Dragging her suitcase, she appeared significantly darker than before, having just commenced her studies and undergone military training. Upon seeing Yi Chun, she rushed into his embrace. Akin to a lover, showering him with affection. Let us save the affection for later. We should check on mother first, Yi Chun gently urged. All right, she acquiesced. Following him to the bedside. Through the glass, she gazed at their ailing mother and asked, Brother, is there no hope? Your second sister has contacted a doctor who has promised to do his utmost to treat her. We, lacking medical knowledge, must rely on the physician's expertise. Well, I came across a doctor named Yi Chun online who is quite renowned for his work in cancer treatment. If only we could invite him. Yi Chun, isn't that the very doctor your second sister has sought? Chapter 41. The legendary figure upon hearing that Du Yuan had indeed reached out to Yi Chun. Shu Xiaoxiao exclaimed in delight. If it truly is Dr. Yi Chun, then mother has hope. Seeing the joy radiating from Shu Xiaoxiao, Yi Chun affectionately ruffled her hair. His curiosity piqued. Is this Dr. Yi really that exceptional? Indeed, he is a prodigious talent, having shattered numerous medical records in our country by his 20s. It's no exaggeration to say that Dr. Yi's medical prowess is unparalleled in the nation. Although his medical skills are extraordinary, he chose to venture into business a few years ago and has since largely refrained from treating patients. It is truly wonderful that his second sister was able to coax him out of retirement. Upon hearing Shu Xiaoxiao's high praise for Yi Chun stroked his chin and murmured, I heard from your second sister that there is another divine doctor named Yi Feng, reputed to be able to cure any ailment as long as there is breath left. Who do you think is more formidable, the two of them? Yi Feng is a legendary figure, said to have treated only a select few, with little documentation to authenticate the tales surrounding him. However, Yi Chun's credentials are undeniable, having previously worked in this very hospital. Xiao, how do you know so much about this? In response to Yi Chun's inquiry, Shu Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed with shyness as she replied, I used to have a particular fascination with medicine, and after learning about Yi Chun, I realized what an impressive individual he is. Thus, he has become my idol. Brother, you're not jealous, are you? Yi Chun's lips twitched at Shu Xiaoxiao's playful retort. I'm not a jealous person. How could I be so petty? Besides, idolizing Dr. Yi is commendable, far better than being enamored with those celebrities. Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, Shu Xiaoxiao smiled and chose not to pursue the conversation further, secretly wondering if he would still feel the same once he learned that his third sister is a top-tier star. The three of them lingered in the corridor for a while when the one sisters approached. Brother, Dr. Yi just contacted me and said the surgery can be performed today. Yuan, did Dr. Yi mention the success rate? Don't worry, brother. Dr. Yi's success rate for surgeries is exceedingly high, as long as he is involved. Mother will be fine. Comforted by Du Yuan's words, Yi Chun let out a sigh of relief but suddenly recalled something and said to the sisters, Shouldn't we prepare a red envelope? How much would be appropriate? Brother, Dr. Yi does not accept red envelopes. This surgery is pro bono. We need not concern ourselves with anything but to wait patiently. Not accepting red envelopes? Such noble character? In response to Yi Chun's confusion, a hint of a smile graced Du Yuan's usually frosty countenance. Noticing that Du Yuan did not answer his question, Yi Chun turned his attention back to Shu Xiaoxiao. Xiao, is it truly the case that he won't accept anything? Well, if it is indeed Dr. Yi Chun, then he genuinely does not accept red envelopes. First and foremost, he does not treat patients for monetary gain. Additionally, he is quite affluent, as his father-in-law's company spans several surrounding cities, and he is currently the president of a corporation. Listening to Shu Xiaoxiao's explanation, Yi Chun scratched his head, envy evident on his face as he remarked, Now that is a successful individual. If only I could become such a person, then none of you would need to work for others. I would start a company, and we could all work together as a family. Upon hearing Yi Chun's optimistic musings, the five sisters burst into laughter. At 8 o'clock in the morning, a nurse approached. The patient is now ready to enter the operating room. As family members, please wait outside the operating room and refrain from making loud noises. Patience is essential. In response to the nurse's gentle reminder, Yi Chun and his companions nodded. As he watched his adoptive mother being wheeled out, Yi Chun hurriedly stepped forward and whispered, Mom, do not worry. After a good sleep, everything will be all right. At that moment, His adoptive mother still retained some awareness. She weakly raised her arm, prompting Yi-chun to grasp her hand with urgency. Mom, what would you like to say? Take care of your sisters, and no matter what, ensure they do not come to harm. The sisters, witnessing their mother's concern even in such dire circumstances, felt their eyes well up with tears cascading down their cheeks. Hearing their subdued sobs, Yi-chun inhaled deeply and reassured his mother. Rest assured, I have grown up. I will never allow any harm to befall my sisters. With Yi-chun's promise, a smile graced his mother's lips, and she subsequently lowered her arm. As he watched her being ushered into the operating room, Yi-chun exhaled a long breath of relief. Turning to address his companions, he noticed that the sisters had silently huddled together. Yi-chun shook his head, gazing at the light above the operating room door, fervently praying for a successful surgery. Soon, the lead surgeon, Yi-chun's brother, approached and addressed the anxious gathering. Do not fret, it is merely a minor procedure. I have performed hundreds of such surgeries, and I have never encountered failure. Upon hearing his confident words, the sisters gradually lifted their heads, directing their attention towards Yi-chun. When Shu Xiaoxiao beheld Yi-chun's visage, she was instantly filled with excitement. It's Dr. Yi. I can't believe it's really you. I'm your fan. Could you please give me an autograph? Amused by her enthusiasm, Yi-chun nodded with a smile. Of course, where shall I sign? I didn't bring any paper. How about on my shirt? With Shu Xiaoxiao pointing to her chest, Yi-chun was momentarily taken aback. Not only was he stunned, but Yi-chun also stood in shock beside him. Internally, he mused, what is this girl thinking? Isn't she inviting trouble? However, Yi-chun's concerns proved unwarranted, as Yi-chun, holding a marker, chuckled and said, it's a bit awkward here. Why not sign on your back instead? That works too. Shu Xiaoxiao readily agreed, turning around. After Yi-chun elegantly inscribed his name, he nodded at Yi-chun before entering the operating room. Shu Xiaoxiao was busy showcasing Yi-chun's autograph to her sisters when Yi-chun approached and playfully tapped her on the head. Rubbing her head, Shu Xiaoxiao looked up at him with a pout. Brother, why did you hit me? You silly girl. Is that really a proper place for someone to sign? Well, but the doctor only sees patients. He doesn't distinguish between gender or age. He is a doctor. Are you a doctor too? If his eyes are devoid of gender or age, does that mean ours should be as well? Be more mindful in the future. Upon witnessing Yi-chun's anger, Shu Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue and lowered her head, murmuring, I'm sorry, brother. I won't dare to do it again. Observing her apologetic demeanor, Yi-chun gently ruffled her hair and turned to Du Yuan beside him, saying, Yuan, I heard from Xiao that Dr. Yi is quite remarkable. Someone whom ordinary people cannot easily engage. How did you manage to persuade him to perform surgery for our mother? At Yi-chun's inquiry, the other sisters immediately fell into a state of panic, having been so focused on saving their adoptive mother that they momentarily forgot Yi-chun's esteemed identity and status. However, Du Yuan, the one in question, remained composed. She looked at Yi-chun and softly replied, because my friend is good friends with Dr. Yi. He agreed to perform the surgery for our mother through him. Chapter 42. The whimsical plea of the warrior sister. It seems your relationship is quite strong. My sisters have grown up and can now contribute to this family, which is a wonderful thing, Yi-chun remarked with a smile, subsequently settling down on a nearby bench. The sisters exchanged glances, and Wen Jia sat beside Yi-chun, embracing his shoulder as she said, Brother, no matter how much we grow, we will always be your sisters. Yes, you will forever be my sisters, and we will always be a family. The surgery lasted 4 hours, and at noon, the operating room doors swung open, revealing Yi-chun emerging in surgical attire. Upon seeing him, Yi-chun promptly rose and approached him. Dr. Yi, how did the surgery go? Very successfully. The affected areas have been completely excised, and with proper post-operative care, there is a high probability of no recurrence, Yi-chun replied. Upon hearing the news of the successful surgery, Yi-chun's fists clenched in excitement. Dr. Yi, thank you so much. In response to Yi-chun's gratitude, Yi-chun offered a slight smile. It was my duty. Please wait here. The patient will be brought out shortly. Noticing Yi-chun's intention to depart, Yi-chun quickly signaled his second sister with a glance. Du Yuan nodded and followed Yi-chun down the corridor. After their adoptive mother was wheeled out, she was taken back to her hospital room. Knowing that the surgical expenses would not be trivial, Yi-chun hurriedly withdrew 50,000 yuan from his card, preparing to cover some of the costs. However, upon reaching the payment window, he was informed that all surgical expenses for their adoptive mother, including instruments, anesthesia, and medication, had been waived. In other words, Yichun would not need to pay a single penny. Upon receiving this news, Yichun pondered over the 50,000 yuan in his hand before rushing back to the ward. Their adoptive mother had already regained consciousness, surrounded by the sisters who were inquiring after her well-being. Yuan, come out for a moment. Hearing Yichun call her, Du Yuan nodded and stepped out of the room. Brother, what is it? Yuan, the hospital has covered all expenses for this surgery, even the cost of medical cotton. Noticing the confusion on Yichun's face, Du Yuan responded calmly, Isn't that a good thing? It is indeed good, but why have they waived the costs for us? It is likely that Dr. Yi has said something, for with his stature, it is a trivial matter for him to waive medical fees with a mere word. Upon hearing that Yichun had facilitated the exemption of expenses, Yichun gazed at the money in his hand, lost in thought. Noticing his demeanor, Du-won gently grasped his hand. Brother, we are all part of this family. You cannot bear the weight of it alone. Do you understand? In response to Du-won's inquiry, Yichun exhaled deeply and nodded slightly. I understand. This is a good thing. Observing the bittersweet smile on his face, Du-won let out a soft sigh. She was acutely aware that Yichun had always shouldered the family's burdens, rushing to the forefront in every situation. Over time, this had become second nature to him. Now, in this instance of caring for their ailing mother, he had not exerted any effort, and the matter had been resolved, leaving him to feel that perhaps he was not as vital to the family as he once thought. Wrapping her arms around the man before her, Du-won murmured, Brother, please do not overthink it, all right? The typically cold and ruthless Du-won, known for her decisive nature, was unexpectedly showing a softer side in Yichun's embrace. If the seasoned veterans in the war zone were to witness this, their eyes would surely widen in astonishment. Yichun, too, was unaccustomed to seeing Du-won act so affectionately, having not witnessed such behavior from her in quite some time. Wan, I am not overthinking. I merely lament how much you all have matured. In my memory, you were still those little girls who called me brother, and now you have blossomed into young ladies. No matter how grown up you are, you will always be my sisters, brother. Hearing Du-won call him brother 3 times in succession brought a smile to Yichun's face, prompting him to release her. Since the hospital no longer required payment, Yichun decided to settle his debt of 40,000 yuan to Wenjia. Observing the money placed on the bedside, Wenjia shook her head in resignation. Brother, this is money for mother's treatment. It is my responsibility. How can I allow you to repay me? No, Jia. You have only recently begun working and likely do not have much in your pockets. I have been working for quite some time now and am a general manager. Earning money is relatively swift for me. Take this money back, and when you have the means, honor mother properly. Seeing Yichun's resolute attitude, Wenjia glanced at her sisters beside her. After they nodded in agreement, she reluctantly accepted the money. Very well, but if you ever find yourself short on funds, do let me know. Understood. With Wenjia accepting the money, Yichun felt a sense of relief. After all, it always felt somewhat uncomfortable to spend his sister's money. All right, the hospital does not require so many visitors. You all should return home. Let us have dinner together tonight, and then carry on with your own affairs. Also, Xiaobao, in the future, refrain from calling them for every little thing. First, discuss matters with me, if you please. It is quite a hassle to travel back and forth. In response to Yichun's admonition, Meng Xiaobao pouted, but said nothing. Ultimately, no one remained. Du-won, Su Qingqing, and Xu Xiaoxiao all departed by car, as each had their own matters to attend to in distant locales. Yichun had been tending to his foster mother in the hospital for several days, and only after she regained her ability to move freely did he return to the office. Meng Xiaobao had gone back to participate in the filming of a variety show. The regulatory team acted swiftly, completing the personnel adjustments within a week. Although only 1/3 of the staff remained, Yichun was quite satisfied with this outcome. Seated in the general manager's office, reviewing the information of the newly hired employees, Yichun remarked, Our company values capability over academic credentials. Regardless of one's educational background, we shall employ anyone who demonstrates competence. Upon hearing this, the HR manager standing before him nodded in agreement. Yes, Mr. Yi. All the newly hired personnel possess over 3 years of work experience and are strangers to one another, with no connections whatsoever. In fact, even if there were connections, it would not be an issue, as long as one is diligent in their work. It is those who rely on connections to enter the company, yet fail to take their responsibilities seriously that are most detestable. This must be carefully monitored. Indeed. You are correct, Yichun replied, nodding. After signing the onboarding documents, he handed them to the manager. It is signed. Well then, I shall return to my tasks. Yichen nodded as he observed the manager turn and leave. Standing up from his chair, he stretched and gazed out at the scenery beyond the window. I wonder what the boss is doing now. She is so young. Surely she is not married yet. Reflecting on the disparity between himself and her, Yichen shook his head in resignation. After work, having delivered dinner to his foster mother, he aimlessly wandered the streets. With Meng Xiaobao gone and Wen Jia not returning home, he found himself rather lonely. Chapter 43. The wine is problematic while aimlessly strolling down the street. He inadvertently spotted a Rolls-Royce parked by the roadside. Isn't that the boss's car? Sure enough, the door swung open, and the elegantly clad Wen Jia stepped out. Holding a handbag and wearing high heels, she was about to enter a nearby restaurant when she suddenly sensed a piercing gaze upon her. Turning to scan her surroundings, she caught sight of Yichen attempting to conceal himself behind a vehicle. Unsure if Yichen was deliberately following her, she pondered for a moment before calling out to his hiding place. Yichen, come here. Hearing his name being called, Yichen glanced around in confusion. Once he realized that it was Wen Jia summoning him, he awkwardly approached her. Boss, I must clarify that I am not stalking you. I happen to be wandering nearby as well. Oh, is that so? Do you have any matters to attend to at the moment? She inquired. None at all. Do you have any tasks for me? I am about to meet a client. Please wait for me in the lobby on the first floor. Afterward, I have something to discuss with you. Upon hearing that his superior had matters to address, Yichen nodded briskly and followed Wen Jia into the opulent restaurant. Seated at a table, Yichen observed her silhouette fading from view and took a deep breath. What could my boss possibly want? Is it good news or bad? As he pondered, a waitress clad in a uniform and black stockings approached him. Sir, are you dining or seeking a bathing experience? Bathing? Isn't this a restaurant? Indeed. But we also offer bathing services. I recommend our premium package priced at 8,888. The service is comprehensive and quite economical. Seeing her wink at him, Yichen was somewhat speechless. 8,008 for a bath. Are you trying to rob me? Sir, once you experience it, you'll understand how worthwhile this package is. Would you like to give it a try? Alternatively, we have more affordable options available. The waitress, having delivered her pitch, intentionally unfastened a button on her blouse and bit her lip. Even if Yichen were oblivious, he could discern the implications of her offer. Though he was curious about what the 8,008 package entailed, he recalled that he only had 10,000, which he needed to reserve for his adoptive mother's medical expenses, and thus abandoned the idea. Well, forget the bathing. Just bring me a glass of plain water, the complimentary kind, and don't bother with utensils, as those cost extra. The waitress, accustomed to such venues, recognized him as a miser upon hearing his words. What a waste of my time, she muttered, leaving in a huff. Watching her retreating figure, Yichen scoffed. I might consider the free option, but spending money? Dream on. Miser. In response to the waitress's scorn, Yichen defiantly extended his middle finger. Observing the bustling crowd around him, he found it perplexing that a beautiful female boss would come to such a place to meet clients. Goodness, why do I have a sinking feeling about this? As disconcerting images flooded his mind, he quickly shook his head. Wen Jia entered a private room upstairs without knocking. Inside were a young man seated at the table and two burly bodyguards standing behind him. Ah, our esteemed general manager has finally arrived. Please, take a seat. In response to his jovial greeting, Wen Jia sat across from him and coldly stated, Zhou, I ask that you mind your language. Ah, we are all young. Why so serious? In response to his playful demeanor, Wen Jia replied, the only reason I agreed to meet you is to show your father some respect. Let us get straight to the point. When do you intend to sign that contract? In response to Wen Jia's inquiry, Zhou poured her a glass of wine and remarked with a smile, the matter of the contract is easily settled. I can sign it at any time. However, it is exceedingly difficult to meet you. Let us first enjoy a drink. Upon seeing him lift the wine glass, Wen Jia refrained from touching it and instead regarded him with cold indifference. Noting her lack of interest in the drink, Zhou set the glass down and leaned back in his chair, stating, I have a slight dissatisfaction regarding the contract. What aspect? She inquired. I am dissatisfied with your attitude, Ms. Wan. Let us not forget, it is you who sought financial assistance from our company, a staggering 500 billion. Is this the demeanor with which you regard me? Upon hearing Zhou's words, Wen Jia furrowed her brow slightly. Recently, the group's financial chain had become somewhat strained. Under normal circumstances, securing funds from a venture capital firm would suffice to alleviate the situation. However, the venture capital firms with which they typically collaborated were now hesitant to sign, and the reason lay squarely with Zhou Mo. His intervention was straightforward. It was due to Wen Jia herself. After all, a woman of such remarkable ability and striking beauty is a rarity. Thus, Zhou Mo had attempted on multiple occasions to arrange a meeting with her, but Wen Jia remained unmoved. After encountering several obstacles, he was left with no alternative but to leverage business matters to influence her. It was precisely this that had led to Wen Jia's presence before him. Wen Jia shot him a cold glance and replied, "My attitude has always been thus. If necessary, I shall simply cease cooperation with your company." After firmly stating her position, she stood up, preparing to leave. At that moment, Zhou Mo hurriedly rose to his feet. "Ms. Wen, why the haste? I was merely jesting. Please, sit down and let us discuss further." Upon hearing this, Wen Jia reluctantly took her seat again. "Zhou Mo, signing the contract benefits both of us. Prolonging this matter means I shall simply engage another venture capital firm. It will merely cost a bit more." "Very well, I shall sign it now." As Zhou Mo inscribed his name on the document, Wen Jia's expression softened somewhat. "The contract is signed. Shall we toast to celebrate?" Typically, Wen Jia refrained from consuming drinks poured by others, but considering that his glass originated from the same bottle and her earlier frosty demeanor, she felt it was time to extend him a modicum of courtesy. Thus, after securing the contract, she raised her glass and downed the contents in one go. Seeing her finish the drink, Zhou Mo smiled. "Ms. Wen, you truly possess a commendable capacity for alcohol. Well, I have had my drink. I must take my leave now." As she attempted to exit, Zhou Mo gestured, and two bodyguards positioned themselves at the door. Glaring at the guards, Wen Jia narrowed her eyes. "Zhou Mo, what do you intend to do? After the considerable effort I expended to bring you here, do you believe I would let you leave so easily?" His face bore a sinister grin, and Wen Jia's expression changed dramatically. "Dare to touch even a single hair on my body, and I assure you, the Zhou family will vanish from East China City within 3 days." In response to Wen Jia's threat, Zhou Mo replied nonchalantly, Women are always so assertive with their words. I wonder if your body will prove as honest as your tongue." Upon hearing his taunt, Wen Jia instinctively directed her gaze toward her wine glass. Chapter 44. "I do not order dishes. I order you. Have you tampered with my drink?" Wen Jia inquired. Zhou Mo, with a smile, raised his glass and drank it all in one go. "I haven't meddled with the wine, but rather with your glass." "Haha, Wen Jia. Prepare yourself for some excitement." Seeing Zhou Mo's audacious demeanor, Wen Jia contemplated rushing out to call Yi Chun, but suddenly she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Before long, she could no longer stand and stumbled into a chair, glaring at Zhou Mo with a mischievous smile, threatening, "If you dare to touch me, I will make you regret it for a lifetime." "Oh, the beautiful one. Even in your current state, you still threaten me? Of course, I'm not foolish enough to fall for that. I will capture the moment of our entangled bodies on film, and should you seek revenge, the world will know what transpired between us." As she glanced at the camera in his hand, a flicker of despair rose within Wen Jia. Yet, thinking of her brother waiting for her downstairs, she could only hope he would come looking for her upon noticing her prolonged absence. Meanwhile, Yi Chun sat in boredom, the waiter having neglected to bring him water, yet he did not mind. After all, he was not there to quench his thirst, but to await the descent of the beautiful proprietor. However, as time passed with no sign of her, his patience began to wane. At that moment, a man descended from the upper floor, scanning the room before settling his gaze on the solitary Yi Chun. Approaching him, he inquired, "Hey, buddy, why aren't you eating or drinking?" Yi Chun glanced at him and recognized him as the initial waiter who had attempted to sell him a spa package. I'm waiting for someone." She went upstairs. "I don't care who you're waiting for. This isn't your home. Either place an order or leave." The man's tone was unyielding. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Chun suddenly smiled. "Very well, then I shall order." "All right, someone come and take his order." After the man left, a waitress approached. However, she merely tossed the menu onto the table and stood with her arms crossed. Looking at the menu before him, Yi Chun replied nonchalantly, "I do not wish to order any dishes." "What? You refuse to order yet claim you will consume something? Are you jesting with me?" Seeing her frustration as she placed her hands on her hips, Yi Chun merely shook his head. "I do not order dishes, I order you." "Order me?" The female attendant was momentarily taken aback, for this individual had previously dismissed even the utensils. Could he truly afford to indulge himself? Observing her bewildered expression, Yichen reached out and lightly caressed the stocking on her leg. Indeed, it was you I was referring to. Is it not merely 8,008? I am affluent. The attendant swiftly withdrew her hand from his, stepping back with a cold smirk. You have money? Huh, who would believe that? With a decisive motion, Yichen produced a bundle of 100 yuan bills from his pocket and tossed it onto the table. This money was the remaining sum after returning to Wenjia. Initially intended for bank deposit, yet it seemed it would serve a more immediate purpose. The sight of the vibrant red notes instantly illuminated the attendant's eyes. In their profession, recognition is not given to individuals, but to wealth. The one with money reigns supreme. Oh, sir, had you mentioned your affluence sooner, we could have avoided such a misunderstanding, she exclaimed, reaching for the cash, only for Yichen to slap his hand atop the bills, meeting her gaze with resolve. Whether you can grasp this money depends on the quality of your service. Now lead the way. Certainly, sir, this way please, she replied eagerly. One is not enough. Summon another. The attendant's face nearly beamed at the prospect of Yichen requesting 2 companions. Jing, hurry over. We've got a customer. Another server dashed to their side upon hearing the call. All right, let us go swiftly. Under Yichen's urging, the 2 attendants swayed their hips as they ascended the stairs, while a smirk of amusement crept across Yichen's lips. Upon entering the lavish bedroom upstairs, as soon as he stepped inside, the 2 attendants encircled him, one on each side. Sir, would you prefer a bath first, or some playful interaction, or perhaps a combination of both? Yichen took a step back, replying, let's engage in some playful activity first. Very well. Xiao Jing, quickly assist the gentleman with his attire. No, I meant let us play a game of cards first. A wager of 10,000 per round. If your hand is superior, I shall reward you 10,000. Should my hand prevail, you will remove a piece of clothing. Continuing until all garments are shed before payment is made. What do you say? As Yichen handled the bundle of cash, the attendant's eyes sparkled with interest. Considering they wore over 10 articles of clothing collectively, it was unlikely they would be perpetually unfortunate. Exchanging glances, they nodded in agreement. Seeing their consent, Yichen smiled and settled onto the bed, retrieving a deck of cards from the bedside table. As he shuffled, he declared, let the game commence. After a mere glance at the cards in his hand, he focused intently on those held by the 2 women. With his concentration heightened, the faces of their cards materialized vividly in Yichen's mind. 10 minutes later, all the garments worn by the 2 women lay strewn about Yichen's vicinity. Yichen revealed the cards in his hand, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, it appears that I have triumphed once more. If memory serves me correctly, you owe me 100,000. Sir, we do not possess such an amount, came the reply. This was prearranged. We cannot proceed without funds. However, we genuinely lack the money. Perhaps we could settle the debt with a package instead? Observing the 2 women's overly polished faces, Yichen found himself lacking any interest. Very well, let us leave it at that, he said with a hint of disdain, casting a fleeting glance at them before pushing open the door and stepping outside. His intention was not to profit, but rather to employ alternative means to teach a lesson to the attendant. Standing before the elevator, he pressed the button, and soon the door slid open. As they parted, 2 robust men emerged, escorting a woman, followed closely by a jovial young man. Upon catching a glimpse of the woman's visage, Yichen's eyes narrowed instinctively. The beautiful proprietor appeared as if intoxicated, fully unaware, while the young man instructed. You 2 stand guard outside. Do not let anyone in. Understood, boss. Watching them saunter down the corridor, Yichen paused momentarily in contemplation, then resolved to intervene. Whether the beautiful proprietor was participating willingly was uncertain, yet Yichen could not bear the thought of her entangled with another man. Positioned around the corner, he observed as they entered a suite, after which the 2 towering men re-emerged, standing immobile at the door. Yichen inhaled deeply and strode toward them. Excuse me, how does one reach room 603? He inquired. Not sure, find it yourself. Uncertain, are we? Then you 2 may as well take a break. Without granting them a moment to react, Yichen swiftly delivered 2 punches, sending them crashing to the ground. Chapter 45. The rescue. Seeing the 2 burly bodyguards sprawled on the floor, Yichen rubbed his knuckles and gently knocked on the door before him. Inside, Zhou Mo had already set up the camera, eyeing the unconscious Wenjia on the bed with a predatory glint. Where is your usual arrogance? Your pride? Your self-respect? Today, you shall bow before me. Zhou Mo smirked, preparing to approach the bed to enact his designs upon Wenjia when a knock interrupted him. Turning to the door, he barked, "Have I not told you not to disturb me? Are you deaf?" Hearing the disgruntled voice from outside, Yichin responded in a low tone, "Boss, a man is here looking for that woman. You should come out to handle it." "What? Who the hell is looking for her?" "Tell him to get lost and stay where it's cool." "Boss, it's not a big deal. Just come out and clarify." Upon hearing this, Zhou Mo glanced at the readily accessible Wenjia, gritting his teeth as he approached the door and opened it. "What on earth are you doing?" Before I, Zhou Mo, could finish my words, my neck was seized. Yichin gripped his throat with one hand and forcefully shoved him to the ground. He then turned around and tossed the two unconscious men lying outside the door into the room. At that moment, Zhou Mo, clutching his neck, rose to his feet and glared at Yichin, saying, "Do you have any idea who I am? Dare to ruin my plans, and I swear you'll be hit by a car tomorrow." His threats, rather than intimidating Yichin, made him question his own existence. "Damn it. I seem to have an inexplicable connection with cars lately. Am I destined to be run over in this lifetime?" He muttered to himself. Noticing his beautiful boss lying motionless on the bed, Yichin looked at Zhou Mo and said, "I don't care about your relationship with her, but she cannot remain here in her current state. I must take her with me." Upon hearing Yichin's intention to take Wenjia away, Zhou Mo was furious. After much effort to bring her here, he couldn't bear to let this opportunity slip away. "Listen, I don't care who you are. I'm giving you a chance to leave this place immediately. If you don't, you will surely regret it." Faced with Zhou Mo's arrogance, Yichin realized that a peaceful resolution was impossible. Therefore, he refrained from further words and strode directly toward Zhou Mo, seizing his neck with his bare hands. Yichin's iron grip left Zhou Mo gasping for air. With his face turning crimson, he struggled to escape Yichin's grasp. Yet it was as if Yichin's hand were a vice, firmly clenching his throat. As Zhou Mo began to roll his eyes, Yichin forcefully released him, throwing him aside. "With that overdrawn physique of yours, you dare to challenge me?" he taunted before approaching his beautiful boss. Observing her flushed face lying on the bed, Yichin swallowed hard and lifted her gently in his arms. Turning to the now recovering Zhou Mo, Yichin coldly warned, "I advise you against any retaliatory actions. Otherwise, you will be the one regretting it, not me." With a light threat, he strode out of the room, carrying his beautiful boss. Meanwhile, Zhou Mo, touching his bruised neck, rasped, "You may not know who I am, but mark my words, you are finished." Yichin paid no heed to Zhou Mo's threats and swiftly made his way to the elevator. Realizing that taking the elevator was unwise at that moment, he opted for the nearby fire escape. As he hurried downstairs, just as he was about to exit, a group of men wielding steel pipes and baseball bats burst through the door. Without uttering a word, they charged straight at Yichin. Recognizing that these men were sent by Zhou Mo, Yichin understood he was their target. The audacious fellow truly disregarded my words as mere whispers in the wind. With a muttered curse, I abruptly raised my foot and kicked a man before me, seizing the moment to dash out swiftly. Given that I was holding the beautiful boss in my embrace, I had no desire to engage in conflict with this group. Otherwise, none of them would have escaped unscathed. Bursting forth from the establishment, I ran desperately forward, while the pursuers relentlessly trailed behind. However, having received the extraordinary abilities bestowed by my enchanting master, my physical prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Even while cradling a woman in my arms, I managed to elude this group in mere moments. Hiding in a narrow alley, I glanced back to confirm that no one was following, allowing a sigh of relief to escape my lips. Looking at the unconscious beauty in my arms, I lamented, "I am merely your subordinate, yet now I must also play the role of a bodyguard." With a slight sigh, I pondered her residence, realizing that the ruffians might still be searching for me, rendering the hotel unsafe. After much contemplation, I ultimately resolved to take her back to my home. Upon my return, the clock had struck 11 in the evening. I gently placed the beautiful boss into a modest room, wiping the sweat from my brow. Gazing upon her exquisite visage, I found myself momentarily entranced. How delightful it would be if such a stunning woman were my girlfriend. I crouched down, tenderly caressing her cheek. Yet, this gesture stirred the unconscious Wenjia, causing her to slowly open her eyes. At that moment, she was under the influence of the drug, feeling nothing but warmth, and as she beheld the handsome Yichin, I noticed something peculiar in her gaze, reminiscent of a familiar encounter. Suddenly, it struck me, her eyes mirrored those of Li Menghan when I first rescued her. Damn! I had thought you were merely intoxicated. Turns out you were also drugged. I cursed vehemently, holding in contempt the scoundrel who resorted to such despicable tactics. If one truly harbors affection for a girl, one should pursue her openly and honorably, rather than resorting to such vile methods. Witnessing the beauty before me, I instinctively took a step back. Though I harbored a fondness for you, I am no base scoundrel. I reiterated firmly, reminding myself of my principles, especially as the alluring boss was undeniably captivating at that moment. However, when Jia, having been pushed away, sat up directly and feeling the softness of her form, I found myself struggling to maintain my composure. Yet, as I contemplated succumbing to temptation, I questioned how I would differ from that contemptible miscreant. Thus, Yi Chun bit the tip of his tongue, momentarily awakening his mind, before resolutely pushing the beautiful boss away. Chapter 46. Help me catch someone. The beautiful boss tumbled onto the bed, gazing at him with a look of grievance and sorrow, nearly causing Yi Chun to explode with frustration. Raking his fingers through his hair in exasperation, he exclaimed, "Isn't this sheer torment?" Taking a deep breath to recalibrate his mindset, he observed the beautiful boss tugging at his clothing. Gritting his teeth, Yi Chun raised his arm and struck her at the nape of her neck. After receiving Yi Chun's swift blow, the beautiful boss finally ceased her antics. Seeing her lying on the bed, fast asleep, Yi Chun let out a profound sigh of relief. Finally, peace had returned. He removed her shoes and gently covered her with a blanket, casting one last glance before exiting the room. He made his way to the bathroom to splash some water on his face, then returned to the bedroom to lie down. The thought of a stunning beauty lying defenseless in the adjacent room, while he sought refuge in sleep, plagued Yi Chun with insomnia. He hardly slept a wink, and as dawn broke, he rose from bed. First, he peeked into Shu Xiaoxiao's room, finding the beautiful boss still sound asleep, before stepping outside to buy groceries. It wasn't long before when Zhao awoke, blinking her drowsy eyes as she surveyed the somewhat familiar room, momentarily unable to process her surroundings. This seemed to be Xiaoxiao's room. She murmured to herself as she sat up, feeling a dull ache in her head and cradling it for a moment. Indeed, it was Xiaoxiao's room. How did I end up sleeping here? Still struggling to recall the events of the previous night, when Jia tossed aside the blanket and, upon noticing her attire and the expensive pair of high heels on the floor, seemingly realized something significant. In a hurry, she dashed to the mirror, and upon seeing her reflection, her pupils constricted sharply. How did I come home dressed like this? My brother will surely become suspicious. Grabbing the high heels, she rushed out of the room just as the door knocked. When Jia stood frozen, staring blankly as the door swung open, Yi Chun returned home, carrying vegetables and fruits, and immediately spotted the bewildered expression on the beautiful boss's face. "Boss, you're awake?" Upon hearing Yi Chun address her, when Jia, still dazed, questioned, "What did you call me?" "Huh, you are the boss. What else should I call you?" Noticing Yi Chun's nonchalant demeanor, when Jia lowered her head and pondered for a moment, scattered memories flooding her mind. Alcohol. That drink was suspicious. As she suddenly shouted, Yi Chun instinctively directed his gaze toward the cup on the dining table. However, it contained only plain water, devoid of any alcohol. "Boss, did you have a nightmare?" Confronted with Yi Chun's confusion, when Jia finally grasped her current identity, she took a deep breath, massaging her temples as she inquired, "What transpired last night?" "Well, you instructed me to wait for you downstairs, but despite my prolonged wait, you never descended. Consequently, I ventured upstairs in search of you and fortuitously stumbled upon you being escorted into a room by 3 men at the elevator entrance. At that moment, you had already lost consciousness. Fearing for your safety, I rushed into the room and brought you out, unaware of your residence, ultimately taking you to my home." Yi Chun refrained from disclosing the incident of winning the uniforms of 2 female attendants, recognizing it as an undignified affair. Upon hearing Yi Chun's account, when Jia sighed from her seat, "I was negotiating a contract with Zhou Mo last night, only to discover that he had tampered with my drink." As she reached this point, when Jia could not continue, she stood up, gazing at Yi Chun tenderly, and asked, "When you rescued me last night, were you not afraid they would harm you?" "There was indeed fear, yet had I not intervened, it would have been you who suffered. As my employer, I felt a duty to protect you for the sake of my future." In truth, Yi Chun could have easily crafted a different narrative to win the heart of his beautiful boss, but the disparity in their statuses made him hesitate. When Jia found comfort in Yi Chun's response, reassured that her brother's intentions were not fueled by a desire for her beauty, alleviating her jealousy. Thank you for saving me. I will repay your kindness. I must take my leave now. Observing Wen Jia unsteadily rise to depart, Yi Chen interjected, would you care for breakfast before you go? Though the vegetables in his hand tempted her, she shook her head. Given the gravity of the situation she faced, it was not the time for a meal. Prepare it for me later. I must go. As she exited his home, her heels clicking against the floor, Yi Chen gradually lowered his arm. A twinge of disappointment lingered within him, yet it was overshadowed by relief. He felt fortunate for his earlier mischief with the attendant, grateful for his timely appearance at the elevator, and most of all, thankful for having rescued her. Had any of these elements shifted, he might have spent the rest of his life in regret. After leaving, Wen Jia promptly called her driver. 10 minutes later, a Rolls-Royce glided into the neighborhood. Once inside, Wen Jia instructed the driver to swiftly head toward the city center. With her abduction by unknown men, her foremost concern was Zhou Mo. She was acutely aware of her influence in Beiman City, which was precisely why he had dispatched operatives to scour every hotel and inn throughout the night. However, despite investing heavily to deploy thousands in the search, no trace of Wen Jia had been uncovered. As the clock struck 5:30 in the morning, Zhou Mo could no longer remain seated. He swiftly arranged for a flight to take off, unwilling to wait any longer. He realized that if Wen Jia found him, she would certainly not let him off the hook upon waking. After all, the matter at hand was one that no individual would let slide. Thus, Zhou Mo resolved to take decisive action and escape from the premises. Once he returned to his own territory, Wen Jia would be powerless to confront him. As he approached the door, a sudden thought crossed his mind. He turned to his assistant and declared, by the way, that man who appeared last night, I am prepared to offer $1 million for his demise. Zhou Mo was set to flee, yet Wen Jia was even quicker. Understanding that he would choose to run, she recognized the challenge of blocking the airport, train stations, and highways on her own. Therefore, she directly called Du Wan. Wan, I need your assistance to apprehend someone. Upon hearing Wen Jia's request, Du Wan inquired calmly from the other end. What happened? I went out last night to negotiate a business deal, but I was drugged. If not for my brother's timely intervention, I would have been violated. Upon learning that her elder sister had been drugged, Du Wan sprang up from her chair, her voice filled with urgency. Tell me who that person is. His name is Zhou Mo, the scion of the Zhou family in East China. He should still be in Beiman City. Understood. You need not worry about the rest. Du Wan stated before abruptly ending the call and immediately contacting her deputy. As the phone connected, Du Wan coldly ordered, Zhou Mo, Beiman City. I want him captured within 2 hours. Chapter 47. Do you take me for a beggar? 5 minutes after the call ended, dozens of armed helicopters took flight from the nearby war zone of Beiman City. Zhou Mo, donning oversized sunglasses, stepped out of a Maybach and strode purposefully towards the airport. However, just as he prepared to pass through security and enter the waiting area, a swarm of men clad in camouflage and wielding firearms surged forth from all directions. Seeing this, Zhou Mo's pupils dilated in shock. He dropped his suitcase and attempted to flee. Yet, before he could take more than a couple of steps, a formidable man leaped high and landed a kick squarely on his chin. Zhou Mo was unable to resist and was swiftly subdued. The leader of the action team approached, removed the sunglasses from Zhou Mo's nose, and upon confirming his identity, signaled for his subordinates to carry the unconscious Zhou Mo away. The entire operation, from the appearance of the fully armed men to their departure, transpired in under 2 minutes. Meanwhile, Wen Jia sat in her office chair, engaged in a phone call. Upon hearing the sounds from within, her expression softened somewhat. I understand. Have him sent over. I appreciate your help this time. Sister, we are kin. There is no need for thanks. If it becomes too complicated for you, I can handle him myself, Du Wan offered. Hearing this, Wen Jia let out a small sigh of relief. It is of no concern. Simply hand him over to me. After hanging up the phone, Wen Jia murmured while gazing at her device. Zhou family, if you wish to retrieve your son this time, it seems you will incur considerable losses. Unlike Du Yuan, Wen Jia is a shrewd businesswoman, placing paramount importance on financial gain. She would not harm Zhou Mo, nor would she entertain thoughts of his demise. Instead, she would leverage him to secure a far greater profit. Soon, there was a knock at the office door, and Assistant Chung entered, flanked by 2 heavily armed men. President 1, the individuals have arrived. Very well, thank you, Assistant Chung. Please escort them out for me. Assistant Chung nodded and led them out of the office. Wen Jia rose and approached the unconscious Zhou Mo, looking down upon him with disdain. To treat me in such a despicable manner, you must truly be tired of living. With that, she lifted her stiletto heel and forcefully brought it down upon Jomo's body. Even in his fainted state, the sheer agony jolted him awake, and he clutched his midsection, his eyes nearly bulging from the pain. Wen Jia cast a glance at him and then called out towards the door. Bring in a few people. The office door swung open as 5 suited bodyguards entered. Lift him up. I wish to interrogate him. Zhou Mo was hoisted by the guards, and Wen Jia retrieved her phone, activating the recording function. Zhou Mo, why did you drug my drink last night? Faced with her inquiry, Zhou Mo gritted his teeth and stammered, President Wen, it was a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding. Your response is unsatisfactory. This is the surveillance footage from the restaurant. How long do you intend to continue your evasions? Seeing the plate crash onto the table, Zhou Mo's heart sank. Initially, he had believed everything would go smoothly, forgetting to instruct the hotel to disable the cameras. Later, when Yi Qin's unexpected arrival had rescued Wen Jia, he had dispatched men to search for Yi Qin at the northern gate, neglecting the existence of the surveillance cameras. Now, with the evidence laid bare before him, any attempts at denial were futile. President Wen, I was merely momentarily blinded by lust. You haven't done anything to me. Please grant me one chance. In response to Zhou Mo's pleas for mercy, Wen Jia, seated upon the sofa, coldly remarked, You haven't done anything? If my brother hadn't been saved yesterday, would you not have resorted to extorting me with a video by now? That was merely a jest. I would never dare to act on such a notion. Huh. I am well aware of your character. Enough. You may silence yourself now. Wen Jia then dialed Zhou Mo's father's number. Recognizing that such a significant incident was beyond Zhou Mo's ability to resolve, Zhou Mo was unaware of whom Wen Jia was calling, but speculated it might be his father. Thus, he hastily exclaimed, President Wen, please refrain from calling my dad. I can handle this on my own. Your company is in need of working capital, isn't it? I could have my father lend you 500 billion without any interest. Just please, do not call him. Otherwise, he will surely be furious with me. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, for the combination of physical agony and inner turmoil had rendered this once privileged heir utterly shattered. However, Wen Jia was not inclined to heed his plea. She sought something far grander. As the call connected, Zhou Tianlong's voice resonated cheerfully from the other end. President Wen, there is no need for gratitude. We are old friends. Noticing that Zhou Tianlong remained oblivious to the unfolding events, Wen Jia coldly retorted, Indeed, Chairman Zhou. I should extend my heartfelt thanks to you for sending your son to drug my drink under the guise of borrowing money and for plotting ulterior motives against me, intending to record the entire ordeal as leverage for future threats. Zhou Tianlong was momentarily taken aback by Wen Jia's words. He was well aware of his son's character, often mingling with various internet celebrities and stars, which was rather commonplace given the allure of wealth that attracted such company. Yet, Wen Jia was no mere influencer. She was the wealthiest individual in Beimen City. How could his son dare to commit such an atrocious act? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhou Tianlong's voice quivered as he implored, President Wen, could there be some misunderstanding? A misunderstanding, you say? Very well, let your son explain it to you himself. Dad, I was wrong. Please help me. Hearing Zhou Mo's anguished cries, Zhou Tianlong slumped back in his chair, inwardly lamenting his son's predicament. Committing such heinous acts on someone else's turf was already bad enough, but to be caught was utterly inexcusable. To save his son, it seemed he would have to pay a hefty price. As a fellow businessman, Zhou Tianlong grasped that Wen Jia did not desire his son's demise, but merely sought some form of compensation. Releasing a slight sigh of relief, he smiled and proposed. President Wen, a father's failure to educate his child is indeed a father's fault. I take significant responsibility for this matter. Thus, I suggest that you release Zhou Mo, and I shall agree to an additional 500 billion in loans, interest-free. What do you think? In response to Zhou Tianlong's offer of compensation, Wen Jia scoffed disdainfully. Chairman Zhou, do you assume I have never encountered wealth? A mere few billion in interest? Do you think I am a beggar? Then what would you require? I have gathered ample evidence of your son's transgressions. Should it be presented to the police, a 10-year sentence would be a likely outcome. However, the primary concern is the medical conditions within the prison, which are rather inadequate. Even a minor wound could lead to sepsis. At this juncture, Wen Jia chose not to elaborate further, for both parties were astute enough to comprehend her implications. Chapter 48. The face of justice, Zhou Tianlong indeed discerned Wen Jia's intentions. After a moment of contemplation, he tentatively inquired, President 1, I possess a company in Beimin City valued at 2 billion. What do you think? Chairman Zhou, let me speak plainly. If you lend me 500 billion, half of it will be regarded as compensation for me. If you agree, we can amend the contract now. If not, we shall proceed through official channels. Upon hearing Wen Jia demand 250 billion outright, Zhou Tianlong's fists clenched in fury. Their partnership was not a fleeting affair. He was well acquainted with this woman, barely in her 20s. Once she resolved upon a course of action, there was no possibility of alteration. Before him lay two paths: to expend 250 billion to appease her, or to helplessly witness his only son imprisoned. The thought of incarceration was not frightening. Rather, it was the unknown variables that instilled terror. As Wen Jia had articulated, even a minor breach could precipitate sepsis. With a deep exhalation, he made his choice between money and his son, opting for the latter. After all, as long as life remained, wealth could always be regained. Yet, if a life were lost, it would be irrevocably gone. Very well, President 1, I shall comply with your terms. Seeing Zhou Tianlong acquiesce to her demands, Wen Jia offered a slight smile. Excellent. I shall instruct my secretary to revise the contract. Chairman Zhou, I hope your funds can be promptly transferred so that your son may return to you soon. Understood. After ending the call, Wen Jia set down her phone and approached Zhou Mo. You are the scoundrel. Your presence disgusts me. Take him away and ensure he doesn't escape. Yes, President 1. Once the bodyguards escorted Zhou Mo from the office, Wen Jia sank into her chair, releasing a long sigh. Gazing at the photograph of herself with Yi Chun on her desk, she murmured, Brother, thank goodness for you. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to face the rest of my life. Had events unfolded as Zhou Mo intended, she would likely be the one coerced into transferring funds. Yi Chun had been busy at the company all day, yet his thoughts remained entranced by his alluring boss. He pondered how she might resolve the situation. As the wall clock indicated 5:30 in the evening, Yi Chun rose to depart the office. Ever since his driver had encountered an accident, he had refrained from utilizing the company's vehicle for his commutes. Leaving the office to visit his foster mother in the hospital, he unexpectedly encountered Wen Jia standing at the entrance. At that moment, she had shed her formidable demeanor and appeared quite demure, waving cheerfully at Yi Chun. Brother, Jejia, you've come to pick me up from work? Wen Jia, beaming with delight, embraced Yi Chun's arm and playfully asked, it's been 2 days. Did you miss me? How could I not think of my sister? How has work been? Is the pressure overwhelming? In response to Yi Chun's concern, Wen Jia walked alongside him and said, I'm doing well. My daily work is quite routine, and there is not much pressure. That is good to hear. By the way, have you seen your boss today? Upon hearing Yi Chun mention his other identity, Wen Jia glanced at him and shook her head. No, someone of her stature rarely appears before us. Why do you ask? Oh, it's nothing. Just curious, Yi Chun replied, sensing that Yi Chun was concealing something from her. Wen Jia halted her steps, grasped his arm, and playfully insisted, Brother, what is going on? You must tell me. Though Wen Jia did not possess an extraordinarily captivating beauty or a figure that turned heads, her playful demeanor remained utterly charming. Faced with such an adorable sister, Yi Chun could not help but divulge what had transpired the previous night. You see, last night, our boss encountered some unscrupulous individuals, and as fate would have it, I happened to pass by and heroically intervened to rescue her. She was unconscious and unfortunately had to spend the night at our home. But I swear, nothing untoward occurred. You know your brother is a man of integrity and would never stoop to such despicable acts. Observing Yi Chun raising 3 fingers to the sky in a vow, Wen Jia grasped his fingers and replied resignedly, It's not that I doubt your words. There is no need for oaths. Besides, do you think I wouldn't know if you did something? Although her latter remark was barely above a whisper, Yi Chun caught it nonetheless. He cleared his ears, puzzled, and asked, Did you come home last night? Realizing she had misspoken, Wen Jia smiled faintly and shook her head. I didn't return home. I simply trust your character. So, you really did save our boss? Yes, she mentioned this morning that she would repay me, though I wonder if she will remember. Hearing this, Wen Jia studied his profile and tentatively inquired, Brother, if the boss truly wishes to show her gratitude, what would you hope for? Naturally, Yi Chun would desire the beautiful boss herself, as she possessed both allure and charm, an extraordinary woman hard to find. However, such wishes were merely fanciful thoughts. unrealistic, and certainly not something he could share with his possessive sisters, who would likely create a scene. Well, for us, tangible rewards would be preferable, especially since the later stages of our mother's nutritional care entail considerable expenses. Yet, I believe our act of saving someone stemmed from a genuine desire to prevent suffering, rather than for material gain. Therefore, if she truly wishes to reward me, I would refuse. Wenjia smiled at Yi Chun's noble side. Indeed, we are capable of earning our own living, so we don't need that woman's money. Brother, you're truly righteous. In a moment of excitement, Wenjia pecked Yi Chun on the cheek and then resumed walking, feigning nonchalance. Touching the spot where his sister had kissed him, Yi Chun chuckled and ruffled her hair affectionately. Two siblings arrived at the hospital with some food, conversing with their foster mother, and left together as darkness fell. Brother, I think I'll stay at home tonight. Upon hearing Wenjia's intention to return home, Yi Chun looked at her with curiosity and inquired, Is your lease up? No, not at all. I simply do not wish to stay alone tonight. Feeling down? Not really. Why are you so nosy? Noticing Wenjia's slight agitation, Yi Chun promptly sealed his lips. Although he felt a twinge of concern over whether something was troubling her, the sight of her joyfully bouncing around him eased his worries. Upon returning home, Yi Chun prepared to wash up and retire for the night, as a single man with a penchant for simplicity, devoid of gaming or a vibrant nightlife. However, upon exiting the bathroom, he found Wenjia tugging at his arm, urging him to sit on the sofa. Brother, please watch a horror movie with me. I've always wanted to see one, but I've never had the courage. Seeing her excitement, Yi Chun nodded with a smile. Chapter 49. The Chosen One for Yi Chun. The movie was rather tedious. After all, he had experienced numerous things throughout his life that made him impervious to the frights of a horror film. Conversely, Wenjia was shrieking in terror, ultimately burying her face in his embrace. Brother, can you check if the ghost has appeared? Observing her hands covering her eyes, torn between peeking and hiding, Yi Chun shook his head in exasperation. It's all fabricated. There's no need to be afraid. If it's this frightening when it's fake, how terrifying must the real thing be? Yi Chun was left speechless by Wenjia's logic. Once the film concluded, he anticipated a respite, only to find Wenjia tapping away on her phone, soon casting another film onto the television screen. As he gazed at the new movie, Yi Chun opened his mouth to protest, but ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. He nearly cradled Wenjia through 2 films, and by the end, his arm felt weary. Noticing her intent to continue watching, Yi Chun quickly grasped her hand. Jia, it's already midnight. Let us go to sleep. Upon hearing the word sleep, Wenjia blushed. She shyly nodded, then sat up from Yi Chun's embrace. Seeing her bashfulness, Yi Chun scratched his head, completely bewildered by what she found so embarrassing. 5 minutes later, Wenjia pushed open his bedroom door, entering with a pillow in hand, leaving Yi Chun momentarily astonished. What's this? After watching a horror movie, I'm scared to sleep alone. I need you to accompany me. Faced with Wenjia's reasoning, Yi Chun rubbed his face and reluctantly nodded in agreement. I'll go fetch you a cup. No need. 2 bodies huddled together are warmer. With that, Wenjia slipped beneath the covers beside Yi Chun. Noting his gaze upon her, she patted the pillow beside her and exclaimed, What are you staring at? Hurry and lie down. All right. Although Yi Chun occasionally shared a bed with his sisters during their childhood, when innocence reigned and the notions of gender differences were yet to be understood, those days are now but a distant memory. As his sisters matured, Yi Chun grew aware of the distinctions between male and female, leading him to seldom spend the night with them. Just a few days ago, when Meng Xiaobao returned, he opted to sleep alone, not sharing his blanket with her. Therefore, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to Wenjia's actions. As he lay down, her head nestled on his arm, her small hand resting upon his chest. All right, time for bed. Good night. Observing the contented expression on Wenjia's face, Yi Chun could not help but smile helplessly. After a peaceful night's slumber, the following morning, as Yi Chun turned over, he unexpectedly encountered something. With his eyes still closed, he reached out to touch it, and upon realizing what it was, he quickly withdrew his hand, his heart racing as he gazed at the peacefully sleeping Wenjia. Noticing that she remained undisturbed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Having grown accustomed to sleeping alone, he had momentarily forgotten that someone else was beside him. Muttering to himself, he gracefully hopped out of bed and quietly exited the room. Once the door had closed, Wenjia slowly opened her eyes. You scoundrel! Though she scolded Yi Chun, a sweet smile graced her face. After Yi Chun prepared breakfast, He called Wenjia to the table, where an uncomfortable silence enveloped them, both acutely aware of the awkwardness from the morning's events, leaving Yichen uncertain of how to break the ice. "What are you thinking about, brother?" Wenjia inquired, causing Yichen to pause mid-sentence as he feigned nonchalance. "Nothing." "Why?" "Oh, I'm fine too." Noticing Wenjia's peculiar demeanor, Yichen set down his chopsticks, curiosity piqued. "Jia, do you have something on your mind?" "Nothing." "Why do you ask?" Upon observing her mimic his previous words, Yichen rolled his eyes. "If there's nothing, you can wash the dishes later. I'll go deliver food to Mom." As Yichen entered the kitchen, Wenjia responded with a simple "oh." After Yichen departed from their home, she ventured into her bedroom and retrieved her phone, glancing at the message from Assistant Chung regarding the deposit of 250 billion. A smile crept across her lips. "Quite efficient," she remarked, crafting a message in reply to Assistant Chung, then reclined on the sofa, murmuring, "I don't want to go to work. I don't want to earn money. I just want my brother to keep me company." While she harbored such thoughts, and her capabilities could easily make it a reality, when Jia understood she could not act on them, for failing to complete the tasks assigned by her master would be unacceptable. Who exactly is the chosen one that her master instructed them to find? With no leads to follow, she seized her phone and called Du Yuan. "Yuan, do you have any information regarding the chosen one mentioned by our master?" "None whatsoever." "What does our master truly mean?" "Let us stand guard beside our brother, concealing our true identities from him. It is said that the chosen one will meet our brother, and at that moment, her kin will be saved. Yet, we have waited for many years, and still, no one has come to seek him." Regarding Wenjia's confusion, Du Yuan on the other end of the line shared her bewilderment. She gazed at her computer, tapping her fingers on the desk. "Patience is required. The master cannot be mistaken. He assured that the chosen one would encounter our brother, and thus, it shall inevitably come to pass. All we must do is wait." Upon hearing Du Yuan's words, Wenjia, reclining on the sofa, muttered to the ceiling, "Then why must our brother remain oblivious to our identities? Why subject him to suffering? Perhaps it is fear that wealth would corrupt him, extinguishing his ambition. Enough of this. I must attend to my matters." After Du Yuan concluded the conversation, she hung up, leaving Wenjia to listen to the busy signal emanating from the receiver, a sense of resignation washing over her as she lowered her arm. "Oh, brother, it seems you shall endure hardship for a while longer. Is Yichen truly suffering?" If asked, he would undoubtedly shake his head. In his youth, he toiled as a dishwasher and waiter, later serving as a security guard and delivery man, until he recently found his place in a sales company, ultimately rising to become the general manager. Having experienced such arduous labor, Yichen now perceives his current life as a paradise. His adoptive mother's health has nearly recovered. His sisters are safe and sound, and his career flourishes, with everything progressing positively. Yet, not everyone wishes to see Yichen continue to thrive. After being released by Wenjia, Zhou first went to the hospital for a simple bandaging and a checkup. Upon learning that he could still father children, he felt a wave of relief, especially considering the severity of Wenjia's kick. "Young master, the master requests your immediate return." Upon hearing the bodyguard's words, Zhou sighed deeply. This return home would undoubtedly involve a severe reprimand. Not only had he failed to restrain Wenjia, but she had also outmaneuvered him. Everything had been proceeding smoothly until that man's sudden appearance. Otherwise, it would have been Wenjia kneeling before him, begging for mercy. Has the identity of the man who disrupted our plans been uncovered? Based on the clues, he appears to be the general manager of Wenjia's branch in Bayman City. A general manager, indeed. It is because of him that our family suffered a loss of 250 billion. This debt must be held against him. Chapter 50. I desire this necklace. Zhou rubbed his face, wrapped in bandages, grimacing in pain. Now, spreading the word. A bounty of 10 million for the capture of that man, 5 million for his corpse. Little would Yichen expect to be so valuable. Even a lifeless body could fetch 5 million. This is the irony of his current situation. If not for his financial stability, he might have willingly bound himself and delivered himself to Zhou. Yichen sat in his office chair, perusing the profiles of the recently recruited employees. To his surprise, following the public recruitment, a plethora of candidates had emerged. Moreover, the overwhelming majority possessed impressive academic credentials and ample work experience. Most notably, they exhibited a remarkable dedication. For their purpose in coming here was to earn a living. The more they worked, the more they earned. Knock, knock. Hearing a gentle rapping at the door, Yichen glanced down at the report and called out, "Come in." The office door swung open, and his secretary entered. Mr. Yi. Assistant Chung just informed me that you are needed at headquarters. The boss wishes to see you. Upon hearing that the beautiful boss sought an audience with him, Yichen set down the documents and rose to his feet. Did she mention when? Right now? All right, I understand. After uttering these words, Yichen exited, leaving his secretary shaking her head in resignation. It seemed he held no interest in her. Indeed, while his female secretary was quite charming, Yichen felt no inclination towards her. Conversely, he held a deep admiration for his alluring boss. Apart from her striking appearance, he was captivated by her poise. When Jia, a self-made billionaire, naturally possessed an air that could easily eclipse the majority of female celebrities. Who, in the world, could resist such beauty? Arriving at headquarters in the company's newly allocated vehicle, Yichen found Assistant Chung waiting in the lobby. As he walked in, she greeted him with a warm smile. Good day, Mr. Yi. Hearing her melodious voice, Yichen playfully remarked, Assistant Chung, you seem even more enchanting after a few days. At his compliment, Assistant Chung smiled modestly and replied, You certainly know how to flatter, Mr. Yi. Please, the boss is waiting for you upstairs. Following her gesture towards the elevator, Yichen nodded and stepped inside. Upon reaching the top floor, he raised his hand and knocked on the office door. Come in. With the voice calling from within, Yichen took a deep breath and entered. Boss, you called for me. Mr. Yi has arrived. Please take a seat. Yichen nodded and settled onto a nearby sofa. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Wen Jia's attire today, which happened to be a short skirt that he found particularly appealing. Her long, slender legs made his heart race. Noticing Yi Chun's attraction to her legs, Wen Jia playfully adjusted her posture, ensuring he had a clearer view. Mr. Yi, I called you over today to inquire about what kind of reward you would like. Although she had previously posed this question to Yi Chun, it was under the guise of a sisterly relationship. She was curious to see if he would respond differently in a professional context. Faced with the beautiful boss's inquiry, Yi Chun hurriedly averted his gaze. Well, boss, it was my duty to assist you, so a reward is unnecessary, right? Since I promised to repay you, I shall certainly fulfill that promise. Your timely intervention spared me from their persecution. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Even the formidable Wen Jia, who commands the business world, cannot help but feel a pang of fear at this thought. Had Yi Chun chosen to remain aloof and indifferent, the outcome would have been predictable. His innocence would have been compromised, and he might have had to relinquish his company. Thus, Yi Chun's actions transcended the mere act of saving a single individual. He salvaged a company valued at hundreds of billions. Yi Chun did not contemplate the magnitude of his actions at the time. He merely wished to prevent the beautiful female boss from being mistreated by other men. Now, upon her desire to repay him, he lowered his gaze and contemplated, casting a furtive glance at Wen Jia's exquisite legs. How delightful it would be to touch them. Though his voice was barely louder than the hum of a mosquito, the keen-eared Wen Jia caught his words. Yi Chun, did you say you wanted to touch something? What do you mean? And no, that's not what I meant. What I meant was, observing Yi Chun's stammering and awkward demeanor, Wen Jia seemed to grasp his intent. She glanced down at her long legs, then gradually stood up, walking directly in front of Yi Chun. With a smile, she said, Yi Chun, feel free to do whatever you wish. Consider it my way of repaying you. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun swallowed hard, incredulously asking, Are you serious? Anything I want. Well, not too excessive, she replied. Yi Chun sighed at the stipulation she imposed. Very well then, I shall defer to your wishes. With that declaration, he embraced Wen Jia. She, anticipating a kiss, nervously shut her eyes, reassuring herself that he was her boss, not a relative. However, after a prolonged moment of anticipation, she felt no sensation upon her lips. Suddenly, her necklace loosened, falling into Yi Chun's hands. Boss, although this necklace is quite precious, I trust you won't mind, will you? Wen Jia slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the necklace in Yi Chun's grasp with a resigned smile. Yi Zong, are you certain you desire that necklace? Indeed. It is beautiful. What do you think? Observing his enamored expression, Wen Jia was perplexed. Did he not harbor some affection for her? Why then did he not choose to kiss her or confess his feelings, but instead opted to take the necklace? Although it was valuable, amounting to merely a few million, she recalled that someone had once offered a staggering 10 billion just for a single kiss from her. Yet, faced with such an outrageous price, she had declined. She lacked for nothing and would not compromise her principles for money. yet it undeniably illustrated the lengths to which those who admired her were willing to go. However, Yi-chun was unlike anyone she had ever encountered. When faced with such a rare opportunity, he chose only a necklace. Yet, since Yi-chun had made his choice, Wen-jia would not press the matter further. Returning to her seat, she gazed at Yi-chun and said softly, "Since you have made your decision, I hope you will cherish that necklace. Let us dine together this evening as a token of my gratitude for your commendable generosity." "Tonight?" he inquired. "Indeed. Do you have other engagements?" Yi-chun had initially intended to interrupt his evening to present the necklace to his sister. But now that the beautiful boss had extended an invitation, he could postpone that. "No, I am free." "Very well, then you may return to your company. I will have Assistant Chung inform you of the dining location." Yi-chun nodded and rose to leave the office. As the door closed behind him, a faint smile graced Wen-jia's lips. Chapter 51. Dining with the beautiful boss. Yi-chun spent the afternoon in a state of excitement within the office. After all, being invited to dinner by the stunning boss was a dream come true for many men. Gazing at the necklace in his hand, Yi-chun murmured, "Do not overthink it. It's merely a dinner of thanks." Just as he finished speaking, his phone, which lay nearby, rang. Noticing the call was from an unfamiliar number, he picked it up and answered. "Hello. Hello, Mr. Yi, this is Assistant Chung. I have reserved a private room by Chun Yuan. If all is well, you may proceed there now." "All right, I shall head over immediately." After hanging up, Yi-chun took a deep breath. He stood before the mirror, adjusting his attire, and reassured himself, "Do not be nervous, exude confidence." With renewed determination, he exited the office. Initially considering hailing a taxi, he was surprised to see Wen-jia as soon as he stepped outside the company. At that moment, she was not the domineering CEO, but rather his unassuming sister. Upon spotting Yi-chun, Wen-jia smiled and waved. "Brother." Yi-chun approached her and asked with a grin, "Jia, what brings you here?" "Brother, I bought your favorite spicy bones. Let us hurry home." Seeing his sister's joyful expression and remembering his upcoming engagement, Yi-chun hesitated momentarily. Noticing his indecision, Wen-jia playfully inquired, "Brother, what is the matter?" After a moment of contemplation, Yi-chun resolved to share his plans with her. "Jia, do you recall me telling you about how I assisted my boss? She has invited me to dinner tonight, and I would like you to accompany me." Upon hearing Yi-chun's revelation, Wen-jia felt a surge of happiness, though she feigned disappointment. "Oh, then I shall not go. You may attend on your own, brother." Witnessing her feigned disappointment, Yi-chun felt a pang of unease. After a moment of deliberation, he came to a decision. "Jia, let us return home to enjoy the braised ribs. I have called the boss's assistant. I shall not go." "Why not?" "This is a prime opportunity for you to leave a lasting impression on the boss. You should still attend. I will wait for you at home." Observing Wen-jia's understanding nature, Yi-chun affectionately ruffled her hair and smiled, saying, "No matter how significant the boss may be, he pales in comparison to the importance of accompanying my sister. If I choose not to go, then I shall not go. We are returning home." Seeing Yi-chun wrap his arm around her shoulder, preparing to depart, Wen-jia felt a surge of urgency. "Brother, you are now grown. You cannot always indulge us. Your career has finally begun to flourish. At such a time, you ought to strive even harder. But I do not wish for you to wait alone at home for my return. Oh, I am no longer a child. Please go. Do not concern yourself with me." With that, Wen-jia forcefully hailed a taxi, unceremoniously shoving Yi-chun into the vehicle. When he attempted to protest, she feigned annoyance, declaring, "Be obedient. If you do not listen, I shall ignore you." Faced with Wen-jia's playful threat, Yi-chun could only shake his head in resignation. "This is a necklace I obtained from the boss, meant for you." As he presented the necklace to her, Wen-jia's eyes brimmed with tears at that moment. Initially, she had thought Yi-chun had taken the necklace for its intrinsic value, never realizing he intended to gift it to her. "Brother, you are so kind." Observing her tearful eyes, Yi-chun opened the car door, stepping out to embrace her warmly. "All right, dear brother must attend the banquet now. Please take a cab home." "Goodbye, brother." Yi-chun nodded, released her, and settled into the taxi. As the taxi carrying Yi-chun vanished from her sight, Wen-jia caressed the necklace in her hand, murmuring, "Brother, you are so good to me. How shall I repay you in the future?" Upon arriving at Bichuan Garden, Yi-chun found himself alone in the private room with only the waiter. After sitting and waiting for a short while, the door swung open. Knowing the beautiful boss had arrived, Yi-chun sprang to his feet. The moment he laid eyes on the stunning boss before him, he was utterly captivated. Wenjia had dressed exquisitely today, radiating an even more dazzling charm than usual. Noticing Yi Chen's entranced gaze, she smiled gently and said, "Mr. Yi, I apologize for the wait." Listening to her melodious voice, Yi Chen's wandering thoughts were instantly drawn back to reality. "Hello, boss. You look exceptionally beautiful today. Mr. Yi certainly knows how to flatter. Please, have a seat." Yi Chen nodded and sat down, unable to meet her gaze, for she was simply too enchanting. Even a single glance would leave him feeling profoundly self-conscious. Wenjia ordered several dishes and then turned to the pensive Yi Chen, saying, "Mr. Yi, feel free to order whatever you like." "Ah, I am fine with anything." "Very well then. I shall simply double the portions of what I just ordered." The attendant beside them nodded and then exited the private room. Wenjia lifted her wine glass, gazing at Yi Chen as she said, "Mr. Yi, I am immensely grateful for your timely assistance. This drink is a toast to you." Upon finishing her sentence, she drained her glass entirely. Observing that the boss had downed her drink, Yi Chen felt compelled to raise his glass and follow suit. After consuming a glass of wine, Wenjia delicately dabbed her lips with a napkin and continued, "Mr. Yi, it seems you have not spoken much today. Is there something on your mind?" In response to her inquiry, Yi Chen pondered for a moment before smiling and shaking his head. "There are no burdens weighing on my heart. I merely find dining with a superior somewhat unusual." "Ah, that makes sense. Indeed, it can be awkward for employees to dine with their boss. It's not just you. I, as the employer, feel the same. Why don't we set aside our titles and treat each other as friends?" Upon hearing Wenjia's proposal of friendship, Yi Chen was taken aback and replied, "It would be my utmost honor to be your friend." "Ah, you are far too courteous, Yi Chen," she responded with a chuckle. Hearing her address him by name, he smiled and asked, "But I still do not know your name." "My name is merely a title. Whether you know it or not is of little consequence," she replied. "Well then, if I may ask, how old are you this year?" Wenjia raised her glass and playfully shook it, stating, "Take a guess." "Well, judging by your appearance, you resemble my sister. Could it be that you're 22 this year? Are you surprised?" A woman in her early 20s managing a company worth billions is indeed hard to fathom. Isn't it? Yi Chen admitted that he found this difficult to comprehend. If her family were affluent, it would be understandable. But if she had achieved such success in a short span without any prior advantages, it was indeed perplexing. It is somewhat difficult to grasp, especially since you are unparalleled in Bayman City. Such an achievement is not something everyone can attain, he remarked. That said, there are times I would willingly relinquish it all just to return to a life of tranquility. Noticing a glimmer of longing in her eyes, Yi Chen fell silent. Chapter 52. Tempting figures while those on the fringes of society dream of becoming wealthy. This young entrepreneur yearns for a peaceful existence. "Well," Wenjia said, observing Yi Chen's momentary speechlessness as she rested her arm on the table and gently twirled her long hair. "Do you have a girlfriend, Yi Chen?" "Huh. No, I am still single." "Then perhaps I could introduce you to a friend of mine. She's beautiful and comes from a well-off family." Upon hearing her intention to set him up, Yi Chen quickly waved his hand. "Oh, I'm really not in a hurry to find a girlfriend. I just want to focus on my work and improve my family's situation." Wenjia had already anticipated Yi Chen's rejection. After all, she knew her brother's disposition all too well. "The reason for my inquiry was merely to tease him. If one disregards beauty, what do they truly desire? Surely, it cannot be me." Observing her smiling demeanor, Yi Chen found himself at a loss for words. Boss, well, I was just joking. Let us indulge in some wine." As she raised her glass and took another sip, Yi Chen inwardly chastised himself for failing to appreciate the moment, and he too lifted his glass in agreement. By the time the dishes had yet to arrive, they had already consumed an entire bottle of red wine. At this point, Wenjia was beginning to feel the effects of intoxication. Her cheeks were slightly flushed as she gazed at Yi Chen and spoke softly, "Though I possess assets worth billions, I find that very few truly understand me. I think you are quite remarkable. If you apply yourself diligently, your future will undoubtedly be boundless." In response to her compliments, Yi Chen smiled. "Then I shall take your words as a good omen. Now, let us continue our revelry." Noticing her eagerness to drink more, Yi Chen stood and grasped the wine bottle. "Boss, you are inebriated. It would be wise to refrain from further consumption." "In a state of inebriation? How could that be? Pour me another glass. You are indeed drunk. We have work tomorrow. Perhaps we should call it a night." Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Wenjia regarded him intently before stretching her arms and relaxing her body. "Very well, I too am feeling fatigued. Let us depart." Yichen nodded and hurried to open the door to their private room. Wenjia stepped out in her high heels, with Yichen obediently trailing behind her. They exited the restaurant, and as Wenjia beheld the Rolls-Royce before them, she casually inquired, "Shall I offer you a ride?" "No, I can return on my own." "All right then, I shall take my leave." Watching as Wenjia entered the luxurious vehicle and drove away, Yichen let out a long sigh. Though she was strikingly beautiful, she was not meant for someone of my standing. It is time to face reality. With a self-deprecating thought, he shoved his hands into his pockets and headed homeward. After Wenjia turned the corner in the Rolls-Royce, she instructed her assistant Chung, "Hand me my clothes and makeup bag. I must perform another act upon returning home. Does this not tire you?" "Indeed, it does, but what choice do I have? Let us not dwell on that." Seeing her reluctance to elaborate, Chung shook his head and refrained from further comment. As Yichen approached a park, he suddenly sensed a sound behind him and instinctively turned around. He caught sight of a figure darting into a nearby alley, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. "Someone is following me. How intriguing." With that thought, Yichen hastened towards the alley, needing to ascertain the identity of his pursuer, lest they pose a threat to his sisters. Just as he reached the mouth of the alley, a diminutive man unexpectedly appeared. Upon making eye contact, the slight man brandished a knife and lunged directly at Yichen without uttering a word. Observing the sharp blade in the man's hand, Yichen opted not to confront him directly, instead retreating a considerable distance. "What have I done to provoke you? Why are you attacking me?" In response to Yichen's confusion, the diminutive man, brandishing his knife, replied, "Don't blame me. Blame your own worth." As the knife swung menacingly towards his neck, Yichen swiftly raised his hand to seize the assailant's wrist. Unfazed by the grip on his arm, the small man calmly retrieved another knife from his pocket with his right hand and aimed it once more at Yichen's neck. "How many knives do you have?" Yichen cursed, and just as the blade was about to pierce him, he kicked the man's knee, resulting in a catastrophic fracture. The agony in his knee altered the man's stance, providing Yichen the perfect opportunity to land a powerful punch to his temple, sending him crashing to the ground. As he lay there, Yichen rubbed his fist and demanded, "Now, tell me why you sought to kill me." After a brief pause on the ground, the small man met Yichen's gaze. "I didn't expect you to be this formidable. Had I known, I would have brought a gun." "You think you could have used a gun?" Yichen scoffed, showing no sympathy for such a character. He raised his foot and crushed the man's other knee. A pained scream escaped the man's lips, and Yichen seized his hair, dragging him into a narrow alley. 10 minutes later, Yichen emerged, his expression darkened. "Damn it, that scoundrel has placed a bounty of 10 million on my head." The thought of this enraged Yichen. It was clear that Zhou Mo was at fault. Yet he found himself the target of an assassination attempt for merely doing the right thing. Yichen understood just how tempting that bounty was. Countless assassins could be lurking around his home, waiting for him to unwittingly walk into their trap. However, he felt no fear, for he was no longer the ordinary man he once was. Yet, the thought of his sisters returning home frequently and his ailing foster mother in the hospital compelled him to resolve this matter swiftly, as the threat to his family was far too great. After a moment of contemplation, he picked up his phone and dialed Assistant Chung. At that moment, Assistant Chung was driving and was taken aback when he recognized the incoming number. "Boss, it's your brother." Hearing that her brother was calling, Wenjia was momentarily puzzled. What could he want? "I have no idea." Once connected, Assistant Chung activated the speakerphone. "Hello, Mr. Yi." Hearing Assistant Cheng's voice, Yichen quickly replied, "Assistant Chung, I need your assistance with something." Upon hearing that Yichen needed assistance, Assistant Chung parked the car by the roadside. After receiving a nod from Wenjia, who was seated in the back, he spoke into his phone. "Mr. Yi, please proceed. It is as follows. I require information on Zhou Mo, specifically his residence and phone number." Upon hearing Yichen's request for Zhou Mo's contact details, Assistant Chung furrowed his brow and inquired, "What do you need his information for?" "Assistant Chung, there are matters I am unable to disclose, but rest assured, I will not cause you any trouble," Yichen replied. At this juncture, Assistant Chung turned to look at Wenjia. After a moment of contemplation, Wenjia nodded in agreement. "Very well. I will send the information to your phone via text shortly. Thank you for your assistance." Wenjia replied, "Not at all." After ending the call, Assistant Chung gazed at Wenjia and murmured, "Boss, what does your brother need Zhou Mo's information for?" Contemplating Assistant Cheng's question, Wenjia mused. Could it be that Zhou Mo has done something to him? Chapter 53. Duan takes action considering that the Zhou family had incurred losses exceeding 200 billion. It was evident that Zhou Mo, with his petty nature, would not let this go lightly. Unable to retaliate against him directly, he would likely unleash his fury upon Yichun. After all, had Yichun not appeared, his schemes would have succeeded. With this realization, Wen Jia's intoxication dissipated instantly. Investigate and ascertain what Zhou Mo has been up to recently. Boss. I just saw a message from a friend stating that Zhou Mo seems to have put a bounty of 10 million on your brother's life. Wen Jia's eyes widened in shock at Assistant Cheng's words. If Zhou Mo dares to harm my brother, I shall ensure he pays dearly. Assistant Cheng, who had been by Wen Jia's side for 3 years, had never witnessed such a terrifying display from him. After a moment's thought, Assistant Cheng tentatively asked, should I still relay Zhou Mo's information to your brother? Confronted with this dilemma, Wen Jia bit his lip and gazed out the window. Contemplating that Yichen's request for Zhou Mo's information might indicate he had intentions of his own. If he refrained from informing him, Yichen could resort to other means of obtaining the information. Should any inaccuracies arise, it could place him in peril. Thus, after a moment of reflection, a resolution formed in her mind. I shall provide him with Zhou Mo's information. I will handle the rest. Having spoken, Wen Jia exited the vehicle and dialed Duwan's number. Among her sisters, Duwan wielded the most authority. After hearing from Wen Jia about Zhou Mo's financial plot against Yichun, Duwan simply acknowledged and hung up. Wen Jia exhaled a sigh of relief. With Duwan taking charge of the situation, her brother would likely remain unharmed. With her home in sight, Wen Jia strode forward in her athletic shoes. At the headquarters of the Northwest War Zone, dozens of armed helicopters took flight, their destination, the city of East China, where the Zhou family resided. After receiving the message from Assistant Cheng, Yichen discovered that Zhou Mo resided in East China City. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his hand to hail a taxi. The driver, a young man, turned to Yichun and asked, where to? East China City. Oh, East China Market, $10. Not East China Market, but East China City. Hearing Yichun reiterate East China City, the driver stared at him in bewilderment. Buddy, East China City is 1,000 kilometers away from Beimin City. Are you certain it's East China City? Yes, I am absolutely certain it is East China City. Upon witnessing Yichen's insistence to go to East China City, the driver promptly opened the car door. Sorry, my car is already 18 years old. It can't handle such a long journey. Noticing the driver's reluctance, Yichun retrieved 5,000 yuan from his pocket and casually tossed it onto the seat. 5,000 for this trip, are you going or not? Typically, a journey of such distance would cost just over 2,000 yuan. Seeing Yichun produce more than twice that amount, the driver felt tempted. Considering that his old car could only fetch about 8,000 yuan, he thought to himself that he could always add a little money for a new one. Thus, he grasped the cash, counting it as he said, all right, I'll take this job. Satisfied with the driver's agreement, Yichun leaned back in his seat and remarked, then hurry up and count it, and let's set off. You got it. Upon returning home, Wen Jia indeed found that Yichun was absent. Ordinarily, he would have already arrived. What on earth is he up to? She pulled out her phone and dialed Yichun's number, eager to inquire about his whereabouts. When Yichun saw Wen Jia's call, he let out a soft sigh. He had been so focused on going to East China City to speak with Zhou Mo that he had forgotten Wen Jia was waiting for him at home. Hello. Jia. Brother, where have you been? Why aren't you back yet? I have a bit of business to attend to and want to be home tonight. But don't worry, it's not about my female boss, it's work-related. Upon hearing Yichun lie to her, Wen Jia's eyes turned red, and she said, brother, do you find me annoying? Have you grown to dislike me? Hearing the hurt in her voice, Yichun felt a pang in his heart and quickly explained, Jia. How could you think that? I truly have matters to handle, but it's just inconvenient to share with you. However, you can trust me. I'm not doing anything immoral. Believe me, okay? Listening to Yichun's earnest tone, Wen Jia took a deep breath and wiped the tears from her eyes. All right, brother. I believe you. Yes, that's my good sister. By the way, take care of mom, and I'll call you when I get back. Be careful. Understood. After hanging up, Yichun let out a sigh of relief. After all these years together, he had never hidden anything from them. Now, with matters he couldn't disclose, he felt an overwhelming sense of unease. The driver cast a glance at the rearview mirror, observing Yichun's contemplative expression, and chuckled, buddy, heading to Huadong City at this hour? Are you off to meet a female friend? In response to his inquiry, Yichun shifted his gaze from the window to the driver's face, slightly furrowing his brow. I don't have any online friends. Oh, then what's your purpose in Huadong City? Just a matter. What kind of matter? Are you conducting a household registration check? Noticing Yi Chen's reluctance to divulge further, the driver merely shrugged and refrained from pressing the issue. In an effort to save on costs, the driver opted against the highway, and Yi Chen chose to remain silent, leaning back in his seat with his arms crossed, closing his eyes. The journey of 1,000 kilometers in this dilapidated taxi would take at least 10 hours. In stark contrast, an armed helicopter could traverse the distance from the Northwest War Zone headquarters to Huadong City in merely 3 hours. At this hour, 1 o'clock in the morning, the once bustling streets of Huadong City were devoid of vehicles. Yet, dozens of armed helicopters soared through the night sky, rousing many from their slumber. In a coastal villa of Huadong City, Zhou Mo was not asleep. Instead, he was kneeling in his ancestral hall, engaged in an act of contrition. Of course, given his nature, he would not have initiated such a gesture voluntarily. It was Zhou Tianlong who had insisted upon it. Due to personal greed, the Zhou family had suffered an unwarranted loss of 25 billion. Zhou Tianlong, instead of skinning him alive, had deemed it sufficient for his son to kneel and repent for an entire night, a testament to their familial bond. However, the loss was not merely about the 25 billion. It was about the Zhou family's reputation. Although they had expended that sum to resolve the matter, whispers of scandal were inevitable. When the public discovered the true character of Zhou's son, who would dare to collaborate with them in the future? As Zhou Mo dozed off, his body leaning slightly to one side, he jolted awake only when he toppled to the ground. Rubbing his knee, he muttered under his breath, "You took the money, but it's not like I got to spend it. What power do you hold over me? If you have any ability, go after that wretched woman instead." Truly a mouse wielding a gun in its own burrow. Just as he finished his tirade, a resounding roar echoed from afar, clearing his ears. Zhou Mo braced himself against his numb knees and stood up, approaching the window to peer into the pitch-black sky, murmuring, "What is that sound?" Soon, upon spotting a fleet of helicopters emerging in the sky, he was left utterly astonished. Where did all these helicopters come from at this hour? Chapter 54. Everything is over. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than dozens of armed helicopters circled directly above his home. Ropes descended, and a group of fully armed individuals began to rappel down. The first to land was a striking woman clad in tight leather pants and boots. Upon reaching the ground, she gestured towards the villa before her. Following her lead, the squad of armed personnel moved with precision, storming into the villa before them. Soon, the lights of the villa illuminated, and not long after, Zhou Tianlong, clad in his pajamas, was forcibly escorted out. "Report, Commander. Zhou Tianlong has been captured." While Zhou Mo is still under pursuit, Zhou Tianlong was merely a businessman, unaccustomed to such a scene. Upon seeing the group address the beautiful woman before them as commander, he was immediately reminded of the infamous Medusa of the Northwest War Zone. "Are you Commander Du?" In response to Zhou Tianlong's inquiry, Du Yuan cast him a glance and coolly replied, "If you have any last words, speak them quickly. Soon, when your son is found, you both may report to the King of Hell." Hearing her intent to end his life, Zhou Tianlong panicked. "Commander Du, I bear no grudge against you. Why would you condemn us father and son to death?" In the face of his bewilderment, Du Yuan offered no reply, instead standing aside and waiting. Seeing her refusal to answer, Zhou Tianlong gritted his teeth and said, "Commander Du, General Pang from the Northeast War Zone is my classmate. May I contact him?" At the mention of a connection, Du Yuan smiled. "You cannot make any calls now. I advise you against futile efforts. Today, no one can intervene." Realizing that Du Yuan was determined to see him perish, Zhou Tianlong took a deep breath, bending his legs to kneel on the ground. "Commander Du, whatever grievances you have, direct them at me. Spare my son." Even with his immense fortune at stake, Zhou Tianlong, faced with life and death, wished only to preserve his son's life. This was his helpless act as a father, the only thing he could do. However, Du Yuan was no saint. Having garnered the respect of the War Zone Commander Wang Gang at the age of 21, her hardened heart was evident. No matter how much Zhou Tianlong pleaded on his knees, Du Yuan remained unmoved. Soon, the remaining soldiers withdrew from the villa, with Zhou Mo leading the way. Even though he had hidden beneath the ancestral altar table as soon as the group stormed into his home, he was still captured. Witnessing his father kneeling in supplication, Zhou Mo shouted at him, "Dad, who have you offended?" Hearing Zhou Mo's voice, Zhou Tianlong looked up at him, anxious. and urged, "Quickly kneel before Commander Du and plead for her mercy." Faced with his father's demand to kneel before that woman, Zhou Mo staunchly refused. "I won't kneel. Let whoever wishes to kneel do so." Seeing his son so obstinate at such a moment, Zhou Tianlong, enraged, stood up and seized his shoulders, forcefully pressing him to the ground. "Hurry and plead. Dad, you must tell me what exactly we did wrong." In response to Zhou Mo's confusion, Zhou Tianlong was equally bewildered. He had been peacefully resting at home, only to be raided by Medusa. Who could understand that? "Commander Du, even if you intend to kill us, shouldn't you at least let us know where we went wrong?" Observing the disgruntled expressions of the duo, Duan remarked coolly, "Beimin City, Yichun. It is indeed you who has placed a bounty of 10 million for his life, is it not?" Zhou Tianlong, utterly unfamiliar with Yichun, misconstrued Duwan's words as a case of mistaken identity and, in a fit of agitation, exclaimed, "Commander Du, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. We haven't spent money on anyone's life. You've made an error." "Oh, we have made an error, have we? Then tell me, did you not contribute 10 million for Yichen's demise?" Upon hearing Duwan's chilling tone, Zhou Mo was drenched in cold sweat. He never anticipated that merely seeking Yichen's life would warrant such a grand spectacle. Or perhaps these individuals were sent by that Yichun who had thwarted his endeavors. Regardless of whether it was Yichun who summoned them, Zhou Mo could not confess. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly meet his doom today. Thus, Zhou Mo took a deep breath and, trembling slightly, replied, "No, it wasn't me. You have mistaken the person." Upon hearing Zhou Mo's denial, Zhou Tianlong clapped his hands and turned to Du Wan, saying, "Commander Du, I told you it was a case of mistaken identity. It's all a misunderstanding." In response to Zhou Mo's disavowal, Du Wan offered a slight smile. Those familiar with her understood precisely what this smile signified. What a misunderstanding. What a case of mistaken identity. "Zhou Mo, do you believe that the absence of evidence will exempt you from culpability?" As Du Wan gradually approached him, Zhou Mo perceived not a captivating beauty that would entice any man, but rather a fearsome harbinger of death. What do you intend to do?" Zhou Mo stammered. He, "I intend to do nothing. I simply wish for you to speak the truth," Du Wan replied, and before Zhou Mo could respond, she extended her delicate fingers and seized his arm, twisting it forcefully. "Ah, you vile woman. My arm." As he lay on the ground, contorted in agony while glaring at her, Duwan discarded the severed limb onto the ground and continued. "To verbally insult the commander of the war zone is an offense compounded." With her words, and with a swift motion of her arm, Zhou Mo's other arm also vanished without a trace. In an instant, Zhou Mo writhed in pain on the ground, unable to rise. Meanwhile, Zhou Tianlong was rendered utterly dumbfounded by the spectacle. How could a woman who appeared so frail possess such terrifying strength? By the time he regained his composure, Zhou Mo was already incapacitated. Suddenly cognizant of the situation, Zhou Tianlong, with reddened eyes, bellowed at Du Wan's retreating figure, "You dare to harm my son? I shall fight you to the end." Although he yearned to engage in a desperate struggle, Du Wan offered him no such opportunity. The moment he approached her, she delivered a kick to his abdomen, propelling him 10 meters away. "Do you presume to contend with me?" Du Wan cast a frigid glance at Zhou Tianlong, who lay on the ground clutching his belly, and then turned her attention back to the limbless Zhou Mo, observing his pitiful state. "There was not a shred of compassion within me. How dare he harm my brother? Even if I were to reduce him to mere fragments, my conscience would remain untroubled." I lifted my foot and pressed it upon his wound, speaking with fury. "Confess. Was it your bounty?" "Ah, I confess, I confess. It was I who paid for that man's life. 10 million for him alive, 5 million for him dead. I did it. I said it. Quickly, take me to the hospital. Take me to the hospital." Upon hearing his admission, Du Wan turned her gaze towards Zhou Tianlong. "Now, do you still claim I have apprehended the wrong person?" Faced with Du Wan's inquiry, Zhou Tianlong, clutching his abdomen, stood up, fully aware that his fate was sealed. Not just his own demise awaited him. His son's fate was also irrevocably doomed, as was everything he held dear. Chapter 55. Where am I? Yichen remained oblivious to the fact that the target he sought had already been swiftly claimed by Du Wan. In a state of meditative repose, he had unwittingly slumbered until dawn. As he sensed the vehicle's slight jostling, he gradually opened his eyes. Where am I? Gazing out at the unfamiliar scenery, Yichen found himself momentarily bewildered. Pinching his own face to ascertain the reality of his situation, he incredulously mused, Where on earth has this nap transported me? Hey, how are you driving this car? In response to Yi Chen's curses and dissatisfaction, the driver, appearing dazed, remained silent. Could he have succumbed to a heart attack? Yi Chen hastily rose from the back seat and leaned toward him, only to discover that the driver had indeed fallen asleep. Grasping the steering wheel with his left hand to avert a potential crash, he slapped the driver's face with his right hand. Smack! The force of Yi Chen's slap jolted the driver awake, causing him to yelp in surprise and collide with the vehicle's roof. As the driver clutched his head in pain, Yi Chen decisively pulled the handbrake and turned off the ignition. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Yi Chen's voice turned icy. You have finally awakened. Now tell me, where are you taking me? In response to Yi Chen's questioning, the driver, still nursing his head, retorted angrily. Aren't you headed to East China City? I am indeed on the way there. Dissatisfied with his answer, Yi Chen lightly struck his face twice more, then pointed towards the scenery outside the window. Open your eyes wide and take a good look at where we truly are. Seeing Yi Chen's fury, the driver turned his head to observe the landscape outside and was momentarily taken aback. Oh my! The driver exited the vehicle and surveyed the vast, endless desert surrounding him, his mind in a state of confusion. Had he somehow traversed dimensions? Noticing the driver's bewilderment, Yi Chen delivered a swift kick to his leg, knocking him to the ground. He then leapt onto the driver, seizing him by the throat, and menacingly demanded, Speak. Did you bring me here for that 10 million? Cough, cough. Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding indeed. To hell with this misunderstanding. Yi Chen released him and kicked him twice with force before retrieving his phone from his pocket, intending to call for assistance. However, amidst this vast desert, there was no signal whatsoever. Damn it, where's your phone? Hand it over. Seeing Yi Chen demand his phone, the driver rubbed his neck and reluctantly produced it from his pocket. Upon taking the phone, Yi Chen glanced at it only to discover that it too had no signal. What on earth is this cursed place? With his hands on his hips, Yi Chen surveyed his surroundings, utterly speechless. Brother, I believe we may have been abducted by aliens. Just think, I merely dozed off, and the next thing I knew, we were in the desert. How could this happen? Observing the driver shift blame, Yi Chen cast a glance at the fuel gauge, which was perilously low, only a few kilometers left at most. How many times did you refuel last night? 3 times. 300 yuan each. For such a dilapidated vehicle, 300 yuan would fill the tank entirely. By his calculations, they must have traveled at least over 2,000 kilometers since refueling. To his knowledge, the nearest desert from Beimin City was also over 2,000 kilometers away. Huadong City lay even further east of Beimin City, indicating that this fool had taken the wrong direction. With this realization, Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. Which route did you take after departing from Beimin City last night? Noticing Yi Chen's grim demeanor, the driver swallowed nervously and stepped back. National Highway 1085. 1085? I need to go to Huadong City. Why would you take 1085? That's westward, while my destination lies to the east. Seeing Yi Chen's escalating frustration, the driver stammered. Well, I've never been out of the city before. This is my first time, and some mishaps are to be expected. I am at a loss for words. Yi Chen had initially hoped to awaken and find himself in Huadong City, only to find that this imbecile had led him to the vast desert. Gazing at the endless expanse of sand, Yi Chen shook his head. Without uttering a word, he turned back, following the tracks left by the vehicle's tires. The driver, relieved to see Yi Chen depart, sighed. Brother, you chose to leave. I want to refund the fare. Meanwhile, Wen Jia had spent the night awake at home, and at dawn, she attempted to call Yi Chen to inquire about his situation, only to find that his phone was unreachable. What on earth is my brother doing? Concerned for Yi Chen's safety, Wen Jia decided to call Du Wan. At that moment, Du Wan had returned to the Northwest War Zone headquarters. Upon hearing Wen Jia mention that Yi Chen's phone was unreachable, she furrowed her brow slightly. I've already dealt with the Zhou family, and I've canceled Zhou Mo's bounty. My brother shouldn't be in any trouble. Yet, I can't reach him now. Could it be that he's deliberately avoiding us for some reason? Confronted with Wen Jia's suspicions, Du Yuan pondered for a moment and replied, I am currently investigating his whereabouts and will inform you of any updates. With that, Wen Jia hung up the phone and stood by the window, gazing at the scenery outside, murmuring, Brother, you must return safely. By tracing Yi Chen's phone number, Du Yuan discovered that the last recorded location of his phone was in the western region, beyond which lay a vast expanse of desert. What could he be doing in the west? Du Yuan found himself perplexed by Yi Chen's actions, as he had inexplicably run away from home. only to end up in the west, now utterly unreachable. What on earth was he intending? Although he shared some concern for Yi Chun, he was, after all, an adult. And since his resurrection, he had transformed into someone quite different from before. Surely, he would not encounter any misfortune. Thus, out of trust in Yi Chun, Du Yuan refrained from sending anyone to search for him. Given Yi Chun's physical prowess, he managed to traverse the desert for 2 full hours before emerging from it. In the distance, he spotted a small village and made his way toward it. The village was diminutive, comprising merely a handful of households. Among them, one residence displayed the words car repair prominently at its entrance. Observing the assortment of tools outside, Yi Chun called out, "Is anyone there?" After a brief pause, a man emerged from the house. "What do you need? Fixing a car?" he inquired in a dialect. Yi Chun waved his hand dismissively. "Hello. I'm not here for car repairs. I wish to know how far it is to the nearest county town." Noticing that Yi Chun was not there for repairs, the man scrutinized him before pointing in a direction and stating, "There's a small county town about 200 kilometers away." Upon hearing this distance, Yi Chun felt rather speechless. "Is there any vehicle here that goes to the county?" "Yes, but the vehicle is broken and has gone to the county for repairs. If you wish to go there now, you will have to wait for passing cars to give you a lift." Yi Chun cast his gaze upon the desolate expanse around him, uncertain how long it would take for a vehicle to pass through such an isolated area. Chapter 56. The show seated upon a discarded tire, Yi Chun looked at his phone, which still had no signal. Wondering how anyone could possibly live in such a desolate place, the man observed Yi Chun sitting forlornly on the tire and approached him with a cheerful demeanor. "Young man, are you watching a show?" "Watching a show? What kind of entertainment could possibly exist in this barren wasteland?" Yi Chun replied, his face reflecting disdain. The man, unfazed by Yi Chun's attitude, smiled and tugged at his shirt. Yi Chun was puzzled by his intentions, yet curiosity compelled him to rise and follow the man into his home. As for renovations in this remote corner of the Northwest, one could hardly expect much. The interior featured a single bed and a trash can. But what left Yi Chun utterly bewildered was the presence of a steel pole right in the center of the room. A stainless steel pole, reminiscent of those found in nightclubs. What is this contraption for? Is it for an foredrip? Upon hearing Yi Chun's mutterings, the man chuckled softly. "You'll find out shortly, just wait here." Observing the man's knowing expression as he exited, Yi Chun furrowed his brow. What on earth is this place? After a brief wait in the house, the door swung open, revealing not the previous man, but a woman. Her attire was remarkably outdated, reminiscent of styles from 2 decades ago. A strikingly gaudy hairstyle rendered Yi Chun unable to discern her features. She sauntered in, cigarette in mouth, and locked the door behind her. "Hey handsome, strip." Upon witnessing her begin to shed an article of clothing of indeterminate color, Yi Chun hastily waved his hands. "What are you doing, miss?" Noticing the puzzled look on Yi Chun's face, the woman extinguished her cigarette on the floor and replied, "You want a show, right? All right then." She moved to the side, retrieved an old portable cassette player, and pressed a button, unleashing a cacophony of music. The 36 strategies of love. Like a game, I must control the remote. As he listened to a song that had once captivated the nation and watched a woman who seemed nearly extinct in modern society writhing on a steel pole, Yi Chun felt as though he had been transported back 2 decades in an instant. Suddenly recalling the taxi driver's words, he began to question his reality. Goodness, could it be that I've truly traveled back in time? "Miss, hold on a moment. What year is it?" In response to Yi Chun's inquiry, the woman leapt down from the pole, catching her breath before looking at him quizzically. "What year?" "This year is just this year." "Well then, the show is over. Let us get started." As she resumed disrobing, Yi Chun dashed to the door and fled. The woman, witnessing his hasty departure, made no attempt to call him back, simply letting her clothes fall to the floor. Just as Yi Chun burst through the door, he encountered the man again. Seeing Yi Chun emerge so swiftly, he grinned and remarked, "You're quite fast, aren't you? Not ready to play?" Although Yi Chun was uncertain of the man's exact meaning, he could infer the general idea. Despite his disdain for such individuals, now was not the time for judgment. "I'm done, I'm leaving." Upon seeing Yi Chun attempt to exit, the man grabbed him and said, "Look, the show is over, and you've had your fun. Time to settle the bill." "Settle the bill? What bill? Don't play coy. You know what you did, don't you?" With his words, Yi Chun finally grasped the man's implication. "Brother, I didn't do anything. You can ask that woman if you don't believe me." Hearing this, the man's brow furrowed as he maintained his grip on Yi Chun, pulling him back into the house. The woman adorned in a striking style sat on the bed, humming a tune. Upon noticing their entrance, she hastily sat upright. What had she been up to? As the man pointed at Yi Chun, the woman, a hint of fear in her voice, confessed, I was merely dancing for a moment. And then he fled. Hearing this, the man turned to Yi Chun and exclaimed, wasn't it a dance? How can you claim to have done nothing? Yi Chun retorted, I did not compel her to dance. This has nothing to do with me. If you watched, you must pay. No need to be dishonest. After his words, the man produced a sharp machete from his waistband. Gazing at the gleaming blade, Yi Chun gradually fixed his gaze upon him. All right, I suppose I am unfortunate. How much do you demand? That asked the spirit. Since it was merely a dance, let us settle on 2,000 yuan. Upon hearing the figure of 2,000, Yi Chun locked eyes with him and discerned a flicker of murderous intent. Realizing that refusing to pay could lead to a severe beating, or worse, death, he understood the peril of being in such a desolate area where one could easily be buried without a trace. Acknowledging the threat posed by this man, Yi Chun decided to take action. Fine, 2,000 it is. I shall pay you now. Feigning to reach into his pocket, he waited for the man to lower his guard, then swiftly launched a punch aimed directly at his eyes. The speed of Yi Chun's strike was astonishing. The man barely had time to react. After taking the blow, he collapsed to the ground, and Yi Chun swiftly raised his leg, delivering a powerful kick to his chest. The man fell unconscious. Seeing him sprawled on the ground, motionless, Yi Chun turned his attention to the trembling woman, who was cowering on the bed. Do you still want money? He inquired. The woman quickly shook her head in response. Yi Chun cast her a brief glance before turning to leave. Big brother, take me with you. Hearing her plea, Yi Chun turned back to her, asking, what is this? A new trick? Do you have a tracking device on you? So that when he wakes, he will know where I am. No, you misunderstand. I was captured here. I am being forced. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun turned to her, studying her eyes hidden beneath her bangs. Then why did you not flee? Flee. There is not a soul for hundreds of kilometers. The entire village is comprised of his relatives. Where could I possibly escape to? I have tried to run before, but each time I was caught and brought back. Look at the scars on my body. She rolled up her sleeves, revealing a series of harrowing scars that stood stark against her skin. Seeing the marks of her suffering, Yi Chun paused in contemplation, resolute in his decision to aid her in escaping this place. Leaving her behind would likely lead to a tragic fate. Regardless, an additional person is hardly a burden to him. If he can assist, then why not lend a hand? Very well, follow me, he said. Upon hearing Yi Chun's consent, the woman nodded excitedly. Please wait a moment. I will fetch my bag. Yi Chun nodded, observing her dash into the house behind her. Remembering her earlier words about the entire village being related to that man, Yi Chun slowly exited the courtyard, standing on the road and gazing at the other houses. Might there be other victims as well? Chapter 57. The woman imprisoned for 20 years. As the woman approached with a backpack, Yi Chun inquired, are there any others trapped here besides you? There is another girl, but I haven't seen her in a long time. I fear she may have perished. Upon learning that another individual remained, Yi Chun pondered for a moment and resolved to search for her. Although it posed some danger, he could only imagine the despair that girl must feel. Since he had the rare opportunity to do something good, he would see it through to the end. Do you know where she is being held? Noticing Yi Chun's interest in finding the girl, she reflected for a moment. Glancing back at the house where the man lay unconscious, her eyes revealing a hint of concern, Yi Chun sensed her fear that the man might awaken and recapture her. He placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, saying, rest assured, since I promised to take you away from here, I will not go back on my word. Moreover, if I can defeat him once, I can do so again. However, his relatives are armed with shotguns. If you were to be killed, they wouldn't spare me either. Hearing this, Yi Chun scratched his head in thought and proposed, how about this? You tell me where the girl is being held, and then you run east. After I rescue her, she will come to find you. If I fail to locate you, then we shall leave our fates to chance. Seeing Yi Chun's determination, the woman pointed to a white house, saying, I remember it being there. Good luck. After speaking, she cast a deep glance at Yi Chun, then hurried eastward. Watching her retreating figure, Yi Chun shook his head and proceeded towards the white house. Just as he reached the door, he heard a man's furious curses and a woman's cries for mercy. He swiftly opened the door to find a bare-chested brute assaulting a woman. Although the woman appeared disheveled, her youth was still evident. Wait a moment, Yi Chun called out. The man turned at the sound of his voice. Who are you? As he approached, Yi Chun replied, the mechanic sent me to borrow a wrench. Upon hearing that Yi Chun was merely seeking a wrench, the brute struck the woman beneath him once more, then grumbled as he stood up. Honestly, everyone wants to borrow something from me. He picked up a wrench from the windowsill and threw it to Yi Chun, only to discover that he had not left. In a fit of anger, he exclaimed, "What are you staring at? What do you want? I desire nothing. I merely believe that scum like you do not deserve to exist in this world." As soon as Yi Chun finished speaking, he raised the wrench and swung it towards the man's head. The brute instinctively blocked with his arm, but a sharp crack echoed in his ears. Clutching his arm, he prepared to confront Yi Chun, yet Yi Chun did not grant him that opportunity. With a fierce kick, he struck the man squarely in the abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. As the man knelt, groaning and unable to rise, Yi Chun delivered a swift kick to his head, rendering him unconscious. With that, Yi Chun turned his attention to the young woman. "Who are you?" he inquired. The woman, still in a daze, stared blankly at him. "Please don't hit me. Please don't hit me," she pleaded. "It seems you're not in your right mind. Regardless of your state, I must take you away from this perilous place." Yi Chun approached her and took her by the arm, leading her toward the exit. The woman remained quiet, murmuring continuously, "Don't hit me, don't hit me." As they reached the edge of the village, they suddenly spotted a dilapidated truck. Yi Chun initially thought it was just passing by and waved his hand. However, upon noticing the tremors in the woman's body, he realized something alarming. Oh no, this truck isn't just passing through. It belongs to their village. Though he recognized the danger, it was already too late. The truck came to a halt, and two men jumped out. One of them brandished a rusty saw, his face dark with malice as he advanced toward Yi Chun. The other crawled beneath the truck and emerged shortly after, wielding a double-barreled shotgun. Two men, one wielding a saw and the other a shotgun. Any ordinary person would surely be doomed in such a situation. However, Yi Chun was no ordinary individual. Even faced with this dire scenario, his heart remained remarkably calm. He released the young woman, knowing that conflict was inevitable. "Who is this wild boy daring to invade our territory?" The man with the saw spat angrily. Yi Chun casually retrieved the wrench from his waist. "Do you think this place is so remote that there are no laws? Nonsense. I am the law here. After I dismantle you, let us see if you still dare to speak of the law." The man with the saw shouted arrogantly and swung the saw toward Yi Chun. Yi Chun sidestepped just in time to avoid the attack and retaliated with a swift swing of the wrench. Confronting ordinary individuals, even with weapons in hand, posed no significant threat to Yi Chun. A resounding slap struck his temple as he lay rigidly on the ground, prompting a swift shift of focus to another individual. The man wielding a double-barreled shotgun, upon witnessing his companion being struck by Yi Chun, hastily aimed his weapon and pulled the trigger. Bang! Yi Chun, observing two iron balls erupting from the barrel, instinctively dropped to the ground, effortlessly evading the incoming projectiles. After all, such a rudimentary hunting gun was only suited for intimidating ordinary folk. Individuals with quick reflexes found it remarkably easy to dodge. The gunman, astonished that Yi Chun had eluded the steel balls, frantically retrieved some ammunition from his pocket and prepared to reload. "By the time you finish reloading, I shall have already claimed your life," Yi Chun exclaimed, hurling the wrench in his hand with precision. The tool flew through the air as if equipped with a sight, striking the man squarely on the head, causing him to collapse. Turning away, Yi Chun approached the bewildered young woman who had been observing the scene, taking her hand and leading her towards an old cargo truck, which they promptly boarded before speeding off towards the east. As Yi Chun navigated the vehicle, he scanned the surroundings in search of the previous woman. Soon, he discovered her hiding behind a large rock. "Hey, get in the car." Initially mistaking the sound of the engine for villagers approaching, the fleeing woman, upon recognizing Yi Chun at the wheel, hurriedly dashed towards the vehicle. Once inside, seated in the passenger seat, she inquired, "Why are you still driving their vehicle?" "Just borrowing it." "Is that girl sitting in the back the one you mentioned?" Upon noticing the dazed expression on the girl behind them, she nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that's her. She was stunning when she first arrived here. I never anticipated she would end up like this." Hearing her words, Yi Chun, intrigued, asked as he started the engine, "So, how long have you been trapped here?" The woman's eyes dimmed slightly as she replied, 20 years. Chapter 58. The Escape. Yi Chun, taken aback by her response, stared at her in disbelief. "How many years did you say?" 20. "I was deceived and brought here when I was 15, and now it has been exactly 20 years. Gazing at her impassive expression, Yi Chun found it difficult to fathom how she had endured such a lengthy ordeal. After all, 20 years is not merely 20 days. After a moment of silence, Yi-chun turned his gaze to the road ahead and asked, "Now that you are free, are you happy?" "Not particularly," she replied. "I have spent nearly every day fantasizing about regaining my freedom, but now that it has finally arrived, I realize I am not as exhilarated as I imagined." It made sense. Although she had spent 2 decades in that dilapidated house, she had long since acclimated to her surroundings. It was akin to a person who has spent 20 years in prison. Upon their release, they would not feel an overwhelming surge of joy, for they had grown accustomed to life behind bars. "Why does your hairstyle look like that? It seems your memory is still stuck 20 years ago." Upon hearing Yi-chen's words, the woman touched her hair and then tugged at it forcefully. As she examined the strands in her hand, Yi-chen realized that she was, in fact, wearing a wig. Her current hairstyle was a buzz cut, an unconventional choice. It wasn't that my memory had lingered in the past, but rather that his recollections remained fixed in a bygone era. He believed this hairstyle was appealing, which is why he insisted I wear this wig. At this revelation, Yi-chen fell into a profound silence. After a lengthy pause, a sigh escaped his lips. The dilapidated truck broke down after traveling 100 kilometers, leaving it abandoned by the roadside. Yi-chun, accompanied by the 2 women, continued their journey eastward. Fortunately, they encountered an off-road vehicle not long after. Following Yi-chen's explanation, the driver consented to take them to the county town. After more than an hour, Yi-chen finally arrived in this small county town. Standing at the entrance of the police station, he turned to the woman with the wig and said, "Let us part ways here. Do not dwell on the past. It has already transpired. What matters now is to live while moving forward. Thank you for rescuing me from my suffering. I am truly grateful." She replied, "All right, please take her to report to the police. I must take my leave." Yi-chun waved his hand and swiftly vanished from their sight. He had more pressing matters at hand and no time to squander. With the few hundred yuan left in his pocket, he purchased a train ticket to East China City. Once aboard the train, he remembered that his phone had yet to be powered on. As soon as the device booted up, hundreds of messages flooded in. Witnessing his antiquated phone freeze due to the overwhelming influx of texts, Yi-chen couldn't help but twitch his lips. Will these sisters come after me? Aside from the messages from Wenjia, several other girls had also texted him. Just as he prepared to read the first message, Wenjia's call came through. Seeing her name on the screen, Yi-chen swallowed hard. After answering, he whispered, "Hello, Jiajia." "Yi-chun, where have you been?" Hearing Wenjia's furious outburst from the other end, he could easily imagine her current state of exasperation. In reality, though, Wenjia was luxuriating in an enormous, opulent bathtub. Duwan had already assured her that Yi-chun was safe. Although she still worried about him, she found solace in knowing her brother was no ordinary person. Her anger was merely a facade of concern expected from a sister. Jia, my situation is rather complicated and even somewhat absurd. But rest assured, I am well now. Once I finish my business, I will return." Upon hearing Yi-chen's words, Wenjia glanced at her beautifully polished toes and feigned severity, saying, "Brother, you are no longer a child. Can you refrain from causing us, your younger sisters, undue worry? Can't you behave yourself? Be good, please. I assure you I will return once I am done with my matters." With that, she abruptly ended the call, fearing Yi-chun would continue to discuss his situation. As the busy signal echoed in her ear, Wenjia rolled her eyes, tossed her phone onto the nearby cabinet, and closed her eyes to savor the warmth of the soothing water. After nearly 10 hours on the train, Yi-chun arrived in the bustling city of East China from the distant northwest. By the time he disembarked, night had already fallen. "Zhou, I have come for you," he declared fiercely before hailing a taxi to the seaside. Upon reaching the Zhou family's villa, he discovered the premises shrouded in darkness, the front gate sealed with a notice. "What? It's been sealed?" Realizing the villa was likely abandoned, Yi-chun, filled with confusion, returned to the city center. This time, he found himself outside the towering Zhou Group building. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside, only to be promptly ejected by the security guard. "Out. You cannot enter," the guard insisted. In response to the forceful shove, Yi-chun exclaimed, "I am here to see Zhou Mo." The guard retorted, "Not even Zhou Tianlong is allowed in. They have fled with the funds, and now the court has sealed the group." Yi-chun was taken aback by the revelation that Zhou Mo had absconded. "Isn't this fellow offering a bounty of 10 million for my life? How could he possibly run away? Where can I find him?" The guard replied, "The police are asking the same. You should leave. You won't see Zhou Mo." As the guard returned to the building, Yi-chun scratched his head, momentarily perplexed. He had intended to confront this individual, yet now he had vanished. What to do? With only 2 coins left in his pocket, finding a hotel for the night seemed increasingly daunting. Sighing, he conceded that he would have to turn to his sisters for assistance. Initially, he considered borrowing a few hundred yuan from Wenjia for a train ticket back, but the thought of her incessant chatter dissuaded him. Instead, he decided to call Su Qingqing, the quietest among his sisters. Su Qingqing, who had recently become the top presenter at the television station, was busy working late. Currently assigned to learn in East China, she was practicing her script when her phone vibrated. Seeing it was Yi Chun, she hurriedly answered, "Brother." "Qingqing, are you very busy?" "Not too much, brother. I'm just working late," she replied sweetly. Upon hearing that she was still working at this late hour, Yi Chun glanced at the advertisement screen, which displayed the time as 9 o'clock in the evening. "You're working so late. It truly is exhausting." "It is quite all right. Brother, what are you up to? You haven't replied to my messages." "Well, I am currently attending to some matters out of town. Could you lend me a bit of money?" Upon hearing that Yi Chun was seeking to borrow money, Su Qingqing set aside her manuscript and curiously inquired, "Brother, what do you need the money for?" It is worth noting that Yi Chun had never asked her for money before, leading Su Qingqing to believe he must be facing a significant issue. Chapter 59. Being a brother is truly challenging. Listening to Su Qingqing's somewhat anxious voice, Yi Chun explained, "It is like this. I am looking for a place to spend the night, but I have run out of money. Could you lend me 200 yuan? Seeing Yi Chun borrow money with such caution made Su Qingqing feel a bit unsettled. After a moment of silence, she took a deep breath and asked, "Brother, am I not your sister?" Caught off guard by Su Qingqing's question, Yi Chun replied, "Of course, Qingqing, you will always be my sister." "Then why do you treat me this way?" How do I treat you?" Yi Chun was puzzled by his sister's perception. Su Qingqing rubbed her slightly damp eyes, feeling aggrieved as she said, "You seem to treat me like a stranger. If you need money, just tell me directly. Why do you have to discuss it?" "No, Qingqing. Although we are siblings, even biological brothers settle accounts clearly. I ask you out of respect. I do not require your respect. I am your sister, and you do not need to respect me." Hearing Su Qingqing's stubborn tone, Yi Chun helplessly covered his forehead. His sister was wonderful in many ways, but her overthinking created a barrier that prevented their relationship from being as straightforward as his with his other sisters. "I apologize, Qingqing. I was wrong." Upon hearing Yi Chun's apology, tears streamed down Su Qingqing's face. "Why do you need to apologize to me? Why do you need to respect me? You do not even consider me your sister." As Su Qingqing wept, Yi Chun felt overwhelmed, wishing only to cry aloud himself. Being a brother was undeniably challenging. After much persuasion, Su Qingqing finally forgave him. "From now on, you must treat me as you do with Jie Jie and the others. You are not to distance yourself from me or treat me as a stranger." Faced with Su Qingqing's commanding tone, Yi Chun helplessly replied, "Yes, yes, my dear niece. Please lend me the 200 yuan quickly, or your brother shall have to sleep on the streets." 200 yuan is hardly enough for a hotel. "By the way, brother, where exactly are you?" He hesitated, considering fabricating an excuse to avoid telling her, but then thought that with Su Qingqing's sharp mind, she might interpret it as him distancing himself again. "I am in East China City, looking for someone, but that person has vanished. What bad luck." Upon hearing Yi Chun was in East China City, Su Qingqing's big, sparkling eyes lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, "Brother, you are in East China City? So am I. Huh, weren't you in South Lake City? How did you end up in East China City?" Confronted with Yi Chun's inquiry, Su Qingqing suddenly recalled her own identity. Her sisters had advised her not to reveal her identity just yet. So Su Qingqing gently touched her face and replied with a smile, "The company has sent me on a business trip to East China City. Where are you, brother?" "I'll come find you." "Perhaps not. Where are you? Is it convenient for me to come meet you?" "Of course. Let me provide you with an address. Let us rendezvous there." "Sounds good." After hanging up the phone, Yi Chun let out a sigh of relief. Who would have thought that he would encounter his sister in the unfamiliar East China City? It seemed almost too coincidental. As he read the message from Su Qingqing, Yi Chun approached a bus stop just in time to catch the last bus to that location. When he disembarked, he could see Su Qingqing standing by a flower bed in the distance. At that moment, Su Qingqing had removed her makeup and donned a sporty outfit. Yet, even without any cosmetics, her beauty remained undeniable. "Qingqing." Upon hearing Yi Chun's call, Su Qingqing turned, her long hair cascading gracefully, and flashed him a warm smile. "Brother." Yi Chun jogged up to her, recalling her request during their phone conversation to be more affectionate. and embraced her directly. Qingqing, you've become even more beautiful. Feeling Yichen's broad chest, Su Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shyly replied, "Brother, you have also become more handsome." Their awkward attempts to express their feelings led to a moment of discomfort for both. Yichen released Su Qingqing from his embrace, scratching his head in embarrassment as he said, "I never expected you to be in East China City as well. It seems we siblings are truly fated." "Yes, brother. What brings you to East China City?" "I initially intended to seek someone for some inquiries, but unexpectedly, that person absconded, the company was shut down, and I have exhausted my funds on this bewildering journey. Ultimately, I found myself seeking you." "Well then, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Let us go grab something to eat." As Su Qingqing suggested taking him out to eat, Yichen smiled and waved his hand. "I've already eaten. Just lend me 200 yuan so I can find a place to stay the night. I'll return to Beimin City tomorrow." In truth, Yichen had not eaten all day, but he thought of Su Qingqing, who was just starting her internship and earning a meager salary. He wished to spare her any unnecessary expense. However, Su Qingqing saw through Yichen's little ruse immediately. Having been siblings for over a decade, she knew him all too well. When they were younger, whenever there was something delicious, he would always let his sisters eat first, foolishly claiming he had already eaten. He thought they were oblivious, but in truth, they were all well aware. Knowing that Yichen was still hungry, Su Qingqing chose not to argue further and simply took his hand, leading him away. Noticing her insistence, Yichen hurriedly exclaimed, "Qingqing, I really have eaten. Eat when I say eat, and stop talking." Faced with Su Qingqing's rare assertiveness, Yichen found himself momentarily at a loss and could only obediently follow her side. Su Qingqing led Yichen into a hot pot restaurant, vividly recalling how much he adored hot pot as a child. Whenever the family had hot pot, Yichen was always the one who consumed the most vegetables, not because he disliked meat, but rather because he would save the meat for his younger sisters. Seated at the table, Yichen stared at the menu in silence for an extended period. Had this outing occurred prior to his excursion with Su Qingqing, he would have indulged without restraint, for he had 5,000 yuan in cash at that time. However, now he possessed a mere 1 yuan, left over from his bus fare. Observing Yichen's indecision, Su Qingqing swiftly snatched the menu and began ordering. After she had ordered 2 plates of lamb slices, Yichen hurriedly interjected, "That's enough. I've been eating vegetarian lately. Just 1 plate of handmade noodles will suffice." Handmade noodles? For hot pot. The meat and seafood dishes are all priced the same. After handing the menu to the waiter, Su Qingqing cast a gentle smile at Yichen, who sat across from her. "Brother, you needn't worry about me. I'm earning a salary now. I can afford this meal." Seeing her generous demeanor, Yichen could only manage a wry smile and shake his head. "You're still an intern. How much can you possibly earn in a month? But don't worry about it. Brother is doing well now, earning 50 to 60,000 a month. Next month, when my salary comes in, I'll treat you to a grand feast." At Yichen's words, Su Qingqing merely smiled softly, thinking to herself that when she accounted for her salary, subsidies, bonuses, and various endorsements, her monthly income had already reached 500,000. Chapter 60. Lend me 200 yuan. Though her earnings had surpassed Yichen's by tenfold, Su Qingqing remained modest. "Brother, you're truly impressive. I'm so far behind you. If there comes a day when I can't manage, I'll seek refuge with you." "Absolutely. I've discussed this with Jia several times, hoping you can return to work in Beimin City. After all, it's familiar territory, and we feel more at ease." While Yichen expressed this sentiment, Su Qingqing only smiled, choosing not to comment. Given the current circumstances, returning to Beimin City for work seemed increasingly implausible. After their hot pot meal, Yichen, having depleted his funds, watched as Su Qingqing settled the bill. Upon exiting the restaurant, he advised her, "Qingqing, you should head back and rest. Business trips can be quite exhausting." Hearing Yichen's words, Su Qingqing looked at him and cheerfully replied, "Brother, don't you have nowhere to stay tonight? You can come stay with me." "With you? Where's that?" "Well, it's the hotel I booked for the business trip. Although my position pales in comparison to yours, the company covers lodging and meal expenses." Upon hearing Su Qingqing's explanation, Yichen nodded thoughtfully. Considering that Su Qingqing is his sister, Yichen did not ponder too much and simply nodded in agreement. The two meandered to a 5-star hotel, and as they stood before the grand establishment, Yichen inquired with a hint of confusion, "Qingqing, do you reside here? Surely, it must be quite costly for a night." "Brother, I have already mentioned that the company reimburses my expenses. Besides, I am not occupying a presidential suite, so what is there to worry about? Now come along. Su Qingqing replied, taking Yi Chun by the arm and leading him into the hotel. They ascended to the 20th floor via the elevator, where Su Qingqing approached a room and swiped her card to enter. Upon following her inside, Yi Chun surveyed the room's decor. Though it was not a presidential suite, the amenities were still quite comprehensive, particularly the opulent bathtub that piqued Yi Chun's curiosity. However, his excitement waned when he noticed that there was only one large bed in the entire room. Would this mean that he and Su Qingqing would have to share a bed? Though they had often slept together as children, that was in the past. Now, with Su Qingqing blossoming into a stunning young woman, Yi Chun felt compelled to avoid any such situations. Brother, would you like to take a shower? Su Qingqing gestured towards the transparent glass bathroom, prompting Yi Chun to awkwardly wave his hand in refusal. No, I'm quite exhausted after a long day. I think I will just lie down. With that, Yi Chun reclined on the sofa, his posture indicating he intended to spend the night there. Seeing him on the sofa, Su Qingqing approached him with a hint of exasperation. Brother, there's a bed. Why would you choose to sleep on the sofa? I've never slept on a sofa quite like this. I want to give it a try, haha. Yi Chun's reasoning left Su Qingqing shaking her head in resignation. All right then, you can lie there. I'm going to take a shower. Okay. Just as Yi Chun spoke, he suddenly recalled that the bathroom was transparent. Although the central part was frosted, it was still somewhat visible. He abruptly sat up and walked to the door, calling out to Su Qingqing, who had just entered the bathroom. I'm going to buy a bottle of water. Brother, there's water in the fridge. Why go out to buy some? Well, the water here is pricey, but you can find it cheaper outside. You go ahead and shower. I'll be back shortly. With that, Yi Chun hurriedly exited the room. As the door clicked shut behind him, Su Qingqing shook her head in exasperation. She removed her professional attire, cascading her long hair over her shoulders, and murmured, Brother is truly frugal. He is reluctant to spend money. While Su Qingqing's thoughts were simple, Yi Chun's were far more complicated. Once outside the hotel, he glanced around the bustling commercial street, momentarily uncertain of where to procure water. There was a vending machine nearby, but he had only $1 on him, while the cheapest bottle of water in the machine cost $2. Alas, how have I fallen into such dire straits? Sitting silently beside the flower bed, I gazed at the stream of youthful passers-by, momentarily feeling a profound sense of disconnection from them. Confidence, it seems, is buoyed by wealth, yet now I, Yi Chun, found myself too timid even to raise my voice. After much contemplation, I reluctantly retrieved my phone and scrolled through my contacts until I found Meng Xiaobao's number. Hello, Xiaobao. Hey, big brother. Are you missing me? Well, I do miss you, but there's something I need your assistance with. Upon hearing that I sought her help, Meng Xiaobao, who was busy painting her nails, tilted her head and replied nonchalantly, Feel free to tell me what you need. Could you lend me 200 yuan? Surprised by the modest sum, Meng Xiaobao set down her nail polish and inquired, 200 yuan? What do you need it for? Are you going to indulge in some escapades? How dare you? I'm here in East China City with Qingqing. I've spent all my money due to an unforeseen situation. And as you know, Qingqing just started her internship and isn't flush with cash, so I have no choice but to turn to you. Relieved by the clarification, Meng Xiaobao exhaled, You startled me. I thought you were about to embark on some reckless endeavor. All right, I understand. I'll transfer the money to you right away. Thank you, dear sister. Your brother truly appreciates you. After hanging up, I sighed deeply, grateful for the support of my sisters in moments of need. Otherwise, I would have been in quite the predicament today. Soon, my phone buzzed with a notification of a deposit. Although I had requested only 200 yuan, Meng Xiaobao had generously transferred 1,000. If only my identity were not a secret. Otherwise, she might have sent me 10 million. That girl, despite her own financial constraints, still sent me such a substantial amount. I muttered to myself, planning to return the full amount once I was back in Bayman City. With newfound financial confidence, I straightened my posture and felt my self-assurance return. I dashed into a nearby supermarket, where I made a few purchases, including some snacks for Su Qingqing, along with a few bottles of water. Realizing that I had been away from the hotel for nearly an hour, I assumed Su Qingqing must have finished her shower by now. With shopping bags in hand, I made my way back to the hotel. Arriving at her door, I knocked gently. I'm coming. Just a moment, came Su Qingqing's voice from within. I stood patiently, awaiting her arrival. Approximately a minute later, the door swung open, revealing Su Qingqing wrapped in a white bath towel. Her hair glistened with droplets of water, and beads glistened across her arms, shoulders, and thighs. At this sight, I swallowed hard, stepping into the room with a hint of awkwardness. Are you still not done with your shower? Almost. She replied with a sweet smile before retreating into the bathroom. I stood at the threshold, watching as Su Qingqing removed her bath towel, my heart suddenly racing uncontrollably. No, I must not look. Chapter 61. Why the sudden call? Muttering to herself, she dejectedly approached the sofa and sat down, despite her self-reminders to avoid peeking. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and her eyes involuntarily darted towards the bathroom. Just as her head lifted halfway, the realization of her actions struck her, prompting her to hurriedly lower her gaze. It was one thing to be naive in childhood, but how could she still be so foolish at this age? Yi Chun muttered a curse under his breath, quickly retrieving a bottle of water from the shopping bag and gulping it down. Yet, just as he took a large swig, the lights in the room suddenly went out. Had the electricity bill not been paid? Yi Chun had barely uttered this thought when he heard a piercing scream from the bathroom, followed by a thud. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang from the sofa and dashed towards the bathroom, recalling its layout from memory. Qingqing, are you all right? Did you fall? In response to Yi Chen's inquiry, Su Qingqing replied with a hint of pain, Brother, my foot. What happened to your foot? Yi Chen quickly knelt down, feeling around in the darkness for her foot. Soon, he grasped her water-drenched sole in his hand. It hurts. Upon hearing her cry of pain, Yi Chen gently touched her ankle and gave it a light rub. Does it still hurt? Yes, it seems to be sprained. Damn this hotel for losing power at such a time. Yi Chen cursed, yet he couldn't help but feel a tinge of relief. After all, Su Qingqing was hardly dressed, and the blackout spared them both from an awkward situation. Qingqing, let me help you back to the sofa. Okay, but could you please find my towel first? It's on the towel rack. Yi Chen nodded, assisting her to her feet before feeling around the surroundings. Before long, he located a towel, and just as he turned to hand it to Su Qingqing, the lights in the room suddenly flickered back on. Yi Chen stood frozen, taken aback by the sight of Su Qingqing, completely unprepared for the lights to return at that moment. Su Qingqing was equally astonished by the sudden illumination. Her face flushed like a ripe apple as she caught Yi Chen's gaze, which was fixed on her with wide eyes. She shyly draped her arms across her body and softly asked, Brother, could you pass me the towel? Hearing Su Qingqing's voice snapped Yi Chen back to reality, and he felt an urge to slap himself for his own impudence. Oh right, sorry here. After handing the towel to Su Qingqing, he swiftly turned away, feeling utterly flustered and unsure how to explain the situation. Although Su Qingqing also appeared flustered, she seemed remarkably more composed than Yi Chen. Once she secured the towel around herself, noticing Yi Chen standing with his back turned, she gently said, Brother, I'm ready. Oh, then let me help you back to bed. Yi Chen lowered his head, gently supporting her arm, not daring to meet her gaze. After a brief moment of contemplation, he remained at a loss for how to elucidate his earlier actions. He assisted the limping Su Qingqing back to the bed, squatting down to examine her delicate ankle. Reaching out to touch it lightly, it seemed that her bones and Achilles tendon were unharmed. It was likely just a minor sprain. Yet it would be prudent to seek medical attention. Upon hearing Yi Chen's suggestion, Su Qingqing shifted her foot, furrowing her brow slightly. However, the thought of going to the hospital felt cumbersome. One must not shy away from the inconvenience of seeking medical care. The risk of lingering repercussions, resulting in a lifetime of limping, would indeed be a regrettable fate. Very well, I shall change my clothes, she said, her voice tinged with shyness. It then dawned on Yi Chen that she was still clad in a bath towel. You go ahead and change. I will step outside and wait for you. As he turned to leave, Su Qingqing called after him. Brother, you need not go outside. Just turn your back. All right then, he acquiesced, positioning himself by the door, his gaze fixed on the ground, paralyzed by the thought of being deemed a transgressor. As he endeavored to quell his rising anxiety, Su Qingqing suddenly spoke up. Brother, could you do me a favor? Huh, what kind of favor? I am not skilled in helping girls dress. Oh, it's merely my ankle that is injured. My hands are still functional. I would like you to fetch my clothes from the bathroom. Oh, I shall get them right away. Yi Chen stepped into the bathroom, scanning the surroundings until he discovered her garments in the cabinet. However, upon seeing the two intimate pieces of clothing, he hesitated, unsure how to proceed. How could he possibly take those? With a suppressed exclamation, he heard Su Qingqing call out from the bedroom. Brother, have you found them? They are in the cabinet. Oh, yes, I have found them. Please wait a moment. Taking a deep breath, He reminded himself that these were merely ordinary clothes and not to overthink it. He grasped the garments and swiftly exited the bathroom. Upon seeing Su Qingqing reclining on the bed, covered modestly with a blanket, Yi Chun hurriedly placed the clothes beside her. You should change quickly. He retreated to the door, facing the wall in contemplation. 5 minutes later, Su Qingqing stood at the edge of the bed, fully dressed, and spoke to Yi Chun's back. Brother, I am ready. Oh. Yi Chun turned to face her, and upon seeing Su Qingqing in her work attire, he exhaled a profound sigh of relief. The previous scene had etched itself in his mind, replaying incessantly within a mere span of minutes. I will assist you, he offered, moving towards Su Qingqing and wrapping his arm around her slender waist as they made their way to the door. However, at that moment, her ankle had begun to swell, and as her foot touched the ground, a sharp pain escaped her lips. That's not good, brother. My foot hurts so much. Observing the pain etched on Su Qingqing's face, Yi Chun felt a pang of distress. After all, he cherished his younger sisters like precious gems and could hardly bear to see them suffer. Don't move. I shall carry you, he declared, effortlessly lifting Su Qingqing into his arms in a princess carry. Su Qingqing wrapped her arms around his neck, gazing closely at his handsome visage. Brother, am I heavy? Foolish girl, you weigh only 90 pounds. Carrying you is akin to cradling a small puppy, Yi Chun teased, pocketing the room card before stepping out into the corridor. Upon exiting the hotel, he scanned the surroundings and spotted a taxi nearby. The two climbed into the cab, and it sped off toward the nearest hospital. At the hospital, the emergency doctor examined Su Qingqing's ankle x-ray and remarked, there are no fractures or tendon issues. It's merely a sprain. A few days of rest and some anti-inflammatory medication should suffice. Hearing this, Yi Chun exhaled with relief. He had feared there might be a serious injury, which could lead to lingering complications even after healing. After obtaining the prescription, he returned to the emergency room, where Su Qingqing sat on a bench, her head bowed as she contemplated her ankle. Qingqing, the medication is ready. Let us return, he called gently. Slowly, she lifted her gaze. Brother, am I truly useless? I managed to fall while bathing. I feel like a burden. Upon hearing her self-deprecation, Yi Chun settled beside her and wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Silly girl, this is not your fault. No one could have anticipated the sudden power outage. And panicking in darkness is a natural response. It's merely a sprain. How could that make you worthless? Even so, I have never excelled at anything throughout my life. I feel as though I am superfluous in this world. What nonsense are you speaking? Every person has their purpose. No one is extraneous. I see you are under considerable pressure at work. Why not resign and return home? I will help you find another job. Seeing the assertiveness in Yi Chun's demeanor, Su Qingqing felt her dim spirits brighten. She wrapped her arms around his neck and smiled. I refuse to go home. That would truly make me a waste of space. Enough of that. Carry me back to the hotel. Gazing at the smile gracing her lips, Yi Chun sighed in resignation and lifted her once more. By the time they reached the hotel, it was already 10 in the evening. Su Qingqing expressed her desire to avoid a taxi, wanting only for Yi Chun to keep her company. Reluctantly, Yi Chun carried her the 5 kilometers back to the hotel. After placing Su Qingqing gently on the bed, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Make the most of your time to rest, but considering your condition, it would be prudent to take a few days off to recuperate. Return to work only when your foot has healed. Su Qingqing lay in bed, observing Yi Chun, who shook his head in response. I came here to study. I cannot take a leave of absence, as I would miss this valuable opportunity for learning. But you are unable to walk at the moment. Surely, you cannot rely on crutches? Noticing the troubled expression on Yi Chun's face, Su Qingqing pondered for a moment before tentatively asking, Brother, would you consider staying here with me? Seeing her hopeful demeanor, Yi Chun found it difficult to refuse. After all, being unwell in an unfamiliar city could be quite distressing. Imagining her daily struggles with mobility, he felt a pang of sympathy. Very well. My mother can have Jia take care of her, and I shall remain to look after you. Upon hearing Yi Chun's agreement to stay, Su Qingqing's face brightened with joy. Thank you for your willingness to care for me, but I was merely asking out of curiosity. I plan to return to Nanhoshi tomorrow, as my friends will look after me. Return to Nanhoshi? How do you expect to go back in your condition? It's not as grave as you think. A good night's sleep should suffice for me to walk again. Now, come over and keep me company as I rest. As she patted the space beside her, Yi Chun suddenly recalled the scene he had witnessed earlier in the bathroom. No, I fear I might accidentally bump into your foot during the night. I shall sleep on the sofa instead. Before Su Qingqing could protest, He lay down on the sofa. Observing him remain still. She blinked, but chose not to say anything further. Perhaps the past few days had been too exhausting, for Yichen soon fell into a deep slumber. In a drowsy state, he sensed something in his embrace. With his eyes closed, he reached out to touch it, then opened his eyes to find Su Qingqing nestled against him like a quiet little kitten. "Qingqing, why are you on the sofa when there's a bed available?" he inquired, puzzled. In response to Yi Chen's confusion, she inhaled the essence of his masculine presence and lightly replied, "I wanted to experience what it feels like to sleep on the sofa. Stop fooling around. I shall carry you back to the bed." With a hint of exasperation, Yi Chen rose and lifted Su Qingqing into his arms, placing her gently on the large bed. However, as he prepared to rise, she clung tightly to his neck. "What are you doing?" "Brother, I've had my turn experiencing the sofa. Now you should experience the bed." Her playful demeanor elicited a resigned shake of Yi Chen's head. "It seems I cannot outsmart you." As he lay down beside her, Su Qingqing embraced him. "Good night, brother." Seeing her contented expression, a smile graced Yi Chen's lips. "Good night." Yet, that night, Yi Chen's rest was not particularly sound, as the presence of another person inevitably affected his slumber. Upon awakening in the morning, he noted that Su Qingqing's ankle had significantly reduced in swelling. She stood up and attempted to walk, experiencing some discomfort, yet she could at least move freely now. "Qingqing, why don't you come home with me to recuperate? I can't help but worry about you going back to Nanhu City in your current state." In response to Yi Chen's concern, Su Qingqing offered a gentle smile. "Brother, I'm already grown up. There's no need for you to worry about me. I assure you, I'm fine. Are you truly all right?" "Indeed, I am quite well. Besides, traveling only entails sitting in a vehicle, and I won't have to walk much." Although Su Qingqing expressed confidence, Yi Chen pondered for a moment before insisting, "No, I will take you back to Nanhu City. I cannot rest easy otherwise." Noting his resolute demeanor, Su Qingqing, while secretly wishing for his company, recognized that such an arrangement might risk exposing her identity. Thus, she replied, "Brother, you are the general manager now. You cannot simply neglect your responsibilities at work. Your boss might think you are becoming complacent, and you may lose his trust." Su Qingqing articulated Yi Chen's concerns well. After all, the company had recently undergone a significant restructuring, and many matters required his approval. Were it not for his quest to locate Zhou Mo, he would not have traveled such a distance to Huadong City. Nevertheless, Yi Chen's foremost worry remained his sister's well-being. "But your foot. Oh, come on. You're such a big man, yet you're hesitating. I've already told you that my foot is fine. Just head back to Beiman City. I can manage on my own." Observing Su Qingqing feigning annoyance, Yi Chen reached out to ruffle her hair. "Is this how you intend to lecture your older brother now? Hee, there's no need to fret over me. It's merely a sprain. I am not so helpless as to be incapable of self-care." Recognizing that Su Qingqing indeed did not require his assistance to return, Yi Chen nodded. "Very well. Do remember to message me when you arrive in Nanhu City." "Got it. Now let us head down." Yi Chen nodded, extending his arm to support her as they exited the hotel. After hailing a taxi to the bus station, Yi Chen stood in the waiting area and looked at her, saying, "Then I shall head to the train station." "All right, goodbye, brother." "Goodbye." Yi Chen waved as he exited the bus station, and Su Qingqing watched his receding figure, her smile gradually fading. That night marked one of the few occasions when the siblings were alone together. Despite some minor mishaps, the experience was profoundly rewarding. Recalling Yi Chen's astonished expression when the bathroom lights turned on last night, Su Qingqing felt her cheeks flush. At that moment, her phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, she limped outside. A Mercedes-Benz van was parked at the entrance, and as the door opened, a woman hurriedly emerged. "Qingqing, is your foot all right? The director is bound to scold someone again." "I'm fine. I'll explain everything to the director when I return. Please help me into the car." Chapter 63. An incomprehensible day. Su Qingqing took the business vehicle back to Nanhu City, while Yi Chen boarded a train back to Beiman City. Seated in his office chair, Yi Chen gazed at the documents before him, murmuring, "How is it that after just a day away from work, there are so many papers awaiting my signature? Mr. Yi, as the head of the company, every matter requires your decision." Upon hearing the secretary's remark, Yi Chen completed the last document and handed it to her. "They are all done." The secretary accepted the paperwork, smiling faintly at him. "Mr. Yi, where were you yesterday? Were you with a girlfriend?" "You are quite the gossip, but to your amusement, I do not have a girlfriend," Yi Chen replied. The secretary's eyes lit up at his words. She set down the files in her hands and perched herself on the desk. Then, Mr. Yi, what do you think of me? Sensing her renewed advances, Yi-Chen stood up, exasperated. You're wonderful, but I must be off. See you tomorrow. With that, he exited the office, leaving the secretary to watch his retreating figure, pursing her lips in contemplation. What kind of woman does he truly fancy? After leaving the company, Yi-Chen first visited the hospital to see his foster mother. Having not seen her for 2 days, he imagined she must be quite worried. Upon entering the ward, he found Wenjia conversing with his foster mother. As soon as she spotted Yi-Chen, Wenjia sprang to her feet and rushed to him, wrapping her arms around his. I told you we're on a business trip, but Mom didn't believe it. Look, your eldest son has returned safe and sound. Yi-Chen smiled at his foster mother, whose face radiated kindness. Mom, the company sent me on a business trip. I didn't mean to cause you concern. It's nothing. I was not worried. Don't listen to Jia's nonsense. TSK, I wonder who it is that keeps calling out Chinair all day. Yi-Chen chuckled, ruffling Wenjia's hair. He lingered for a while to chat with his foster mother before departing the hospital with Wenjia. As they strolled along the sidewalk, Wenjia turned her gaze to the road ahead and inquired, Come now, dear brother, where have you been these past 2 days? You may find it hard to believe, but I was initially headed to East China City. However, the taxi driver took a wrong turn and led me to the vast northwest desert. After much effort escaping the desert, I fortuitously rescued 2 women from some villains, and only then did I manage to purchase a train ticket to East China City. Alas, the person I sought had already fled. It was utterly absurd. Reflecting on the whirlwind of events he had experienced in just 1 day, Yi-Chen found it quite surreal. Upon hearing Yi-Chen's explanation, Wenjia halted and asked, Who exactly were you looking for? It's a work-related matter. I doubt you would understand. Noticing Yi-Chen's reluctance to divulge the truth, Wenjia pouted. I am returning home tonight. Well, go ahead then. If I were you, I would simply move home. Renting a place outside incurs unnecessary expenses. Although Wenjia harbored a desire to live closer to Yi-Chen, the multitude of tasks awaiting her at the office post-work made it challenging to keep her presence from being discovered by him. Having settled the accommodation fees, they decided to reside there for the time being. Upon hearing such an ambiguous response, Yi-Chen did not ponder much, wrapping his arm around her shoulder as they strolled toward home. Once they arrived, Wenjia was busy tidying up the room while Yi-Chen hurried to the balcony. He had been quite uneasy about Zhou Mo's sudden disappearance, prompting him to consider calling Assistant Chung for any updates. Perhaps she might possess some information. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, Mr. Yi, came the voice of Assistant Chung. Assistant Chung, I would like to inquire if something has occurred at Zhou Mo's home. It appeared that Mr. Yi had indeed received some news. The Zhou family was in trouble. Their assets had been frozen, the company was shut down, and both Zhou Mo and his father had vanished, likely fleeing abroad. Upon hearing this confirmation, Yi-Chen rubbed his face, feeling quite helpless. After all, with this individual gone, whom could he approach to revoke the bounty? Noticing Yi-Chen's silence, Assistant Chung, adhering to Wenjia's prior instructions, continued, Mr. Yi, are you perhaps concerned about the matter regarding the 10 million bounty on your life? With a sigh, Yi-Chen responded to her inquiry. I am not particularly worried about my own safety. My concern lies with my family. I have 5 younger sisters to look after, which is quite a challenge. You can rest easy, Assistant Chung reassured him. As far as I know, the bounty on your life has been nullified. No one will trouble you further. Nullified? Are you suggesting that Zhou Mo has decided against hiring someone to kill me? He asked. Indeed, even if he were to do so now, he would receive nothing in return. Who would willingly invite trouble upon themselves? Reflecting on Assistant Cheng's words, Yi-Chen took a moment, expressed his gratitude, and ended the call. Standing by the window, gazing at the night sky, he murmured, Zhou Mo, consider yourself fortunate for making the right choice. Otherwise, you would be the one regretting it now. Brother, what are you talking about? Who is regretting? Wenjia's voice suddenly emerged from behind, startling Yi-Chen. Why did you sneak up on me like that? Were you trying to scare me to death? He complained. Wenjia, hands on her hips and broom in hand, retorted, If you haven't done anything wrong, why would you fear a scare? Those with guilty consciences are the ones who worry. That's a twisted logic. Must one commit a wrongdoing to be frightened? Just wait until I give you a sudden scare. Let us see how you react. After saying this, Yi-Chen walked past her, and as she watched his retreating figure, Wenjia murmured, I'm curious how long you can keep secrets from me. After the siblings finished cleaning, Wenjia insisted that Yi-Chen accompany her to watch a movie, but he declined under the pretense of needing rest. Brother, if you don't watch the movie with me, I'll take my phone to your bed and watch it there. Faced with Wenjia's ultimatum, Yi Chen relented, staying behind. As he watched the tedious film, he began to doze off on the sofa, while Wenjia lay comfortably on his lap, engrossed in the show. In truth, it was not the cinematic experience she cherished, but rather the delightful sensation of being in the company of Yi Chen. With her sisters absent from home, she could relish the solitude. Once they returned, moments like this with Yi Chen would become increasingly rare. Just as the previously tranquil scene was disrupted by the sudden appearance of a female ghost, Wenjia was startled into a scream. The piercing cry jolted Yi Chen, who had just fallen asleep, causing him to spring up from the sofa, oblivious to Wenjia resting on his lap. His abrupt movement sent her tumbling to the ground, eliciting a soft whimper of pain. What happened? Observing Yi Chen's dazed expression, Wenjia complained while cradling her waist, "Brother, what are you doing? Were you trying to drop me? I was half asleep. Are you all right, Jiajia?" Yi Chen hurriedly assisted Wenjia to her feet, noticing her continual grimace as she clutched her waist. Without hesitation, he lifted her shirt slightly to inspect for injuries. "Hey, what are you doing, brother?" Wenjia exclaimed, her voice tinged with surprise. "I'm just checking to see if you're hurt," Yi Chen replied. "That doesn't mean you can just lift a girl's clothes." As her cheeks flushed, Yi Chen raised an eyebrow in confusion. This sister of his typically brushed off such matters. What had changed today? A glance upward brought realization. His sisters had matured, evidently understanding the distinctions between genders now. With a subtle motion, he lowered her garment and smiled gently. "All right then. You can check yourself. I'm going back to sleep." As Yi Chen stood to leave, Wenjia hurriedly called after him, "You've already lifted it. At least help me see if I'm all right. Check yourself." Once inside his room, Yi Chen secured the door, leaving Wenjia feeling exasperated as she tugged at her hair in frustration. "Oh dear, I intended to feign a bit of shyness, but how did it backfire?" Confused about where she had erred, she rubbed her waist and approached Yi Chen's door. "Brother, open the door. I want to sleep. Go back to your own room. It's not like there's a lack of space for you here." "But brother, there are no buts. Do not disturb me." Yi Chen's gruff voice ignited Wenjia's anger, prompting her to kick the door in frustration. Lying on her bed, her irritation only grew. Sitting up, she retrieved her phone, determinedly declaring, "If you're going to be harsh with me, just wait and see." After crafting a message, she sent it and contentedly reclined on her bed. Before long, sounds emanated from the living room. "Brother, what are you doing? Goodness, it seems the boss has gone mad. In the dead of night, he's making me go to the office to deliver a document to the headquarters, claiming it's needed for tomorrow." Hearing Yi Chen's complaints, Wenjia covered her mouth, stifling her laughter. Yi Chen donned his shoes and prepared to venture out. Casting a glance at Wenjia's room, he remarked, "I've taken the keys. If someone knocks, don't open the door." "Ah, got it. Hurry back," she replied. With that, Yi Chen departed from home. At this hour, there were no buses available, and his bicycle lay abandoned in the company's backyard, leaving him no choice but to hail a taxi. Upon arriving at the office, he printed a document and then took another taxi to the headquarters, where he delivered the document to the on-duty security guard. Once he had completed all these tasks, Yi Chen returned home, weary and fatigued. Wenjia was sprawled on the bed, engrossed in her phone. Upon hearing the sound of the door, she hurriedly sent a message. Soon after, Yi Chen's voice erupted from the living room, filled with expletives. "What is wrong with this girl? Why can't she say everything at once? Damn it." After venting his frustration, he left the house again. Upon hearing the sound of the security door closing, Wenjia erupted into laughter, tears streaming down her face from mirth. After a series of back and forths, Yi Chen returned home at 2:30 in the morning. If he slept for 3 more hours, he would have to rise to buy groceries. Slightly bemused, he walked into his room, left the door unlocked, and collapsed onto his bed. 3 hours later, Yi Chen rubbed his eyes and sat up. Sensing that something was amiss, he turned to find Wenjia had somehow snuck into his bed and was sound asleep. When did this girl sneak into my room? He pondered, pulling the blanket over her exposed long legs and preparing to get dressed. Just then, Wenjia's phone rang from the side. Initially, it was a mere sound that Yi Chen paid little mind to, but it rang again twice more. Thinking it might pertain to his sister's work, he picked up the phone to rouse her. However, at that moment, the phone rang once more and the screen lit up. In those fleeting 2 seconds, Yi Chen glimpsed the content. By the time Wenjia awoke, the sun had already risen high. Rubbing her disheveled hair, she groggily stood up. "How did I sleep until daylight?" She yawned, reaching for her phone and discovering several messages from Assistant Chung. The messages conveyed that Li Jiao's group had been completely acquired, and soon there would no longer be any company belonging to the Li family. Additionally, the Zhou family's conglomerate in East China was valued at several hundred billion. Inquiring about the acquisition process. Just this trivial matter, she murmured, tossing aside the blanket as she stepped out of bed. Exiting her room, she found no sign of Yi Chun. Observing the steaming breakfast on the dining table confirmed that he had not departed long ago. Taking a bite of a steamed bun, she murmured, "Why did my brother leave for work so early?" After delivering breakfast to his foster mother, Yi Chun chose not to take the bus, but instead walked to the office. Very few employees had arrived at the company, with most still yet to start their day. Upon entering his office, Yi Chun sat in silence, lost in thought. No one knew what was occupying his mind or what troubled him. The entire morning passed in hushed contemplation. Typically, he might have teased his female secretary, but today he lacked the inclination. "Mr. Yi, Assistant Chung is calling. The CEO wants to see you," came the message. Upon hearing that the beautiful boss was summoning him, Yi Chun took a deep breath and rose from his chair. Leaving his office, the secretary raised an eyebrow at his demeanor. What could be troubling Mr. Yi? Could it be that he was facing dismissal? If that were the case, she would need to secure another position quickly. Yi Chun took the bus to the headquarters and headed directly to the elevator, ascending to the top floor. Pausing momentarily before the office door, he gathered his thoughts and knocked gently. "Come in." The familiar voice beckoned, and he pushed the door open. Today, Wen Jia had donned a striking black skirt, showcasing her slender, fair legs. Normally, Yi Chun would have been captivated by her beauty, but today he merely glanced her way and said flatly, "What did the boss want to see me about?" Noting Yi Chun's cool demeanor, Wen Jia assumed he was displeased due to her request for him to run errands last night. She smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work last night. I appreciate your effort in making those trips." "It was nothing. That is my responsibility," he replied curtly. "Well, what are your plans for the sales department?" she inquired. "I will follow the directives from headquarters," he responded. "Oh." Sensing the chill in his tone, Wen Jia's brow furrowed slightly. In her memory, Yi Chun was not one to dwell on trivial matters. Why did he seem so irritable now? "Are you upset?" she asked. Yi Chun shook his head. "No, I'm fine. If there's nothing else, I must return to my work." Chapter 65. Testing the waters. As Yi Chun turned to leave, Wen Jia narrowed her eyes and exclaimed, "Stop." Yi Chun halted, turning to her with a calm expression. "Is there anything else, boss?" Stepping out from behind her desk, Wen Jia approached him directly. "Yi Chun, I know it was a hassle asking you to handle those documents last night, and I have already expressed my apologies. Was that necessary?" "No, you misunderstand, boss. I harbor no grievances," he replied. "Then why do you present such a sour demeanor?" she pressed. Upon hearing Wen Jia's words, Yi Chun stepped forward, closing the distance between them to less than half a meter, allowing them to even catch a whiff of each other's breath. Yi Chun fixed his gaze into her eyes for a moment, leaving Wen Jia feeling flustered. "What do you intend to do?" she inquired, her expression laced with caution. Suddenly, Yi Chun chuckled. "Boss, under the vast sky and bright daylight, what could I possibly do? If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned and exited the office. As she watched him depart, Wen Jia was left in a daze, pondering what on earth he was up to. After leaving the headquarters, Yi Chun did not return to work. Instead, he made his way to the hospital. His adoptive mother had recovered remarkably well after her surgery, and Yi Chun intended to bring her home for easier care. "You can be discharged. Please proceed with the discharge formalities," the attending physician advised. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yi Chun set off to complete the necessary paperwork. Once the formalities were finalized, he brought his adoptive mother back home. Seated on the sofa, his adoptive mother sighed. "There's South, truly no place like home." "Indeed, this is the place where you've spent most of your life," Yi Chun replied, noticing her smile. As he organized his belongings nearby, she playfully inquired, "Chunner, do you have a girlfriend?" Yi Chun shook his head in response. "Mom, I need to focus on earning money first. Finding a girlfriend can wait. A man should establish his family before his career. At 23, you ought to be searching for one," his adoptive mother remarked. With a resigned expression, Yi Chun set down the basin and replied, "As you mentioned, I am only 23. Perhaps in a couple of years." Seeing his stubbornness, she could only shake her head in exasperation. Wen Jia, having shed her strong demeanor, returned home dressed in simple attire. Yi Chun's behavior throughout the day puzzled her, prompting her to buy some appetizers with the intent of inebriating him for a thorough interrogation. However, upon opening her front door, she was greeted by the sight of his adoptive mother. Stunned for a moment, she then asked, "Mom, you've been discharged?" "Yes, the doctor said I could go home." "So your brother came to fetch me?" she responded, beaming. Observing her adoptive mother's radiant smile, Wenjia's gaze shifted towards Yichun, who was busy in the kitchen, realizing her plan was likely foiled. Once Yichun finished preparing the meal, he called out to the mother and daughter in the living room, "Dinner is ready. Jia, please help Mom over." Coming. Wenjia assisted her mother to the dining table, her mouth watering at the sight of the spread. "Brother's culinary skills remain exceptional," she praised. Yichun smiled subtly at her compliment as he placed the utensils before them. "All right, let us eat." As they dined, Wenjia discreetly studied Yichun. Considering his demeanor during the day, Wenjia surmised that Yichun must be harboring some concerns. However, at that moment, Yichun appeared perfectly composed, devoid of any apparent worries, which struck Wenjia as rather peculiar. Had his troubles been resolved? Why were you mumbling instead of eating? Noticing Yichun serving her a piece of chicken wing, Wenjia ceased her inquiries and obediently began to eat. After dinner, her foster mother expressed fatigue and retreated to her room to rest. Once Yichun had tidied up, he returned to his own room, leaving Wenjia alone in the living room, watching television. Glancing at the door of Yichun's room, she pondered for a moment before rising, taking her bag, and entering his room. Yichun was engrossed in a book, one he had purchased during his first year of high school, but had never finished due to academic commitments. Upon noticing Wenjia stealthily entering, Yichun looked up from his book and said flatly, "What are you doing in here again?" In response to his inquiry, Wenjia promptly discarded her slippers and climbed onto the bed, leaning against him as she asked, "Brother, what are you reading?" "A novel." "What novel?" "It's a medical compendium." "Why do you ask so many questions?" Detecting Yichun's slight annoyance, Wenjia's face flushed crimson, and she pitifully remarked, "Brother, you dislike me now, don't you?" Observing her feigned distress, Yichun set aside his book and, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "Jia, when did I ever say I disliked you? But I only asked the name of the book, and you look so impatient. You weren't like this before, boo-hoo." As she pretended to wipe non-existent tears, Yichun rubbed his chin and took hold of her bag resting on the bed. Upon seeing him open her bag and retrieve a bottle of white liquor, Wenjia ceased her act of sorrow and cheerfully exclaimed, "Brother, let us share a drink. With Mom at home, do you dare to drink? Aren't you afraid she'll break your legs?" Faced with Yichun's threat invoking their mother, Wenjia waved her hand dismissively and replied nonchalantly, "But I have you as my brother. If Mom tries to hit me, you'll take the blame for me." After finishing her statement, Wenjia pulled out 2 paper cups from her bag, snatched the bottle from Yichun's hands, uncapped it, and poured 2 glasses. "Brother, you drink up, and I'll sip casually." Watching her take a delicate sip, Yichun could only shake his head in resignation. After downing her glass, Wenjia poured him another. "Brother, do you have something on your mind?" To her inquiry, Yichun, munching on peanuts while reading, replied, "No." "Then why do you seem so glum?" "I don't." "Are you really sure?" "No." Listening to Yichun's monotonous responses, Wenjia narrowed her eyes and raised her foot, playfully placing it on his face. Yichun was taken aback by her sudden assault, causing him to topple, spill the liquor, and soak his book. Staring blankly at Wenjia standing before him, Yichun, utterly perplexed, exclaimed, "Sister, what whimsical notion has possessed you? Who permitted you to treat me with such indifference? Should you dare to dismiss me again, I shall trample you underfoot." After delivering her threat, Wenjia, still unsatisfied, proceeded to stomp on Yichun's feet twice before relenting. Observing her sulkily seated nearby, nursing her drink, Yichun tossed aside the book he had been holding, removed his dampened shirt, revealing a well-built physique. Wenjia, stealing a glance at him while sipping her drink, felt her cheeks flush slightly. "Fetch me a clean shirt from the wardrobe," she commanded. "Oh," Wenjia responded, rising to open the wardrobe door. Inside, it was filled with an array of clothing, and she carelessly selected a short-sleeved shirt, tossing it to Yichun. "We have purchased so many clothes for you. Why don't you ever wear them?" Chapter 66. What is wrong with brother? Yichun donned the short-sleeved shirt and casually remarked while seated on the bed, "They were all gifts from my sisters. I hesitate to wear them." "What is there to hesitate about? It is merely an article of clothing. After all, clothes are meant to be worn," she replied. "The significance differs. Now, please return to your slumber. I am weary." noticing him burrowing under the covers. Wen Jia was not one to let him off so easily. She approached Yi Chun, tugging at his arm while playfully pouting, "Brother, don't sleep just yet. Stay and chat with me." In the past, her playful coaxing always resulted in Yi Chun acquiescing to her every whim. She assumed the same would hold true now. However, Yi Chun, with his eyes shut, simply pushed her to the floor. "Leave. Do not disturb my sleep." Witnessing Yi Chun's unprecedented coldness toward her, Wen Jia's eyes brimmed with tears, cascading down her cheeks. "Woo-woo. Brother, you're being mean." Hearing her sobs, Yi Chun hastily opened his eyes. "Silence. If you continue to cry, Mother will hear you. I want tea. You can bully me, but not allow me to speak? Mother, come quickly. Brother is being mean." Seeing Wen Jia's defiance, Yi Chun sprang up, firmly grasped her shoulders, and pulled her into the covers. Covering her mouth with his hand, he warned fiercely, "If you cry again, I shall strike you." In response to Yi Chun's threat, Wen Jia blinked her teary eyes and suddenly opened her mouth wide, biting down on his hand. "Ouch! Are you a dog?" Struggling to free his hand from her bite, he gazed at the neat rows of teeth marks and twitched his lips. Noticing Yi Chun's furrowed brow, Wen Jia smugly declared, "Who told you to cover my mouth? Biting you is but a mild response." Yi Chun, rendered speechless by her retort, shook his head and rose, heading toward the door. Wen Jia, reclining on the bed with her legs crossed, inquired, "Little Chun, where are you off to now?" "To get a rabies vaccine. Who knows if you are rabid?" Upon hearing Yi Chun's audacity to insult her, Wen Jia swiftly seized the pillow beneath her head and hurled it at Yi Chun's retreating figure. However, Yi Chun was rather quick on his feet, and the pillow struck the recently closed door instead. Witnessing her aim falter, Wen Jia bounced furiously on the bed, exclaiming in frustration, "This is infuriating." As Yi Chun exited the room, he retrieved a first aid kit from the cabinet, wrapping his hand in gauze before re-entering. At that moment, Wen Jia, seated on the bed, glared at him and retorted, "You heartless swine, why have you returned? This is my room, and you are the true heartless one. A sow at that. Dare to call me a pig, and I shall retaliate." With a fierce roar, Wen Jia leapt from the bed and embraced Yi Chun, baring her teeth in defiance. 5 minutes later, a skirmish of sorts had concluded, leaving Wen Jia in disarray, sprawled on the bed. Yi Chun stood before the mirror, examining the bite marks on his neck, tempted to utter a few curses, but refraining for fear of inciting Wen Jia's wrath, leaving him to silently endure. Once her breathing calmed, Wen Jia gazed at the ceiling and murmured, "Brother, what has transpired?" In response to her inquiry, Yi Chun lay beside her, eyes closed, and replied nonchalantly, "I told you, it's nothing. You truly are a busybody. You dare call me a busybody?" Wen Jia retorted, instantly climbing atop Yi Chun and searching for a suitable spot to bite. Yet upon seeing the array of marks on his neck, she hesitated. Yi Chun, weary of the playful altercation, brushed her aside with his arm and pulled the blanket over himself. "Enough of this. I wish to sleep. Sleep, sleep, sleep. You'll eventually turn into a pig," she huffed, kicking him before grabbing her backpack and exiting the room. Upon hearing the door close, Yi Chun let out a long sigh of relief. Back in her own room, Wen Jia's thoughts spiraled as she pondered the peculiar change in Yi Chun's demeanor. He had never treated her in such a manner before. Had he uncovered her true identity? The mere thought sent a chill coursing through her. Yet, she had been exceptionally cautious of late. He should not have discovered anything. After much contemplation, she resolved to convene a family meeting to gather her sister's opinions. Thus, Wen Jia took up her phone and initiated a video call in their group chat of 5. Shu Xiaoxiao was the first to answer, as she was often engrossed in software, computer, and mobile studies. "Big sister, what is it?" she asked, noticing 2 girls pass behind her. Wen Jia whispered, "Xiaoxiao, your roommates won't overhear our conversation, will they?" In response, Shu Xiaoxiao pointed to the headphones adorning her ears, assuring, "I have these. It is well, for I have observed that my elder brother seems somewhat off today." "Off? What do you mean?" Just as Wen Jia was about to speak, Meng Xiaobao connected to the video call. "Hello." Upon seeing Meng Xiaobao lounging in the bathtub, Wen Jia continued, "Greetings to you, eldest sister, third sister, and little sister." As Su Qingqing also joined the video call, Wen Jia smiled slightly and inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss at this late hour?" Noticing Du Yuan's icy expression, Wen Jia helplessly covered her face. Every time she prepared to speak, one of her sisters would connect to the video. Yet this time, all had appeared. So Wen Jia took a deep breath and said, "Jia, are you asleep? Hearing her foster mother's voice emanating from the living room, Wenjia sighed deeply, suppressing the impending eruption of her emotions. Mother, I have not yet retired for the night. What is it? Could you assist me with this phone? I am unable to manage it. Very well, I shall step out now. After responding to her foster mother, Wenjia looked at the faces of her sisters on the screen and resignedly stated, let us postpone this matter until another day. With that, she terminated the video call. Observing this, the others exchanged puzzled glances. What has happened to our eldest sister? In response to Su Qingqing's inquiry, the first to connect, Xu Xiaoxiao, remarked. She mentioned that our brother seems somewhat off. Off? What do you mean? Seeing Meng Xiaobao excitedly sit up in the bathtub, Xu Xiaoxiao pointed at her and said, you are exposed. Oh dear, we are all sisters. Who hasn't seen whom? Now, please tell us what is wrong with our brother. She merely stated that something was amiss. And just as she was about to elaborate, each of you connected to the video, interrupting her words. Upon hearing Xu Xiaoxiao's statement, the sisters fell into silence. After a long pause, Du Yuan finally spoke. It is likely nothing of great significance. Otherwise, she would have informed us earlier. Let us disperse. After Du Yuan finished speaking, she ended the video call, and then Su Qingqing cheerfully said to the two of them, I still have some materials to complete. Please keep me informed of any news regarding our brother. Chapter 67. To sleep is a blessing. Once Su Qingqing also exited the video call, only Meng Xiaobao and Xu Xiaoxiao remained. Observing Meng Xiaobao's relaxed demeanor in the bathtub, Xu Xiaoxiao spoke up, Sister Xiaobao. Understood. I shall end the call. No. My roommate is your fan. Could you perhaps sign a few autographs for me to send her? Upon hearing that Xu Xiaoxiao's roommate was a fan of hers, Meng Xiaobao became intrigued. Where is your roommate? Show me. Are you certain you wish to appear in this manner? We are all women. What is there to fear? Very well then. Xu Xiaoxiao turned around to gaze at her roommates sprawled across their beds and said, come here quickly and see who I am chatting with. Who is it? Your boyfriend? In no time, an inquisitive girl scrambled off her bed and rushed to Xu Xiaoxiao's side. Upon seeing the face of Meng Xiaobao on the screen, she gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. Sister Bao Bao? Noting her shock, Meng Xiaobao smiled gently, raising her pristine hand in greeting. Hello, I heard from Xiaoxiao that you are my fan. I truly appreciate your support. It really is Sister Bao Bao. Come quickly to see. Hearing the name of the legendary star, the other two roommates hurriedly descended from their beds, surrounding Xu Xiaoxiao and excitedly greeting Meng Xiaobao. Their enthusiasm even pushed Xu Xiaoxiao aside. Watching her friends in such a fervor, Xu Xiaoxiao could only shake her head in resignation. Wenjia stepped out of her room after assisting her foster mother with her phone. Standing before Yichen's door, she pondered for a moment before deciding to give it another try. She gently pushed open the door and quietly approached Yichen, who lay on his bed. Tentatively, she reached out and lightly touched his cheek, causing him to slowly open his eyes. Upon realizing it was Wenjia, Yichen promptly pulled the blanket over his head. Observing his reaction, Wenjia playfully tugged at the blanket, saying, Brother, don't go to sleep. What should I do at this late hour if I don't sleep? Just keep me company and chat for a while. Unable to resist this persistent little one, Yichen stretched out his arm, feeling around until he grasped Wenjia's arm and pulled her into the warmth of the blanket. As she nestled beside him, the distance between them was less than 20 centimeters, and Wenjia found herself blushing at the warmth of his breath. Noticing her flushed cheeks, Yichen furrowed his brow. He reached out to touch her forehead, puzzled, and asked, You're not running a fever, yet why are you blushing? It might be a bit stuffy. Why don't you lift the blanket? As Yichen began to lift the blanket, Wenjia quickly grasped his hand. No, this is quite nice. All right then, tell me, what exactly do you wish to discuss? In response to Yichen's inquiry, Wenjia contemplated before cautiously asking, Brother, is something bothering you at work? No. I'm currently the head of the company. I can reprimand whomever I desire. Who would dare to make me unhappy? Have you experienced a breakup? I've never even been in a relationship, so how could I have a breakup? Hearing this, Wenjia inexplicably sighed in relief. Then what is wrong? You seem different from usual. Gazing into Wenjia's lovely eyes, Yichen suddenly smiled. It's nothing, as a man. There are just a few days each month when my mood isn't the best. At Yichen's explanation, Wenjia instinctively cast her gaze downward. Upon noticing her peculiar gaze, Yichen playfully struck her on the head. Wenjia, cradling her head, gazed at him with a look of innocent grievance. Why did you hit me? You silly girl. What are you daydreaming about? You mentioned there are a few days each month. I meant my mood. Forget it. You wouldn't understand. Hurry and sleep, or return to your own room. Observing his unwillingness to elaborate further, Wenjia pouted and refrained from pestering him. Yi Chen slumbered until dawn, slowly awakening to the sound of rain outside his window. His eyes fell upon Wenjia's face, despite her lack of makeup, resembling a Cinderella. Her exquisite features remained undeniable. Just as Yi Chen was admiring her beauty, he suddenly heard her murmur, "Money, money. What money? The money for brother." Seeing Wenjia dreaming of giving him money, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile with contentment. Due to the rain, he refrained from venturing out to buy groceries and instead prepared breakfast with the remaining ingredients from the refrigerator. Just then, his adoptive mother emerged from her slumber. "Mom, why are you awake so early? I couldn't sleep lying down, so I thought I might help you a bit." "Mom, breakfast is ready. Please, sit down and eat." Nodding, his mother slowly took a seat, glancing towards Wenjia's room and inquired, "Is Jia still asleep?" "Yes, that girl will likely need another half hour. Let her sleep. Being able to rest is a blessing. Many wish they could have a good night's sleep, but cannot." Listening to his mother's musings, Yi Chen merely smiled in response, offering no words. After finishing breakfast, he departed for work. His mother tidied the dining table and prepared to wake Wenjia for her meal. However, upon entering her room, she found it empty. Where has this child gone? Just as she voiced her concern, Wenjia emerged from Yi Chen's room, clad in shorts and a tank top. "Good morning, Mom." Seeing Wenjia exit her brother's bedroom, their mother blinked in surprise, momentarily at a loss for words. Although the siblings had shared sleeping arrangements in the past, they had since grown up, and Yi Chen typically slept alone, while his sisters occasionally snuck into his room. Their mother remained unaware. Thus, witnessing Wenjia come from Yi Chen's room naturally led her to deduce that they had spent the night together. Noticing her mother's silence, Wenjia curiously grasped her hand. "Mom, what's wrong?" After a brief moment of contemplation, their mother cautiously inquired, Jia, did you spend the night in your brother's room?" "Yes, I needed to discuss something with him last night, and before I knew it, I had fallen asleep and woke up at dawn." Nodding thoughtfully at Wenjia's explanation, her mother realized, so that's how it was. "Mother, what else could it be?" "Well, never mind. Hurry and have breakfast, or it will get cold soon." As she entered the kitchen to prepare her meal, Wenjia murmured to herself, "What is this old lady thinking?" Upon arriving at the company, Yi Chen stepped into the office, followed closely by his secretary. "Mr. Yi, here is the project report for your review." Picking up the report placed on his desk, Yi Chen remarked while perusing it, "I noticed a Maybach parked at the entrance. Have any clients arrived?" "It's not a client. It's the newly appointed Deputy General Manager from the head office." "Deputy General Manager? When did this happen?" "A letter was just issued this morning, Mr. Yi. The new Deputy General Manager is quite a beauty." Chapter 68. Yi Chen's Revenge, Another Beauty? Recently, Yi Chen had encountered an abundance of stunning women. Not long ago, there was the affluent Meng Han, and now another beautiful Deputy General Manager was on the scene. "Another one? Mr. Yi, it seems you are quite popular with the ladies." Faced with the secretary's teasing, Yi Chen stood up in silence. "Where is she? I'd like to see her." "Mr. Yi, it would be more appropriate for her to come and meet you. We're all colleagues. Titles mean little. Let us go. Show me to her." With Yi Chen's insistence, the secretary led him out of the office. They arrived at the entrance of another office, and the secretary knocked on the door. "Please come in." Upon hearing a melodious voice from within, Yi Chen adjusted his suit and pushed the door open. Indeed, a stunning woman sat in the office chair, clad in a white work outfit, complemented by black high heels and lustrous black hair. Yi Chen could sense the allure of a mature woman emanating from her. Reaching the desk, he extended his hand with a smile, saying, "Hello, I'm Yi Chen." Upon hearing his voice, the beautiful Deputy General Manager lifted her head and smiled slightly. "Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Han Yin. I was just preparing to visit you, but it seems you arrived first." They shook hands briefly before parting. "Hee, we are colleagues. It doesn't matter who visits whom first, Ms. Han. It seems your ascension to General Manager was no mere coincidence, Mr. Yi. Such magnanimity is not something the elite business class can easily match." "Ms. Han, you flatter me. I am merely fulfilling my responsibilities." Hearing Yi Chen's response, Han Yin chuckled and picked up a pack of cigarettes from the desk. "Mr. Yi, do you smoke?" "Ah, I do not smoke." "Not a smoker? You must be a good man." Han Yin jested, then retrieved a cigarette from the pack, placing it between her crimson lips and lighting it. Observing her smoke, Yi Chen felt not repulsion but a flicker of intrigue. After engaging in conversation in Han Yin's office for a while, Yi Chun had acquired a general understanding of her. Han Yin, at the age of 30, is a graduate of a prestigious university abroad. Previously, he had been employed by a multinational corporation, and his return to the country was facilitated by his employer, who invested significantly to recruit him. Logically, a business elite of his caliber would be expected to work at the headquarters. Thus, it is perplexing that he has been assigned to their sales company. This seems like an extravagant misuse of talent. However, the secretary's words shed some light on the situation. Perhaps our branch merely serves as a stepping stone for General Manager Han's promotion. In a few months, he will likely be transferred to senior management, she suggested. You make a valid point. Nevertheless, I believe the headquarters is testing his capabilities, akin to a probationary period. If General Manager Han can help our sales company meet its year-end targets, the company will have confidence in his abilities and promote him to higher echelons within the group. Upon hearing Yi Chen's analysis, the secretary feigned admiration. Wow, you are quite astute, General Yi. Enough with the flattery. I have heard that the big boss is coming to our company for an inspection this afternoon. You should prepare, he replied. Understood. At noon, Yi Chun was dining in the cafeteria. His foster mother had been discharged from the hospital and returned home, allowing him to cook for himself, which meant he didn't need to go home. At that moment, a nondescript Buick business vehicle halted at the entrance of the company, and soon after, Wen Jia and assistant Cheng emerged from the car. Shouldn't you inform your brother beforehand? It feels like a surprise attack. I must see what mischief this fellow is up to behind my back. With that, she hastily entered the company. Assistant Cheng could only shake his head in resignation. Clearly, this is an inspection, yet it feels more like a stakeout, he mused. Indeed, Wen Jia's thoughts aligned with this sentiment. Although a notice had been sent out that morning announcing the afternoon inspection, the peculiar behavior of Yi Chen over the past few days led her to suspect that he might be involved with another woman. This seemed plausible. It is often said that wealth corrupts men, and as the general manager of the company, he wielded significant power. The female employees below him, particularly those in close proximity like secretaries, were the most likely to employ their charms. While she trusted Yi Chen's character, she acknowledged that surprises could arise. Hence, she intended to seize the opportunity during lunch break to ascertain whether he was engaged in any wrongdoing. If so, her newly done nails would indeed serve a purpose. Upon entering the company, she glanced around before heading to the elevator. Arriving on the top floor, she proceeded directly to the general manager's office and pushed the door open. Empty. At this hour, they should be at lunch. Let us check the cafeteria, she suggested. That makes sense. Lead me there. Thus, Wen Jia, under Assistant Cheng's guidance, arrived at the branch's cafeteria. She scanned the dining employees, searching for Yi Chun. Does my brother, as the general manager, dine with everyone in the cafeteria? Your brother is not one to maintain an air of superiority. Let us continue searching. Thus, the two individuals searched the cafeteria thoroughly, yet they could not locate Yi Chun. Meanwhile, Yi Chun was secretly observing his beautiful boss from the window of the cafeteria. Ah, you wish to play a surprise attack? Let us see how I shall deal with you. A mischievous smile crept across Yi Chen's face as he quietly exited through the back door of the cafeteria. Wen Jia, having searched around, stood in the middle of the cafeteria, murmuring, "Is this fellow not dining in the cafeteria? Perhaps he has ventured out for a meal." As the cafeteria food does not appeal to everyone. Upon hearing Assistant Cheng's explanation, Wen Jia pondered for a moment and resolved to visit the office of the newly appointed vice president. However, just as she took a few steps, she suddenly heard the sound of a text message. Taking out her phone, she saw a message from Yi Chen. "Jia, I have bought you lunch and am on my way to deliver it." Upon reading this message, Wen Jia was immediately flustered. So that's why he is not in the company. He went to bring me food. Quick, we must return. Assistant Cheng, still trying to comprehend her words, watched as Wen Jia hurriedly ran out of the cafeteria in her high heels. Upon boarding the business car, she anxiously removed her suit. "Quick, where are my clothes? I didn't anticipate your brother would suddenly come looking for you, so I didn't prepare any." "No preparation? What if I get discovered? This is disastrous. If my brother learns of my identity, he will break my legs." Seeing the despair etched on Wen Jia's face, Assistant Cheng hastily removed her own clothing. "Were mine. Although each piece costs several thousand, your brother should not recognize it. But my freckles. I have a marker." Looking at the marker in her hand, Wen Jia was taken aback. "Will this really work? We have no other options now. We must give it a try." Yi Chen took a taxi to the headquarters, avoiding the stairs and hiding among the flowering bushes. With his eyes fixed on the entrance of the headquarters, he munched on a roasted chicken leg, muttering indistinctly. You slipped away in the dead of night. Now let me allow you to experience the feeling of being toyed with. Soon, a business car halted in front of the headquarters. Yichen had seen this vehicle when he left the company and had wondered why the boss had changed cars. The occupants did not emerge immediately. They waited for a while, and then the car door opened, revealing Wen Jia, who had changed clothes with Assistant Chung. Assistant Chung, is this truly going to work? Noticing Wen Jia's lack of confidence, Assistant Chung encouraged her. You must believe in yourself. Here, put on this mask. Taking a deep breath, Wen Jia accepted the mask and placed it on her face. Yi Chun, hidden among the flowers, observed everything unfold. After finishing the remaining chicken leg and watching the business car depart, he finally emerged from the bushes. Jia, upon hearing Yi Chen's voice, Wen Jia instantly felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Although Assistant Cheng's attire was only worth a few thousand yuan, it remained beyond the reach of her humble clerk's budget. Most notably, the freckles adorning her face were not a product of cosmetics, but rather marked with a felt-tip pen. However, considering she still wore a mask, Yichen likely wouldn't notice anything amiss. Thus, Wen Jia took a moment to steady her nerves and slowly turned around. Brother, Jia, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Brother, why did you think to bring me food? Noticing Wen Jia's slight awkwardness, Yichen smiled gently. You are my sister. How could I forget you when there's good food involved? Would you like to eat here or take it back to the office? Observing the lunchbox in Yichen's hand, Wen Jia felt a twinge of embarrassment and replied, It's quite windy here. I think I'll take it back to eat. That works too. Jia, your outfit is quite lovely. Just as Wen Jia sighed in relief, she suddenly heard Yichen comment on her clothing, and her anxiety surged once more. Ah, really? I think it's just okay. Of course it's lovely. That fitted work attire accentuates your slender waist. By the way, why are you still wearing a mask? Are you unwell? I have a bit of a cough, so I'm wearing a mask. She coughed deliberately, cough, cough. Hearing her intentional cough, Yichen smiled slightly and said, The temperatures have dropped recently. Make sure to dress warmly and take care not to catch a cold. Yes, I know. I should be heading back now. Take care on your way home. Brother, hold on. Didn't you want to chat with me yesterday? Now that it's lunchtime, let us have a good talk. Upon hearing Yi Chun's insistence to chat at that moment, Wen Jia inwardly cursed. Why must you choose this moment to talk? It's as if you're doing it on purpose. But brother, I still need to eat. Gazing at the lunchbox in her hand, Yi Chen chose not to press further this time. Very well, then hurry back. All right, goodbye, brother. As she hurried into the company, a hint of solitude graced Yi Chun's expression. Wen Jia had initially planned to surprise Yi Chun, but unexpectedly, he had outmaneuvered her. Seated at her desk, Wen Jia looked at the lunchbox before her, shaking her head in resignation. It seemed this time she would have to forego her surprise. Perhaps next time she could catch him off guard. Opening the lunchbox and eyeing the fast food within, Wen Jia picked up her chopsticks and began to eat with delight. Though it was merely a meal worth a little over 10 yuan, the fact that it was from her brother made it extraordinarily delectable. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Chun had not departed. Instead, he walked into the headquarters. Upon entering the main office, he did not head straight for the elevator but approached the front desk and said to the receptionist, I would like to see the boss. Just then, while enjoying her meal, Wen Jia heard her phone ring. She picked it up and, upon glancing at the screen, her eyes widened in shock. Why is my brother here again? Although her emotions were somewhat unraveling, Wen Jia swiftly rose from her chair and hurried into the changing room. After donning a luxurious work attire, she glanced at the freckles adorning her face and quickly grabbed a makeup remover pad to wipe them away. Once she had attended to everything, she gazed at her beautiful reflection in the mirror and finally sighed in relief. She hoped she would not have to encounter her sister again soon, or she would be utterly exhausted. Just as she voiced her complaint, there was a knock at the door. Recognizing it was Yi Chun, Wen Jia elegantly styled her hair in front of the mirror before stepping out of the changing room. Come in. The office door swung open, and Yi Chun entered. Apologies for disturbing your afternoon rest, boss, he said, his expression filled with regret. Wen Jia immediately reverted to her aloof demeanor. Yi Zong, what brings you here at this hour? Is there something you need? Ah, nothing of great significance. It's just that we have a new recruit from overseas in our sales department, so I wanted to inquire whether the company intends for her to oversee the branch, or if I am to maintain my position. In response to Yi Chen's inquiry, Wen Jia replied nonchalantly, Which of you two is the general manager? I am. Who holds authority? The general manager or the deputy general manager? The general manager. So, are you not the general manager now? Indeed. When Jia, looking into his eyes, continued. Then tell me, who governs the company? Yichen pondered her question seriously for a moment before shaking his head. Apologies, boss, I do not know. How can you be so obtuse? I have made it abundantly clear, yet you still do not understand? Of course it is you. Otherwise, I would simply appoint her as the general manager without any pretense. Noticing her irritation, Yichen awkwardly scratched his head. My apologies, I did not grasp it immediately. Please carry on with your work. I shall take my leave. Seeing that Yichen was finally about to depart, when Jia let out a quiet sigh of relief. However, Yichen's peripheral vision caught sight of a food container on the desk, and his eyes brightened as he swiftly approached it. When Jia, unsure of his intentions, was taken aback when she noticed the container, and her eyes widened in alarm. She thought to herself that in her haste, she had forgotten to deal with the food container. Oh no, he would discover her secret. Just as she was consumed with anxiety, fearing Yichen would uncover her identity, he pointed to the container and chuckled. Ah, so you enjoy pig trotter rice too, boss? I just bought a portion for my sister. Seeing that he seemingly had not realized her identity, when Jia regained her indifferent expression and replied, I heard it was quite delicious, so I bought a box to try. Well then, you should eat it while it's hot. It won't taste good when it cools down. I'll take my leave now. When Jia nodded, watching as Yichen exited her office. Phew, that was close. What a fright. Slumped in the chair, her heart raced uncontrollably, glancing at the box of pig's trotter rice. Her appetite dwindled. Yet, recalling that it was a gift from her brother, she reluctantly picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. Yichen departed from the headquarters and turned to gaze at the towering skyscraper before him, murmuring, I never imagined. Truly, I cannot fathom how you achieved this. Chapter 70. Drink more hot water. No one knew what Yichen was referring to. Perhaps only he held the answer. Upon returning to the office, just as he was preparing to idly pass the afternoon, his secretary burst in hurriedly. President Yi, the boss has arrived. What? The boss is here? At this moment. When Jia should have been in her office, how could she possibly have time to visit his company? Could it be that his earlier assumptions were mistaken? Where's the boss? She is already at the company entrance. Upon hearing this, Yichen promptly stood and strode outside. As he stepped out of his office, he spotted a striking woman approaching him. This woman was none other than his enchanting boss. Upon seeing Yichen, when Jia smiled gently and remarked, President Yi, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. Observing her seemingly harmless smile, Yichen forced a calm expression and replied, Boss, welcome to our site inspection. Well, I hope to keep a low profile this time, so please do not make a fuss. Just pretend I am not here. At her request, Yichen chuckled without responding. Inwardly, however, he was cursing. This troublesome girl, shouldn't she be dining at headquarters right now? Why is she here? Yet, Wen Jia's intentions were quite straightforward. She was not one to let her brother's scare tactics go unpunished. She strode directly into the collective office of the branch, where it was break time. Most employees were either napping or engrossed in their phones, with hardly anyone working. Upon witnessing this scene, Wen Jia's eyes sparkled with delight. There was a clear company policy against using mobile phones during work hours, whether for work or leisure. This was her opportunity to properly discipline this group. President Yi, are you familiar with the company's regulations? Faced with the alluring boss's inquiry, Yichen pondered briefly before responding, Boss, it is currently lunch break. True, it is indeed lunch break, but a competent salesperson could still secure a deal in this brief interval. It appears that the employees here are lacking. Noticing Wen Jia shake her head, Yichen couldn't help but interject, Boss, most of these are newly recruited employees. I was planning to harness their potential for a significant push. President Yi, you must understand what kind of individuals we truly need. Those who can generate profits for the company, those who can drive sales, and those who will endure in this place. Observe the employees beneath your command. Not a single one has taken advantage of the precious lunch break to reach out to clients. This group is inadequate. It is time for a replacement. Upon hearing the beautiful boss's statement, Yichen merely squinted his eyes and replied, Indeed, your guidance is astute, boss. I shall proceed to reprimand them. After uttering these words, Yichen suddenly shouted, No one is to rest. The boss has arrived. True to his proclamation, the other employees lifted their heads in unison, with some even rising to their feet. Noticing their response, Yichen continued, Now, let us invite the boss to say a few words. Applaud. As the thunderous applause resonated, When Jia's complexion turned pale, she had explicitly expressed her desire for discretion, yet now the entire company was aware of her inspection, gazing at Yi Chen's beaming smile. When Jia, in that moment, truly wished to strangle him. Nevertheless, with all eyes upon her, she felt compelled to say something. Just as when Jia opened her mouth, Yi Chen interjected, "The big boss is quite displeased. Your lack of ambition is alarming. Though the lunch break is mandated by the company, why have you not utilized this time to contact clients and secure orders? The big boss is furious and intends to dismiss you all. You must handle this matter yourselves." After making his statement, Yi Chen turned to Wen Jia with a grin. "Boss, would you care to say a few words?" His words plunged Wen Jia into a state of distress, as the employees now knew it was this beautiful boss who held the power to dismiss them, naturally directing their resentment towards her. Although Wen Jia was untroubled by their potential ire, being outmaneuvered by Yi Chen left her quite displeased. "Yi Chen, your eloquence is commendable." Observing Wen Jia's forced smile, Yi Chen simply returned a faint smile and remarked, "All thanks to the boss's excellent training. What are you all standing there for? Hurry and apologize to the boss." "Boss, we were wrong." Watching dozens of employees bow in apology, Wen Jia could not unleash her frustration upon them. After all, they had done nothing wrong. Casting a cold glance at Yi Chen, she huffed softly before turning on her heel and departing. As she walked away, Yi Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. "You think you can contend with me? You still have much to learn." With a wave of his hand, he returned to his office. Wen Jia, leaving the branch office, was seething with anger. She had lost in her ongoing rivalry with her brother, which was deeply frustrating. Turning back to glare at the branch's entrance, she seethed, "Yi Chen, we shall see about this." In the evening, after a long day of toil, Wen Jia exited the company, dressed exquisitely for an upcoming banquet. As she lifted her long legs to enter her Rolls-Royce, a familiar voice suddenly echoed, "Hello, boss. Where are you headed?" Upon noticing Yi Chen's unexpected presence, Wen Jia, still irked, replied coolly, "What do you want now?" "I've come to pick up my sister from work." "Boss, she also works at the headquarters, so please take good care of her," Yi Chen explained. Hearing that he was there to fetch her, Wen Jia felt a flicker of panic. She could forego the banquet, but she absolutely could not let her brother find out the truth. Understood," she replied hurriedly, then turned and dashed towards the company. Observing her retreating figure, Yi Chen called out, "Boss, where are you going?" "Mind your own business," she retorted. "But aren't you supposed to get in the car?" "Oh, I really need to use the restroom." With that, the beautiful boss sprinted back into the company, prompting a gentle smile from Yi Chen. How adorable. After approximately half an hour, when Jia finally emerged from the company, having changed her attire, she approached Yi Chen, who was squatting by the flower bed, scanning the surroundings with a hint of annoyance. "Brother, Jia, you're off work?" "Ah." Seeing Wen Jia's indifferent demeanor, Yi Chen reached out to tousle her hair. "What's wrong? Who upset you? I can teach them a lesson." Noticing his doting expression, Wen Jia sighed softly. He was unaware of her true identity, and causing such turmoil was not his intention. With that thought, she forgave him in her heart. Linking her arm with Yi Chen's, resting her head on his shoulder, she said, "It's nothing. Every girl has a few days each month when she feels down. All right then, I'll prepare hot water for you at home." Chapter 71. Distant relatives. Upon hearing the mention of hot water, Wen Jia rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Brother, can't you use different words? What can I say? I'm just a big guy who doesn't understand these things. Forget it, talking to you is pointless. Let us go home." As she skipped ahead, Yi Chen shook his head in resignation. Relatives come to visit, and she still runs around like a child. She'll never grow up. Indeed, relatives had come to visit, and they were also Yi Chen's relatives. Upon returning home, they found a woman, ostentatiously dressed, seated on the sofa, conversing with their foster mother, alongside a man who wore an expression of disdain. The siblings were not unfamiliar with these two. The woman was their foster mother's distant cousin, who had once employed her as a waitress in her restaurant. Though working for her cousin, the treatment was far from kind. She received meager wages and was assigned the most laborious tasks. Their foster mother often toiled until the early hours of the morning. Yet the cousin continued to boast in front of others that she had provided their foster mother a job, claiming that without her, the entire family would starve. Though the facts remain, her words left Yi Chen and his siblings feeling quite disheartened, particularly when recalling the time they ventured to a restaurant with their foster mother, only to be denied entry by this woman, forced to wait outside. The bitter memories of discrimination they faced during their childhood at her hands ignited a deep-seated anger within Yichun. However, as time passed, he learned to quell his ire, realizing that such relatives were best avoided. Upon seeing Yichun and Wenjia return, their foster mother stood with a smile, saying, "Chun'er, Jia, quickly greet your aunt." Despite their reluctance to acknowledge this aunt, they did not wish to upset their foster mother, so they begrudgingly replied, "Hello, aunt." In response to their greeting, the aunt scoffed. "You are both in your 20s and still living off your parents. How disappointing." As her words hung in the air, a young man beside her chimed in, "Mom, you cannot blame them. After all, they lack education, and it's a miracle they're not starving." Yichun could withstand their biting sarcasm, but Wenjia could not. "Oh, isn't that our eldest cousin? What a lofty position he has now." Upon hearing Wenjia mention her son, the aunt's eyes sparkled with pride as she proclaimed, "Our Shurian is a manager at a large company. His monthly income far exceeds what you both earn in a year. Recently, he found a beautiful girlfriend from a wealthy family. Woo, our eldest cousin is a manager now. How enviable." Wenjia's expression of admiration prompted Yichun to roll his eyes in exasperation. "Indeed, and he found a stunning girlfriend. I am also quite envious. All right, Jia, let us head to the kitchen to prepare dinner." After a sarcastic exchange, they prepared to enter the kitchen when the aunt interjected, "No need for that. Given your family's pitiful state, you likely cannot produce anything worthwhile. Xiaofun, I merely came to see you. I shall take my leave." Seeing her cousin about to depart, their foster mother smiled and said, "Then take care, cousin." "Yes, son, let us go." As this mother and son rose to leave, Wenjia scoffed, "Just a mere manager. What is there to be so proud of? Yet you were just enviously praising him a moment ago. That was unintentional." She retorted, "Wait, I shall call them back." As Wenjia dashed toward the door, Yichun hastily grasped her arm. "Jia, those two pests have finally departed. Why would you summon them back? My brother is now a general manager. I should flaunt it." Yichun shook his head in resignation at Wenjia's childish notion. Why engage in comparisons? What truly matters is our own well-being. You don't seem to realize how mature you actually are. Noticing Wenjia's playful gaze upon him, Yichun affectionately ruffled her hair. After the foster mother returned from dropping off her cousin, she observed the two siblings busily engaged in the kitchen and remarked, "Jia, your cousin mentioned that he has a friend who is still unmarried. If you agree, he could introduce you." At that moment, when Jia, who was secretly munching on a tomato, was taken aback by her foster mother's intention to find her a boyfriend, causing the tomato to plummet to the floor. "Mom, I'm only 22. I'm not ready to seek a boyfriend at this time." I conveyed to him that Jia is still quite young and should wait a few more years, but your cousin insisted that as women age, it becomes increasingly difficult to find a partner, urging her to marry while she is still young. I absolutely refuse to get married." Witnessing Wenjia's distress, Yichun, who was chopping vegetables nearby, chuckled and inquired, "Mom, how old is that man? Is he 41 or 42? My memory is a bit hazy." Upon learning that Shurian was considering introducing a man in his 40s to Wenjia, Yichun's expression darkened immediately. This fellow has ulterior motives. Even if he were to make an introduction, it shouldn't be for such an old bachelor. Hearing Yichun's words, Wenjia turned around with a look of grievance, asking, "Brother, do you wish for me to get married too?" "Well, this brother certainly hopes you find someone you adore, rather than being coerced." In response to Yichun's answer, Wenjia was not entirely satisfied. Naturally, the response she yearned to hear was one Yichun would never utter. After dinner, Yichun chatted with his foster mother for a while before retreating to his room. Meanwhile, Wenjia did not disturb him again and remained in her own room, engaged in some unknown activity. The next day, Yichun awoke and, upon exiting his room, noticed Wenjia's door was closed. He quietly opened it and found her still fast asleep. "Why didn't this girl come to bother me last night?" he murmured in confusion before shutting the door and heading to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. After completing the meal, he changed into athletic attire and hurried off to the company. Typically, he left his suits at work, as he preferred a more casual attire for commuting. As he stepped into the company, Hanin followed closely behind. "Good morning, President Yi." Upon hearing the voice behind him, Yichun paused, turned around, and smiled, saying, "Good morning, Director Han." "Yes, President Yi, there's a meeting at 9 this morning to familiarize ourselves with the colleagues. Will you be able to attend? A meeting? I have time." "Great, see you shortly." Yichun nodded as he watched Han In walk away, stroking his chin and muttering, "It's amusing how I, the company's leader, Feel as though she is the general manager. Yi-chun helplessly shook his head, preparing to take the elevator to his office when he suddenly heard a sarcastic voice from behind. Isn't that Yi-chun? Are you working here as security? Upon recognizing the familiar voice, Yi-chun turned to see Shi-yen, feeling somewhat speechless. Cousin, what a coincidence. You can't possibly be working here, can you? Chapter 72. Do not assume I am easily intimidated. Upon witnessing Shi-yen's incredulous expression, Yi-chun couldn't help but chuckle. Why couldn't I work here? He replied. Ah, indeed. After all, a sales company does not require an excessively high level of education. In Yi-chun's view, he could at most serve as a telemarketer here, as such positions are least concerned with academic qualifications. Shi-yen scoffed before striding past Yi-chun. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Turning back, he addressed Yi-chun, saying, Tell your sister to dress beautifully when I arrange a gathering. Whether my friend will take a liking to her is uncertain, but if he does, that would truly be a stroke of good fortune for your family. Observing Shi-yen's arrogant demeanor, Yi-chun instinctively clenched his fist, though it gradually relaxed as he smiled at Shi-yen and replied, All right, I shall inform her. With a chuckle, Yi-chun shook his head as he watched Shi-yen enter the company premises. Truly, what a narrow-minded individual, he muttered to himself before taking the elevator to his office. Noticing the coffee placed on his desk by the secretary, Yi-chun inquired, Is there anyone in our company named Shi-yen? Shi-yen? We've had quite a few new hires recently. I will check shortly, the secretary responded. Yes, please do, Yi-chun replied. The secretary nodded and exited. And after taking a sip of coffee, Yi-chun began to change his attire. However, midway through changing, the office door swung open, revealing the secretary. Wow, Mr. Yi, you have an amazing physique, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. Yi-chun hurriedly donned his shirt and trousers, fearing that lingering too long might lead to an awkward situation. Once seated at his desk again, he asked, So, is there such a person? Mr. Yi, there is no one named Shi-yen in our company. None. Then why is he here? Who are you referring to, Mr. Yi? The secretary's curiosity was evident, prompting Yi-chun to wave his hand dismissively. Nothing. Do I have any appointments this morning? At 8 o'clock. A representative from a dealership is coming to discuss the volume of goods. Casting a glance at the clock on the wall, Yi-chun realized there were only 10 minutes until 8. He promptly stood and said, Then let us go now. Yes, I will escort you, the secretary replied. Yi-chun followed her into a small conference room, and as soon as he entered, he spotted Shi-yen rising from the sofa. Shi-yen had initially thought it was the company president entering, but upon seeing Yi-chun, his expression soured. How did you get in here? Shi-yen asked, his tone accusatory. In response to this question, Yi-chun scratched his head, then suddenly understood. So you are the representative from the dealership, he remarked. Confused by Yi-chun's statement, Shi-yen queried, What do you mean? Lacking substance, are you not here to discuss the volume of goods with our company? Then let us proceed with the conversation. Observing Yi-chun seated on the sofa, exuding the demeanor of a CEO, Shi-yen scoffed disdainfully. I am here to converse with your general manager, not with a mere employee like you. Upon hearing this, Yi-chun regarded him with a calm expression and replied, Are you certain you do not wish to engage with me? Who do you think you are? What value is there in discussing matters with you? Very well. I shall take my leave, Yi-chun declared, rising and exiting the conference room. Shi-yen contemptuously remarked, What an absurdity it is that anyone would consider discussing business with me. Upon leaving the conference room, Yi-chun returned to his office. His secretary, surprised by his swift return, inquired, Mr. Yi, have you concluded your meeting so soon? No, he was unwilling to converse with me, thus I departed. Unwilling to speak with you? Then who does he wish to speak with? The big boss from the head office? Who knows? Let him wait in the conference room. By the way, there is a meeting at 9 o'clock that the vice president has prepared. Do you think I should attend? In response to Yi-chun's query, the secretary bit her nail and thoughtfully analyzed. This situation is indeed quite delicate. If you choose not to attend, others may align with her, diminishing your influence within the company over time, which could adversely affect your future prospects. Your analysis is quite reasonable. Please continue. The secretary nodded, pondering for a moment before continuing. Should you choose to attend, it is likely that you will not be leading the meeting, meaning discussions will still revolve around General Manager Han, especially given her recent return from abroad, her beauty, and her evident capabilities. Unlike yourself. Yi-chun's expression darkened slightly, prompting the secretary to quickly add, Not that you haven't risen through the ranks of the company. In terms of experience, you surpass her. Thus, I suggest you attend this meeting, adopting a firm stance to convey to her and the others that Yi Chun is the true leader of this company. And they must heed my words. In light of her fervent demeanor, Yi Chun contemplated her reasoning. Given Han Yin's strength and experience, indeed, the role of general manager seemed more suited to her. However, considering the attractive manager's attitude, she evidently did not wish for Han Yin to usurp her position. Then why assign Han Yin as vice president? To foster competition and enhance her own capabilities? Such a possibility was not without merit. Very well, I understand. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Yi Chun departed his office punctually, arriving at the company's largest conference room. Upon entering, he immediately captured the attention of others. As expected, Han Yin occupied the principal seat. Upon noticing Yi Chun's arrival, Han Yin smiled and said, "Mr. Yi, I was unaware of your presence. Hence I did not reserve a seat for you. Would you mind sitting over here?" Pointing to a seat at the far end, Yi Chun, unperturbed, smiled and nodded in agreement. No matter where one sits, I arrived at the meeting today with a mindset dedicated to learning. After Yi Chun finished speaking, he simply took a seat. Observing that Yi Chun was neither angry nor agitated, Han Yin, with a hint of intrigue, remarked, "Mr. Yi, I have heard that you were once a sales representative in the company, gradually ascending to the position of general manager. May I inquire, on behalf of everyone, what is the secret to your success?" This question posed by Han Yin appeared to commend Yi Chun for his diligence, suggesting he had ultimately triumphed in life. However, it was, in truth, a veiled mockery, insinuating that he had merely stumbled into the role of general manager by sheer luck. Not at all flustered by Han Yin's bold inquiry, Yi Chun responded with a smile, "In truth, there is no secret. It is simply that the leadership at headquarters deemed me suitable for this position, and thus I was appointed as general manager. It is as straightforward as that." With this statement, Yi Chun acknowledged Han Yin's insinuation, affirming that he had indeed ascended to the role of general manager by fortuitous chance. Unlike you, who toiled to gain university admission, studied abroad, and ultimately were lured back at great expense only to serve as a vice president, whether you accept it or not. I am the general manager. In response to Yi Chun's remarks, Han Yin merely smiled faintly and chose not to pursue the topic further. Sitting in his chair, Yi Chun observed Han Yin speaking animatedly while he twirled a pen in his hand, internally scoffing. This little girl should not assume I am easily intimidated. Chapter 73. A free meal. Shi Yin waited restlessly in the conference room, growing impatient as the general manager failed to appear. Glancing at his watch, he muttered, "Is this company's general manager even human? I've been waiting for so long, and he hasn't shown his face." After cursing under his breath, he decided that waiting any longer was futile and rose to leave the conference room. Taking the elevator to the top floor, he approached the general manager's office and smiled at the female secretary, saying, "Excuse me, is the general manager available? I am a representative from Meichi Company and wish to discuss increasing our supply." The secretary, resting her chin on her hand, replied coldly, "The general manager is not here." "Not here? When will he return?" he inquired. "I don't know," she stated. Despite feeling dissatisfied with the secretary's indifferent demeanor, Shi Yin forced a smile, saying, "Very well. Please contact me when the general manager returns." Noticing his business card lying on the desk, the secretary picked it up and casually tossed it into a drawer. Shi Yin awkwardly smiled and then turned to leave, muttering as he descended the stairs, "What nonsense. A mere secretary dares to treat me this way." At that moment, Yi Chun emerged from the conference room, having found Han Yin's words rather incomprehensible. Rather than remain inside, he preferred to step out for some fresh air. Coincidentally, he overheard Shi Yin's curses and remarked with a smile, "Cousin, who has upset you?" As Yi Chun appeared behind him, Shi Yin, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "Who do you think you know? If I had a relative here in a high position, I wouldn't have to endure this nonsense." Hearing this, Yi Chun merely smiled. Refraining from a response, Shi Yin glanced at Yi Chun and thought of his friend, who, at over 40, was still single. He then issued a command to Yi Chun. "Listen, have your sister dress nicely and meet us at the Shiyuan restaurant for lunch today. It's imperative she comes, understood?" "Of course, I'll ensure she attends," Yi Chun replied. Shi Yin shot him an exasperated look before striding out of the company with an upright posture. Observing his retreating figure, Yi Chun's lips curled slightly upward. Brother wants me to join him at the Shiyuan restaurant? What is he up to?" Upon hearing Wen Jia's muttering, Assistant Chung interjected, "If he invites you, you should go. After all, you have no other engagements this afternoon." "True, but I'll have to do my makeup again." It's so annoying to have to do it multiple times in a day. Assistant Chung thought to himself, this is all you're doing. You're a billionaire yet refuse to reveal your identity to your brother. I truly don't understand the mindset of the wealthy. Wen Jia prepared to head to the Shiyuan restaurant and quickly approached Yi Chun, who stood at the entrance. Brother, why did you bring me here? The prices are exorbitant. No worries. We want to be spending our money today. Remember Shiyin? He asked me to bring you for a blind date. Upon hearing blind date, Wen Jia's eyes widened in disbelief. You can't be serious about trying to marry me off. Noting her discomfort, Yi Chun chuckled. Well, sooner or later, you'll have to marry. You can't remain single forever, can you? What is wrong with being single? I want to starve without a man. Regardless, I refuse to go on this date. If you want a date, then you go. As she angrily turned to leave, Yi Chun quickly grasped her arm. Jejia, I was merely jesting. The reason I invited you today is not for a blind date, but rather to enjoy a meal together. Upon hearing this, Wen Jia shot him a skeptical glance, questioning, is that really true? Of course. When have I ever deceived you? You know your brother never lies to you. All right, I'll trust you this once. Let us head inside. Seeing Wen Jia regain her enthusiasm, Yi Chun smiled. Meanwhile, Shiyin was seated at a table conversing with a balding middle-aged man. Manager Ma, although my distant cousin isn't particularly beautiful, she has yet to have a boyfriend. If you catch my drift. Haha, Manager Sure, you're quite considerate. No problem, we are friends, and it's my duty. By the way, have you considered my transition to a permanent position? Upon hearing Shiyin mention his transition, Manager Ma smiled slightly, replying, no rush, we can discuss it after the meal. Indeed, this troublesome girl is yet to arrive. At present, Shiyin holds the position of a manager, albeit merely as an intern. His prospects for formal employment and continued presence within the company hinge entirely upon the nod of approval from the balding man opposite him. In his quest for a seamless transition to a permanent role, he has audaciously set his sights on Wen Jia. Just as he voiced his grievances, he spotted Yi Chun and Wen Jia entering. Upon seeing Wen Jia clad in her utterly ordinary sports attire, his brow furrowed in discontent. Hey, I asked you to dress more elegantly, and this is how you present yourself? In response to Shiyin's dissatisfaction, Yi Chun gently guided Wen Jia to a chair, smiling as he said, apologies, dear cousin. We were in a bit of a rush, and my sister did not have the opportunity to change. I hope you can forgive us. After all, Manager Ma is a distinguished guest. After addressing the siblings, Shiyin turned to Manager Ma with a smile, saying, Manager Ma, this is my cousin. I hope she meets your approval. Despite her freckles and unremarkable attire, Wen Jia's extraordinary aura was undeniable. It was only through Yi Chun's prolonged companionship with her that he remained oblivious to her remarkable qualities, which were immediately evident to outsiders. Indeed, Manager Ma was captivated by Wen Jia's presence. He nodded approvingly and patted Shiyin on the shoulder, saying, Manager Sure, rest assured. Your transition to a permanent position is in my hands. Hearing this promising news, Shiyin's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Manager Ma, for your support. And you too. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and express your gratitude to Manager Ma. The phrasing struck an odd note. Although this was ostensibly a blind date, it felt more like a business transaction. Wen Jia remained silent, seated quietly, while Yi Chun smiled and added, well, Manager Ma, you see, our family is not well off, and we have never had the chance to dine in such an opulent restaurant. Might we indulge in a meal first? Day in and day out. All you think about is eating. Do you not realize we are discussing serious matters? In response to Shiyin's admonition, Manager Ma waved his hand dismissively. Ah, Xiao Shi, let us order first and converse as we dine. Indeed, it is thoughtful of you, Manager Ma. You two are quite fortunate today, with your capabilities. It would be a stretch for you to afford a meal here in your lifetime. Yes, thank you, dear cousin, and thank you, Manager Ma. Wen Jia observed Yi Chun's grateful demeanor and furrowed her brow slightly. From what she understood, her brother possessed considerable pride. Why did he seem somewhat different now? Could it be that he had truly compromised his integrity? Though the possibility was negligible, Wen Jia still tugged at his finger. Yi Chun turned to her, somewhat perplexed by her intentions. Wen Jia raised an eyebrow at him, silently inquiring about his true motives. Chapter 74. An indulgence. Noticing his sister's confusion, Yi Chun merely patted her hand reassuringly, indicating that all was well. Upon witnessing Yi Chun's demeanor, Wen Jia ultimately chose to trust that he would not betray her to the balding manager Xie. This meal was sponsored by Shiyin, who opted for reasonably priced dishes when it came time to order. Let's also have some stir-fried shredded potatoes and 4 bowls of rice. As he handed the menu to the waiter, Yichen interjected, "Cousin, my sister wishes to try something she has never tasted before. May we order a couple more dishes?" Hearing their request, Shiyin expressed his displeasure, saying, "Having something to eat is already fortunate. Must you be so picky? Eat or leave." Faced with his resolute attitude, Yichen nudged Wenjia beside him. Having been together for many years, their tacit understanding was extraordinary. After Yichen's subtle prompt, Wenjia's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she plaintively replied, "Cousin, please don't chase us away. We've never been to such a grand restaurant. We merely wish to enjoy a few delicacies." Sob, sob, sob. Witnessing her sudden tears, Yichen mentally applauded her, thinking it a pity she wasn't pursuing an acting career. As Wenjia began to cry, Manager Ma could no longer remain indifferent. After all, they were there for a matchmaking dinner. Though he believed himself more than adequate for Wenjia, it was only right that they should dine well. "Xiao Shi, allow them to order a few dishes. This meal is on me," he insisted. "Oh no, Manager Ma, you mustn't treat us. Allow me." Shiyin stood up and snatched the menu from the waiter, tossing it in front of the siblings. "Order, you starving souls." "Thank you, cousin," Wenjia said, wiping her tears and secretly winking at Yichen, conveying that her performance was commendable. Yichen smiled gently and patted her hand in encouragement. Let us have a serving of Buddha jumps over the wall," Wenjia declared, requesting the 600 yuan dish. Shiyin quickly countered, "That dish isn't palatable. Choose another." "All right then, let's have 2 Australian lobsters weighing 7 jin. The meat of lobsters is not good at this time. Choose another." "Braised abalone." "Select another." "Roast whole lamb." "Change it." 2 jin of Wagyu beef." "Change." Just as Shiyin was about to urge Wenjia to continue changing her order, she blinked back tears and implored Manager Ma, "Manager Ma, which one should I choose?" "Ah, Xiao Shi, I have already stated that this meal is on me. Let them order what they desire. Why must you keep changing everything?" Manager Ma, now exasperated by Shiyin's insistence, felt that the situation was turning quite absurd. Yes, we will heed Manager Ma's wishes. Go ahead and order. May you all feast to your heart's content." Upon witnessing Shiyin finally acquiesce to her choice of dishes, Wenjia addressed the waiter, saying, "I would like everything I mentioned earlier, and please bring 2 bottles of the 188 yuan mineral water. That will suffice for now." Hearing Wenjia order all those dishes, Shiyin felt a pang of anguish. He was resolute in ensuring that Manager Ma would not bear the expense of this meal. Otherwise, his chances of securing a permanent position would undoubtedly be jeopardized. Thus, he glared fiercely at Wenjia, silently urging her to cancel all those dishes. Confronted by Shiyin's intense gaze, Wenjia, somewhat intimidated, clutched Yichen's arm. "I apologize, dear cousin. My sister has not been exposed to such experiences. Please do not hold it against her." The waiter took her order as double portions, and how could we possibly consume that much? Yichen remained silent. But when he eventually spoke, Shiyin nearly coughed up blood. At that moment, he yearned to rise and slap him, delivering a well-deserved reprimand. However, with Manager Ma seated nearby, he could only clench his fists and glare menacingly at the siblings. Yet, Yichen and Wenjia blatantly ignored his fierce expression. One was the heir to a fortune in the billions, while the other possessed formidable talents. Who would fear a mere department manager of a small company? Soon enough, the table was laden with the dishes Wenjia had ordered, some even spilling over onto a nearby cart. "Brother, look at this abalone. It's enormous. You should have some." "You go ahead. I shall enjoy this lobster." "Thank you, dear cousin. I have never encountered a 7-kilogram lobster in my life." Watching Wenjia and Yichen indulge with such delight, Shiyin felt his teeth nearly shatter from frustration. After a hearty meal, Manager Ma wiped his mouth and, with a smile, said to the 3, "You all stay seated. I will take care of the bill." When a leader makes such a statement, the subordinates are expected to react. Indeed, Shiyin sprang to his feet, blocking Manager Ma's path, insisting, "How can I allow you to spend your money? I shall take care of it." "Manager Shi, I have already declared that I am treating today. This one is on me." As they began to push against each other, Yichen, having just burped, interjected, "By the way, could we possibly order 2 more lobsters? I would like to take them home." Hearing Yichen's request, both Shiyin and Manager Ma were taken aback. Shiyin observed Yichen's greasy lips and could not help but twitch in exasperation. "Surely, that is enough. You will burst if you consume any more." "Ah, very well then." Ultimately, the meal was indeed paid for by Shiyin, as Manager Ma merely intended to gesture. Should he have dared to let Manager Ma foot the bill, he would surely face termination the next day for stepping into the company with the wrong foot. Glaring at the bill exceeding 30,000 yuan, Shiyan felt his heart bleed. However, the thought that he would soon recoup that amount with just 2 or 3 months of salary provided him with a modicum of solace. All right, you may return to your duties now. You should accompany Manager Ma. Seeing him point at himself and Wenjia, Yichen remarked, Cousin, you are aware that we have many siblings. It is insufficient for me alone to agree. My 4 younger sisters must also consent. When Yichen suddenly changed his stance, Shiyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you jesting with me? You have dined and drunk your fill, and now you claim it's not feasible? Do you believe I won't take drastic measures? Observing Shiyan's fierce countenance, Yichen instead chuckled. Cousin, we live in a society governed by law. A union between a man and a woman requires mutual agreement. Perhaps you should inquire about my sister's opinion? Upon hearing Yichen's words, Shiyan turned his gaze toward Wenjia. What do you mean? If you dare disagree, I will have your legs broken. In the face of Shiyan's threat, Wenjia, who had previously appeared timid and delicate, boldly replied, I wish to find a handsome boyfriend, not an old bald man. My apologies, Manager Ma. I didn't mean to imply you are bald, as you still have 2 strands of hair. Manager Ma detested comments about his baldness, and upon hearing Wenjia's ill-timed remark, his expression darkened. However, he refrained from responding to her and coldly addressed Shiyan. Manager Shi, I believe we need to reconsider the matter of your promotion. Chapter 75. You will regret this. Hearing Manager Ma's statement, Shiyan was on the verge of tears. Initially, he anticipated that once Wenjia caught Manager Ma's attention, she would obediently follow him, resolving the situation and paving the way for his promotion. Little did he know that the siblings would cause turmoil at this moment. Manager Ma, rest assured, my cousin will certainly accompany you today. Xiao Shi, my time is limited. Hurry up. With Manager Ma having spoken, Shiyan directly turned to face Yichen and his sister. What on earth are you 2 up to? In response to Shiyan's perplexed expression, Wenjia clung to Yichen's arm and playfully asked, Brother, do you wish for me to marry that bald man? Jejia, how could I possibly want you to wed that bald man? Then that settles it, cousin. If my brother disagrees, I shall not consent either. That is final. Observing their playful banter, Shiyan's expression darkened like a storm cloud. Do you dare to toy with me? Are you aware of the consequences of your actions? To this, Yichen replied calmly. Marriage is a matter between 2 individuals. If either party disapproves, the union cannot be formed. Therefore, cousin, refrain from further discussion. Thank you for this meal. Jejia, let us depart. After speaking, Yichen took Wenjia's hand and exited the restaurant, leaving Shiyan with a single, vengeful thought, to eliminate them both. Manager Shi, you have greatly disappointed me. Manager Ma remarked coldly before also leaving the dining area. Manager Ma, please allow me to explain. However, Manager Ma was not inclined to hear any explanations, dismissing him with a wave of his hand before vanishing from view. As Manager Ma's figure receded from view, and recalling the voracious manner in which the siblings had devoured their meal, even Shiyan, no matter how naive, recognized that he had been played. Damn it! How dare you toy with me? You shall regret this. Brother, do you think Shiyan will retaliate against us? In response to Wenjia's concern, Yichen nonchalantly remarked, What can he possibly do? A mere manager dares to flaunt his authority before us. It is truly laughable. Observing Yichen's disdainful expression, Wenjia softly murmured, But I am just an ordinary clerk. Faced with Wenjia's pretense, Yichen affectionately ruffled her hair, chuckling, No worries, if it gets too bad. You can always come work as my secretary. Picture it, professional attire and stylish stockings. It would indeed be quite a sight. At Yichen's teasing, Wenjia shot him a bashful glare, her cheeks slightly flushed. You are insufferable. Haha. All right, you should head back to work. I must return to my duties as well. All right then, goodbye, brother. Yichen waved his hand and hailed a taxi. Instead of returning to the office, he headed home. He surmised that Shiyan would not let the matter rest easily and would likely cause a scene at his residence. Upon arriving home, he unexpectedly spotted a rental car parked at the entrance of the community. What a coincidence. Watching Wenjiao alight from the taxi, Yichen smiled. What brings you back? And you, brother, why have you returned? The siblings exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter. Their adoptive mother, who was dining, noticed Yichen and Wenjia's return and curiously asked, What brings you both back? Mom, I'm home to spend some time with you. Chinner, I know you both are quite busy with work. You needn't come back, just to keep me company. I can manage on my own. Hearing their mother say this, Wenjia interjected, Mom, today my cousin wanted me to go on a blind date, but the suitor turned out to be a bald man in his 40s. So I declined. If you didn't like him, then it's best to refuse, as the age gap is indeed considerable. Yes. Brother promised to find me a boyfriend, right, brother? Seeing Wenjia wink at him, Yichun could only smile in resignation. Just then, a loud and aggressive knock echoed from the door, followed by the furious voices of Shi Yin and their cousin aunt. Open the door, you famished ghosts. The vitriol from outside left their adoptive mother momentarily stunned. What was happening? As she began to rise to open the door, Yichun gently restrained her. Mom, I will handle this. We will resolve whatever it is, you need not worry. Seeing the determination in Yichun's eyes, their mother felt an unexpected sense of reassurance. These children had grown up under her care, and it seemed they had indeed matured. Upon receiving her nod of consent, Yichun turned and approached the door, extending his hand to open it. As soon as the door swung open, Shiyan's fist came hurtling towards Yichun. Rather than retaliate, Yichun deftly evaded the blow. What is the meaning of this, cousin? How dare you avoid me? If you dare to toy with me, I will annihilate your entire family, Shiyan threatened. His fury unabated as he attempted to strike Yichun once more, only for the latter to swiftly lift his foot and trip him, sending him crashing to the ground in pain. As Shiyan grimaced in agony, his aunt, witnessing the scene, lunged forward with her claws aimed at Yichun's face, hurling curses as she did so. You ungrateful wretches! I took pity on you and allowed your mother to work for me. Without my assistance, you would have starved. Yichun furrowed his brows at her words. He firmly pushed her away and retorted coldly, What do you mean by pity? In the dead of winter, when we sought refuge with my mother, you wouldn't even let us inside, forcing my siblings and me to stand outside in frigid temperatures that plummeted below 20 degrees. And you have the audacity to claim you showed us compassion? This incident had long been a thorn in Yichun's side. He could bear the cold for himself, but subjecting his sisters to such harshness was intolerable. His words ignited his aunt's fury. She glanced around, spotting his foster mother seated at the dining table, and pointed at her, crying and scolding, Wang Shufan, tell me, does what your sons say even constitute human speech? If it weren't for me taking you in, your wild brats would have perished long ago. His foster mother, bewildered and unaware of the unfolding drama, was taken aback by her cousin's accusation that Yichun and his siblings were bastards. Wang Jia, they are my children, and I will not permit you to insult them. Insult? These two wretches have devoured over 30,000 yuan worth of my son's food and have ruined his job. I would find satisfaction in their demise. At this, Yichun's foster mother turned her gaze to Wenjia, asking, Jia, what exactly is going on? Mom, Shiyan claimed he would introduce me to a boyfriend. But the man was far too old, so I refused. As for his job, that is entirely his own affair. Upon hearing this, Shiyan rose from the ground, glaring at her with rage. My affair? You should obediently accompany Manager Ma. Do I look like I can't secure a promotion? Now you have two choices. Either apologize to Manager Ma and agree to marry him, or pay me 500,000. In response to his demands, Wenjia calmly replied, Marrying him is out of the question, and I have no money to compensate you. Why should I owe you 500,000? At this, his aunt interjected. You ruined my son's job. Why should you not pay? Out of compassion for your family's plight, we would have settled for 5 million. Witnessing the shamelessness of the two women, Wenjia felt a surge of indignation. You are utterly disgraceful. Who are you calling shameless, you illegitimate child? Upon finishing her words, the cousin raised her hand, preparing to slap Wenjia. At that moment, Yichun sprang into action, positioning himself in front of Wenjia and seizing her raised arm. Dare to lay a finger on my sister? Yichun, how dare you speak to my mother like that? I will kill you, Shiyan shouted, grabbing a stool from the ground and swinging it towards Yichun's head. Seeing this audacity in his own home, Yichun was unyielding. He forcefully pushed the cousin aside, seized the stool from Shiyan, and delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. This blow sent Shiyan crashing against the wall. Upon witnessing Yichun's retaliation, the cousin slammed her thigh, ready to confront him. Yichun intended to teach this older woman a lesson, but unexpectedly, Wenjia took action first. Grabbing the cousin's hair, she raised her delicate hand and struck her face. How dare you hit my brother? I will make you pay today. When Wenjia turned fierce, she was a formidable force. Despite the cousin's weight of over 150 pounds, she was utterly powerless against Wenjia, who weighed less than 100 pounds. Soon, The cousin's face resembled that of a pig's head. Yi Chen's adoptive mother observed the chaos without intervening, having little regard for her cousin. Since when Jia had already struck her, she thought it might be beneficial for the children to vent their emotions. Watching Wen Jia slap and tug at the cousin's hair, Yi Chun felt a sense of pride. His affection for her was not misplaced, as she truly stood her ground. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Shi Yan rising to his feet and approaching him, landing a punch squarely on his eye. Disoriented, Shi Yan was then unceremoniously kicked out when Yi Chen opened the door. Jia, please escort our cousin out. Upon hearing Yi Chen's command, when Jia dragged the cousin by her hair out of the house, Yi Chun regarded the pitiful duo, his tone cold as he remarked, I advise you not to seek my mother again, or the consequences will be beyond your imagination. Leave. Shi Yan glared at him, clutching his stomach, before supporting his mother as they departed. What else could they do? They were no match for him. As they exited, Yi Chen let out a cold chuckle before returning inside. He found Wen Jia standing there, breathing heavily, and approached her to smooth her disheveled hair. I didn't expect you to be so fierce when provoked. Daring to touch my brother, I had to fight back. Wen Jia replied, her fierce demeanor prompting a smile of appreciation from Yi Chun. Yi Chen's adoptive mother sighed softly at the scene. Hearing her sigh, the siblings realized that their adoptive mother was likely feeling the most burdened by the situation. Mom, I'm sorry, they both murmured. In response to Yi Chen's apology, his adoptive mother not only refrained from scolding him, but instead smiled and said, Chun'er, there is no need for you to apologize. What you did was right. Protecting your sisters is your duty. No matter who seeks to harm them, you must strike them down without hesitation. I will support you. Yi Chen smiled at his adoptive mother's values. He left his sister Wen Jia at home to keep his mother company while he ventured out. The siblings had given Shi Yan and his mother a beating, and given Shi Yan's temperament, he would surely not let it go unpunished. Thus, Yi Chun descended to the ground floor, patiently waiting by the flower bed. Before long, two vans entered the old residential complex, and as the doors swung open, a group of young men emerged, wielding sticks and knives. As they prepared to enter the building where Yi Chun resided, he called out, Hey, I'm right here. Hearing his voice, the leader of the group halted. What do you mean? He inquired. Yi Chun, with a smile, replied, Shi Yan sent you here, right? I am the one who attacked him. Upon hearing Yi Chen's admission, the leader exchanged glances with his companions, and they charged towards him with fierce expressions. Yi Chen chuckled, flexed his fists, and rose from the flower bed. Wen Jia stood on the balcony, watching the impending confrontation below, her eyes sparkling with admiration. My brother looks so cool when he fights, so fluid and graceful. Though outnumbered and facing armed opponents, Yi Chun was no ordinary person. He effortlessly dispatched them. And as he surveyed the groaning figures sprawled on the ground, he declared, Now, I offer you a chance. Disappear from my sight within 10 seconds, or else. As he tightened his fists, the cracking sound sent shivers down the spines of his assailants. Despite their pain, they scrambled to flee, leaving as swiftly as they had come. With his adversaries gone, Yi Chen stepped out of the complex. This act of vengeance was resolved. It was now time to deal with Shi Yan. At that moment, Shi Yan was at the hospital undergoing examinations, nursing 2 fractured ribs from Yi Chen's blows. Ouch! This hurts like hell. Damn it, I must have him dismembered. The doctor attending to him, overhearing his words, gently advised, You should consider reporting this. You've sustained a minor injury. However, Shi Yan realized that reporting Yi Chun would be impossible. He had already sent someone to teach Yi Chen a lesson. If he reported it now, he would be implicated as well. Moreover, he thought it would be more satisfying to have someone stab him a few times than to languish in prison. Forget about that. Just give me some painkillers. I'm dying here. No sooner had he spoken than the door to the examination room swung open. Ah, cousin, there you are. I was just looking for you. Upon hearing Yi Chen's voice, Shi Yan's eyes widened in shock. Hadn't he sent someone to deal with him? Why is he still here? How did you arrive? Why so agitated? I merely came to check on you after feeling remorse for what transpired. Come, let us find a suitable place for me to sincerely apologize. After speaking, Yi Chen directly wrapped his arm around Shi Yan's neck, disregarding his consent, and strode towards the door. Shi Yan panicked. He knew that Yi Chen was certainly not here to offer an apology. Who apologizes while embracing someone? Help! Doctor! Please save me! In response to Shi Yan's cries for help, the doctor stood up and scolded Yi Chen, asserting, This is a hospital, not your home. Release him at once, or I will call the authorities. Unfazed by the doctor's threats, Yi Chen merely cast him a glance and replied nonchalantly. Then go ahead and report me. Chapter 77. A bold idea. After speaking with an air of arrogance, he disregarded Shi Yan's struggles and let him out. Yi Chen's audacity stemmed from the fact that prior to coming to the hospital in search of Shi Yan, he had sent a simple message to the beautiful boss. I need to do something now. You must protect me. Upon receiving this message, Wen Jia furrowed her brows. What does my brother mean by sending such a message? How can he assume that I would certainly protect him? Logically speaking, as his subordinate, there was no obligation for her to shield him. Protecting him would entail donating a substantial sum, ranging from several million to tens of millions. A large corporation hardly lacks management personnel like Yi Chen. Thus, under normal circumstances, no employer would feel compelled to protect Yi Chen. Yet, he was her brother, and Wen Jia did not wish to witness him being apprehended and imprisoned. However, she also did not want Yi Chen to resolve this matter himself, fearing he might act impulsively in a moment of excitement. After a moment of contemplation, she composed a message and sent it to assistant Chung. Meanwhile, on the other end, Yi Chen dragged Shi Yan into a secluded corner of the hospital's rear yard, a place typically devoid of visitors. After surveying the surroundings, Yi Chen suddenly raised his fist and struck Shi Yan in the abdomen. Shi Yan gasped, doubling over as he began to vomit on the ground. Yi Chen frowned slightly, bemused by his fragility. How could he be so weak that one punch sends him heaving? He kicked Shi Yan's leg and inquired, "Where's that old woman, your mother? Where has she gone?" Lying on the ground, Shi Yan gasped for breath, responding in broken phrases, "My mother. She only had superficial injuries treated and then went home. Is she truly returning home, or is she off to gather others? Do not think I am unaware of what you two are plotting." Yi Chen rummaged through Shi Yan's pocket, retrieved a phone, and found his aunt's number, dialing it directly. "Hello, son. I have already informed your father and your uncle. We are preparing to cause a scene at her house." Upon hearing her intent to create a disturbance at her own home, Yi Chen coldly remarked, "Create a ruckus? You are to immediately arrive at the hospital where you just sought treatment. Otherwise, prepare to receive your son's remains." After issuing this threat to his aunt, Yi Chen hurled his phone at Shi Yan. "You are not of the same ilk. How dare you bring someone to harm me while your mother seeks to cause a scene at my residence? You truly are a despicable lot." In the face of Yi Chen's vitriol, Shi Yan dared not retort, for the fact that he stood unscathed before Yi Chen indicated that his hired thugs had failed. If more than a dozen could not subdue him, how could he alone succeed? Yi Chen's aunt had initially rallied her relatives to launch an assault on Yi Chen's home. But upon learning that her son was in Yi Chen's grasp, she hastily redirected her efforts to the hospital. Upon spotting Yi Chen and Shi Yan in the hospital's rear courtyard, her fury ignited. "Have you become so emboldened in your bullying? Old man, it is this scoundrel who has harmed us." Just as her husband began to speak, Yi Chen interrupted, "Silence. Your words are tiresome. You dare to defy? Come, strike him down. I will take responsibility for any repercussions." Incensed, her husband led the charge towards Yi Chen, accompanied by a throng of relatives. Faced with this assembly of elderly and ailing individuals, including one wielding a cane, Yi Chen felt a profound sense of helplessness. "If you seek your own demise, do not blame me." Just as he prepared to impart a lesson to these fearless elders, a shout rang out, "Stop!" With that command, Yi Chen witnessed over a dozen professionally attired bodyguards in black suits rushing forth. The guards swiftly pushed Shi Yan's family aside. "Mr. Yi, are you unharmed?" The sight of these bodyguards, typically seen only on television, left Shi Yan in shock. Wasn't Yi Chen merely a sales representative? How had he become a CEO? Understanding the title the bodyguards used, Yi Chen realized they were sent by the beautiful boss. "Did the boss send you?" "Yes. The boss instructed us to see how we could assist you, Mr. Yi. You need not concern yourself with the matters here. We will handle them." After contemplating their offer to resolve the situation, Yi Chen nodded in agreement. After all, he had acted rather harshly. And should he inadvertently harm the elderly man with the cane, his own fate would be dire. Entrusting the matter to them was indeed the wisest course. "Very well. I appreciate your assistance. It is our duty." Yi Chen nodded, casting a disdainful glance at his aunt and her family, conveying with his eyes that they were unworthy of contending with him. Provoked by Yi Chen's gaze, the elderly assembly could scarcely tolerate it. "Yi Chen, stop right there. Don't even think about running away." Upon hearing her words, Yi Chen had yet to respond when the lead bodyguard coldly interjected, "Take them away and find a suitable place to discuss matters." "Understood." Witnessing the bodyguards grappling with his aunt and her family, Yi-chun could only shake his head in resignation before stepping out of the hospital. With the intervention of his boss's bodyguards, he felt a sense of relief, knowing that he need not worry about any trouble arising for his adoptive mother from his aunt's family. Upon returning home, he noticed Wen-jia engrossed in her phone on the sofa and took a seat beside her with a smile. Jia, what are you up to? Oh, just chatting with a friend. Is it a boyfriend or a girlfriend? Let me see. As he attempted to snatch her phone, Wen-jia instinctively clutched it to her chest. She was communicating with Assistant Chong, and if Yi-chun glimpsed the contents, her secret would be revealed. What are you doing? Noticing her flustered demeanor, Yi-chun withdrew his hand from her grasp. I'm just curious. Curious about girl stuff? Just a casual remark. By the way, the boss helped me, so you can rest assured. Upon hearing Yi-chun mention this, Wen-jia nodded, thinking how swiftly the bodyguards acted. Yi-chun, feeling somewhat bored, turned his attention to the variety show playing on television, smacking his lips in mild interest. That star named Baby is truly stunning. With her slender arms and long legs, it would be a pity if she didn't pursue modeling. Yes, Baby is currently very popular and has a multitude of fans. Hearing Wen-jia say this, Yi-chun cast a glance at Baby on the screen, and the more he looked, the more familiar she became. He recalled that his younger sister, Meng Xiaobao, also possessed those delicate arms and long legs. As he scrutinized the beautiful star on television, he couldn't shake the feeling that she bore a striking resemblance to Meng Xiaobao. Glancing at Wen-jia, who continued to fiddle with her phone, a bold idea suddenly took shape in his mind. Chapter 78. Sisters as powerhouses. Once this thought emerged, it clung to him tenaciously, no matter how he viewed it. The adorable and beautiful star on the screen was undoubtedly his third sister. Jia, is this a live broadcast? In response to Yi-chun's inquiry, Wen-jia, without looking up, replied, No, it's all pre-recorded. Oh, I see. Is your computer at home? May I borrow it? Upon hearing Yi-chun's request to use her computer, Wen-jia pointed towards her room. It's in the cupboard. You can get it yourself. Yi-chun nodded, stood up from the sofa, and proceeded into Wen-jia's bedroom. After retrieving her laptop, he returned to his room and began to browse the content. As he discovered videos about Baby, he clicked to watch. After handling matters with her aunt's family, Wen-jia let out a weary sigh of relief. This time, another 20 million was spent, a testament to the family's considerable wealth. Otherwise, my brother would have been apprehended long ago. Silently grumbling, I rose from the sofa and approached Yi-chun's door, boldly pushing it open and stepping inside. Brother, what are you up to? Upon hearing Wen-jia's inquiry, Yi-chun glanced at the baby on the screen and replied, I'm watching a variety show. A variety show? I thought you didn't enjoy such things. What has changed? I've been a bit tired lately, so I thought I'd watch something to unwind. Upon hearing Yi-chun's mention of fatigue, Wen-jia wrapped her arms around him from behind, resting her chin on his shoulder as she murmured, Brother, if you're tired, take a break. Request some leave and rest for a few days. It's all right, I can manage. You should head back to your room and sleep. I'll watch a little longer. With that, Wen-jia had no choice but to leave his room. Yi-chun spent the entire night awake, engrossed in researching that female star, the baby. After a night of diligent comparison between her and Meng Xiaobao, scrutinizing every detail, he arrived at a conclusion that left him speechless. Gazing at the group photo on the table, where his sisters were all smiles, he pondered the implications. If Jia and Xiaobao had issues, what about the others? Recalling that Du Yuan had contacted Yi-chun, who had withdrawn from the medical field to perform the surgery, he wondered about the true identity of her friend. He remembered that this individual was named Wang Gang and typed the name into the search bar. Clicking on the first web page, he was greeted by the title, Wang Gang, commander of the 4 major war zones. Seeing such an impressive title, Yi-chun's hands trembled. Could it be that the friend Yuan mentioned is this high-profile figure? If Du Yuan's friend truly was Wang Gang, what could her current standing be? Was she perhaps his mistress? The thought, though improbable, left Yi-chun feeling as if his throat had constricted, akin to discovering that his childhood sweetheart was actually a hostess in a nightclub. Shaking his head, he dismissed these negative thoughts and continued to read. The 4 war zones he commanded were Northeast, Southeast, Northwest, and Southwest, with the Northwest being led by Wang Yuan, the first woman to hold such a position. Wang Yuan? Upon hearing that name, Yi-chun felt momentarily dazed. Once he regained his composure, he hurriedly grabbed a pen and paper to jot down his thoughts. Placing Wang Yuan alongside, the character Yuan emerged. Yi-chun clutched his head, struggling to comprehend the revelations. His eldest sister was the owner of a trillion-dollar conglomerate, his third sister a top-tier actress, and his second sister commanded tens of thousands as the general of the Northwest. Each identity was more illustrious than the last, making Yi Chen feel as though he were lost in a dream. Raising his arm, he struck his own face without a second thought, feeling a buzzing in his head, everything blurring before his eyes. Cradling his head for a moment, Yi Chen gazed at the character on the paper, as well as the information he had gleaned from Baidu Encyclopedia, before ultimately accepting this reality. It was no wonder that there was an inexplicable air of hostility surrounding Yao Yao. Although she concealed it adeptly, it occasionally surfaced. Muttering softly, he proceeded to type the name Su Qingqing on the keyboard. Su Qingqing, a criminal, had been executed by gunfire in 1998. Upon reading the details, Yi Chen abruptly hurled the mouse away in frustration. Could it be that Qingqing was a ghost? In Yi Chen's perception, it was not entirely implausible. After all, a wealthy tycoon, a celebrity, and a handsome gentleman could all be his sisters, so why not a specter? Rubbing his face, Yi Chen realized he was perhaps overthinking the matter. After a moment's contemplation, he added the word beauty to the search bar. This time, the results were considerably more abundant. Yi Chen clicked on each link, ultimately uncovering information about Su Qingqing on the website of Nanhushi television station. To his astonishment, Qingqing was actually a host. No wonder she always exuded an air of elegance. Could a host not be graceful? Recalling the previous incident that transpired between him and Su Qingqing at the hotel, Yi Chen felt a rush of heat flood his face, and a trickle of blood streamed from his nose. Silently, he picked up a tissue to wipe away the blood, murmuring, "What about Xiao Xiao? She used to be at home every day. Surely, she can't be someone of great stature." Although he thought this way, the identities of his other four sisters were already quite remarkable, and Xiao Xiao should not be an ordinary person either. Yet, after searching through over 200 pieces of information, Yi Chen found no clue about this youngest sister's identity, leading him to believe that she might indeed just be an ordinary individual. Leaning back in his chair, staring at the computer screen, Yi Chen was still grappling with this revelation. After all, his sisters had suddenly transformed into prominent figures, a reality that was difficult for him to digest. The most pressing question remained: how had they achieved such success? Setting aside Meng Xiaobao and Su Qingqing, after all, their status could be secured with money. Considering Wen Jia and Du Yao, one was the owner of a multi-billion conglomerate, and the other held significant power as a regional leader. Such accomplishments were not easily attained. Had Yao Yao first caught the attention of Wang Gang, subsequently becoming the leader of the Northwest, then aiding Jia Jia in becoming the wealthiest individual in Beiman City, and in turn, Jia Jia helped Xiao Bao and Qingqing attain stardom as a celebrity and a host? This seemed to form a plausible narrative. While he might have concocted such a scenario, the more pressing concern was why they had chosen to keep it from him. They had all achieved success, which was undoubtedly a positive development, yet why had they not shared it with him? Rubbing his head, Yi Chen murmured uncertainly, "Could it be that they disdain me for being an incapable elder brother, not wanting me to bask in their glory?" But considering how Wen Jia was always so affectionate and clingy around him, it hardly seemed indicative of disdain. Moreover, Yi Chen is most familiar with these young ladies. They would never choose to distance themselves from him simply because of newfound wealth. So, what could possibly be the reason? In truth, the most effective approach would be to burst into Wen Jia's room and compel her to divulge the rationale behind their actions. However, Yi Chen was not inclined to take such measures. Chapter 79. You are actually the general manager. The fact that his sisters chose to conceal their identities from him undoubtedly held significance. Just as Yi Chen had refrained from disclosing that he was no longer an ordinary person, it was not that he wished to keep secrets, but rather that the timing was not yet right. Perhaps they harbored their own burdens. Yi Chen murmured to himself, preparing to close his laptop, when, suddenly, the door swung open, and Wen Jia, clad in her nightgown, entered while stifling a yawn. Upon seeing Wen Jia, Yi Chen instinctively directed his gaze toward the sheet of paper on the table. He hurriedly crumpled it into a ball and discarded it into the trash bin. Wen Jia glanced at the crumpled paper in the bin, then at Yi Chen's guilty demeanor, and noticed the tissue with traces of blood at his nose. His appearance suggested he had just engaged in some mischief. "Brother, what are you up to?" Wen Jia inquired. Yi Chen stood up from his chair, scratching his head as he replied, "Oh, nothing much, just playing." "Playing? What are you playing that caused your nose to bleed?" It was only after Wen Jia's remark that Yi Chen remembered he still had a tissue stuffed in his nostril. He removed the tissue and tossed it into the trash. Looking at her as he said, "I've been a bit irritable lately. I'm just going to grab some breakfast." As Yichen walked past her, Wen Jia followed him into the kitchen. "Brother, you should avoid such things. They're not good for your health. Be obedient." "Huh? What things?" Noticing Yi Chen's bewildered expression, Wen Jia smirked mischievously and said, "You know what I mean." Seeing that she had misunderstood him, Yi Chen twitched his lips. He contemplated explaining, but then thought it better to let the misunderstanding stand. It was preferable to her discovering that he had uncovered their identities. After breakfast, Yi Chen headed to the office. Sitting in the boss's chair, he felt quite content. This company belonged to his sister. Who could possibly usurp his position? Observing the smile on Yi Chen's face, the secretary, curious, asked, "Mr. Yi, any good news?" "Oh, nothing much." "Has Mr. Han arrived?" "Yes, he is currently in a meeting." "A meeting? What meeting?" Noticing his confusion, the secretary replied quietly, "Mr. Yi, Mr. Han has instituted a new rule. From now on, department heads must convene in the meeting room every day at 8 o'clock to report on their department's progress." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen furrowed his brow slightly. As the general manager of the company, he was unaware of this development. "Was I not called to the meeting?" In response to Yi Chen's inquiry, the secretary smiled and remarked, "Mr. Yi, she is the vice president. What right does she have to summon you to a meeting? Indeed, if this continues, will not all the employees of the company become her subordinates? When I wish to speak, will anyone still listen? You need not worry. Having someone to handle your tasks is a boon, is it not? All you need to do is report to the headquarters at the end of the year about your annual work, while others take care of the rest." Upon hearing the secretary's words, Yi Chen nodded thoughtfully. Previously unaware of Wen Jia's true identity, he had assumed that Han Yin was vying for the position of general manager. It now appeared that Wen Jia was concerned about his well-being and had deliberately engaged a professional agent to manage those affairs. "Oh, how fortunate it is to have a sister." Observing Yi Chen reclining comfortably in his chair, the secretary pondered for a moment and inquired, "Boss, do you have some connection with the headquarters?" What do you mean by that?" "From what I gather, your ascent has been rather smooth. This is not to suggest that your capabilities are lacking, but rather that it diverges from the norms of such a large corporation. If you have no ties to the headquarters, then you must be exceptionally fortunate." Although the secretary's words bore a hint of envy, they indeed struck at the heart of the matter. Yi Chen had once been merely a humble salesman, yet he had ascended to the position of general manager in swift succession, an achievement not easily attained by the average individual. Consequently, whispers regarding Yi Chen's background circulated throughout the company. However, Yi Chen merely smiled in response to such inquiries. His sister was the owner of the headquarters, and he, as her brother, served as the general manager of a branch. There was nothing scandalous about it. This was merely a family matter, and Yi Chen had no intention of divulging it. To disclose such information would not only adversely affect Wen Jia, but also provide fodder for those with ulterior motives. "I do not possess any profound connections. Perhaps I am simply fortunate. Now let us cease this idle gossip. Do I have any engagements for today?" Although Yi Chen's reluctance to answer disappointed the secretary somewhat, she maintained a professional smile. "Mr. Yi, the representative from that dealership has arrived, wishing to discuss increasing orders with you." "Is it Shi Yan, the representative?" "Yes, he mentioned his surname is Shi." Seeing that Shi Yan had returned, Yi Chen smiled. Having just given him a thorough beating the day before, he was surprised to encounter him again so soon. "Very well, let him come in. I shall have a word with him." Nodding in agreement at Yi Chen's willingness to meet, the secretary turned and exited. Watching her graceful figure depart, Yi Chen chuckled to himself, "Shi Yan, I wonder what expression you will wear when you see me shortly?" Soon after, there was a knock at the office door, and the secretary entered, escorting the somewhat sluggish Shi Yan. It was not that Shi Yan was adopting an air of superiority. Rather, the pain in his ribs and body prevented him from walking briskly. Ordinarily, following his recent encounter with Yi Chen, he should have taken a few days to rest and recuperate. However, considering that this was his only hope for a permanent position, he knew that failing to secure this order would mean he was entirely cut off from the managerial role. Thus, Shi Yan bore the physical pain and rushed to meet the general manager of the sales company. To his astonishment, he unexpectedly encountered the man who had assaulted him, Yi Chen, in the manager's office. "You." Seeing the shock on his face, Yi Chen leaned back in his chair and chuckled, "Manager Shi, do you not recognize me?" Of course, Shi Yan recognized him. He would know Yi Chen even if he were turned to ash. Yet, he found it perplexing that Yi Chen was in the general manager's office. seated in the boss's chair, recalling that Yi Chun had mentioned wanting to speak with him the previous day, and the group of bodyguards who referred to him as General Manager Yi. A sudden realization dawned upon him. You are the general manager of this company? Upon witnessing Shi Yan's delayed comprehension, Yi Chun smiled. It seems your reaction time is rather lengthy. Only now do you realize I am the general manager. Hearing Yi Chun's admission left Shi Yan dumbfounded. Are you truly the general manager? It matters not whether you perceive me as important. What matters is what you wish to discuss. My time is limited, and I cannot afford to squander it with you. Noticing Yi Chun's apparent impatience, Shi Yan swallowed hard and managed to force a smile that was more painful than a frown. General Manager Yi, our company wishes to increase some orders, since we are relatives. Could you assist me? Despite the humiliation Yi Chun had inflicted upon him the day before, Shi Yan chose to bow his head to reality. After all, one must earn a living, without fear or trembling. Chapter 8. Kneeling in apology. What he regarded as a humble bow for the sake of his career was, in Yi Chun's eyes, utterly worthless. Shi Yan, what kinship do we share? I cannot aspire to your level. Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, Shi Yan hastily replied, Yi Chun, no. General Manager Yi, I implore you to help me. If I fail to secure this order, I will be unable to attain permanent status. Considering my mother has assisted your family, please lend me your aid. Seeing Shi Yan devoid of his previous arrogance, Yi Chun smiled faintly, picked up a pen from the desk, and remarked coolly, Manager, sure, let us adhere to the rules. Our company supplies its subordinate distributors annually, as per contract. To request additional orders may not be so straightforward. General Manager, Shi Yan exclaimed, I understand this matter is not simple, but our company currently has a substantial demand. We have sold out of our stock. If we do not increase our supply, we will have no business left. Upon hearing Shi Yan's plea, Yi Chun tapped the pen against the table and replied, I reiterate. The supply has been allocated. There are no surplus goods. Your company running out of stock is your concern. We cannot simply take someone else's goods to sell to you, as it would be detrimental to their business. Upon encountering Yi Chun, Shi Yan felt a sense of reluctance to increase his orders. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, Mr. Yi, how can we secure a reliable source of goods? In response to Shi Yan's question, Yi Chun twirled his pen and suddenly smiled. As for the source, there are indeed some reserves available, intended for unforeseen circumstances. Hearing this, Shi Yan's eyes sparkled with hope. If Yi Chun were to make such a statement, it implied that securing the goods and obtaining official status was still a possibility. Thank you immensely for your assistance, Mr. Yi, Shi Yan exclaimed. Yet Yi Chun interjected. I did not imply that I would be providing you with the reserves. Then how can we acquire goods from you? Observing Shi Yan's eager expression, Yi Chun's lips curled slightly as he replied, It's rather simple. My mother has been troubled by the recent disturbances caused by your visits. If you and your mother could come to apologize to her, I shall overlook this matter. Upon hearing that only an apology was required, Shi Yan's eyes lit up. Mr. Yi, I will take my mother to apologize to Andy right away. Mr. Shi, my request for an apology entails a grand gesture, perhaps even kneeling. Are you capable of that? Upon hearing Yi Chun's demand for him to kneel before his foster mother, Shi Yan fell into a contemplative silence. Having never engaged in such an act before, he grappled with the notion. A man's knees are precious, not to be bent easily. Yet, considering his situation, failing to resolve this issue would jeopardize his future entirely. Caught between ambition and pride, Shi Yan was torn. Yi Chun remained patient, seated calmly while awaiting his response. Initially expecting Shi Yan to ponder for several minutes, he was surprised when merely 5 seconds passed before Shi Yan chuckled. Oh, I thought it was something significant. Kneeling? No problem. Yi Chun, taken aback by Shi Yan's unexpected openness, pondered the significance of pride in his character. Although somewhat perplexed by Shi Yan's transformation, having already articulated his terms, Yi Chun nodded. Then proceed to apologize now, and after that, come find me to sign the contract. Very well, Mr. Yi. I shall go at once. As Shi Yan strode purposefully out of the office, Yi Chun shook his head in resignation. Once Shi Yan exited Yi Chun's company, he promptly called his mother, instructing her to meet him at Yi Chun's residence. His mother, under the impression that Shi Yan intended to confront Yi Chun's foster mother, arrived at Yi Chun's home with enthusiasm. My son, in a moment, I shall confront that woman, and you will be responsible for wreaking havoc on her home. Seeing his mother roll up her sleeves, ready to take action, Shi Yan grasped her arm. Mother, we are not here to cause a scene. We are here to apologize. Apologize? You want me to apologize to that woman? Yan's mother exclaimed in shock. Taking a deep breath, he patiently explained, "You heard correctly. We are here to apologize. If we do not, I may never achieve my goals." Upon hearing about his formal promotion and the apology intertwined with it, his mother, perplexed, inquired, "What on earth is happening?" "Mother, Yi-chun is the general manager of my upstream company. My prospects for formal employment hinge on whether he can secure new orders for me. He stated that if we come to apologize, he would sign the contract. I am left with no choice." Observing Yan's expression of helplessness, his mother pondered for a moment before murmuring, "Then let us proceed with the apology. I never imagined that Yi-chun would ascend to the position of general manager. He certainly did not exhibit any signs of future success in his youth. One must not judge by appearances. I too did not foresee this. Let us hurry and apologize, so I can swiftly finalize the contract. Alas, let us go." For the sake of her son's future, she resolved to set aside her dignity. The two arrived at Yi-chen's doorstep and gently knocked on the door. Soon, a crack in the door revealed Wen Jia, who looked at the pair with suspicion and asked, "What do you want now? Are you here to stir up trouble again?" In response to Wen Jia's inquiry, Yan shook his head. "We are here to apologize." "Apologize? You possess such awareness?" "Child, we genuinely come to apologize. Is your mother home?" Seeing her cousin's sincere demeanor, Wen Jia hesitated, but ultimately chose to open the door. "Speak your piece here. You cannot enter." "Very well." With determination, Yan dropped to his knees. His mother, witnessing her son kneeling, hurried to assist him. "Son, there is no need to kneel for an apology. Please rise." "Mother, you must kneel as well." "What? You want me to kneel?" Wen Jia, arms crossed, observed her aunt's astonishment, pondering what scheme they were concocting. "Mother, Yi-chun insisted that we perform a grand gesture and kneel to apologize. Otherwise, he will not sign the contract, and I will lose my job." Hearing Yan's desperate outcry, Wen Jia finally comprehended the situation. It was her brother's doing. She never anticipated that he, who appeared so righteous, could be so devious behind the scenes. Yan's mother, upon hearing her son's words, felt her legs weaken. She could muster the courage to apologize, but to kneel, especially before her cousin whom she held in disdain, was an insurmountable challenge. Noticing his mother's indecision, Yan shouted, "Mother, if you do not kneel, my job will be lost. Without a job, I cannot repay the mortgage, and Xiao Mei will leave me. Then I will truly have nothing." As Yan's words painted a dire picture, his mother inhaled deeply, arriving at a resolution. She slowly bent her knees, preparing to kneel. At that moment, the observing Wen Jia interjected, "There is no need for you to kneel. Outsiders might think something dreadful has occurred in our family." How unfortunate. Chapter 81. Is the matriarch still alive? Upon hearing Wen Jia's words, Auntie was left in a state of indecision, neither kneeling nor standing, caught in a half-squat that conveyed her bewilderment. "Well, Wen Jia, it was your brother who insisted we apologize by kneeling. If my mother refuses to kneel, he will have his own concerns to face." In response, Wen Jia calmly stated, "I shall speak to my brother on your behalf. You may leave now." Though uncertain if Yi-chun would heed her words, the desire to avoid further confrontation compelled Yan to assist his mother in departing. Once they had exited, Wen Jia secured the door and proceeded to dial Yi-chun's number. At that moment, Yi-chun was engaged in light-hearted banter with his secretary. Although she often harbored feelings for him, their conversations were nonetheless quite enjoyable. Upon noticing Wen Jia's call, Yi-chun answered with a smile, "Jia Jia. Brother, Yan just visited and apologized by kneeling." "Oh, did Annie come as well?" "Yes, but I did not require her to kneel, otherwise outsiders might assume there was trouble in our family." Hearing this, Yi-chun nodded in understanding. "I see. Brother, Xiaobao mentioned she would return today. Let us pick you up after work tonight." The mention of Meng Xiaobao's return brought to mind her enchanting visage from the variety show. He mused that each of his sisters was as beautiful as a celestial being. Regrettably, he had only witnessed their most mundane sides. "All right, I understand." After ending the call, Yi-chun murmured to himself, "Another auntie is coming back." Upon overhearing Yi-chun's musings, his secretary inquired curiously, "Mr. Yi, is your aunt still alive?" Yi-chun had intended to clarify that this aunt was not the same as the one she referred to, but deemed it unnecessary to explain. He merely nodded dismissively and fell silent. Observing his reticence, the secretary rolled her eyes and exited the office. Just as she stepped out, she returned. "Mr. Yi, I forgot to mention that General Manager Han has gone to the headquarters to report. Isn't that a routine matter?" He replied. "But what if she speaks ill of you?" Wouldn't tea that put you at a disadvantage? In response to her concerns, Yichen simply smiled. It's fine. There's no need to worry about that. My sister is the true head of the company. Why should I fear the external hire, Hanin? Seeing Yichen's nonchalance, the secretary chose not to press further. After a long day at the office, as he stepped out in the evening, he spotted Wen Jia and Meng Xiaobao engaged in cheerful conversation. What are you two discussing that brings you such joy? Upon seeing Yichen, Meng Xiaobao rushed over and embraced him. Brother, did you miss me? Feeling the softness of Meng Xiaobao's form, Yichen gently patted her back, smiling as he replied, Brother spends his days doing nothing but thinking of you sisters. Is that sufficient? How perfunctory. Dream Xiaobao pushed away Yichen, walking to Wen Jia's side and linking her arm. Brother, Xiaobao wants to eat seafood. Let us dine out. In response to Wen Jia's suggestion, Yichen would have previously advised them to eat at home for budgetary reasons. However, with his sisters all being quite affluent, he no longer felt the need to be frugal. All right, let us head to the seafood city, and Xiaobao will treat. Upon hearing Yichen say she would be treating, Dream Xiaobao blinked in surprise, momentarily taken aback. After all, whenever they had dined out with Yichen in the past, he always insisted on paying. Brother, you want me to treat? Seeing her incredulity, Yichen chuckled. I've heard you've started earning money. Surely treating your brother to a meal is no trouble? Well, it's not a problem per se, just a bit of an adjustment, she replied. Noticing her reaction, Wen Jia discreetly nudged her arm and added, Brother is right. Xiaobao has begun to earn her keep, so it's time for her to treat us. Indeed, let us go? Yichen hailed a taxi and got in. As he settled into the vehicle, Dream Xiaobao nudged Wen Jia and asked curiously, Why does it feel like my brother has changed so much? Perhaps his demeanor has shifted since becoming the general manager. No matter, at least he is no longer miserly. Let us get in. Once Dream Xiaobao and Wen Jia entered the taxi, they headed toward the most extravagant seafood restaurant in Beiman City. It was Yichen's first visit here, as the casual expenditure easily exceeded 10,000 yuan, a sum he could hardly afford. However, for Wen Jia and Dream Xiaobao, this establishment was familiar ground, as it was often chosen for client banquets and crew meals. Upon entering the seafood city, Yichen resembled Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, gazing around in awe, clearly unaccustomed to such grandeur. Brother, stop looking around and sit down to order, Dream Xiaobao called out. Sitting across from them, Yichen sighed, dining here isn't cheap. Once I receive my salary next month, I will reimburse you. Hearing this, Dream Xiaobao waved her hand dismissively. I promised to treat, so how could I take your money? Order whatever you like. I'm not short on funds. Seeing her generous demeanor, Yichen smiled. Although aware that they were all billionaires, Yichen still refrained from ordering anything excessively extravagant, opting instead for some modest dishes. Noticing that the total cost of Yichen's selections barely reached 2,000 yuan, Dream Xiaobao shook her head in resignation. Even as a general manager, he is still so frugal. Hearing her mutter, Wen Jia discreetly pinched her leg, signaling her to refrain from speaking out of turn. Yichen also heard Meng Xiaobao's words, yet he merely chuckled without uttering a single reply. After all, it was Meng Xiaobao's money being spent, not his own. He could not afford to indulge extravagantly. Sensing the atmosphere had turned somewhat awkward, Wen Jia smiled and inquired, Brother, how has work been lately? Is the pressure intense? The pressure is not great. A vice president manages the company's affairs. My days consist of idling at work and returning home, quite leisurely, Yichen replied. Upon hearing this, Meng Xiaobao remarked, It seems you are quite impressive, brother, managing to be the general manager while merely idling at work. That's quite extraordinary. In response to Meng Xiaobao's playful teasing, Yichen took a sip of his juice and said, The key is not my prowess but rather my boss. I suspect she harbors feelings for me. Every time she sees me, she seems to flirt, leaving me utterly distracted. Wen Jia was taken aback by Yichen's revelation, momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Meng Xiaobao, upon hearing Yichen's words, immediately directed her gaze toward Wen Jia. It was evident that besides curiosity and confusion, there was a flicker of anger in her eyes. Sister Jia, is it truly the case with brother's boss? Listening to Meng Xiaobao's voice, tinged with indignation, Wen Jia reached up to touch her slightly flushed cheeks, responding helplessly. I am not the boss. How would I know? You don't know? You are at the company every day. How could you not? Meng Xiaobao retorted, her tone filled with frustration, prompting an odd look from Wen Jia. I am merely an ordinary clerk. How could I possibly see the big boss every day? Oh, is that so? Seeing Meng Xiaobao's sarcastic demeanor, Wen Jia felt her irritation rising. Meanwhile, the instigator of this exchange, Yi Chun, was thoroughly entertained by the quarrel between the two sisters. Weren't you two conspiring to keep secrets from me? Then allow me to sink your little friendship boat one by one. As the two sisters continued their bickering, Yi Chun suddenly shifted his attention to the entrance. The door swung open, revealing two handsome men who strode in, instantly capturing the attention of everyone in the restaurant, including the arguing Wen Jia and Meng Xiaobao. Wow, that guy is so handsome, Meng Xiaobao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Yi Chun stood up and playfully tapped her on the head. Don't gawk. Why shouldn't I let them look? You men enjoy gazing at beautiful women. We women also appreciate handsome men. Those two are not normal. Do not pay them any mind. Yi Chun's serious expression prompted Meng Xiaobao to glance curiously at the two newcomers. Although they seemed somewhat different from the rest, it was not as if they were abnormal. Was it? Wen Jia, noticing Yi Chun's earnest demeanor, quietly asked, Brother, what exactly is abnormal about those two? I do not know, but I just have a feeling that they are somewhat off. It is best we do not provoke them and simply enjoy our meal. Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, Wen Jia, though still perplexed, chose to disregard those two individuals. After entering the restaurant, the pair surveyed their surroundings before suddenly fixing their gaze upon Yi Chun's table. Without hesitation, they advanced towards him. Noticing their intent, Yi Chun squinted, sensing the palpable malice emanating from them, a darkness forged through countless experiences. This implied that these individuals were undoubtedly responsible for multiple lives lost. Could it be that Zhou Mo's bounty still held weight? Were they here for the 10 million? This thought tightened Yi Chun's fists instinctively. Jia, keep a close eye on Xiaobao and ensure she doesn't wander off, he cautioned. In response to Yi Chun's directive, Wen Jia instinctively turned her attention back to the men. As they approached within 10 meters of Yi Chun, they suddenly drew black firearms from their coats and aimed at him, pulling the triggers without a moment's hesitation. Upon witnessing the guns, Wen Jia's pupils dilated in shock. As the gunmen fired without warning, Yi Chun sprang into action, darting to the side. Their target was undoubtedly him, and he hoped they would spare his sisters. Indeed, as Yi Chun fled, the two men pursued him, firing shots as they ran. The restaurant patrons, startled by the gunfire, either ducked under tables or screamed as they rushed towards the exit. After all, those who frequented such establishments were primarily from middle-class families who had no desire to meet an untimely demise. Once Yi Chun had put some distance between himself and his sisters, he quickly took refuge beneath a table. Focusing his mind, the external scene vividly materialized in his thoughts. The two dapper gunmen approached his hiding spot, one on either side. When they were merely 2 meters away, Yi Chun sprang into action. He kicked the table above him, sending it flying. The gunmen, startled by the sudden movement, instinctively fired their weapons. At that moment, Yi Chun rose abruptly, leaping in front of them, and swiftly struck at their gun-holding hands. Although the two men possessed some combat skills, they were no match for Yi Chun's current prowess. Once he disarmed them, they posed little threat. Observing the weapons clatter to the ground, Yi Chun dispatched the assailants with a swift kick, sending them sprawling. As Yi Chun landed gracefully, Meng Xiaobao, who had been watching from a distance, sparkled with admiration in her eyes. Wow, my brother is so cool. Seeing Meng Xiaobao's starry-eyed expression, Wen Jia immediately rushed to Yi Chun's side. Brother, are you alright? I'm fine. Damn it, these two must have been sent by Zhou Mo. Yi Chun's curses drew a furrowed brow from Wen Jia. Du-Wan had already informed her that Zhou Mo had been dealt with and that the bounty he had issued had been rescinded. Logically, there should be no assassins coming to trouble Yi Chun. Yet, the intent to kill Yi Chun was evident in these two individuals, which inevitably raised suspicions. However, it was inconvenient for her to inquire about this with Du-Wan while Yi Chun was present. She planned to ask later once the matter had settled. Following the shooting incident, the restaurant promptly called the police. Yi Chun and his two sisters hadn't even had a chance to eat before they were taken to the police station for questioning. They spent the entire night giving statements and were only released at dawn. Yi Chun walked along the road, somewhat dejected, with Wen Jia and Meng Xiaobao trailing behind him. Their expressions grim. After all, their brother had narrowly escaped an assassination attempt. No one would remain cheerful in such circumstances. Observing the somber faces of his sisters, Yi Chun wrapped an arm around their shoulders and smiled. I'm still alive, so don't wear such sorrowful expressions. Come on, give your brother a smile. Seeing Yi Chun's carefree demeanor, Meng Xiaobao sighed deeply. Brother, aren't you worried that someone might still come after you? Huh. You both witnessed it today. 2 armed men sought to end my life. Yet here I stand unscathed, while they will surely face the consequences of their actions. So, what is there to fear? But, while it's easy to dodge a bullet, it's much harder to guard against a hidden threat. What if one day you're on your way home and meet with an accident? Before Meng Xiaobao could finish her thought, Wen Jia sharply pinched her waist. If you can't speak sensibly, just be quiet. No one considers you mute. Seeing Wen Jia's annoyance, Meng Xiaobao looked at Yi Chun with a pitiful expression. Clutching her waist, Yi Chun gently rubbed her side and reassured her, I'm fine, so there is no need for concern. This matter must remain confidential. We cannot let Mom find out, understood? The 2 sisters unanimously agreed. We understand, brother. You can rest assured. Well, it's already 5 o'clock. You both should head home. I need to go to work. Noticing Yi Chun preparing to leave for work so early, Wen Jia exclaimed, Brother, it's only 5 o'clock. Why go so soon? I can't sit still at home. It's better to be at the office, Yi Chun replied, waving them off as he hailed a taxi and sped away toward the company. As the taxi disappeared from sight, Wen Jia's expression darkened. Whoever dared to shoot at my brother will pay dearly for it. Yes, he is our beloved brother. No one can harm him. Let us call second sister and ensure we capture those wrongdoers. Wen Jia nodded and promptly took out her phone to dial Du Wan's number. Chapter 83. On the brink of anemia upon hearing that Yi Chun had encountered such a dire situation and that it involved an assassination attempt, Du Wan's anger flared. Once again, do they truly believe Medusa is merely a decoration? Enough. I shall address this matter immediately. After hanging up the phone, Du Wan rose from her bed, dressed swiftly, and made her way to the command center. The Special Forces teams gathered promptly, setting out for Beimin City to investigate the shooting incident involving Yi Chun. I require results before 8 o'clock this morning. In response to Du Wan's command, the on-duty assistant immediately began disseminating this information. Beimin City, 6 o'clock in the morning. At this hour, the streets were not heavily trafficked, yet armed helicopters soaring overhead captured the attention of all. After all, the frequency of armed helicopters appearing in Beimin City seemed to have increased in recent days. Unbeknownst to Yi Chun, Du Wan had mobilized forces, and he remained unfazed, returning to the company to carry on with his day. After all, his several sisters were quite capable. They would handle matters well on his behalf. In the past, Yi Chun might have personally addressed such issues, but now he found contentment in merely reclining and enjoying the role of a carefree older brother. Mr. Yi, you are quite early today, remarked Han In upon her arrival. Yi Chun smiled. I didn't expect you to arrive so early as well, by the way. That outfit looks splendid on you. Although still clad in professional attire, Han In had opted for a short skirt instead of trousers, and her high heels accentuated her long, slender legs, making her appearance undeniably alluring. In response to Yi Chun's compliment, Han In smiled gently and settled onto the adjacent sofa. Thank you for your kind words. Mr. Yi, it seems you possess quite an eye for beauty. I'm not particularly knowledgeable about aesthetics, but I simply find you to be stunning, an inner beauty that radiates outward. Han In felt slightly unaccustomed to Yi Chun's continued praise. Nevertheless, she was well versed in business matters. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and, smiling at Yi Chun, inquired, Do you have any plans for your future within the company? As for plans, I cannot say I have any at the moment. I intend to fulfill my responsibilities in this position, and the rest, I trust you, Han In, will manage. Hearing this, Han In chuckled. You don't intend to rely on me indefinitely, do you? You are the general manager of this company, and to be honest, I've always thought you might develop a poor impression of me given my recent contributions. Not at all. I have no grand ambitions. I'm content with simply earning my salary. I'm grateful for the tremendous effort you devote to this company. I could never harbor a negative impression of you. Yi Chun replied, eliciting a bemused smile from Han In. You are quite the intriguing individual. In all my years working at various companies, I have never encountered someone quite like you. Haha, perhaps that indicates I'm truly unsuited for this role. There is no need for self-deprecation. Everyone has their own thoughts, and regardless of what they are, they deserve respect. With that, Han In rose and approached Yi Chun's desk, leaning slightly over it, her gaze locked onto his eyes. With a neckline wide open, and under the influence of gravity, Yi Chun beheld a splendid view. Stealing a furtive glance, he awkwardly inquired, Why is President Han staring at me? Is there something on my face? Intrigued by her evident curiosity, Yi Chun scratched his head and pointed at her neckline, saying, You've had a wardrobe malfunction. In response to Yi Chun's words, Han Yin gazed into his eyes for a moment before deliberately lowering her body, almost leaning onto the table. How about this, Yi? At merely 23, Yi Chen found himself unable to withstand such a sight. His blood pressure surged, heart raced, and his mind grew increasingly muddled. Just as he swallowed hard, he felt an unexpected warmth in his nose. Noticing the blood trickling from Yi Chen's nostrils, Han Yin straightened up with a smile. President Yi, you might want to wipe your nose. I'm heading back to the office now. Do drop by for a chat sometime. Winking at Yi Chen, Han Yin swayed her hips as she left his office. As he touched the blood seeping from his nose, Yi Chen cursed. Women are terrifying. If this continues, I might just become anemic. Just as he prepared to find a tissue to staunch the flow, the office door swung open. His female secretary entered and immediately spotted Yi Chen frantically searching for tissues. President Yi, what happened? It's nothing. Just hurry and find me some tissues. I can't seem to stop this bleeding. While Yi Chen searched for tissues to stem the blood flow, the special operations team dispatched by Du Yuan emerged from the police station. The captain in charge of the operation directly contacted Du Yuan at the command center in the northwest. Report. Listening to Du Yuan's icy voice, the captain couldn't help but shiver. In the northwest, who doesn't know how ruthless Medusa can be? Commander, according to the informant, they were instructed by someone named Zhou Tian to assassinate Yi Chen. Who is Zhou Tian? Zhou Tian is the leader of a smuggling gang, and he dispatched assassins to kill Yi Chen because he had previously been commissioned by Zhou Mo, who happens to be his uncle. Realizing that Zhou Tian had a brother was an oversight on Du Yuan's part. Previously, she had only focused on dealing with the Zhou father and son to ensure her brother's safety, unaware that Zhou Mo had a hidden card. Where is he? Currently, in Baymen City. Very well, I will grant you until noon to eradicate this smuggling gang, and you are authorized to use weapons. Understood. After receiving authorization to use weapons, the special operations team was brimming with enthusiasm. Given that the country is relatively stable now, they rarely have opportunities for real combat beyond their daily training. The team boarded the helicopter parked outside the police station, setting off towards their designated target. As the mastermind behind the assassination of Yi Chen, Zhou Tian, upon learning of the failed attempt, contemplated fleeing. After all, Zhou Mo was merely his nephew, not his son. There was no need to escalate matters for this individual. At that moment, he was at his lover's residence, hastily stuffing bundles of cash into a suitcase. Observing Zhou Tian's frantic demeanor, the woman seated on the sofa lit a cigarette and murmured, "When will you return?" "I'll be gone for a while. I shall return once the storm has settled. If the police come asking, you know what to say, right? Of course, just tell them you haven't seen me in ages." Pleased with her response, Zhou Tian nodded in satisfaction. "I have left you 500,000. I will come to find you when I return." Chapter 84. So, do you have feelings for me? With that, Zhou Tian grasped the suitcase filled with money and departed. Descending the stairs, the driver promptly opened the car door for him. As he settled into the vehicle, the driver informed him, "Boss, the boat is ready." Understood. Zhou Tian was not new to clandestinely escaping the country. Orchestrating assassinations was not an unfamiliar endeavor for him, so he felt little apprehension, believing it to be as it had been in the past. However, unbeknownst to him, this time was far from comparable to the previous occasions. He had ordered the assassination of none other than the brother of the Northwest Medusa. Upon arriving at the dock, a luxurious yacht awaited him at the harbor. Zhou Tian briskly boarded the vessel, and as it departed from the harbor, he exhaled a sigh of relief. After sailing 100 nautical miles, a series of armed helicopters suddenly appeared from the distance. "Stop the ship immediately for inspection," the voice from the helicopter commanded. Hastily, the captain approached Zhou Tian, exclaiming, "Mr. Zhou, what should we do?" Furrowing his brow at the captain's inquiry, Zhou Tian asked, "Who are they?" "I don't know, but they seem to be from the combat zone." Upon hearing the term combat zone, Zhou Tian froze. He was merely a smuggler. It was unnecessary for combat personnel to be dispatched for his capture, was it? Concluding that it must be a routine inspection, he nodded in agreement. Soon enough, the yacht came to a halt, and a rope was dropped from the helicopter, allowing a group of armed soldiers to descend. They swiftly took control of the cockpit and subsequently dragged Zhou Tian out from the lounge. "Everyone, this is a misunderstanding. I am not a criminal." In response to Zhou Tian's plea, the squad leader coldly retorted, "You know Zhou Mo, don't you? Did he commission you to eliminate Yi Chen?" Upon hearing Yi Chen's name, Zhou Tian finally comprehended the reason for his apprehension. However, prior to sending his men into action, He had thoroughly investigated Yi Chen's identity and background. He was merely an ordinary individual, devoid of any complex affiliations. However, the emergence of this group of individuals serves to affirm that Yi Chen is no ordinary person. I do not know Zhou Mo, nor am I acquainted with Yi Chen. You must be mistaken. Upon hearing Zhou Tian's frantic cries, the team leader could hardly be bothered to engage in a debate. Simply gesturing for the group to escort him to the helicopter, which then soared towards the northwestern battle zone. Du Yuan adeptly dealt with Zhou Tian and promptly relayed the news to Wen Jia. Upon learning that the issue had been resolved, Wen Jia felt her anxious heart finally ease. It seems that Sister Air is truly formidable. She never fails to resolve matters when she steps in. Hearing Meng Xiaobao's remark, Wen Jia rose from the sofa. We must find a way to inform brother about this news. Otherwise, he will be preoccupied with it. Inform him? How can we do that? Should we tell him that his sister has already dispatched individuals to apprehend the criminals? Observing Meng Xiaobao's bewildered expression, Wen Jia shot him a glance of exasperation and retorted, "How can you not use your brain? I am using my brain. If you were truly thinking, you would not utter such nonsense. How could I have such a dim-witted sister like you?" With a disdainful glance, Wen Jia took out her phone and dialed her assistant's number. "Assistant Chung, please have the police station contact the Northwestern Battle Zone to inquire about the situation regarding the Seafood City shooting incident and ensure they inform the victims of the specifics." After hanging up, Wen Jia looked at Meng Xiaobao and mockingly remarked, "Now that is what I call using one's brain. What you did was merely chatter." Humph. Meng Xiaobao rolled his eyes and, noticing Wen Jia heading towards the door, inquired, "Where are you going?" "There's something at the company I need to attend to. You stay home with Mom and refrain from wandering about," Wen Jia advised before stepping out of the house. Upon arriving at the company, she changed into a beautiful outfit and applied a lovely makeup, then excitedly sat on the sofa awaiting her guest. As soon as she reached the office, she had summoned Yi Chen to see her in her capacity as the boss. Shortly thereafter, there was a knock on the office door, and Yi Chen entered. "Hello, boss." "Good day, Mr. Yi. Please take a seat." Yi Chen nodded and settled onto the sofa opposite her. Today, Wen Jia wore a pleated short skirt, providing an appealing view from across the room. Noticing Yi Chen's gaze lingering on her legs, Wen Jia smiled slightly and, with a hint of pride, asked, "Mr. Yi, do you find my legs attractive?" In response to Wen Jia's inquiry, the once bashful Yi Chen would have quickly diverted his gaze, embarrassed and scrambling for excuses. Yet now, he not only maintained his gaze but also commented, "Boss, your legs are truly beautiful. Among the individuals I know, there are no more than 5 who possess such lovely legs." Hearing that there are 5 others who can be compared to her legs warmed Wen Jia's heart, and she rested her chin on her hand, asking, "Who are these 5 individuals?" "My 5 younger sisters." The mention of herself among them brought a comforting warmth to Wen Jia's heart. However, the thought of her 4 other younger sisters made Wen Jia feel a twinge of jealousy. This rascal, spending his time studying his sisters, complaining silently to herself. Wen Jia leaned back against the sofa and spoke with an air of nonchalance. "Mr. Yi, the reason I summoned you today is to address the recent rumors circulating within the company. I have heard some individuals claim that I hold feelings for you. Is that so?" Faced with Wen Jia's insinuation, Yi Chen chuckled. "Boss, such rumors are clearly the work of competitors. After all, with my rapid promotion, it is only natural that many would feel envious." Noticing Yi Chen's reluctance to acknowledge the rumors, Wen Jia smirked. "Let us hope that is the case. Mr. Yi, might you do me the honor of dining together this evening?" "I'm afraid that won't be possible. I have my 2 younger sisters at home, and I need to return to accompany them," Yi Chen replied, rejecting the invitation. Although Wen Jia felt a surge of joy inside, she feigned disappointment. "So, Mr. Yi, you prefer your sisters over beautiful women?" "Haha, boss, I cherish both my sisters and beautiful women." Upon hearing Yi Chen's response, Wen Jia's heart began to race uncontrollably. Did this imply that he had feelings for her? Did he appreciate her as a boss or as a woman? Or perhaps, both? After contemplating, Wen Jia decided to inquire further. "So, do you like me?" "Of course I do. Who in the company doesn't he admire you?" Seeing Yi Chen's vague response, Wen Jia coldly retorted, "You know that's not what I meant." "Then I am at a loss, boss. Please enlighten me," he replied. Feigning ignorance, Wen Jia felt embarrassed to articulate her feelings directly. Watching Yi Chen's teasing demeanor only fueled her frustration. Yi Chen, observing Wen Jia's flustered state, chuckled as he took a sip of water, thinking to himself, "Do they truly believe they can outsmart me? They are still too young for that. As she narrowed her eyes at Yi Chen's infuriating expression, Wenjia slowly straightened her posture and suddenly spread her legs wide apart. Caught off guard while drinking, Yi Chen unexpectedly spat out the water, which landed directly on Wenjia. In an instant, she was drenched, resembling a drowned rat. Staring incredulously at the water-soaked fabric clinging to her, she glared at Yi Chen. Realizing his blunder, he hastily wiped his mouth and apologized. "I'm sorry, boss. It was unintentional. Had you not moved like that, I would not have reacted this way." "Enough," Wenjia exclaimed, rising to her feet. She walked over to her desk, grabbed a tissue, and began wiping her clothes while grumbling. "Honestly, who drinks that much water? Aren't you afraid of bursting?" In response to Wenjia's complaints, Yi Chen, who should have felt embarrassed, instead narrowed his eyes mischievously. "You cheeky girl, daring to curse me? Just wait and see how I deal with you." Yi Chen muttered a phrase to himself, then rose and hurried to Wenjia's side, seizing 2 tissue papers without regard for her consent, and immediately began to wipe her clothing. "I apologize, boss. Allow me to assist you." If Yi Chen had merely cleaned, it might have been excusable, but this fellow's hands were anything but steady. What was ostensibly an act of cleaning was, in truth, a pretext to indulge in the proximity of his beautiful boss. As he felt Yi Chen's large hand wandering restlessly over her, Wenjia's cheeks flushed crimson. She grasped his hand that sought to slide beneath her skirt and feigned irritation, saying, "Mr. Yi, you are being rather excessive." "Excessive? I merely wish to clean your attire. Please do not take offense, boss." Yi Chen casually justified his actions, his hands remaining undeterred. Wenjia attempted to push him away, yet his strength was overwhelming, rendering her efforts futile. Gradually, she relinquished her resistance, gazing at Yi Chen with a yearning look. At that moment, Yi Chen continued his brazen behavior, oblivious to her unusual demeanor. It was only when Wenjia cupped his face and pressed her lips against his that he abruptly came to his senses. "What on earth am I doing?" he cursed inwardly, hastily pushing the already aroused Wenjia away. "I'm so sorry." Upon hearing Yi Chen's apology, Wenjia too regained clarity. The memory of her earlier intentions flooded back, causing her face to flush even deeper. "What was I thinking?" She berated herself internally. Observing the awkward Yi Chen, she pondered briefly before stating, My clothes are already clean, no need for your assistance." With a tinge of guilt, she explained, then turned to tidy her slightly disheveled attire. As Yi Chen beheld her alluring silhouette and those enchanting legs that stirred his desires once more, the anger he had just subdued reignited. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he approached her from behind and embraced her without hesitation. At that moment, Wenjia, caught in her own embarrassment, was taken aback by his sudden embrace. "What are you doing?" she questioned, bewildered. Yi Chen inhaled deeply, apologetically responding, "I'm sorry, boss. I didn't mean to. Mr. Yi, please let go of me. This isn't appropriate." Upon hearing her plea, Yi Chen abruptly regained his senses and quickly released her. "I'm so sorry. I didn't intend for this." Facing his apologies, Wenjia turned to look at him, and as she noticed something amiss, her cheeks grew even warmer. She turned away, shyly asking, Mr. Yi, what do you want?" In response to her inquiry, Yi Chen was momentarily puzzled by her words, but upon casting a glance downward, he suddenly understood. As Yi Chen stumbled over his words, unsure of how to articulate his feelings, Wenjia let out a deep sigh and calmly remarked, "Mr. Yi, I can pretend that nothing has transpired today. You may leave." Upon hearing her words, an unexpected wave of despondency washed over Yi Chen, akin to the feeling one experiences when a long-admired girl suddenly declares her disinterest and urges you to cease your pursuits. He opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. Watching Wenjia's retreating figure, he exhaled slowly. "Boss, I understand," he finally said before turning to exit. In that fleeting moment, Wenjia felt an urge to call him back. However, she was acutely aware of the potential consequences of doing so. Despite their lack of blood ties, they were still family, and some matters were best left unspoken. Acknowledging this, Wenjia took a deep breath, suppressing her desire to summon Yi Chen, and watched helplessly as he departed. Once Yi Chen's figure faded from her sight, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. What does my brother truly mean? How have I found myself in such a chaotic situation? What was I even thinking? Wenjia, engulfed in her tumultuous emotions, felt herself teetering on the brink of collapse, her hands tangled in her hair, engulfed by a sense of despair. Meanwhile, Yi Chen, having left the headquarters, chose not to return to work but instead headed home. With Han Yin managing the office, he could easily take a hands-off approach. Upon entering his home, he spotted Meng Xiaobao in yoga attire, sprawled on the mat with her legs perfectly extended in a split. A sight that momentarily led Yi Chen's thoughts astray. Hearing the door open without a greeting, Meng Xiaobao lifted her head, curious. "Brother, why are you just standing there like a fool?" Her voice pulled Yi Chen back to reality, and he found himself captivated by her delicate features, swallowing hard. "Xiaobao, doesn't tea that strain your legs?" he inquired. "Not at all, I'm used to it. Come over and help me stretch," she replied. Sitting up as if preparing for sit-ups, Yi Chen hesitantly approached her. How do I assist?" "Just press down on my ankles," she instructed. As he gently placed his hand on her ankle, he observed her face while she performed her sit-ups. His sister was the epitome of beauty. A goddess in the eyes of countless men, a woman they could only dream of meeting. Yet, he had the fortune of seeing her daily, enjoying close proximity, and occasionally indulging in small favors. Reflecting on this, he felt quite fortunate, as having such an exceptional sister was far preferable to leading a mundane existence. Just as Yi Chen was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a jolt to his head. His skin was tough and his flesh thick, but he didn't mind it much. However, Meng Xiaobao was in pain, clutching her head as she lay on the yoga mat. "Xiaobao, what's wrong? Brother, what are you doing? Why is your forehead so close to me?" Just moments ago, Yi Chen had been preoccupied with other thoughts and had leaned forward without realizing it. He hurriedly crawled to Meng Xiaobao's side, gently rubbing her forehead. "I'm sorry, Xiaobao, I was lost in thought." Upon hearing that Yi Chen was deep in contemplation, Meng Xiaobao raised an eyebrow. "What mischievous thoughts were you entertaining?" Chapter 86. Another nosebleed. Mischievous thoughts? What could I possibly think of that as bad? Yi Chen playfully tapped her on the head before standing up. Meng Xiaobao covered the spot where he had tapped her and sat up cross-legged. "If you weren't thinking anything mischievous, why were you leaning forward?" As she spoke, Meng Xiaobao glanced down at her attire. Although she wore form-fitting workout clothes that left little to the imagination, they accentuated her alluring figure splendidly. "Oh, I didn't expect you to be like this, Yi Chen." Seeing Meng Xiaobao's disdainful expression, Yi Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation. "You seem to take pleasure in slandering me daily. By the way, where's Mom? I haven't seen her." "Mom went out for a walk." "Brother, do you think my figure is good?" After saying this, Meng Xiaobao intentionally puffed out her chest, leaving Yi Chen momentarily dazzled. Just as he instinctively opened his mouth to agree, he suddenly felt a warmth in his nose. Based on his previous experiences, he knew a nosebleed was imminent. Quickly tilting his head back, he called out to Meng Xiaobao, "Tissue. Hurry, bring me some." Stunned by his urgency, Meng Xiaobao asked, "Brother, what do you need tissue for?" "Never mind, I'll go find it myself." With that, Yi Chen dashed to the dining table, pressed a tissue against his nose, and took a deep breath. Upon witnessing this, Meng Xiaobao finally understood. "I see now, you have a nosebleed." I've been feeling a bit overheated lately. Hence the nosebleeds. No more talking, I'm going to lie down in my room." Watching him retreat into his room, Meng Xiaobao murmured to herself, "It seems my figure is indeed quite impressive if it made my brother nosebleed." Yi Chen lay on his bed, staring at his old mobile phone, pondering that since his younger sisters had become affluent, he should consider upgrading to a new smartphone as well. However, with little money left in his account, he decided to wait until next month's paycheck. "Alas, while my sisters are billionaires, I must wait for my salary to buy a phone. How unfair," he muttered, suddenly recalling the Maserati. Ever since Li Menghan left, Yi Chen had not touched that car, leaving it abandoned in a corner. If he sold it, he could probably fetch a good price, perhaps several $100,000. As soon as this thought arose, Yi Chen shook his head. Setting aside the question of whether he could actually sell it, he did not possess the necessary paperwork, nor did he intend to keep the car. He planned to return it to Li Menghan when the time came. He wondered how that girl was faring now and whether her relationship with her father had improved. Although he had only spent 2 or 3 days with Li Menghan, she had indeed left a profound impression on him. Yi Chen lay at home until when Jia and his foster mother returned together. "Oh, brother, why are you back so early?" Upon seeing Wen Jia casually inquiring about him, Yi Chen recalled their earlier encounter in her office. I have a bit of a headache, so I came back to lie down." Wen Jia approached him, standing on her tiptoes to glance at his head, curiously asking, "A headache? What's wrong?" "It's nothing. The weather is dry, and I feel a bit overheated," Yi Chen casually explained, taking the vegetables she had bought and heading into the kitchen. As Yi Chen busied himself in the kitchen, Wen Jia cast a glance at Meng Xiaobao, who was lounging on the sofa watching television. She approached her and inquired, "What is wrong with brother?" "I don't know. Maybe he's just overheated," Meng Xiaobao replied, shaking her head, indicating she was also at a loss. Although there had been a near incident between them in the office, Wen Jia was unconcerned. After all, at that moment, she was the domineering CEO, not just his unrelated sister. Wen Jia entered the kitchen and saw Yi Chun washing vegetables. She rolled up her sleeves and stepped beside him. "Brother, let me wash them." "All right, I'll leave it to you. I'll go stir-fry," he replied. With Wen Jia's assistance, they prepared a meal. After the family of four had dined, their foster mother retired to her room to rest, while Yi Chun returned to his own quarters. However, as soon as he lay down on his bed, the door swung open and Meng Xiaobao walked in. "Brother, what are you doing?" Seeing her mischievous expression, Yi Chun responded with a hint of irritation, "Sleeping. What else would I be doing? What young person sleeps this early? Come on, let us go out and have some fun." "Fun? What is there to do?" Noticing Yi Chun's reluctance to go out, Meng Xiaobao approached him, playfully tugging at his hand. "Brother, we're only in our 20s. We shouldn't live like old people. It would be so much fun to stroll around, tasting snacks." Faced with Meng Xiaobao's playful insistence, Yi Chun reluctantly sat up. "Is Jia coming?" "She's already left. She said there's something at the company and won't be back tonight." Surprised by Wen Jia's departure, Yi Chun conceded, "All right then, let us go for a walk." Upon hearing Yi Chun's agreement, Meng Xiaobao's face lit up with joy. The two of them went downstairs and hailed a taxi to the night market near the city center, where, in addition to snacks, there were many stalls selling plush toys. "Brother, look at that ugly gray wolf. It rivals your looks." In response to Meng Xiaobao's playful tease, Yi Chun rolled his eyes. "Only your looks can compare. Stop rambling and let's grab some snacks up ahead. However, I want that gray wolf." Seeing Meng Xiaobao point excitedly at the plush toy, Yi Chun reluctantly reached into his pocket to purchase it. Handing her the plush toy, he remarked, "At your age, how can you still like such things?" "Brother, you just don't understand. A girl's heart remains forever young. I will always be 18. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun glanced at her form-fitting top and chuckled, "18? You certainly don't look it." Noticing the mischievous glint in Yi Chun's eyes, Meng Xiaobao playfully swatted him. "You pervert. Enough talk, let us go." With that, she dashed ahead, rolling her eyes at his retreating figure. "Stinky brother." Meng Xiaobao's playful demeanor caught the attention of several young men nearby. Despite her bare face, her inherent beauty still shone through. Just as she was about to follow Yi Chun, she was suddenly intercepted by a group of young men. "Hey, beautiful, can we get your contact information?" Facing such a crude approach, Meng Xiaobao retorted mercilessly, "Have you little brats even reached adulthood? Go home and ask your mothers for it." The others erupted into laughter at her boldness, but the young man who had asked for her contact was visibly infuriated. "Who do you think you're talking to? If you weren't a girl, I would have knocked you out already." Chapter 87. Brother, someone wants to beat me up. Upon hearing his threat, rather than feeling anger, Meng Xiaobao's eyes lit up. Having always enjoyed watching her brother stand up for her, she seized the opportunity. Suddenly, her eyes turned red, and tears began to well up. "Brother, someone wants to beat me up, wah." Seeing her cry so easily left the young men momentarily stunned. They thought, surely, there was no need to cry over mere words. Yi Chun, upon hearing Meng Xiaobao's voice, spun around sharply. Upon seeing the group surrounding her, he rushed over without hesitation. "Hey beautiful, I was just kidding, really." The young man attempted to explain, but a sudden force sent him flying. He soared through the air for over 5 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. "How dare these little brats bully my sister? Are they seeking death?" Yi Chun was utterly unyielding towards such self-righteous young men. The remaining youths, witnessing their companion being struck down, were eager to stand by him and retaliate against Yi Chun. Yet Yi Chun showed no leniency towards them. He swiftly seized the nearest young man and, with a forceful motion of his arm, hurled him away. A powerful kick to another youth's chest sent him sprawling to the ground, unable to rise. The remaining two, witnessing Yi Chun's ferocity, wasted no time and fled. Yi Chun dashed after them, delivering a punch that connected with one man's occiput, while the last one, in a desperate attempt, grabbed Yi Chun's clothing and tossed him into a trash bin. The skirmish lasted barely a minute. "Brother, you're amazing," Dream Xiaobao exclaimed, her face alight with admiration as she rushed to his side. Yi Chun looked at her and inquired, "Are you hurt?" "No, they didn't touch me at all." "That's good. You lot, heed my warning. Should you dare to harass my sister again, I shall break your legs." After issuing this threat, Yichen continued onward with Dream Xiaobao. He presumed the matter concluded, considering they had instigated the harassment against his sister first. He had merely acted as any protective brother would. Moreover, they were just a group of brats, incapable of stirring any significant trouble. However, he was unaware that among the youths he had confronted, one hailed from a rather influential family. 10 minutes later, 5 imposing Toyota Land Cruisers entered the night market. The doors swung open, and a cadre of burly men descended from the vehicles. One particularly menacing man approached the roadside and, upon seeing a disheveled youth seated on the curb, demanded, "Who did this to you?" "Father." "It was him." The young man pointed towards the direction of Yichen. With an imperious wave of his hand, the man bellowed, "Lead the way. Let us apprehend him." At that moment, Yichen was enjoying snacks with Dream Xiaobao. In their childhood, his sisters often frequented this place, salivating over the various delicacies. Due to their humble means, they rarely had pocket money and could only indulge their cravings with longing glances. "Brother, try this," Dream Xiaobao urged, presenting a half-eaten sausage. Without a second thought, Yichen bit into it. "Is it tasty?" "Yes, but somewhat salty." "Then try this one." Just as he was about to savor a grilled lamb chop, a sudden voice rang out. "Father, that's the one who hit me." The fierce-looking man, upon recognizing Yichen as the target of his son's accusation, shouted angrily, "Seize him. We need to have a serious discussion." As soon as the words left his lips, several burly men charged towards Yichen. Dream Xiaobao, noticing the intense stares directed at her, glanced back. When she realized the approaching men were heading straight for them, she nudged Yichen. "Brother, it seems trouble is brewing." "Trouble? What is going on?" "Look." Curiously, Yichen turned his head, and, upon seeing the advancing men, his brow furrowed slightly. However, upon catching sight of the beaten youth in the crowd, he suddenly understood. It was a retaliation. "Come, let us find a place to converse." As a burly man approached, intent on seizing him by the throat, Yichen swiftly landed a punch to his abdomen. The man, caught off guard by Yichen's sudden assault, felt as though his very belly had been wrenched from him. As he doubled over, clutching his midsection, Yichen delivered an uppercut that struck his chin with precision. Despite the man's imposing stature, Yichen handled him with remarkable ease. Noticing 2 more individuals rushing toward him, Yichen showed no hesitation, dispatching them in the same manner. His combat style revealed a trained fighter. The fierce-looking man furrowed his brow, realizing that conventional methods would not suffice to capture Yichen. He gestured, and those behind him brandished knives, charging toward Yichen. Observing the weapons in their hands, Yichen quickly instructed, "Xiaobao, step aside." "Don't worry, brother," came Meng Xiaobao's voice. Turning his head, Yichen saw she had already retreated to a safe distance, waving at him. Cursing under his breath at her lack of loyalty, Yichen narrowed his eyes at the knife-wielding men. The menacing figure believed he could teach Yichen a lesson. Yet he failed to anticipate that, even armed, his men would not be a match for Yichen. One by one, they lay incapacitated on the ground. While Yichen remained unscathed, dodging the last man's knife attack, he retaliated with a fist to the back of the man's skull, rendering him unconscious. Turning his attention to the remaining man, Yichen inquired, "If I am not mistaken, you must be father and son?" The fierce man cast a long, scrutinizing glance at Yichen before responding, "You have struck my son and my brother. What do you propose we do about this?" Seeing him still resistant, Yichen stepped forward, locking eyes with him as he coldly stated, "I struck your son for harassing my sister. And I struck your brother because they attempted to abduct me. How do you suggest we resolve this?" Sensing the chilling aura emanating from Yichen, the man's expression shifted from ferocity to a hint of trepidation. After all, more than a dozen of his comrades had been unable to best Yichen. He stood no chance himself. The thought of further confrontation filled him with dread. Thus, after a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to retreat, planning to seek vengeance later. "Boy, you wait for me," he threatened as he prepared to leave with his son. However, Yichen detested being threatened and immediately approached him from behind, delivering a resounding slap to the back of his head. The sharp crack resonated, causing the onlookers to grimace, thinking that must have stung. "Did I permit your departure? Stand at attention." At this moment, the man, whose expression was fierce, had already been knocked unconscious by Yichen, unable to even stand upright. When faced with Yichen's demands, he turned around unsteadily to look at him. "You dare to hit me?" Chapter 88. Pretending to be a boyfriend, seeing the incredulity on his face, Yichen raised his hand, and delivered a resounding slap to his cheek. The force of the blow sent his back molars flying. "I've struck you, and if you have the capability, retaliate." At this juncture, not only was retaliation unthinkable, but merely surviving to leave this place was a stroke of fortune, though his molars had been knocked out. He was no stranger to the harsh realities of society and understood that continuing down this path would only lead to his own detriment. Thus, he took a deep breath and, with a softened tone, looked at Yi Chun and said, "Brother, we were wrong. Is it because you cannot defeat me that you admit your mistake? No, we truly erred. Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. If you seek revenge, I will gladly oblige. However, before you embark on that course, consider carefully whether you can endure the consequences." Yi Chun patted his face and then turned his attention to the young man. "You little rascal, you've done well to summon your father." Yi Chun showed no mercy, delivering a kick straight to his face. For someone who had never endured the brutalities of society, Yi Chun would not hold back. The young man, struck in the face, dared not utter a word, merely covering his face as he sat on the ground. Observing their silence and reluctance to retaliate, Yi Chun felt a twinge of boredom. He approached Meng Xiaobao and inquired, "Shall we continue dining, or?" "Brother, I've lost my appetite. Let us head home." "Very well." Upon returning home with Meng Xiaobao, he felt a pang of worry for Wenjia, especially considering the recent incident where she had been drugged. As he prepared to send her a message, he blinked and inadvertently sent it to his boss's phone number instead. While he knew Wenjia would not tell the truth, inquiring about her other identity might yield different results. At that moment, Wenjia was chatting with a friend from another province at a 5-star hotel in Beiman City. Upon receiving Yi Chun's message, she raised an eyebrow. "Why is this guy asking what I am doing?" In response to Wenjia's musing, the woman seated across from her smiled and remarked, "Your boyfriend?" "Ah, no, yes, he is my boyfriend." Considering that this woman always tried to introduce her to potential suitors, Wenjia swiftly claimed to have a boyfriend to deter any further attempts. Upon hearing that Wenjia had a boyfriend, the woman opposite her was clearly skeptical. "Oh really? What kind of man is worthy of you, a wealthy heiress? Bring him out so I can see for myself." Upon hearing her words, Wenjia lifted her head to look at her and replied nonchalantly, "He is not particularly fond of conversation. It would be more enjoyable for us to chat than to summon him as a silent companion. A mute companion is preferable. It grants me peace, so why not summon him for me to see? I assure you, I shall not interfere." Understanding the skepticism in her tone, Wenjia realized that she doubted the existence of her boyfriend. If she did not invite Yi Chun over, it was likely that this would continue to trouble her in the future. After a moment of contemplation, Wenjia resolved to have Yi Chun come over to pretend to be her boyfriend. "I shall give it a try, though he may not agree with you." Upon hearing Wenjia's words, the woman seated across from her expressed disbelief. "What kind of extraordinary boyfriend have you found that has transformed you into this?" In response, Wenjia elegantly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and replied softly, "Perhaps this is what love is." Yi Chun, upon receiving Wenjia's message to come to a 5-star hotel, felt a flutter of unease. After glancing at Meng Xiaobao, who was lounging on the sofa watching television, he contemplated for a moment before deciding to check on her, if only to ensure her safety. "Xiaobao, I am stepping out for a while." Hearing this, Meng Xiaobao straightened up. "Why are you going out so late?" "There is a meeting at the company tomorrow, and I need to organize some documents. I may return late." "So you should rest early," Yi Chun replied before departing the house. Meng Xiaobao frowned at the closed door. Was he truly so devoted to his work? Descending the stairs, Yi Chun hailed a taxi and made his way to the 5-star hotel. After receiving Yi Chun's response, Wenjia rose from her chair. "He said he would come. I will go meet him at the entrance." "Why not just let him come in directly? Why go to meet him? He has never been to a place like this. I worry he might get lost." "Just wait here for a moment," Wenjia explained before stepping outside, leaving her friend shaking her head in resignation. "I am curious to see what kind of actor you will bring to deceive me." As Wenjia exited the hotel, she spotted Yi Chun stepping out of the taxi. Upon seeing Wenjia in her elegant white mid-length dress, he inquired, "Boss, you summoned me?" After a moment of contemplation, Wenjia shyly confessed, "Yi, I have a favor to ask." "Oh, please, do tell," he responded. "It is this. A friend of mine incessantly introduces me to potential boyfriends, which I find bothersome. I told her that I already have a boyfriend, and she wishes to see him, so I thought to have you pose as my boyfriend." Upon hearing this, Yi Chun did not feel anxious. Rather, he exhaled in relief. His previous speculations regarding Wen Jia's intentions faded away upon learning that she merely wanted him to impersonate her boyfriend. As Wen Jia awaited his response, Yichen tentatively inquired, "Boss, do you have a boyfriend? If I had a boyfriend, why would I be seeking your company?" She retorted, "Just give me a straightforward answer. Are we pretending or not? Pretending is not an issue, but I fear that I am not quite suited for you in my current state." Observing Yichen clad in the attire he had gifted him, albeit inexpensive, it still fit reasonably well. There was no time to change now, so it would have to suffice. Soon, she might pose questions designed to elicit a slip of the tongue, so one must respond with caution. "If you perform well today, I shall grant you a raise next month." The prospect of a salary increase brought a smile to Yichen's face. "All right, consider it done." Wen Jia nodded at Yichen's confidence and naturally linked her arm with his. "Remember, we are a couple now." "Understood." With her arm entwined with Yichen's, they entered the private room, where she smiled at her friend, Li Li, and said, "Li Li, let me introduce you to my boyfriend." "Hello, Li Li. I'm Yichen." Li Li surveyed Yichen's outstretched hand and his entire ensemble, which cost no more than 1,000 yuan, and chuckled helplessly. "Even if you were to find an actor to humor me, surely you could do better than this? Where in his appearance is there anything that could possibly match you?" Faced with her dismissive and insulting remarks, Yichen struggled to restrain his rising indignation, maintaining a cheerful demeanor. Upon hearing her words, Wen Jia's expression soured. "Li Li, he is my boyfriend. Your comments are rather excessive." Chapter 89. Now this is a mansion. Observing Wen Jia's irritation, Li Li shrugged. "I truly find it difficult to accept. He is my boyfriend, not yours. What is there to accept?" Wen Jia grasped Yichen's hand, which hung in the air, and they settled onto a nearby chair. "Apologies. Yichen, my friend has been abroad and her mindset differs from ours." In response to Wen Jia's explanation, Yichen merely smiled gently. "It's all right, I don't mind." "Ah, you are quite considerate." Watching them feign affection, Li Li propped her chin on her hand and asked Yichen, "Sir, may I inquire how you came to know our family?" With a hint of exasperation, Yichen replied, "Well, she is mine, not yours. As for our acquaintance, I am an employee at her company, and through work-related matters, we became acquainted." "Wow, so you are merely an employee." Her surprised expression left Yichen speechless. This woman appeared quite attractive, but had a sharp tongue. Noticing Yichen's speechlessness, Wen Jia seized the opportunity to redirect the conversation. "Yichen is my employee, yet he is also my boyfriend. Li Li, I brought him here for you to meet, so please extend him the respect he deserves. Since you share a superior-subordinate relationship, what is it about him that you truly admire?" In response to this inquiry, Wen Jia gazed at Yichen beside her and offered a slight smile. "I cherish his honesty, confidence, and the love he has for me, a sentiment that is beyond your comprehension. Well, I truly cannot fathom the thoughts of the affluent. Mr. Yi, let us raise a glass." As she lifted her wine glass, Yichen nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us indulge in a toast." Lily, eager to intoxicate Yichen, hoped to extract some truths from him. Yet, Yichen was impervious to inebriation. Despite the potent effects of the red wine, he remained unfazed even after consuming 5 bottles. Conversely, it was Lily, intent on getting him drunk, who had succumbed to the effects of alcohol. "Drink. Keep drinking." Observing her perched atop a chair with a defiant expression, Yichen could only shake his head in resignation. Your friend has a poor tolerance for alcohol. How can she act out when inebriated? Faced with Yichen's teasing, Wen Jia felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I apologize. Her personality is rather carefree." "Lily, come down from that chair. Be careful not to fall." "It's nothing. I'm not too tipsy. Let me tell you, back in my hometown, I'm known as the little wine goddess." Listening to her coarse accent, Yichen furrowed his brow and inquired, perplexed, "Wen Jia, did you say she returned from abroad? Yet her accent sounds so familiar." "Well, she hails from northeast China. Please, get down. Stop causing a scene." Wen Jia forcibly pulled Lily down from the chair. Glancing at her sprawled motionless on the table, she sighed in exasperation. How did she manage to get this drunk? It's truly baffling. Observing Wen Jia's helplessness, Yichen smiled and said, "My task is complete. I shall take my leave." Upon seeing Yichen prepare to depart, Wen Jia called out to him, "Please, don't go yet. Assist me in getting her back to her room, as I cannot lift her alone." Looking at Lily's revealing dress and her disheveled hair, Yichen was reluctant to comply. However, considering Wen Jia's petite frame, he merely nodded in agreement. "Very well then." The two of them struggled to support Lily. but she had indeed consumed far too much alcohol to stand upright. Moreover, when Jia's inability to assist effectively left her utterly exhausted, their direction constantly veering off course. Boss, I can manage on my own. Are you certain you can? Of course. Just let go of my hand. Once when Jia released her grip, Yichen effortlessly hoisted Lily onto his shoulder. However, given the brevity of her dress, when Jia quickly admonished Yichen, "Wait, let me cover her with my clothing. You turn around and no peeking." Fine, fine. After draping her garment over Lily, when Jia opened the door to the private room and stepped outside, Yichen carried the woman upstairs to the suite area. Guided by Wen Jia, he entered a room and gently placed her on the bed, letting out a long sigh of relief. "Your friend is rather heavy. Perhaps you should suggest she consider shedding a few pounds. If she hears you say that, she might just hit you. Now, let us take our leave." Observing Wen Jia's nonchalance towards the woman, Yichen remarked, "She has consumed quite a bit. Aren't you concerned about her?" "It's fine. She often got drunk while abroad. There's no need to fuss over her," Wen Jia replied, urging him out of the suite. Standing in the corridor, she smiled at him, saying, "Well, my task is complete. I shall take my leave. Remember to give me a raise next month." Feeling a flutter in her heart at his impending departure, Wen Jia timidly asked, "Would you like to come over to my place for a bit?" "Your place? Isn't that a bit inconvenient?" Yichen hesitated. Wen Jia softly countered, "There are no other men at my home. What could possibly be inconvenient?" Her words stirred something within Yichen. Primarily, he was curious about his sister's living environment. And given the late hour, he felt uneasy letting her return alone. After a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded with a smile. "Since you're not afraid I'm a bad person, I suppose I shall visit your home." Delighted by his agreement, Wen Jia beamed. They exited and entered a luxurious Rolls-Royce, which, half an hour later, navigated into a wealthy enclave. To reside in such an area, one's assets must exceed $1 billion. Remarkably, Wen Jia was the wealthiest individual in this vicinity. The vehicle rolled into a vast estate and halted before a grand European-style villa. Upon disembarking, Wen Jia invited Mr. Yi, "Please." Noticing her radiant smile, Yichen nodded in response. As they stepped into the opulent residence, he was truly enlightened about the essence of wealth. "Mr. Yi, make yourself comfortable. Would you like something to drink?" "Oh, no need. I'll just sit for a while." Yichen gingerly settled onto a sofa in the center of the hall, sensing it was unlike any ordinary couch. "How much does this sofa cost?" he inquired. In response, Wen Jia retrieved a bottle of red wine from a nearby cabinet. Glancing at the label, she said, "Not much, just over 6 million. Upon realizing the sofa he was sitting on was worth over 6 million, Yichen cautiously rose to his feet. He couldn't possibly afford to damage such an extravagant piece. When Jia approached with the wine and glasses, noticing he had stood up, she curiously asked, "Why are you standing?" "Please sit." "I think I'll remain standing, thank you." Understanding his apprehension, Wen Jia recognized that her brother had always been frugal, undoubtedly fearful of ruining the sofa. In a moment of playful mischief, Wen Jia poured 2 glasses of wine and, with a smile, remarked, "Mr. Yi, the tile beneath your feet costs 30,000 yuan each.